Chapter 357, Heaven-Encompassing Net. Lord Shadow. Shi Li had a bitter expression. I sent some people to the Seven-Star Sword sect to find out about him. 1 year ago, Duan Ling Tian left the Seven-Star Sword sect and hasn't returned since. Shadow. The vice president of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Jade Magnolia Trading Company. A 6th-level void-prying stage existence. Even if he was the patriarch of the Shi clan, he was only a void-prying stage expert, a 1st-level void-prying stage. If Shi Hao wasn't killed by Duan Ling Tian, then he would have surely been able to become the Shi clan's 2nd void-prying stage expert with his natural talent. As he thought up to this point, Shi Li's face sank. You told me this yesterday. Shadow swept Shi Li with an indifferent gaze. Have you found out where he went? Shi Li shook his head. Not for now. Don't worry, Lord Shadow. Duan Ling Tian also crippled the cultivation of my daughter and killed my son. I, Shi Li, am irreconcilable enemies with him. So long as I have news about him, I would surely notify Lord Shadow at the first possible moment. Shadow's arrival had allowed Shi Li to see hope for taking revenge. In the past, although he knew that his son, Shi Hao, was killed Duan Ling Tian, but he didn't dare act rashly, because Duan Ling Tian was an outstanding disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The Shi clan wouldn't allow him to take a risk for a personal enmity, and draw calamity for the Shi clan. However, some time ago, this vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Shadow, had come over in a threatening manner with a drawing in hand, and this picture allowed him to see hope. His daughter Shi Yan recognized it with a glance. The young man within the drawing Shadow possessed was precisely Duan Ling Tian. In this way, he invited Shadow into the Shi clan estate, to plan their vengeance together. Duan Ling Tian, it's you who deserve death. You actually dared to kill Lord Shadow's only son. Cold lights flickered within Shi Li's eyes, and a small sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. Patriarch, Patriarch. Right at this moment, a figure that was in a hurry charged into the audience hall before reporting his arrival. Shadow frowned when he saw the Shi clan disciple directly charge in, and he grunted coldly. Patriarch Shi Li, looks like your Shi clan's rules are nothing much. Could it be that this Shi clan audience hall can be casually entered by anyone? Shi Li was slightly embarrassed and looked at the Shi clan disciple as he asked in a low voice. Why are you in such a hurry? Patriarch, the Shi clan disciple said excitedly, the person in the drawing has appeared. The instant Shi Li's pupils constricted, Shadow sat beside him and had just picked up a teacup to take a sip. Shadow's body trembled and the teacup in his hand was directly smashed into pieces by his grip. Shadow stood up and looked at the Shi clan disciple as he shouted. You said the person in the drawing has appeared. The Shi clan disciple hurriedly nodded. Yes, I saw him enter the city with my own 2 eyes. Patriarch. Meanwhile, numerous figures had flashed into the audience hall. My cousin brother noticed that young man in the drawing at the Tranquil Elegance restaurant. My friend noticed him as well. I too saw him with my own 2 eyes. These Shi clan disciples were similarly providing information like the Shi clan disciple before him. Good, good. Shadow laughed heartily, and the imposing manner on his body surged. Although he didn't stretch it out intentionally, but it still caused the expressions of the Shi clan disciples that were present to go ghastly pale, and their bodies shivered. Guang, father will go take revenge for you now. Shadow's voice was like a thunderclap, shocking the Shi clan audience hall to the point it seemed as if it swayed. After eating their fill, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 left the restaurant then spurred their horses out of Black Bamboo City. On the way, Duan Ling Tian's brows knit. His spiritual force told him that there were currently numerous people who were spying on him from the shadows and were following him. Zhang Shouyang looked at Duan Ling Tian as he lightly smiled and said, Brother Ling Tian, the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sector like thunder piercing the ear to me as well. I and Chong will send you to the 7-star sword sect and also look at the elegant appearance of the 7 great sword peaks on the way, how about it? Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded and lightly smiled, and his smile contained gratitude mixed within. He knew in his heart that Zhang Shouyang made such a decision because Zhang Shouyang had surely noticed the people following him. Then let's go slowly, I still want to chat with big sister Wang Chong. We don't know when we'll meet again. Li Fei's beautiful eyes flashed and it suffused with a sheen of reluctance as she suggested. Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang nodded. Their group of 4, 2 Fergana horses, walked out of Black Bamboo City and headed directly towards the 7-star sword sect. Because of Li Fei's suggestion, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang had both decreased their speeds and didn't spur their horses into a gallop. Before they parted, Li Fei and Wang Chong chatted happily to their heart's content. Black Bamboo City wasn't far from the Seven Stars Sword sect, and even when they slowed down, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had already traveled halfway there after half an hour. The Seven Star Sword sect really does deserve its reputation. Zhang Shouyang gazed at the 7 sword peaks that stood in the distance and he couldn't help but praise them. I heard a long time ago that the 7 Star Sword sect possessed 7 great sword peaks, and it's one of the great wonders of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now that I've seen it today, it truly does deserve its reputation. Wang Chong deeply agreed and nodded. Perhaps, any one of the peaks of the 7 great sword peaks were inferior to the solitary summit that was nearby the ancient city of Everlast. However, when the 7 great sword peaks were gathered together and stood there, it gave people a shocking sight to behold. The 7 great sword peaks were like 7 sharp swords that shot up into the heavens. As if it wanted to pierce 7 holes through the heavens. Thump. Thump, 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 thump. A string of dense sounds of horse hooves hitting the group interrupted the pate of husband and wife who were enjoying the sight of the 7 great sword peaks. Zhang Shouyang's face sank as cold lights flickered in his eyes. A trace of displeasure arose on Wang Chong's beautiful face as well. When Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang turned their horses around, they could see over 10 sturdy horses dashing over with 3 Fergana horses in the lead, and they galloped straight towards the location of Duan Lingtian's group. Halt, halt, quote. In next to no time, the people who sat on the 10 over sturdy horses had surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 4, as if they'd transformed into a heaven-encompassing net, causing Duan Lingtian's group to have nowhere to escape. Xian, Li Fei's sharp eyes noticed the woman by the dignified middle-aged man's side with a single glance. The woman had distorted and hideous features, and her pair of triangular eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen. It was precisely the formed Alcade Peak disciple, Xian. The Xian that was crippled by Duan Lingtian. The Xian that was the younger sister of the formed number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. Bitch. Xian gazed at Li Fei and her triangular eyes emitted a frightful icy coldness. Today, you and your man will die. You crippled my cultivation and killed my brother. None of you will be able to escape today. Shi Yao's voice was filled with gloominess. Wang Chong's beautiful face went grim when she heard Xian insult Li Fei and she said in a low voice, "Watch your words. What does me insulting this bitch have to do with you?" Shi Yao coldly swept Wang Chong with her gaze, then grunted. Today, you can only blame yourself and your man for being unfortunate to actually be together with these 2 jinxes. You 2 are bound to be implicated by them. Zhang Shouyang, who sat behind Wang Chong, has a calm expression as he asked indifferently. What you mean is you want to kill all 4 of us? Right when Xian intended to speak. Exactly, all 3 of you will die with Duan Lingtian today. An aged voice sounded out, and extreme coldness and indifference was mixed within the voice. It was the embroidered clothed old man on the Fergana horse that spoke. The current group of people seemed to be following the lead of this old man. This person. Duan Lingtian frowned as he gazed at the old man in embroidered clothes. He kept having the feeling that the old man was slightly familiar, but he could be sure that he'd never seen the old man before. If he'd met the old man before, it would be impossible that he didn't have an impression of the old man at all. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime experience of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the old man's cultivation ought to be at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Zhang Shouyang's calm expression slightly sank when he heard the old man, a void-prying stage martial artist, dared talk nonsense before him. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the dignified middle-aged man beside Xian glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he said coldly, "First, you crippled my daughter's cultivation, and later on you even killed my son, Shi Hao. Today, I, Shi Li, will make your blood splatter on the ground. You're Shi Hao's father." Duan Lingtian glanced at the dignified middle-aged man with an indifferent gaze, then his gaze descended onto the old man in embroidered clothes. "You're also taking revenge for Shi Hao." The old man in embroidered clothes hadn't even opened his mouth was Shi Li had already sneered and said, "Duan Lingtian, this is Lord Shadow, and he the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. I truly never expected that you actually dared kill the son of Lord Shadow, simply audacious." Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president. Shadow. Duan Lingtian frowned, he seemed to have heard of this somewhere. "Scoundrel, Black Wind City," Li Fei reminded. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding as he recalled what happened there. That day, he'd only just left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and when he passed the Black Wind City that was at the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he'd participated in an auction. After the auction ended, there was someone who coveted the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse he'd won in the auction. Later on, that person and the two old men by that person's side were killed by Shang Quan. That person seemed to be the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. "You're Sha Guang's father." Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man in embroidered clothes, as he still clearly remembered the name from that day. "Exactly, I'm Sha Guang's father, Sha Dou." Sha Dou's gaze was incomparably icy cold and contained boundless killing intent. "Looks like you still remember my son you killed. I've been looking for you for an entire year and finally found a lead in Black Bamboo City. Looks like even the heavens want to allow me to take revenge for my son." As he finished speaking, Sha Dou's face flushed red and he was extremely excited. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that was as if he was looking at a dead man. Duan Ling Tian looked at Sha Dou as he asked in a low voice. "Sha Dou, you're the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company in any case. Could it be that you don't want to know why I killed your son that day?" That day, if it wasn't for Sha Guang coveting the jade-eyed heavenly mouse in his possession and colluding with the people from the Ma clan auction house, wanting to kill them and seize the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse, he wouldn't have made Shang Quan kill Sha Guang. As far as he was concerned, Sha Guang brought all this onto himself. Sha Guang deserved death. Chapter 358. The Death of Shi Li. Sha Dou snorted coldly when he heard Duan Ling Tian, then he said with a sunken face, "I don't care why you killed my son. I only know that regardless of who, if they kill my son, then they must be prepared to pay in blood. Even if the Son of God killed my son, I, Sha Dou, would still tear him to pieces. Even if it's your son who was in the wrong, even if your son was the first to arouse an intent to kill. You don't care, you don't think that it's because you didn't educate your son well." Duan Ling Tian gazed at Sha Dou with an even colder gaze. "Yes." Sha Dou's eyes flickered with cold lights as he said angrily. "Even if my son commits all sorts of crimes, no one can touch him. Only because he is the son of Sha Dou, the son of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president." Ha ha. Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing when he heard Sha Dou. As expected, like father like son. He's the son of you, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president, so his life is more precious than others. Of course, as far as I'm concerned, his life is priceless. As for others, at least the life of you, Duan Ling Tian, is no different from lowly grass in my eyes. Sha Dou's voice contained traces of ruthlessness mixed within. No different from lowly grass. Cold lights flickered within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. If he possessed the strength to kill Sha Dou now, then he would kill Sha Dou without the slightest hesitation. Do you really think that the life of your son is a life, but the life of others isn't a life? What a notion of being no different from lowly grass. Zhang Shouyang looked at Sha Dou and shouted coldly. Presently, slight rage had appeared within the eyes of this young man who had a calm expression. "Who are you to dare be presumptuous before Lord Sha Dou?" Shi Li's face sank. He wanted to show off before Sha Dou, so he stomped his feet on the ground and his entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards Zhang Shouyang. At the same time that Shi Li flashed out, 1,500 ancient mammoths appeared out of thin air above him. They saw Shi Li shouting explosively and charging at Zhang Shouyang. Li Fei was stunned as well. As far as they were concerned, Shi Li was simply courting death. A half-step void stage martial artist was strong in their eyes, but in the eyes of Big Brother Zhang, he was no different than an ant. After all, even a formidable first-level void initiation stage expert like the withered old man was instantly killed by Zhang Shouyang. A mere half-step void stage, a martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the void prying stage was nothing before Zhang Shouyang. A spirit saber suddenly appeared in the hands of Shi Li who seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed out, and saber lights revolved on the saber. For a moment, another 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Shi Li. Grade 7 Spirit Saber. Shi Li's hand shook. The Grade 7 Spirit Saber in Shi Li's hand instantly transformed into saber lights that covered the sky, like a net made of sabers that swept towards Zhang Shouyang with an imposing manner that shot through the sky like a rainbow. Whereas Wang Chong, who was in front of Zhang Shouyang, had become its first target. If he wanted to harm Zhang Shouyang, Then he would have to first clear of the obstruction which was Wang Chong. Although Wang Chong's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage and didn't possess a shred of origin energy, when she was faced with the saber light net that covered the sky as it approached with Xi Li, she was not afraid in the slightest. Her expression was calm, as if she didn't pay any attention to the scene unfolding before her eyes, because she knew that she had a formidable person by her side to support her. So long as that person was present, she would be fine. Xi Li is dead. When he saw Xi Li attacking Wang Chong, Duan Ling Tian had already given Xi Li the death penalty in his heart. Just like Li Fei was his reverse scale, Wang Chong was Zhang Shouyang's reverse scale. Xi Li actually dared make a move against Wang Chong. He's simply courting death. Just as if he was responding to Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, Zhang Shouyang's face swiftly became gloomy at the instant when Xi Li made a move and executed saber lights that covered the sky as they swept towards Wang Chong. You're courting death. Zhang Shouyang's voice was chilly and carried with it a frightful killing intent, and when his voice entered the ears of everyone present, it caused them to feel a chill run down their spines. Everyone only heard an ear-piercing sound howl of the wind, and accompanying it was a string of sounds of air exploding that were like thunderclaps. At practically the same instant, everyone clearly saw that the body of Xi Li who approached menacingly had stopped in midair, then blew up in the blink of an eye. Blood and flesh splattered in the sky, and not a single complete piece of Xi Li's body could be seen. Obviously, he was blasted by an extremely terrifying force. The group of people surrounding Duan Ling Tian's group, including Sha Dou, at this moment, they seemed as if their throats were choked by someone and their faces flushed red. Their eyes contained a sheen of extreme terror mixed within. An existence at the half-step void stage was directly blasted to the death in the blink of an eye, before they could even react to the attack. Duan Ling Tian gazed at this scene calmly as he didn't feel surprised at all. This big brother Zhang was in existence at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. A mere half-step void stage martial artist dared be presumptuous before big brother Zhang. Virtually courting death. Li Fei's beautiful face seemed ghastly pale as she was frightened by big brother Zhang's methods. Although she didn't see clearly how Zhang Shouyang attacked, she saw the scene of Xi Li's body being blown apart by the terrifying force. When Xi Li was killed, he even didn't have the chance to let out a shrill cry. Everything happened too quickly. Quick to the point that it was shocking. Father. Xi Yan's body lightly trembled as she gazed at the pieces of Xi Li's body that covered the ground, her triangular eyes flickering with despair and astonishment. Her expression was filled with disbelief. Her father had died just like that. For a time, Xi Yan was slightly battered out of her wits. Whereas the others were jolted awake from their shock by Xi Yan. Numerous sounds of gasping rose and fell, causing the slightly oppressive atmosphere of the current scene to stand out. Even Sha Dou, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Company, in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage, now looked at Zhang Shouyang with a gaze that carried traces of terror. Earlier, he was completely unable to see clearly how this young man had attacked. It was too fast. Fast to the point his eyes wasn't able to catch the movements. Sha Dou understood that this was a dangerous figure. Sha Dou's heart sank. He looked at Zhang Shouyang and cupped his fist. Sir, I'm the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Sha Dou. Today, this is a matter of private enmity between me and this Duan Ling Tian. I hope that you don't interfere in this. I, Sha Dou, and even the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company, will owe you a debt of gratitude. Now, Sha Dou brought out the Jade Magnolia Trading Company to oppress Zhang Shouyang, as he wanted Zhang Shouyang to have some scruples and retreat in the face of difficulties. As far as Sha Dou was concerned, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company still had a certain level of sway within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but unfortunately, Sha Dou was bound to be disappointed. Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Duan Ling Tian knew Sha Dou's intention as soon as he heard Sha Dou's words, and he couldn't help but snicker. Could it be that this Sha Dou thinks that big brother Zhang would be afraid of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company behind him? Sha Dou. Duan Ling Tian looked at Sha Dou, and a wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. You're just a vice president, but you dare spread word that you're able to represent the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Laughable. You. Sha Dou's face sank as cold lights shot out from his eyes and he wished for nothing more than to directly kill Duan Ling Tian. However, the young man who caused extreme fear in him had not made his position known, so, even if he hated Duan Ling Tian anymore, he could only grit his teeth and endure it as he didn't dare make a move. The strength of that young man was too terrifying. According to his estimations, it was at least at the 7th level of the void prying stage. It was far from something he could compare to. HMPH. Finally, Zhang Shouyang gave Sha Do a reply, a cold snort. Though Sha Do didn't know what Zhang Shouyang meant by this, he saw Zhang Shouyang move, disappearing into thin air above the Fergana horse. In the next moment, an ear-piercing and awe-inspiring howl of the wind swept out into the surroundings. He could vaguely see that there were three enormous silhouettes in the sky, flashing as they made a circle in the sky in the blink of an eye. When these three enormous silhouettes entered into Sha Do's eyes, it caused his expression to become incomparably deathly pale. Second level void initiation stage. As a 6th level void prying stage martial artist, he could clearly feel that this young man didn't utilize his concept, and had only purely used his origin energy, the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the 2nd level void initiation stage. This young man was a void initiation stage expert. As if a gust of wind had blown by, Zhang Shouyang appeared before Sha Do in the blink of an eye. Aside from that, at this moment, besides Sha Do and Shi Yan, not one of the other 10+ people were alive. They were all killed by Zhang Shouyang. Since the moment Zhang Shouyang made a move to his appearance before the old man, he'd only used the time of one breath. Zhang Shouyang used his actions to show how terrifying a void initiation stage expert was. So strong. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and his gaze contained yearning mixed within, a yearning towards the void initiation stage. No. Meanwhile, Shi Yan, who was dumbstruck in the distance, had finally recovered from her shock, and her face was deathly pale as she gazed at the corpses that covered the ground. Her legs went limp, collapsing onto the ground. Her pair of triangular eyes flickered with boundless terror and despair. Today, the reason she'd appeared here was because she wanted to see Duan Ling Tian killed with her own 2 eyes. She'd even resolved in her heart that once Duan Ling Tian was killed by the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, she would tear Duan Ling Tian's corpse to 10,000 pieces, as only then would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. All this was bound to become her imagination. Why is it like this? Why does Duan Ling Tian have such formidable support by his side? Why? The heavens are unjust. The heavens are unjust. Shi Yan clenched her fist tightly and her triangular eyes flickered with unwillingness. Her distorted and hideous features were now completely knotted together. Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto Sha Do, and he asked with a calm tone. You said earlier that you want to kill my brother. This caused Sha Do's face to go deathly pale from fright, and his body trembled. Chapter 359, Annihilated. Sha Do took a deep breath, then looked at Zhang Shouyang and asked. Sir, who exactly are you? Subsequently, he suppressed the fear within his heart as he slowly said, perhaps, the clan or sect that you're from has some friendly relationship with my Jade Magnolia Trading Company. The way he spoke contained a slight sense of yielding. Jade Magnolia Trading Company. The corners of Zhang Shouyang's mouth held a trace of disdain as he said indifferently, I'm sorry, but I've never heard of it. Never heard of it? Sha Do's face instantly flushed red, as if his throat was choked by someone. He naturally thought that Zhang Shouyang had said this intentionally. Although the Jade Magnolia Trading Company couldn't be considered the top trading company within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was still known far and wide. Duan Ling Tian, however, wasn't surprised. According to his knowledge, although Zhang Shouyang stayed in the ancient city of Everlast for a few years, besides having gained some understanding of the 7 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he didn't take notice of any other powers. The 3 ancient horned dragons appeared above Zhang Shouyang once again, then bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they hovered down, bringing about an extremely oppressive feeling to others. Sha Do's face went deathly pale when he saw this, and his eyes emitted dread. Since you kept saying you want to kill my brother, then I'll send you off, and remove all future worries from my brother. Zhang Shouyang spoke word for word, and every word he spoke seemed to transform into a sledgehammer that smashed onto Sha Do's chest, causing Sha Do's expression to become even paler. In the end, it completely shattered Sha Do's will to fight. Sha Do's body dropped with a thump. He'd actually knelt on the floor and lowered his noble head, then he said with a slightly trembling voice. Spare me, Lord, I was only kidding earlier. That unfilial son of mine actually dared offend the brother of you, Lord. He deserves death even if he died 100 times. Lord, it's I who didn't teach my son well, it's I who didn't teach my son well. Currently, Sha Do was devoid of the arrogance of a 6th level void prying stage martial artist and the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Presently, he was like a dog that wagged its tail as it begged. In the face of death, he'd completely abandoned his honor, just for the sake of survival. Vice President Sha Do, this isn't what you said earlier. Ridicule appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, and he had heartfelt disdain for Sha Do, a dignified 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist and the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company had actually abandoned his honor as a man and a martial artist, all for the sake of survival. A person like this was pitiable. When he heard Duan Ling Tian, Sha Do suppressed the flames of rage deep within his heart that would burst out at any moment, and he said in panic, "Brother Duan, I was only joking earlier, I was just joking with you." Really? Really? Joking? Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold, then laughed strangely. Since Vice President Sha Do liked to joke. Big Brother Zhang, I think you can play a joke with Vice President Sha Do. I think Vice President Sha Do ought to not mind. Right, Vice President Sha Do? Yes, yes. Sha Do nodded in panic. He didn't dare say no at this moment. Zhang Shouyang heard Duan Ling Tian and perceived Duan Ling Tian's intentions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. Vice President Sha Do, right? Zhang Shouyang asked indifferently. Lord, just call me Sha Do, just call me Sha Do. Sha Do had a panicked expression and had lost himself. You like to play jokes, right? Zhang Shouyang asked again. Yes, yes. Sha Do didn't dare hesitate and nodded in a hurry. Very good. Zhang Shouyang nodded, then raised his hand to press it onto Sha Do's head, and at the same time that Sha Do's body shivered, he said slowly, "Then I'll play a joke with you, let's see if your head will explode when I slightly exert some origin energy." Sha Do was already shaking with fright, and when he heard Zhang Shouyang, he lost his mind and directly fell onto the ground as he said in a trembling voice. "Spare me, Lord, spare me, Lord. I can't take this joke, I can't." HMPH. Zhang Shouyang's gaze went cold, and lost any intention of continuing to tease Sha Do, then his origin energy skyrocketed in his right hand. No, Sha Do's eyes were sharp and just happened to see this scene, at the same time that his face went pale, his limbs pushed against the ground and his body trembled before seeming to transform into an eagle. He flashed off, desiring to flee. In the sky, 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed on in tow, but, would he be able to flee? Want to flee? The corners of Zhang Shouyang's mouth curled into a sneer, and in almost an instant, a layer of an earthen yellow light barrier had appeared on the surface of his body. Above him, 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes fought for the lead position as they fluttered out. In Duan Ling Tian's vision, Zhang Shouyang's body completely merged with the earth in an instant before disappearing on the spot. At the same time that Zhang Shouyang, who'd utilized his 3rd-level earth concept, had disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he'd appeared over 10 meters away to easily obstruct Sha Do, who wanted to flee. Zhang Shouyang's palm descended with skyrocketing origin energy, and on the corners of the origin energy, traces of an earthen yellow halo could be vaguely seen. Obviously, Zhang Shouyang had utilized the 3rd-level earth concept in this strike. The palm strike that contained the strength of 6 ancient horned dragons had descended onto Sha Do's chest, and it emitted an enormous bang. Instantly, Sha Do followed in the footsteps of the Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Li. His entire body exploded, transforming into pieces of flesh that covered the sky before scattering all over the ground. Utterly dead. Shi Yan. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard a delicate shout sound out, and subsequently, Li Fei, who sat before him, had flashed out. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that Shi Yan was actually trying to flee. Li Fei's figure flashed out gracefully, and caught up with Shi Yan in the blink of an eye. Then the 3-foot-long blade in her hand was sent into Shi Yan's back, passing straight through. Li Fei's gaze was extremely calm as she watched Shi Yan die before her eyes. Shi Yan deserved death. The 10+ people that approached menacingly earlier were now scattered all over the place, dead. It's just nice for me to return this Fergana horse to the 2 of you. As Zhang Shouyang spoke, he led 2 of the Fergana horses that were the spoils of the battle over, then he and Wang Chong got on one each. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei rode 2 Fergana horses separately. The 4 of them galloped towards the 7-star sword sect. The incident that happened earlier didn't affect the mood of Duan Ling Tian's group of 4, and all of them chatted happily as they rode their Fergana horses forward slowly, but unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Unknowingly, the 4 of them had arrived at the foot of the 7-star sword sect's Dubi Peak, outside the 7-star sword sect. Brother Ling Tian, sister-in-law, until we meet again. Zhang Shouyang lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei as he bid his farewells. Until we meet again. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded as well. Big sister Wang Chong, if you and big brother Zhang are free in the future, then you must come visit me. Li Fei had a reluctant expression as she looked at Wang Chong. Of course. Wang Chong lightly nodded, and her eyes contained reluctance. When they saw the figures of Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong disappear into the distance, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei withdrew their gazes, then turned their horses around to head towards the stables in the sect. The two of them had only just entered the stables when they saw a young man come greet them. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, senior sister Li Fei. It was Mo Yu. After a year of not seeing each other, Mo Yu had become much more mature. Mo Yu, you've broken through to the third level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian glanced at Mo Yu with a surprised expression. I remember that you were only at the first level of the origin core stage 1 year ago. How'd you advance so quickly? Senior brother Duan Lingtian. You're able to perceive my cultivation. Mo Yu was dumbstruck. Senior brother Duan Lingtian looked travel-worn and had obviously just returned from outside the sect, so it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to know of his current cultivation. In other words, senior brother Duan Lingtian had perceived it. Duan Lingtian gave Mo Yu a mysterious smile in return, then descended from his horse and supported Li Fei down before saying to Mo Yu, "We'll leave our horses to you." "Right, take this, it's a small gift from me." Duan Lingtian took out a stack of silver as he spoke. It was an entire 1 million silver, and he passed it to Mo Yu. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I can't take this. Mo Yu shook his head then smiled honestly. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Mo Yu, then asked curiously. Aren't you taking care of the horses here and being a horse keeper all for the sake of earning a little bit more pay? This money is sufficient to be equal to the pay you get from working here for many years, why do you not want it? Mo Yu rubbed the back of his head. My mother told me that I have to rely on my own hard work to earn money. No gains without pains. Take it, just take it to be the salary for taking care of our Fergana horses, Duan Lingtian said again. When he saw Mo Yu still not receiving it, he immediately glared. If you don't take it, then you're looking down on me. When Mo Yu saw Duan Lingtian speaking up to this extent, he could only receive it, and he had an expression of gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Your natural talent isn't bad, work hard. I hope that I have the chance to see the day you show extraordinary results. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Mo Yu, then he took Li Fei's hand and left the stables before following along the mountain path to head up Dubi Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'll surely not let you down. Mo Yu had a serious expression as he held the silver in his hands tightly, his gaze firm like iron. Duan Lingtian sent Li Fei to the side of the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, then helped Li Fei straighten out her lovely hair before saying in a gentle voice, Little Fei, go back to your master. I've taken you away for more than a year and Elder Bai is surely anxiously by now. We've hurried on our journey for half the day and you're already tired, so have a good rest. Okay. Li Fei obediently nodded, then stepped onto the chain bridge and left with a slow pace. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze when he saw Li Fei's figure disappear before his eyes. He didn't return to Megrez Peak, but instead headed to the top of Dubi Peak. There were things he had to face sooner or later. Lu Shizhe. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. After he arrived at the trade hall at the peak of Dubi Peak, Duan Lingtian didn't find any trace of Lu Shizhe, so he went close to an inner court disciple and asked. Senior brother, do you know where Lu Shizhe cultivates at? This inner court disciple turned his head around, and his pupils constricted when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, he'd obviously recognized Duan Lingtian. The inner court disciple took a deep breath. That day, he was present when Duan Lingtian was heavily injured and knocked out by Lu Shizhe. Presently, Duan Lingtian had vanished for a year, and now took the initiative to look for Lu Shizhe. Duan Lingtian's objective was apparent. To seek revenge from Lu Shizhe. Chapter 360, The Shameless Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian, you. The inner court disciple hadn't even finished speaking when his pupils constricted and his gaze shot behind Duan Lingtian as if he'd seen something that struck fear into him. Subsequently, before Duan Lingtian could even react, he'd walked off in panic. It was like if he stood a moment longer by Duan Lingtian's side, he would encounter some sort of disaster. The actions of the inner court disciple caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned, then he turned around. When his gaze shot into the distance, he'd noticed two people just happened to be walking shoulder to shoulder as they ascended the top of Dubi Peak. Lu Shizhe, I didn't even have to do anything and luck brought you to me. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The people that had appeared before him now were precisely Lu Shizhe and Fan Jian. Meanwhile, Lu Shizhe and Fan Jian had noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and after they walked over, Lu Shiji's gaze contained frightful coldness as he said in a cold and indifferent voice, Duan Lingtian. In the past year, he hadn't heard of any news about Duan Lingtian, so he knew that Duan Lingtian was still outside the sect and had not returned. The longer it was like this, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would stay outside the sect for too long, and when he returned, Duan Lingtian's cultivation would far surpass him. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent was out there for all to see. Once Duan Lingtian matured in another 2 or 3 years, it was impossible for him to be Duan Lingtian's match. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian had returned, at the same time that he was relieved in his heart, he once again aroused killing intent towards Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, only by killing Duan Lingtian would he be able to remove any future worries. Lu Shizhe, when faced with Lu Shiji's provocations, Duan Lingtian's reaction was no different to Lu Shizhe, and his eyes emitted a frightful cold light. He'd ascended the peak of Dubi Peak today precisely for the sake of looking for Lu Shizhe. Now, Lu Shizhe had delivered himself into Duan Lingtian's hands, and allowed him to save some effort. Fan Jian borrowed the might of Lu Shizhe to sneer and say, HMPH. Duan Lingtian, you were heavily injured and knocked out by my big brother Lu the last time, and you still dare be so arrogant before my big brother Lu today. Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian calmly swept Fan Jian with his gaze, and an expression of a ridiculing smile jumped about in his eyes. Do you think that with this Lu Shizhe present, I'm unable to do anything to you? You. Fan Jian's face went slightly pale and he couldn't refrain from taking 2 steps back, as he was extremely afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to ridicule Fan Jian, his acute spiritual force suddenly trembled. He noticed that Lu Shizhe had once again moved to attack him in surprise, as Lu Shizhe seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept over to him. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold and his face sank, then his legs lightly shook as he barely dodged Lu Shiji's palm strike. Lu Shiji's palm strike practically brushed Duan Lingtian's clothes as it flashed by. Duan Lingtian, your natural talent is not bad indeed. It has only been a year and you've actually already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. As he gazed at the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Lingtian, the corners of Lu Shiji's mouth curled into a strange smile. He'd launch a surprise attack on Duan Lingtian only for the sake of sounding him out. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to dodge. Do you think that everyone is like you, not advancing a shred after a year? Duan Lingtian said in disdain. 9th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian and Lu Shiji's conflict created quite a commotion. Before long, the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples that were nearby the trade hall on the peak of Dubi Peak had all surrounded over to watch the scene unfold. Duan Lingtian vanished for a year and has finally returned. Duan Lingtian has actually broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. His natural talent is truly monstrous. Yeah, with such natural talent, surpassing senior brother Lu Shizhe in another year or 2 isn't difficult. Looks like senior brother Lu Shizhe has really brought a great calamity upon himself. The crowd of inner court disciples whispered in discussion. As far as they were concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian didn't ascend to the life and death arena and continued to cultivate properly for another year or 2, then at that time, he would absolutely be able to easily destroy Lu Shizhe. Now, he was still slightly lacking. The words of the inner court disciples entered into Lu Shiji's ears and caused his face to sink, and his eyes emitted frightful cold lights. The thing he was most afraid of was exactly this. Duan Lingtian. Lu Shiji's ghastly gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice. I've heard since long ago about your ability to defeat a stronger opponent with a weaker strength. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, I presume you wouldn't be afraid even against a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist, right? Duan Lingtian said indifferently when he heard Lu Shifei, 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist. I don't know about anyone else, but if it's you, Lu Shizhe, then I'm naturally unafraid. Good. Lu Shizhe started laughing in an arrogant and unrestrained manner. Since it's like that, then do you, Duan Lingtian, dare to battle me, Lu Shizhe, on the life and death arena until only one remains. Life and death arena, The surrounding crowd of spectating inner court disciples burst into an uproar when they heard Lu Shizhe, Duan Ling Tian's brows knit. Why should I ascend the life and death arena with you? Lu Shizhe frowned, then took a step forward as he provoked with an icy cold voice, what? You, Duan Ling Tian, the famous genius in the martial Tao of our 7-star sword sect, the genius in the martial Tao that can defeat a stronger opponent with a weaker cultivation. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, you still don't dare ascend the life and death arena with me, a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Earlier, who was it that said he wasn't afraid of me, this first-level nascent soul stage martial artist? What, now that you've heard me challenge you to ascend the life and death arena, you're afraid? As he looked at Duan Ling Tian, whose expression became unsightly by the moment, the ridicule on the corners of Lu Shiji's mouth became even denser. Looks like some people are only good at boasting. Yet at the critical moment, they're instead pussies. Big brother Lu, besides being good at boasting, what else is this Duan Ling Tian good at? What rare genius in the martial Tao of our 7-star sword sect? According to me, he's complete trash and not worthy of being mentioned. Fan Jian matched Lu Shizhe at the right moment and trampled on Duan Ling Tian's honor. Fan Jian, Duan Ling Tian's eyes seemed as if they would light up in flames as he gazed at Fan Jian and said coldly, you said I'm good at boasting. Okay, I, Duan Ling Tian, the trash in your eyes, challenge you to a battle on the life and death arena. Do you dare? Duan Ling Tian's words caused all the inner court disciples who were present to look at Fan Jian with a strange gaze. Right, you, Fan Jian, said that Duan Ling Tian is only good at boasting, and is trash that can't do anything else. Now, Duan Ling Tian challenged you to a battle in the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian's words caused Fan Jian to be speechless. Not to mention Duan Ling Tian had already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage now, even if it was a year ago, he still felt he wasn't a match for Duan Ling Tian who hadn't broken through yet. How would he dare accept Duan Ling Tian's challenge to ascend the life and death arena? What? Don't dare. The gaze Duan Ling Tian shot at Fan Jian carried an extra sense of disdain and contempt. You, Fan Jian, said that besides being good at boasting, I'm good for nothing else, and you even said that I, Duan Ling Tian, am trash. Now, you don't even dare to agree to the life and death arena challenge of a trash like me. Are you telling everyone present that you, Fan Jian, are even inferior to trash? You, Fan Jian, are even inferior to trash. Duan Ling Tian's words entered into Fan Jian's ears and caused his face to flush red. He gnashed his teeth and wished for nothing more than to agree to Duan Ling Tian's challenge and ascend the life and death area to battle Duan Ling Tian. In the end, his reason still defeated his impulse. Fan Jian sneered when he noticed the gazes of the surrounding crowd of inner court disciples that became more and strange. Duan Ling Tian, don't change the topic. Today, it's Big Brother Lu that invited you to battle on the life and death arena first. If you dare agree to Big Brother Lu's challenge, then so what if I, Fan Jian, agree to your challenge? Sure enough, Fan Jian's words caused a wave of disdain. Fan Jian is too shameless. He clearly knows that it's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be a match for senior brother Lu Shizhe, but he's still instigating Duan Ling Tian to agree to Lu Shiji's challenge. Exactly, once Duan Ling Tian agrees to Lu Shiji's challenge, the one to die would surely be Duan Ling Tian. Then even if he agreed to Duan Ling Tian's challenge, at that time, it would already be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to survive. In the end, he completely doesn't need to battle Duan Ling Tian on the life and death arena. If I'm Duan Ling Tian, I will request to first fight Fan Jian on the life and death arena, then battle Lu Shizhe, and see if this Fan Jian dares or not. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples discussed animatedly. What, Duan Ling Tian, weren't you extremely arrogant earlier? Don't dare now. Fan Jian paid no attention to the surrounding discussion, using a ridiculing gaze to stare at Duan Ling Tian as he provoked. Fan Jian, Duan Ling Tian sneered, I can agree to your request. But, the suggestion of one of the inner court senior brothers wasn't bad. So long as you agree to my challenge, I can agree to Lu Shiji's challenge. But, I, Duan Ling Tian, want to battle you, Fan Jian, on the life and death arena first. After the two of us battle, I'll battle Lu Shizhe on the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Fan Jian. You, Fan Jian's face sank and he glared at the inner court disciple that brought this suggestion forward, then his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian once again. Duan Ling Tian, don't forget that it was Big Brother Lu who challenged you first today. First come first serve, I, Fan Jian, won't fight with Big Brother Lu. Ha ha. Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing. Fan Jian, in my entire life, I've seen many shameless people, but I've never seen a person as shameless as you. They can't hold a candle to you. Duan Ling Tian's words that seemed like praise, had instead caused Fan Jian to feel it to be incomparably unpleasant to the ear when he heard it. The surrounding crowd of inner court disciples couldn't help but burst out laughing. They deeply agreed with what Duan Ling Tian said. If you don't dare, then say it. But you're still posing to be honorable here. Do you, Fan Jian, really think that the other disciples present here are unable to perceive your cowardice? Laughable. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a slightly ridiculing smile as he spoke with sharp words. Duan Ling Tian, looks like you don't dare accept the challenge of Big Brother Lu. Fan Jian's face was incomparably gloomy as he ridiculed in return. Since it's like this, then there's no need for I, Fan Jian, to agree to the challenge of a cowardly person. However, Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that Big Brother Lu can't do anything to you if you don't ascend the life and death arena? Chapter 361. Duan Ling Tian's conditions. Lu Shizhe, who had coldly watched on for some time, spoke once again, as if he was matching what Fan Jian had said. Duan Ling Tian, even if you don't ascend the life and death arena, even if I can't kill you, I, Lu Shizhe, will still not let you off. I'll slowly torture you, even to the extent. Although Lu Shizhe didn't finish speaking, the gloomy gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian's dantian undoubtedly told everyone what he wanted to say but didn't finish. He would cripple Duan Ling Tian's dantian. For a moment, many inner court disciples shot gazes of pity at Duan Ling Tian. Although the Seven-Star Sword sect prohibited the sect disciples from killing each other and even prohibited crippling each other's dantian, accidents couldn't be avoided when martial artists battled, even if Lu Shizhe really did cripple Duan Ling Tian's dantian, he could said that as was an accident. At that time, the Seven-Star Sword sect would only give Lu Shizhe some minor punishments, whereas Duan Ling Tian's life would have been destroyed. Right at this moment, a cold and grim voice suddenly sounded out. Lu Shizhe, if you dare target Duan Ling Tian's dantian, then I'll surely cripple you. Along with the voice resounded out, the gazes of everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, shot towards the source of the voice. A young man with a grim expression was walking slowly towards the peak of Dubi Peak, his frosty gaze staring fixedly at Lu Shizhe. It's senior brother Zheng Song. It was senior brother Zheng Fan who took the knocked-out Duan Ling Tian away the last time. Looks like he's on good terms with Duan Ling Tian. Nonsense. If he wasn't on good terms with Duan Ling Tian, would senior brother Zheng Song stand out for Duan Ling Tian? Supposedly, senior brother Zheng Song's cultivation has already broken through to the third level of the nascent soul stage last month. As expected of the son of the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. He's inherited the outstanding natural talent in the martial Tao of Peak Master Zheng Fan. All the Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples looked at Zheng Song with gazes filled with reverence towards an expert. Duan Ling Tian revealed a brilliant smile when he saw Zheng Song arrive, and he lightly smiled as he greeted. Senior brother Zheng Song, junior brother Duan Ling Tian. Zheng Song replied with a smile, without a trace of his frosty appearance from before. Zheng Song. Lu Shiji's expression was as unsightly could be when he saw Zheng Song. Zheng Song had interfered in his business repeatedly, and it had long since caused him to hate Zheng Song to the bone. Unfortunately, no matter if it was in background or strength, he was inferior to Zheng Song and could only bury this hatred deep within his heart. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, if this Lu Shizhe dares touch you in the future, you just have to tell me, and I'll make him pay for it. When Zheng Song looked at Duan Ling Tian, he had a slightly smiling expression. When his gaze descended onto Lu Shizhe, it instead became incomparably frosty, as if he was a completely different person. His tone was filled with overbearingness. The surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. All the inner court disciples knew clearly that since senior brother Zheng Song had said this, it would also mean that within the inner court in the future, he would be Duan Ling Tian's backer. For a moment, many inner court disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes of envy. After all, within the Seven-Star Sword sect, there were only inner court disciples below the age of 30 that still remained within the sect. As for the inner court disciples that were above the age of 30, Practically all of them had been sent to the various businesses of the Seven-Star Sword sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Presently, Zheng Song's cultivation had stepped into the third level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of strength, it was sufficient to be ranked in the top 5 of the group of inner court disciples that still stayed within the Seven-Star Sword sect. Most importantly, Zheng Song still had another respected identity, the son of the Mizar Peak's master. They could imagine that with Zheng Song's protection now, no inner court disciple would dare offend Duan Lingtian in the future. Zheng Song, this is a personal grudge between me and Duan Lingtian, I hope you don't interfere. Lu Shizhe took a deep breath. He wasn't willing to let Duan Lingtian off just like that. Lu Shizhe, did you not hear what I just said? Zheng Song's face sank, and his gaze that was like a sword flashed towards Lu Shizhe as he said in a low voice, if there's something wrong with your ears, I don't mind cutting it off and helping you inspect it properly. If it's fine, then you better shut your mouth. Zheng Song's threats caused Lu Shiji's face to flush red and his gaze was vicious, but he just didn't dare flare up and could only clench his fist with a trembling body to express the strong displeasure in his heart. In the end, Lu Shizhe looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, then be upright and ascend the life and death arena to battle me until only one of us remains. Otherwise, you're a pussy and trash. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unfazed when he heard Lu Shizhe, then said indifferently, Lu Shizhe, do you think that this little goading will work on me? Lu Shiji's face was unsightly when he noticed that his thoughts had been seen through, but he still didn't forget to ridicule Duan Lingtian. Pussy, trash. Didn't you say that you're unafraid of me? Now, you don't even have the courage to battle me on the life and death arena. You really want to battle me on the life and death arena? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Lu Shizhe, as if he wanted to confirm it a step further. Lu Shizhe revealed an expression of disdain and contempt as he sneered. Of course, it just depends on if you have the courage of not. I can agree to battle you on the life and death arena. Right when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian wouldn't agree, Duan Lingtian spoke, and his words exceeded the expectations of everyone. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song's face went grim. You don't have to pay any attention to Lu Shizhe. How old is he and how old are you? Even if you don't dare agree to his challenge now, it's nothing, and it isn't a loss of face. Zheng Song, what does Duan Lingtian agreeing to my challenge have to do with you? Lu Shizhe was slightly angry out of embarrassment when he saw Zheng Song interfering once again. What, you have an objection? Zheng Song glanced coldly at Lu Shizhe, and his tone was terrifyingly calm. If you have an objection, I'll give you a chance. We'll battle on the life and death arena. If I can't kill you in a single move, I'll draw my sword and kill myself. How about it? Zheng Song's words could be said to be domineering, causing the crowd of inner court disciples to feel their blood boil when they heard it. Lu Shiji's face sank. He was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, whereas Zheng Song was at the third level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of strength, Zheng Song was 2 times as strong as him. It wasn't difficult for Zheng Song to kill him in a single move. It was naturally impossible for him to agree to Zheng Song's challenge. How could Zheng Song not know what Lu Shizhe was thinking when he saw Lu Shiji's face flush red but hesitate to reply, and he had an expression of disdain as he said, if you don't dare, then shut up. He once again looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly shook his head. As far as he was concerned, although Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was formidable and was something that even made him feel embarrassed for his inferiority, Duan Lingtian hadn't fully matured yet after all. It was highly unlikely that Duan Lingtian would be a match for Lu Shizhe, so he wanted to stop Duan Lingtian's rashness. Rashness was a demon, and at times, it would even bring harm to oneself. He wanted to make Duan Lingtian wake up from it, but in next to no time, he was stunned. Don't worry senior brother Zheng Song, I'm confident. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission into Zheng Song's ears. You've broken through to the nascent soul stage. Zheng Song replied via voice transmission, and his tone had slight astonishment mixed within. No, I'm at the 9th level of the origin core stage now. Duan Lingtian replied, then before Zheng Song could even reply, he turned around to look at Lu Shizhe before saying indifferently, Lu Shizhe, I can agree to your challenge. But you must agree to a condition of mine. If you're willing to agree, then I'll ascend the life and death arena with you right now. If you're not willing, then take it as I've never agreed to your challenge. What condition? When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Shizhe, who originally thought he would have no chance to kill Duan Lingtian, seemed frenzied, his eyes lit up abruptly and he was incomparably excited. Now, the crowd of inner court disciples present, including Zheng Song and Fan Jian, had all shot their gazes at Duan Lingtian. They were all curious. What condition did Duan Lingtian want Lu Shizhe to agree to? Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Fan Jian. This caused Fan Jian's face to go pale as a bad omen arose in his heart. It isn't impossible if you want me to agree to your challenge. But, you must make Fan Jian ascend the life and death arena with you. I will battle the both of you, together. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His words caused the atmosphere in the scene to become slightly strange. Duan Lingtian asked Fan Jian to ascend the life and death arena as well. 1 vs 2. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian has gone mad? Does he really think he can kill both Lu Shizhe and Fan Jian? Madman, madman. Almost no inner court disciple looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had once created many miracles of defeating a stronger opponent with a weaker strength, what Duan Lingtian faced now was instead a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Even though the first level of the nascent soul stage and the 9th level of the origin core stage were only a single level away, they were 1,000 miles apart. There was almost a difference of double the strength of the two. Zheng Song was stunned. Lu Shizhe was stunned as well. Lu Shizhe secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the condition Duan Lingtian put forward, and at practically the first possible moment, he'd guessed Duan Lingtian's plans. What Duan Lingtian planned was none other than to put up a desperate fight and kill Fan Jian under his nose. Perhaps, I can make Fan Jian become the bait and lure him up the life and death arena. At that time, with me there, it would be completely impossible for him to have a chance to touch Fan Jian. Lu Shizhe thought in his heart, and a perfect idea arose in his heart. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian had the strength to defeat him. Duan Lingtian was only a 9th level origin core stage martial artist. Earlier, the reason he'd sounded out Duan Lingtian was precisely because he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage. Once Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage, even if he was any more unwilling, he could only disperse any thought of going against Duan Lingtian. To the extent that he would leave the 7-star sword sect to avoid Duan Lingtian's revenge. He could imagine that even if Duan Lingtian had only just broken through to the first level of the nascent soul stage, with his ability to defeat a stronger opponent with a weaker strength, Duan Lingtian would surely be able to easily kill him. After he confirmed that Duan Lingtian was a 9th level origin core stage martial artist, he knew that this was the chance for him to kill Duan Lingtian. It was also the final chance. So long as he could provoke Duan Lingtian to the point Duan Lingtian ascended the life and death arena, then he could kill Duan Lingtian and be rid of any future worries. Lu Shiji's gaze descended onto Fan Jian and it caused Fan Jian's face to go ghastly pale. Chapter 362, Number 1 Under the Nascent Soul Stage. Big Brother Lu, don't listen to this Duan Lingtian, you. At the same time that Fan Jian's face went ghastly pale, he was slightly panicked. Because, Fan Jian noticed that Lu Shizhe seemed as if he'd resolved to make Fan Jian battle Duan Lingtian on the life and death arena with him. He was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, a single sword strike would be enough. But Fan Jian hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by Lu Shizhe. Fan Jian, don't worry. With me, Lu Shizhe, there, I guarantee that you won't lose a single hair. Lu Shiji's speech was filled with strong confidence, the confidence of a nascent soul stage martial artist. What, you don't trust me? When he saw Fan Jian's expression was still unsightly and Fan Jian hadn't answered him for a long time, Lu Shizhe was in a slightly embarrassing situation and his face couldn't help but sink. Big Brother Lu, Fan Jian had a bitter expression. He wanted to tell Lu Shizhe that since Duan Lingtian wanted him to ascend the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian would surely be confident. But in the end, he didn't continue to finish what he wanted to say, because he'd noticed the resoluteness in Lu Shiji's eyes. He's known Lu Shizhe since a long time ago, and knew of Lu Shiji's behavior. He knew clearly that no one was able to stop Lu Shizhe from doing something he had already resolved to do, and saying any more was of no use. Don't worry, I attacked Duan Lingtian earlier precisely for the sake of sounding out his strength, and to see the advancement of his cultivation during this year. Since he hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, I naturally am unafraid of him. Right at this moment, Lu Shiji's voice transmission entered into Fan Jian's ears, causing Fan Jian's heart to stabilize. So it turns out that Big Brother Lu attacked earlier for the sake of sounding out Duan Lingtian's strength. The worry in Fan Jian's heart decreased slightly when he saw that Lu Shiji was so confident. Suddenly, Fan Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Duan Lingtian, I, Fan Jian, can agree to your conditions. I'll ascend the life and death arena with Big Brother Lu to battle you." Duan Lingtian's face froze briefly when he heard Fan Jian, and a strange expression appeared on his face, as if it was difficult for him to believe that Fan Jian would agree to this condition. But when his expression entered into the eyes of Lu Shiji and Fan Jian, they instead thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid, and this caused their confidence to rise greatly. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Fan Jian, you're cowardly like a mouse, but you actually dared agree to battle me on the life and death arena. Truly unexpected. I hope you are true to your word. Otherwise, you, Duan Lingtian, will become an untrustworthy person in the future, and it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold in the 7-star sword sect." Fan Jian sneered, and he had a complacent expression. When he saw Duan Lingtian like this, he naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had intentionally asked him to ascend the life and death arena as a condition, because Duan Lingtian wanted him to retreat in the face of difficulties. At that time, Duan Lingtian could openly refuse Lu Shiji's challenge. At this moment, Fan Jian felt that he was so intelligent. HMPH. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Fan Jian with his gaze, and his mouth lightly moved. Duan Lingtian's origin energy that was condensed into sound broke through Fan Jian's eardrums. "Fan Jian, even if I'm not a match for Lu Shiji, I'll still kill you before he makes a move against me. After that, I'll jump down the life and death arena. At that time, with the protection of senior brother Zheng Song, Lu Shiji is bound to be unable to kill me." Fan Jian's face went slightly grim when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, but he didn't back down. "Then we'll have to see if it's you who kill me first, or Big Brother Lu who kills you first." Subsequently, Fan Jian transmitted what Duan Lingtian had said to Lu Shiji, and it caused Lu Shiji to be unable to refrain from squinting. "Fan Jian, you can be at ease. He can't kill you with me there." Lu Shiji replied to Fan Jian with a voice transmission, and his tone was filled with strong confidence. "I believe Big Brother Lu." Fan Jian hurriedly replied. Presently, Lu Shiji and Fan Jian weren't suspicious of Duan Lingtian's actions this time of agreeing to the life and death arena battle any longer. Duan Lingtian wasn't really confident, but instead wanted to take advantage of the battle. Battling the two of them on the life and death arena was fake, and wanting to kill Fan Jian before fleeing was the truth. "Junior brother Duan Lingtian, shouldn't you consider it again?" Zheng Song frowned, and he wanted to try stop Duan Lingtian again. Zheng Song's actions caused Lu Shiji and Fan Jian's expression to become slightly unsightly. At this moment, they were really worried that this opportunity would be destroyed by Zheng Song. "Senior brother Zheng Song, when a man lives in the world, there are things he must do, and things he mustn't. Today, since I, Duan Lingtian, have said it, then I naturally will be true to my words." Duan Lingtian shook his head and refused Zheng Song's good intentions. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. This Duan Lingtian is really going to battle Lu Shiji and Fan Jian on the life and death arena. He's simply gone mad. 9th level of the Origin Core stage wants to battle a 1st level Nascent Soul stage. Wishful thinking. No one within the surrounding crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked favorably on Duan Lingtian. "Let's go to the life and death arena." Lu Shiji swept Duan Lingtian with his cold gaze, then called Fan Jian before walking to the other side of the peak. The life and death arena of the 7-star sword sect's Dubi Peak was at the peak of the mountain, and it was situated on the side of the precipice. It rose straight up from the ground and was covered with tiles that seemed as if they were completely tainted with blood. When they arrived at the life and death arena, Lu Shiji and Fan Jian's figures flashed out to ascend the arena first. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Zheng Song walked shoulder to shoulder with the crowd of inner court disciples following behind them, and they slowly walked towards the life and death arena in a formidable array. "Junior brother Duan Lingtian, are you really confident?" Although Duan Lingtian's voice transmissions revealed strong confidence, Zheng Song still couldn't help himself from being slightly worried. He'd always been grateful to Duan Lingtian. It was Duan Lingtian who allowed his father to break through to the void initiation stage in one go. This was a favor that was as high as the heavens. It was difficult to return. "Senior brother Zheng Song, It isn't the first time I've ascended the 7-star sword sect's life and death arena, but it has always been my opponents that have perished on the life and death arena. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression, as if he would remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Zheng Song nodded and didn't say anything further. He chose to believe Duan Ling Tian, based on Duan Ling Tian's past deeds. He wasn't a rash person. No one would look favorably upon him every time he ascended the life and death arena, but he would exceed everyone's expectations every time and kill all of his opponents. Duan Ling Tian had created too many miracles. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see any with his own 2 eyes. This time, it wasn't easy to get this opportunity. He anticipated it extremely. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had arrived before the life and death arena, whereas the surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with people. So long as it was someone that was at the top of Dubi Peak, then no matter if it was an inner court disciple or inner court elder, they were all gathered here to watch the excitement now. What's going on? Some of the inner court disciples that had only just arrived couldn't refrain from asking curiously. Before long, they all came to understand what had happened after they heard the explanation of the other inner court disciples. So it turns out that Duan Ling Tian is about to battle Lu Shizhe and Fan Jian on the life and death arena, fighting 2 by himself. Duan Ling Tian has broken through to the nascent soul stage. This was their first thought when they heard of this matter, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No, some of the inner court disciples who knew the fact shook their heads. Duan Ling Tian hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage yet and is only at the 9th level of the origin core stage. The reason he's willing to ascend the life and death arena is mostly because of Fan Jian. Exactly. At the bottom of it all, the conflict between him and senior brother Lu Shizhe was because of Fan Jian. Perhaps, he wants to use this opportunity to kill Fan Jian. Kill Fan Jian? He wants to kill Fan Jian while senior brother Lu Shizhe is present. It's extremely difficult. It's difficult indeed. Regardless of how the inner court disciples discussed it, the life and death arena challenge had already been confirmed and was difficult to change. On the life and death arena, Lu Shizhe stood there in the inner court disciple attire, on his body fluttered with the wind, seeming to possess a graceful bearing, whereas Fan Jian now stood behind Lu Shizhe, as if he would only feel safe when he was hiding behind Lu Shiji's back. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Shiji's fierce gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian and was filled with ruthlessness and bloodthirst. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Zheng Song, then his body flashed out, as if he'd transformed into a spirit serpent as he lightly descended onto the life and death arena to stand in confrontation with Lu Shizhe. Duan Ling Tian didn't look at Lu Shizhe when he ascended the life and death arena, and instead he looked at Fan Jian, who was behind Lu Shizhe, as he asked indifferently. Fan Jian, you plan to hide behind Lu Shiji's back the whole time? Fan Jian's expression flickered between a livid and ashen expression when he heard Duan Ling Tian. Haha, this Fan Jian is truly cowardly. It's not surprising. Although Fan Jian has broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage lately, when he is faced with Duan Ling Tian, who possessed the strength to cripple an arm of the 9th level origin core stage Wu Yongqian 1 year ago, his strength is still not enough. Yeah, 1 year ago, Duan Ling Tian was only at the 8th level of the origin core stage, and he was even able to cripple the arm of a 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple. Now, he's broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Sweeping through all the martial artists in the entire origin core stage would be nothing difficult, and he can even be called the number 1 under the nascent soul stage. At the same time that the crowd of inner court disciples that surrounded the life and death arena ridiculed Fan Jian, they weren't the slightest bit stingy with their praise to Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian is still too rash. Yeah, if it was in another 2 years, he might be able to surpass senior brother Lu Shizhe. He was too impatient. Before long, some of the inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh, as they felt pity for Duan Ling Tian. As far as they were concerned, even if Duan Ling Tian was able to kill Fan Jian today, it would still be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to survive. After all, besides Fan Jian, Duan Ling Tian still had to face Lu Shizhe, who was an inner court disciple at the nascent soul stage. The corners of Lu Shiji's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw Duan Ling Tian ascend the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian, you're really bold, actually daring to ascend the life and death arena. Today, I, Lu Shifei, will send you off. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Lu Shifei, then paid no attention to him and instead shot his gaze at Fan Jian, who was behind Lu Shizhe. In the eyes of the spectators, Duan Ling Tian's target wasn't Lu Shizhe but was Fan Jian instead. Fan Jian's face went pale when he noticed Duan Ling Tian's burning gaze, and his heart felt oppressed. Before Duan Ling Tian, who was similarly at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, he felt that his entire cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage was a cultivation only in name. Fan Jian, that day, out of respect for Elder Lu Chu, I intended to forgive and forget the grudges between us. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it properly. Today, I won't be merciful again. Coldness arose within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and his speech contained bone-piercing icy coldness mixed within. Chapter 363, Lu Shizhe, dead. Everyone present could deeply feel the rage within Duan Ling Tian's words. Fan Jian's face went pale as he hurriedly hid behind Lu Shizhe, as he was extremely afraid that Duan Ling Tian would suddenly launch a killing blow at him. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly the instant move, his entire figure tearing through the air as he flashed out. Dust suffused the air in everywhere he passed. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he directly flashed out to Fan Jian's location, and Lu Shizhe, who stood before Fan Jian, was completely disregarded by him. Suddenly, a narrow sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Ling Tian's hand. At the instant this narrow sword appeared, the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian instantly increased by 45 ancient mammoth silhouettes, the strength of 165 ancient mammoths. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Exclamations in surprise rose and fell all around the life and death arena, as they were all shocked by the narrow sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The amplification of strength of this narrow sword is almost 40%. It was obviously a grade 6 spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian has a grade 6 spirit sword. Where did junior brother Duan Ling Tian get a grade 6 spirit sword? Zheng Song had an astonished expression. This grade 6 spirit sword was left behind by the withered old man that was killed by Zhang Shouyang at the ancient city of Everlast's Eternal Jade Restaurant. Zhang Shouyang had gifted this grade 6 spirit sword that was his spoils from the battle to Duan Ling Tian, and it had become the strongest weapon in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Big brother Lu, save me. Even though he'd hid behind Lu Shizhe, Fan Jian still didn't feel safe at all. Now, when he saw Duan Ling Tian withdrawing a grade 6 spirit sword and exerting the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, he was completely terrified. His heart was utterly incapable of arising the thought of resistance. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was slightly cold and his body was like a spirit serpent as he circled past Lu Shizhe, and the sword in his hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning, flying straight towards Fan Jian's throat, desiring to kill Fan Jian with a single sword strike. You're courting death. At the beginning, Lu Shizhe was distracted by the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Now that he'd recovered from his shock, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand transformed into a sword light as it directly flashed towards the narrow sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He wanted to blast away the narrow sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand and save Fan Jian. Cloudpeak sword technique. The sword light in Lu Shiji's hand was swift to the limit, and as it flashed out, it seemed to carry along the strength to split mountains. At the same time, above Lu Shizhe, over 250 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. The strength of this sword strike of Lu Shiji's was an entire 90+ ancient mammoths worth of strength, stronger than the strength on Duan Ling Tian's sword. His sword flashed out like a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds had smashed down with a bang, and this was precisely secret of the Cloudpeak sword technique. When Duan Ling Tian was chasing after Fan Jian, he seemed as if he'd disregarded Lu Shifei, but his heart was completely on Lu Shizhe. So, Duan Ling Tian noticed Lu Shizhe striking out with his sword at the first possible moment. When Duan Ling Tian noticed that the grade 7 spirit sword in Lu Shiji's hand was nearing towards his sword, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer, and mixed within his sneer was traces that implied his scheme was successful. Right when the gazes of everyone surrounding the life and death arena squinted and descended onto Duan Ling Tian, wanting to see if Duan Ling Tian was able to disperse that sword strike of Lu Shizhe. Bring it on! Duan Ling Tian suddenly shouted out lightly. In the next moment, every noticed that Duan Ling Tian's figure that was flashing towards Fan Jian had suddenly trembled, then like a nimble spirit serpent, he twisted in a curve to move to intercept Lu Shizhe, who was attacking him. The grade 6 spirit sword abruptly changed course as it transformed into a swifter bolt of lightning, and Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he was waiting for this moment for a long time. Not good. Lu Shizhe was originally filled with confidence, But when he saw Duan Ling Tian suddenly changing direction and Duan Ling Tian's sword flashing straight towards him, a bad omen arose within his heart. There was only two possibilities why Duan Ling Tian dared do this. Number 1. Duan Ling Tian was confident. Number 2. Duan Ling Tian was courting death. Obviously, Duan Ling Tian wasn't the type of person who would court death. But now that the situation was dangerous, even if Lu Shizhe was uneasy in his heart and had realized that something had changed, he could still only brace himself and charge forward. The sword strike that was heavy like a peak that pierced into the clouds moved to greet Duan Ling Tian's sword strike that followed Lu Shizhe like a shadow. The strength of over 250 ancient mammoth silhouettes exploded out completely. Die! Lu Shiji's eyes revealed a vicious gaze as the sword in his hand fiercely descended. He didn't think that Duan Ling Tian's ability of defeating a stronger opponent with a weaker cultivation would be able to surpass the gap of the strength of 90+ ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm as he commanded inwardly. Instantly, the origin energy atop the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand raged as it started to vibrate with a frequency that grew higher and higher. And it greeted the sword strike of Lu Shizhe that was heavy like a peak that pierced into the clouds. Instantly, the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand collided with the sword in Lu Shiji's hand. In this instant, time seemed as if it had completely frozen. Around the life and death arena, the crowd of inner court disciples and inner court elders opened their eyes wide and held their breaths as they stared at the scene before them. The strength of Duan Ling Tian's sword strike was comparable to the strength of 165 ancient mammoths. The strength of Lu Shiji's sword strike was comparable to the strength of 250+ ancient mammoths. Such a difference in strength that was without suspense. If it was any ordinary time, they would all think that Lu Shiji's strength was sufficient to easily attain victory. But today, the person Lu Shizhe had encountered was Duan Ling Tian, the legendary disciple of the 7-star sword sect. The legendary disciple who had once used a strength weaker than his opponent to kill many existences that were much stronger than him. They were curious in their heart. Today, would it be Lu Shiji's formidable strength that crushed Duan Ling Tian and even killed Duan Ling Tian? Or would it be Duan Ling Tian who created a miracle once again, and used a weaker strength to overcome a stronger strength, turning defeat into victory and killing Lu Shizhe? Everyone stared intently at this scene. They knew that the result was about to surface. Of course, more than 90% of the people amongst them didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to create another miracle. After all, the difference was too great. A difference of over 90 ancient mammoths, this was practically a gap that could not be passed. No matter what were the thoughts of the crowd of people surrounding the life and death arena, the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand had collided with the grade 7 spirit sword in Lu Shiji's hand after all. The two terrifying forces fiercely collided at almost the exact same moment. Origin energy shook the air and a formidable aura spread out to transform into a gust of wind that swept through the entire life and death arena, causing the dust on the life and death arena to rise and suffuse into the air. The vibration of the origin energy atop the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand had surged to the limit. The quake energy had risen to the limit and twisted out. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable shrill cry tore through the sky, and accompanying it was the sound of an iron weapon dropping onto the ground. Right when the surrounding crowd of people hadn't had the time to react to this sudden development, everyone clearly saw Duan Ling Tian's body trembled before instantly shooting towards Lu Shizhe, who was blasted to retreat. The sword strike, which contained vibrating origin energy, entered into Lu Shifei's chest like it was piercing through dried leaves, going straight through Lu Shifei. Fresh blood shot out violently, as if it has condensed into numerous eye-piercing red roses. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand to put away his sword, and Lu Shiji's body swayed a few times before falling to die on the ground with everlasting regret and a pair of eyes that were still wide open. Lu Shizhe, dead. Duan Ling Tian stood beside Lu Shiji's corpse, not moving like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an invincible god of war. After the surroundings of the life and death arena was deathly silent for a while, it was completely seething with excitement. Senior brother Lu Shizhe is dead. Oh my god. The strength of his sword strength was comparable to the strength of 250+ ancient mammoths, but it was actually smashed by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's sword strike seemed to only possess the strength of 165 ancient mammoths. Right, he was actually still able to defeat an opponent with a stronger strength even when the difference was the strength of 90+ ancient mammoths. The crowd of inner court disciples were all shocked. Even those inner court elders now looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes that contained slight astonishment. Although they'd heard of Duan Ling Tian's deeds in the past, seeing and hearing were two completely different things. A difference of 90+ ancient mammoths. When he heard the astonished discussion of the crowd of inner court disciples, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a faint arc. Since he'd cultivated the third form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Worm Python form, to perfection, his quake energy had increased to the limit. Its scope of effect was within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of Duan Ling Tian's opponent hadn't surpassed him by the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths, then his quake energy would be effective. Lu Shiji's strength at full capacity was indeed strong, and was comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths. However, it still didn't drag open a difference of over 100 ancient mammoths in strength from Duan Ling Tian. So, the moment Duan Ling Tian's quake energy was utilized, he'd still died. Moreover, even when Duan Ling Tian relied on the grade 6 spirit sword to exert a strength of 165 ancient mammoths, he was still holding back. After all, the base strength that Duan Ling Tian was able to exert now wasn't the strength of 120 ancient mammoths that ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artists possessed, and was instead the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. From the beginning until the end, he still held back the strength of 11 ancient mammoths when he made a move against Lu Shijie. This strength of 11 ancient mammoths, if amplified via a grade 6 spirit sword, it would be the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian had held back the strength of an entire 15 ancient mammoths. Even then, Lu Shijie was still killed by him, a straightforward sword strike that directly killed Lu Shijie. The knot in Duan Ling Tian's heart was completely opened after he killed Lu Shijie. He's used his own strength to make Lu Shijie pay for what he had done that day, pay a price of his life. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard a gust of wind sound out by his ears. When he glanced over, he noticed that Fan Jian, who was dumbstruck earlier, had recovered from his shock, and desired to flash down from the life and death arena to flee. Want to flee? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer, then his figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into wind. The origin energy beneath his feet vibrated slightly, with a frequency that grew higher by the moment. When Duan Ling Tian's utilized the quake energy on his feet, his speed had become more than 50% swifter than usual, and in the blink of an eye, he'd chased up to Fan Jian to block Fan Jian's path. The instant Fan Jian stopped his movement when he saw Duan Ling Tian appear before him, his face went ghastly pale. Duan Ling Tian, let me off. I guarantee that I won't go against you in the future. I won't dare do it again. Chapter 364, Zhao Lin's background. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was incomparably calm when faced with Fan Jian begging for mercy. Fan Jian, I've said it before. I gave you a chance, it was you yourself who didn't cherish us properly. Since it's like that, then go to hell with Lu Shijie. No. When he realized Duan Ling Tian wouldn't let him off, Fan Jian revealed a savage expression as he shouted out explosively, then the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as he charged to the other side, desiring to flee. Idiot. Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm as he once again stomped out with quake energy on his feet, and his speed was so fast that he was even swifter than an ordinary first-level nascent soul-stage martial artist. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Fan Jian. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was slightly cold as the narrow sword he held in his hand lightly trembled. The sword strike that was swift like lightning easily swept past Fan Jian's throat, and fresh blood shot out to cover the sky. Fan Jian's body that was charging forward stopped halfway, then it was carried out by momentum to fiercely plunge down, tumbling on the ground to drag out a long trail of blood. Silent. The scene was deadly silent. The gazes of everyone couldn't help but descend onto the young man that stood on the life and death arena. This young man had created a miracle once again. In a head-on confrontation, he'd used a cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage to kill a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist and a 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist. It was simply inconceivable. Duan Ling Tian searched the corpses of Lu Shijie and Fan Jian for a moment, taking their spatial rings and spirit weapons before walking down from the life and death arena with satisfaction to rejoin Zheng Song's side. Meanwhile, Zheng Song had recovered from his shock and he had a bitter smile on his face as he gazed at Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, you really amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Senior brother Zheng Song is the peak master at Mizar Hall. I just happened to want to ask him for a cup of tea. Let's go. Zheng Song nodded with a smile, then called Duan Ling Tian before leaving the life and death arena. Everywhere they passed, the crowd of inner court disciples respectfully opened up a path. Only when Duan Ling Tian's figure disappeared before their eyes did the deathly silent surroundings of the life and death arena recover its bustling state. The gazes of most people descended onto the two corpses atop the life and death arena. Lu Shizhe and Fan Jian are truly unfortunate. They actually offended that malefic existence. According to my knowledge, it seems that very few disciple who defended that malefic existence are able to live. I really never imagined that after Duan Ling Tian broke through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, he was even able to kill a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Yeah, it's truly unbelievable. Even more shocking was that he actually possesses a grade 6 spirit sword. After all, even in our 7-star sword sect, there aren't many grade 6 spirit weapons. Moreover, they're all in the control of the various peak masters and guardian elders. In the past, Duan Ling Tian was only a famous outer court disciple. After today, his name is bound to spread throughout the inner court. All the discussions of the inner court disciples were filled with shock towards Duan Ling Tian's strength. On the way to Mizar Hall, Zheng Song asked Duan Ling Tian, "Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, when did you return?" Duan Ling Tian smiled. "I just returned." Just returned. Zheng Song couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. "You just returned and you went to look for Lu Shizhe? Looks like you really weren't willing to wait for even a moment. But your improvement is too shocking. 1 year ago, you weren't even able to fight back against Lu Shizhe. 1 year later, you killed him on the life and death arena in only one move." As he finished speaking, slight fear couldn't help but arise within the eyes of Zheng Song, this third-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian's ability was truly too strange. It was difficult to fathom. Duan Ling Tian smiled. "It's not bad, I barely improved slightly. Barely improved slightly." The corners of Zheng Song's mouth twitched when he heard this. This junior brother Duan Ling Tian will really not stop until his words astonish someone. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian and Zheng Song had arrived at Mizar Hall, atop the pavilion in Mizar Hall. Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Amongst the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, only Zheng Fan was close to him. "When did you return, kid?" Zheng Fan laughed heartily. "I returned today, and I came to ask for a cup of tea from Peak Master." Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly. Zheng Fan's brows knit. As he started to get busy preparing the tea set, he asked curiously, "Where did you go during this year?" Duan Ling Tian didn't hold back and said straightforwardly, "The ancient city of Everlast." The ancient city of Everlast. Zheng Fan was surprised. "You actually went to such a faraway place. That place is extremely chaotic. Kid, you're really too brave to even dare to go there." Zheng Fang didn't know that Duan Ling Tian had had the protection of a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist when he went there, and when Duan Ling Tian returned, he even had the protection of a void initiation stage expert. Otherwise he wouldn't be so alarmed about it. Zheng Fen poured a cup of tea for Duan Ling Tian, then he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian as he asked, "Your cultivation has increased again during this year, right?" Duan Ling Tian hadn't even spoken. "Father, junior brother Duan Ling Tian is already a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist. Not only that, he already ascended the life and death arena as soon as he returned today and killed Lu Shizhe there." Meanwhile, Zheng Song had walked into the pavilion as well and sat by Duan Ling Tian's side as he said with a smile. Zheng Fan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zheng Song. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian with an astonished expression. "You're currently able to kill a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage." Duan Ling Tian laughed. "It's just that my luck was good." Luck. As the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan naturally knew that it was impossible that this was luck. "Duan Ling Tian, you're too modest. Although I know of your ability to defeat an opponent stronger than yourself, I never imagined that you're actually even able to kill a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist." 9th-level origin core stage martial artist killed a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. If it was in the past, he would entirely not believe it. But now, he wasn't surprised in the slightest when all this happened to Duan Ling Tian, as the mysteriousness of Duan Ling Tian was something he'd experienced for a long time now. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, then he picked up the teacup and savored the fragrant tea. After a short moment, Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said slowly, "Duan Ling Tian, what conflict do you have with Zhao Lin?" "Zan Lin." Duan Ling Tian's brows knit as he asked in a low voice. Peak Master, when I left 1 year ago, could it be that Zhao Lin really did chase after me? Zheng Fan nodded. Exactly, but at the critical moment, he was stopped by me. In the end, he could only obediently return to the 7-star sword sect. His appearance at that time seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he killed you. Duan Ling Tian eyes flickered with a cold light. Zhao Lin. You really don't learn. Zheng Fan continued. Duan Ling Tian, if the matter between you and Zhao Lin is difficult to disclose, it's alright if you don't speak of it. But I still want to remind you, Zhao Lin is not to be trifled with. As he spoke up to this point, Zheng Fan's tone contained slight fear. Isn't he just an outer court disciple of Megrez Peak? Duan Ling Tian frowned and was slightly puzzled. How could it be so simple? Zheng Fan shook his head. Do you think a mere Megrez Peak outer court elder is capable of making the outer court martial competition I presided over become a life and death battle? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The changing of the outer court martial competition to a life and death battle that time was related to Zhao Lin. Zheng Fan nodded. He has such great capability. Duan Ling Tian frowned. When he recalled the outer court martial competition from that day, he remembered that Zhao Lin was indeed present at that time. Zhao Lin and Shi Hao had come together, and Zhao Lin only left after Shi Hao was killed by him. Looks like Zhao Lin ought to have colluded with Shi Hao that time and had achieved some sort of agreement against me. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had guessed many things. Some of his past questions had been completely revealed. Zheng Fan shook his head. If Zhao Lin is only an outer court elder, he naturally doesn't have such capability. But the existence behind him isn't simple. Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that when Zheng Fan spoke up to this point, his expression had become serious. Could it be that the sect leader is behind him? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he asked. In the 7-star sword sect, there wasn't many people that was able to make Zheng Fan feel afraid. It isn't the sect leader. Zheng Fan shook his head, and at the same time that Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, he continued. But, there isn't much difference between that existence and the sect leader. Duan Ling Tian's mood that had just eased up was once again agitated and he said with a bitter smile, Peak Master, stop beating around the bush and speak frankly. I'm not beating around the bush, I just want you to understand the existence behind Zhao Lin. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if you have heard of the 2 guardian elders of our 7-star sword sect. Guardian elders. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted as his face sank. Peak Master, you wouldn't be wanting to tell me that Zhao Lin is related to the guardian elder, right? Duan Ling Tian had heard Lu Chu mention the 2 guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect some time ago. Although he didn't know much about the guardian elders, he knew that the place the 2 guardian elders cultivated was respectively one of the 9 spirit points in the 7-star sword sect. Not only that, the status of the guardian elders was special within the 7-star sword sect, and to a certain extent they were equal to the sect leader. Moreover, because of their seniority, even the 7-star sword sect's leader had to respectfully address them as martial uncle when he met them. Exactly. Zheng Fan nodded. Zhao Lin is the grandson of one of the 2 guardian elders of our 7-star sword sect, Elder Ming. The son of Elder Ming died long ago, so he's especially doting on this only grandson of his. Just like the sudden change of rules of the outer court martial competition, it was precisely because Zhao Lin had gone to ask Elder Ming. Of course, he didn't tell Elder Ming that all this was directed at you, and he only said that he hoped that the outer court martial competition was able to stimulate the potential and survival instinct of the outer court disciples in this way. Stimulate the potential and survival instinct of the outer court disciples. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer when he heard of Zhao Lin's excuse, the excuse of that Zhao Lin is indeed honorable. I never expected that Zhao Lin would have such a background. I still thought that he was only an ordinary outer court elder. Duan Ling Tian's heart slightly sank. Chapter 365, Windworm Form. After he bid farewell to Zheng Fan and Zheng Song, Duan Ling Tian left Mizar Hall, yet his mood was slightly heavy. Zhao Lin's background caused him to feel fear. Before long, he seemed to have thought of something and he heaved a sigh of relief. What am I thinking so much for? It's fine if that Zhao Lin doesn't come provoke me, but if he does cause trouble, then I, Duan Ling Tian, am not easily offended. A strand of cold light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Presently, his spiritual force had already advanced to the breakthrough point between the nascent soul stage and the void-prying stage, and he was only a step away from advancing his spiritual force to the void-prying stage. Once his spiritual force broke through to the void-prying stage, he would be able to inscribe even stronger inscriptions that were sufficient to deal with void-prying stage martial artists. Since he straightened out his thinking, Duan Ling Tian's mood became free from worry and he took large strides towards the Megrez Peak. Today, he killed Lu Shizhe and Fan Jian, and it could be considered as fulfilling a wish of his. Today, when Lu Shizhe launched a sneak attack against him, he'd guessed Lu Shiji's intentions and knew that Lu Shizhe was sounding him out. After Lu Shizhe sounded him out, he noticed the killing intent in Lu Shiji's eyes. He understood that Lu Shizhe wanted to kill him. In this way, Duan Ling Tian made use of the opportunity, and not only did he cheat Lu Shizhe to ascend the life and death arena, but even the initiator of all this, Fan Jian, was cheated up the life and death arena by him as well. When Lu Shizhe and Fan Jian ascended the life and death arena, they were doomed to meet their end. Duan Ling Tian naturally would show no mercy towards two people that wanted to kill him, so he completely cut off the weeds by the roots. Megrez Peak, Duan Ling Tian, I'm back. Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the chain bridge that headed to Megrez Peak and his brows raised as he gazed at Megrez Peak that shot into the sky and was concealed within the mist and clouds. After passing across the chain bridge, Duan Ling Tian stepped foot on the platform of Megrez Peak. Everywhere he passed, all the Megrez Peak disciples respectfully bowed to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied to all of them with a smile, then walked into Megrez Peak. The group of Megrez Peak disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they gazed at Duan Ling Tian's disappearing figure. It's been 1 year since we saw senior brother Duan Ling Tian, but it feels like his cultivation seemed to have advanced again. You're even able to perceive this. Hehe, I guessed it. Actually, it isn't difficult to guess. With the senior brother Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao, even if he hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, he has surely already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage after 1 year. Right when the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples were discussing animatedly. Breaking news. Breaking news. A sound that was like a thunderclap that contained origin energy spread through the entire surroundings of the Megrez Peak Trade Hall. Instantly, everyone looked towards the source of the sound. A Megrez Peak disciple had an excited expression as he left the chain bridge and stepped onto Megrez Peak. Just a little bit ago today, senior brother Duan Ling Tian used his cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage to kill the 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple, Fan Jian, and the 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shizhe, on the life and death arena. After the Megrez Peak disciple successfully drew the gazes of everyone, he let out the hot gossip. Instantly, the surroundings of the trade hall were deathly silent. Duan Ling Tian killing Fan Jian, who was at the 9th level of the origin core stage, was not surprising to them, but that Lu Shizhe. What? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Shizhe? I heard that 1 year ago, Lu Shizhe launched 2 surprise attacks on senior brother Duan Ling Tian, and even heavily injured senior brother Duan Ling Tian and knocked him out. But I never expected that after 1 year, senior brother Duan Ling Tian would take revenge domineeringly and directly kill him. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is too strong. Even if 1 year has passed, senior brother Duan Ling Tian is 21 years old at most, right? When he's 21 years old, he killed a nascent soul stage martial artist. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even the entire Darkstone Empire, such a monster has never appeared before, right? For a time, Duan Ling Tian's reputation was like a sun that had shot into the sky. Now, amongst the Megrez Peak disciples, perhaps there were some who didn't know the name of the Peak Master, Wu Dao, but Duan Ling Tian's name was something everyone knew. Now that his spiritual force has broken through to the point that it was on the verge of breaking through to the void-prying stage, Duan Ling Tian was already capable of easily detecting the aura of a void-prying stage martial artist. Even if a void-prying stage martial artist were to follow him, he would still be able to notice them. So when he returned to the stalactite cave on the peak of Megrez Peak, he didn't have to be as cautious as before and circle around Megrez Peak for a long time. After he stretched out his spiritual force and noticed no one was following him, Duan Ling Tian returned to the stalactite cave. Within the stalactite cave, another 2 drops of 10,000-year stalactite milk were within the pool. 2 drops in a year. Collecting another bottle is by no means easy. Duan Ling Tian shook the pill bottle in his hand as he shook his head and laughed. Before long, Duan Ling Tian sat on the stone platform and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't cultivate. Presently, the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique's third form, the Worm Python form had already been cultivated to perfection by him. If he wanted to continue cultivating, then he must familiarize himself with the records of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique that were contained within the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. The fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique was the Wind Worm form. Now, Duan Ling Tian was seriously comprehending the mental cultivation method of the Wind Worm form. The Wind Worm form contained a high-grade Earth rank martial skill attached to it, Whirlwind. When Duan Ling Tian completely understood the Wind Worm form, he couldn't help but be stunned. According to the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, once he started cultivating the Wind Worm form, he would be able to start cultivating the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind. It was to the extent that he could rely on Whirlwind to comprehend force. Normally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists that have overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation are able to come into initial contact with it. An Earth rank martial skill can only reveal its might after one comprehends force and is able to control force like one's arm. Normally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists are able to cultivate an Earth rank martial skill. The memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor flashed within Duan Ling Tian's mind. But, according to the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, if he were to cultivate according to the Wind Worm form created by the Rebirth Martial Emperor, he would be able to cultivate the Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, that was attached with it in advance, and rely on it to comprehend wind force. Wind force belonged to the force of nature, and it was similarly divided into elementary force, half-step advanced force, and advanced force. Once he comprehends advanced wind force, then a further step of improvement would be to comprehend wind concept. Wind concept was similar to the earth concept that Zhang Shouyang had comprehended. They were both concepts of nature. I truly never expected. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a short moment before revealing a smile. As expected of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique that the Rebirth Martial Emperor experiences 2 lifetimes to create, the super cultivation method that transcends top cultivation methods. It's actually able to allow one to start comprehending force at the nascent soul stage. It's simply unbelievable. Duan Ling Tian clearly knew what comprehending force at the nascent soul stage meant. For example, once he comprehended wind force when he was at the first level of the nascent soul stage, then once he utilized his elementary wind force, he would obtain a strength of an extra 200 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended half-step wind force, his strength would obtain an addition of the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended advanced wind force, his strength would obtain an addition of the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. What sort of idea was that? After all, even a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist only had a strength comparable to 1,200 ancient mammoths before being amplified by a spirit weapon. If I'm able to comprehend advanced wind force when I'm at the first level of the nascent soul stage, then no one beneath the void-prying stage would be a match for me. Duan Ling Tian's heart shook as he thought in his heart. Of course, he knew that all this was only his imagination. Comprehending force was an extremely long process. Besides requiring an extremely high comprehension ability, it still required extremely strong willpower and consistent hard work. The biggest feature of the first form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Spirit Serpent form, was to temper my body's flexibility. The biggest feature of the second form, the Raging Python form, was to temper my body and allow my body to possess the strength of a raging python. The biggest feature of the third form, the Worm Python form, was to bestow me with quake energy that merged with my origin energy to allow me to defeat a stronger opponent when I'm weaker. Duan Ling Tian recalled the cultivation he'd gone through up to this point and he slightly pondered. Now, the biggest feature of the fourth form, the Wind Worm form, is to allow me to cultivate whirlwind and comprehend wind force, to possess the speed of a wind wyrm. Duan Ling Tian's mood surged and it couldn't calm down for a long time. The Wind Worm form gave him too great of a shock. Nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending wind force. I truly can't wait. Duan Ling Tian slowly calmed down his restless mood. After he calmed down, he started cultivating. Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Wind Worm form. When Duan Ling Tian calmed down and started cultivating, he didn't know that the matter of him killing the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shizhe, had practically spread throughout the entire 7-star sword sect. Dubi Peak, Merrick Hall. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent is not bad indeed. In only a year, He killed Lu Shizhe and took revenge for what happened a year ago. A blue-clothed middle-aged man looked at a white-clothed young man. Shui Feng, I know you don't get along with him. But, don't go offend this Duan Ling Tian anymore in the future. Master, you said he killed Lu Shizhe. Hu Shui Feng's face went pale and he had an expression of disbelief. He naturally knew who Lu Shizhe was. That was an inner court disciple who was quite famous in the Seven-Star Sword sect, and his cultivation had stepped into the first level of the nascent soul stage. Lu Shizhe could be considered as one of the top disciples within the Seven-Star Sword sect that were under 30. But now, Lu Shizhe was killed by the Duan Ling Tian that he hated to the bones. He wasn't willing to believe it. Yes, the blue-clothed middle-aged man was the peak master of Merrick Peak, and he nodded lightly. Duan Ling Tian has extraordinary natural talent, and I'm afraid it won't be long before the sect leader takes him as a personal disciple. Remember, don't go offend him anymore. Sect leader, Hu Shui Feng's face went grim, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. But he knew that he had no choice. Duan Ling Tian was someone that he was completely couldn't afford to offend. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian had no backer right now, but in the future, Duan Ling Tian's backer might even be the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Chapter 366, 100 million gold. Did you hear what I said? The peak master of Merrick Peak spoke in a slightly low and deep voice when he saw Hu Shui Feng nod, replying after a long time. Yes, master. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he could only agree and silently say in his heart, Duan Ling Tian, since my master doesn't allow me to touch you, then I'll spare your lowly life for now. Hu Shui Feng currently seemed to have completely forgotten. He was never a match for Duan Ling Tian. Not in the past, and not now either. Alcade Hall. The cultivation location of the Alcade Peak's master. A dignified and graceful figure rose into the sky and descended into the pavilion, then looked at the young woman that leaned on the side of the pavilion as she longingly gazed at the sky. The figure lightly called out, "Care." The voice was filled with doting. The young woman returned to her senses, then looked at the beautiful woman that had suddenly appeared in the pavilion and respectfully bowed. Master, Care, the Duan Ling Tian that you think of constantly has returned. The beautiful woman lightly smiled. Master, you said young master has returned. When the young woman heard the beautiful woman, her delicate figure lightly trembled as her beautiful eyes lit up, and a wisp of a smile of extremely unexpected joy had appeared on her drop-dead gorgeous face. This young woman was precisely K.Er. Since she'd returned 3 months ago and knew that Duan Ling Tian had left the Seven-Star Sword sect with Li Fei, she'd always been waiting for Duan Ling Tian to return. It had been nearly 2 years since she'd seen that man that she dreamt of day and night, and she missed him extremely in her heart. As for the beautiful woman that stood beside K.Er, her identity was obvious, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak. One of the vice sect leaders of the Seven-Star Sword sect. That Duan Ling Tian is extraordinary as well. He just returned today and he'd already ascended the life and death arena to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. The Peak Master of Alcade Peak sighed with emotion and her eyes reveal a sense of astonishment. It's difficult to imagine that his age is actually similar to yours. The natural talent in the martial Tao of this personal disciple of hers had already caused her to be extremely shocked, achieving the 8th level of the Origin Core stage at the mere age of 21. In the history of the Seven-Star Sword sect, such a monster had practically never appeared before. But now, Duan Ling Tian, the lover of her personal disciples, was similarly at the mere age of 21, but he was already a 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist and even had the ability to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Such achievements in battle were simply astounding. Master, young master is fine, right? She didn't care who Duan Ling Tian killed. What she cared for the most was if Duan Ling Tian was alright. When she noticed K.Er's worry and anxiousness, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak shook her head. Don't worry, he's safe and sound. Allegedly, that first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple was killed by him in a single move. It's truly unbelievable. As she finished speaking, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak looked at K.Er and asked, K.Er, do you know what ability he relied on to defeat an opponent who's stronger? K.Er shook her head and a wisp of adoration appeared on her extremely beautiful face. Young master has always been extremely formidable. No matter how hard K.Er works, I'm unable to catch up to him. Now only did what K.Er say not contain a shred of jealousy, she was instead happy for Duan Ling Tian, and this caused the Peak Master of Alcade Peak to be unable to refrain from sighing to herself. This disciple of mine has really completely given her heart to Duan Lingtian. Now I'm interested in meeting him." The peak master of Alcade Peak lightly smiled as she said to K.Er, and her words were filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian. K.Er lightly bit her lower lip and had a delicate and touching appearance as she asked in a light voice. "Master, I want to go see young master." "Go." The peak master of Alcade Peak lightly smiled and nodded. "Little girl, during this past 3 months, you were longing for him and have even neglected your cultivation quite a bit. You've caused Master to be anxious to the point that even Master wants to personally go capture him and bring him here." "Master, you're making fun of me again." K.Er was embarrassed to the point her face blushed red and she fled. Only after leaving Alcade Hall did K.Er remember that she didn't know where the young master cultivated at. I'll go look for big sister Li Fei first, since young master has returned, she's surely returned as well. When she thought of this, K.Er headed towards Alcade Peak. All along the way, K.Er's beautiful figure and unrivaled appearance drew the gazes of many lascivious men. So beautiful, she seems to be the personal disciple that the Peak Master or Alcade Peak took 2 years ago. Looks like this young woman doesn't just have a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, her natural talent in the martial Tao is extremely high as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone as formidable as the Peak Master of Alcade Peak to take her as a personal disciple. Yeah, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak is one of the few experts of our 7-star sword sect. Besides the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders, her strength is the strongest amongst the other Peak Masters of the other 6 great outer court sword peaks. The crowd of inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they only reluctantly withdrew their gazes after the beautiful figure disappeared before their eyes. Megrez Peak, Stalactite Cave. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he'd cultivated for. Only when he felt his 9th level origin core stage cultivation couldn't advance any further did he open his eyes and spit out a mouthful of foul air. It's a great gap between the 9th level of the origin core stage to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage. Even with my current natural talent, it's difficult to break through without a few months of bitter cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. No matter what, I must break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and his eyes flashed, and within it was an extra sense of persistence. Of course, although Duan Lingtian hoped he was able to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, he knew that once he'd stopped during the process of cultivation, then he must temporarily stop cultivating and calm his mind down. Otherwise, it would accomplish the opposite, and would be harmful, not helpful. So hungry. Duan Lingtian rubbed his stomach, then withdrew some fresh meat from his spatial ring and started roasting it. After he finished eating his fill, he walked out of the stalactite cave. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to leave the cave passage and stand on the tilted tree. The sunlight passed through the clouds and mist above him to scatter dots of sunlight onto Duan Lingtian, causing him to feel traces of warmth. I wonder if K.Er has returned. I'll go look for Li Fei first. After he extended his spiritual force out and affirmed that no one was atop the peak of Megrez Peak, Duan Lingtian kicked off the tilted tree and jumped onto the peak before heading down the mountain. Before long, he'd arrived nearby the trade hall. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice, and when he raised his head to look over, the Megrez Peak disciple opposite him nodded with a smile to him. This Megrez Peak disciple was none other than Yi Xiaobei. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, can I have a word? Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a trace of a burning luster. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he walked with Yi Xiaobei to an empty space nearby the trade hall, then went straight to the point. Is there something you need? Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm the grandson of the president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, and I want to invite you to join our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Of course, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company won't restrain senior brother's freedom, and you just have to put your name amongst the ranks of our Jade Magnolia Trading Company to become an honored elder. So long as senior brother is willing, then Jade Magnolia Trading Company will send senior brother a salary of 10 million gold every year. As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, as he awaited Duan Lingtian's reply. 10 million gold a year. He believed that Duan Lingtian ought to not refuse such a great temptation. Yi Xiaobei's invitation had exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectation. Only putting my name amongst the ranks of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company and I can obtain a salary of 10 million gold a year. It sounded rather good. Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall that the Jade Magnolia Trading Company was the trading company that the father and son pair of Sha Dou and Sha Guang were from. Sha Dou, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. A few days ago, Sha Dou had wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian for the sake of avenging his son. In the end, Sha Dou was killed by Zhang Shouyang. This Yi Xiaobei is the grandson of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's president. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yi Xiaobei in surprise. No wonder Yi Xiaobei was able to casually withdraw 10 million gold to toss at the Megrez Peak disciple the other day. Moreover, according to what he said, he seemed to be carrying more than 10 million gold on him. At that time, he only thought that Yi Xiaobei's identity wasn't simple. Now it would seem that his guess wasn't wrong in the slightest. Even that Sha Dou was only the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Whereas the grandfather of Yi Xiaobei was instead the president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the person that truly controlled the trading company. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei as he said slowly, a salary of 10 million gold every year. Your Jade Magnolia Trading Company is quite generous, being willing to spend so much money to support an unconcerned person like me. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, a straightforward person, doesn't resort to insinuations. Our Jade Magnolia Trading Company is certain of senior brother's potential. Perhaps, senior brother isn't worth this price at this moment, but you'll be worth more than this in the future. Yi Xiaobei said frankly and openly. He was extremely straightforward. What the Jade Magnolia Trading Company took a fancy on wasn't the current Duan Ling Tian, but the Duan Ling Tian after he'd matured. Now, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company seemed to be suffering a loss. But once Duan Ling Tian had fully matured, then not only would the Jade Magnolia Trading Company recover its investment, it would even be able to profit greatly. Moreover, they could be on friendly terms with Duan Ling Tian in advance. To the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, this had every advantage and no drawback. You're quite straightforward. Duan Ling Tian had a rather favorable impression from Yi Xiaobei's straightforwardness, but he still shook his head. But I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I'm not interested in becoming an honored elder of your Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Yi Xiaobei was stunned as he never expected that Duan Ling Tian would refuse him so cleanly. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, will you not consider it a bit more? So long as you're willing, our Jade Magnolia Trading Company is even able to pay 10 years of salary to you in advance. An advance of salary of 10 years, 0.10 million gold per year. 10 years would be 100 million gold. Needless to say, these conditions were indeed tempting. At least, Duan Ling Tian was tempted, as the combined wealth in his possession wasn't even half of 100 million gold. Sorry. Duan Ling Tian still shook his head and refused Yi Xiaobei. Although he'd once been in conflict with the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Sha Dou and his son, he didn't have any bad impressions of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. He refused Yi Xiaobei only purely because he didn't want to join the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Chapter 367. Soul Severe Fruit. Although Yi Xiaobei said that Duan Ling Tian didn't have to do anything for the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, but as the common saying goes, gifts blind the eyes. Once he took the money of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company and became their honored elder, then based on his character, he would surely not watch on when the Jade Magnolia Trading Company encountered any trouble in the future. So, Duan Ling Tian chose to refuse. He knew earlier in his heart that once he agreed to Yi Xiaobei's invitation, then he would undoubtedly be carrying a responsibility. He didn't want to bear such a responsibility for the sake of money. Not to mention he temporarily didn't lack money. Even if he did, he had plenty of ways to earn money. Looks like our Jade Magnolia Trading Company doesn't have the good fortune. Yi Xiaobei sighed when he realized Duan Ling Tian's resoluteness, and he thought in his heart at the same time. He can still remain unfazed even before 100 million gold, and even directly refuse my invitation. This senior brother Duan Ling Tian is no ordinary person, as expected. In next to no time, a smile once again hung on Yi Xiaobei's face. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, although the business deal wasn't successful, our friendship is still present. In the future, if you have anything that you need help with, then so long as it's within my ability, I will surely not refuse. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded, then he left with large strides, stepping onto the chain bridge to head towards Alcade Peak. Yi Xiaobei had a bitter smile on his face as he gazed at Duan Ling Tian's disappearing figure, and he sighed in his heart. Looks like grandfather is going to be disappointed. After Duan Ling Tian arrived at Alcade Peak, he went to the residence of Elder Bai. He'd only just entered the gorge when Duan Ling Tian saw two beautiful young women that were happily chatting together. The young women were engrossed in their chat and didn't notice him. When Duan Ling Tian saw one of the two young women, his gaze suddenly lit up, and his breathing became hurried. His heavy sounds of breathing had startled the two women. The two young women both looked over at the same time. Scoundrel! One of the young women stood up. She had an angelic face and devilish body, and a smile of pleasant surprise hung on her face. It was precisely Li Fei. Young master! The other young woman lost her composure as she exclaimed in a low voice, then her graceful figure moved to greet him. Duan Ling Tian opened his hands up and welcomed into his embrace, then tightly held her, as if he was deeply afraid she would leave. Young master, I missed you so much. Kair's voice was excited as she slowly raised her head, and her extremely beautiful face was covered in tears. Silly girl, I missed you too. Why are you crying? You ought to be happy. Duan Ling Tian helped Kair wipe the tears off her face, and at the same time that his face was covered in an expression of tender love, his heart ached slightly. Young master, I am happy. Kair spoke as she tightly embraced Duan Ling Tian, as if she was unwilling to let go forever. Silly girl. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a slight smile and his eyes were filled with extremely tender love. Li Fei stood in the distance and silently watched this scene. A light smile appeared on her face, but she didn't disturb them. Young master, why have you only come now? I've been staying here with big sister Li Fei for 2 days already. Kair tightly embraced Duan Ling Tian as she muttered. Scoundrel, Kair came over the day we returned, but we didn't know where you cultivated, so she temporarily stayed here with me. Li Fei explained. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then embraced Kair even more tightly. Silly girl, aren't I here now? Young master, you didn't come look for me after you returned, is it that you don't want to pay attention to Kair anymore? Kair raised her head, and her beautiful eyes that were like water were covered in a layer of mist, containing tears that would drop soon. Duan Ling Tian lightly shook his head. Silly girl, don't think of nonsense. Kair lightly nodded, then embraced Duan Ling Tian tightly as she enjoyed the peacefulness of this moment. However, this moment didn't last long. Only because in the next moment, an anxious voice sounded out to break this peaceful atmosphere. Junior sister, your man is in trouble. Accompanying this urgent voice was a beautiful figure that entered the gorge hastily. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian, Kair, and Li Fei looked at the person that had arrived. The scene before her caused Zuo Qing to be stunned on the spot. Senior sister, you said scoundrel is in trouble. Are you mistaken? Isn't scoundrel fine and well here? Li Fei had a puzzled and confused expression. Duan Ling Tian looked curiously at Zuo Qing as well. How did she know that he was in trouble? As for Kair, when Zuo Qing appeared, she was embarrassed to the point she temporarily left Duan Ling Tian's embrace. Her extremely beautiful face flushed a rosy red that was delicate and attractive, causing people to be unable to refrain from having the urge to go forward and give her a few kisses. Zuo Qing finally recovered from her shock, then looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bitter smile on her face. Why are you here? Can't I be here? What Zuo Qing said caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. Senior sister, has something happened? He was able to discern that Zuo Qing's breath was slightly short and she had obviously dashed all the way back here. You really don't know. Zuo Qing frowned when she saw Duan Ling Tian like this. Wait, that Wu Yongqian had obviously said that it was you who caused the death of the peak master of Megrez Peak, Wu Dao. Could it be that he was slinging mud at you? When Zuo Qing's words entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it caused him to be completely dumbstruck. He'd caused the death of the peak master of Megrez Peak, Wu Dao. It was Wu Yongqian who said it. The peak master of Megrez Peak is dead. Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The rose red on Kair's face gradually dispersed. She was slightly moved and her eyes revealed a strange expression. I heard from my master once, although the cultivation of the Megrez Peak's peak master, Wu Dao, is inferior to her, he's still a top martial artist amongst the 9th level of the void prying stage. How could he have died? The craziest thing is that Wu Yongqian or whatever actually said that scoundrel killed that Megrez Peak's master. Li Fei's face was covered in a layer of ice. That Wu Yongqian is obviously intentionally framing scoundrel. How could scoundrel possibly kill that peak master? Finally, Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock. The news Zuo Qing brought was too shocking. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zuo Qing as he asked curiously. Senior sister Zuo Qing, what actually happened? Currently, he urgently wanted to know the sequence of events of the matter, as he'd vaguely realized that this matter wasn't so simple. Zuo Qing caught her breath and said, "Earlier, I originally intended to buy some medicinal pills from the trade hall at the peak of Dubi Peak, but just when I descended the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall." As she spoke up to hear, Zuo Qing stopped and took a deep breath before continuing. "I saw that Wu Yongqian carrying his foster father on his shoulder. The corpse of the peak master of Megrez Peak, Wu Dao, arrived at the peak. He put down the corpse, then he himself knelt beside the corpse. Then he repeatedly said that it was you who caused his foster father's death. Moreover, he said that the sect leader would uphold justice for his foster father." Zuo Qing finished saying it all with a single breath. A wisp of shock appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard this. The peak master of Megrez Peak, Wu Dao, has really died. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought arose deep within his heart. For the sake of confirming his thoughts, Duan Lingtian looked at Zuo Qing and asked, "Senior sister, did you see the corpse of Wu Dao?" Zuo Qing nodded. "I did. If I didn't recognize him, I wouldn't dare confirm that he was dead. He is the peak master of our 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak after all, a formidable existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage." "He was killed by someone?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zuo Qing recalled her memories as she spoke. There weren't any obvious injuries on Wu Dao's body. His entire face was almost black, and his 7 apertures bled. It was more like he'd died from poison. Poison? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted unnoticeably. Was it really as I've guessed? Could it be that Wu Dao really found a soul-severe fruit in the primeval forest? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as his state of mind surged. He felt as if all of this was a dream. That day, when that Wu Dao had summoned him and asked him about his ability to utilize origin energy to defeat a stronger opponent, for the sake of stalling Wu Dao, he'd causally found an excuse. He said his origin energy had underwent an unusual change after consuming a type of spirit fruit from the primeval forest. Later on, for the sake of convincing Wu Dao, he'd casually spoke of the characteristics of the soul-severe fruit. At that time, as far as he was concerned, the soul-severe fruit was extremely rare even in the foreign lands, thus it was impossible for it to appear in the primeval forest. But today, that Wu Dao had died from poison, and that Wu Yongqian had repeatedly said that Wu Dao had died because of him. Wasn't all this too much of a coincidence? Could it be that there really was a soul-severe fruit in the primeval forest, and Wu Dao found it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think about this. If it really was like this, then wasn't Wu Dao really too unfortunate? The soul-severe fruit was an extremely special, highly toxic spirit fruit. Even the most experienced alchemist in the foreign lands, including the former rebirth martial emperor himself, was only able to discern the soul-severe fruit from its outwards appearance. If it was someone that wasn't able to discern it, then there was only one method to test if the soul-severe fruit contained poison: making a person or beast eat it to test it. Otherwise, no one was able to use any other method to determine the toxicity of the soul-severe fruit via testing. Even after the rebirth martial emperor became a royal-grade alchemist, he was still unable to determine the toxicity of the soul-severe fruit via testing. It could be imagined how deeply concealed was the poison of the soul-severe fruit. If that Wu Dao really consumed the soul-severe fruit and died, then he can only blame his own misfortune. Duan Lingtian said to himself. A soul-severe fruit was so difficult to come by. Even the rebirth martial emperor only had the luck to see it twice. Wu Dao being able to obtain a soul-severe fruit could only be said as Wu Dao having destiny with the soul-severe fruit. Zuo Qing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, why would that Wu Yongqian say you caused the death of the Megrez Peak's peak master? At that time, she'd clearly seen Wu Yongqian's hysterical appearance, and it didn't seem to be fake. Li Fei and Kair looked at Duan Lingtian as well. As far as they were concerned, they didn't care if the death of Wu Dao was related to Duan Lingtian. Even if Wu Dao's death was caused by Duan Lingtian, they would only think that Wu Dao deserved death. Duan Lingtian was their heaven, he was everything to them. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to speak, as if a gust of wind blew past, a figure flashed into the gorge, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader has summoned you to the peak of Dubi Peak. The person that had appeared now was precisely the outer court elder of Alcade Peak, Elder Bai, Li Fei's master. Chapter 368, Linggu Jinhong. The appearance of Elder Bai had slightly exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard Elder Bai. Looks like this incident has already alarmed the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. With a quick thought, Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding. The one who died this time was the peak master of Megrez Peak, and was a person of great status within the 7-star sword sect after all. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, for both emotional and logical reasons, it was impossible for him to stand idly by. He would surely look deeply into this incident. Master, this matter surely has nothing to do with scoundrel. Li Fei hurriedly said to Elder Bai with an anxious expression, as she was extremely afraid something would happen to Duan Ling Tian because of this incident. Elder Bai looked at Li Fei with eyes that emitted tender affection as she lightly smiled. Fei, don't worry, the sect master only asked Duan Ling Tian to go over, and is not going to do anything to Duan Ling Tian. The outcome of this incident isn't something that can be decided based solely on what that Wu Yongqian said. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the two little girls had expression of worry, and he couldn't help but console. Exactly, Elder Bai is right. You two can be at ease, nothing will happen to me. Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian as she slowly said, Duan Ling Tian, I heard from some of the Alcade Peak disciples that you'd come to Alcade Peak, that's why I was able to guess that you were here. Since the sect leader has summoned you, then you should make a trip, I'll go there with you. This matter was something he couldn't avoid. I'm going as well, Li Fei and Kair said at almost the exact same time. In the end, Duan Ling Tian set out with the 4 women and stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Dubi Peak and headed there to see the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Presently, almost no Alcade Peak disciples could be seen nearby the Alcade Peak Trade Hall. Looks like those Alcade Peak disciples have gone to Dubi Peak to watch the scene unfold. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he vaguely guessed the reason. Wu Dao was the peak master of Megrez Peak, and his death was sufficient to cause a tremor in the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian was convinced. At this moment, so long as it was a 7-star sword sect disciple who knew of this matter, they probably would already have gathered at the peak of Dubi Peak by now. Duan Ling Tian's gaze suddenly focused. At this moment, a strand of origin energy that was condensed into sound had entered into his ears, causing his eardrums to lightly vibrate. Duan Ling Tian, I don't care if the death of Wu Dao is related to you. You must remember that you must deny it to be related to you, and completely and clearly cut off any relationship to it. It was precisely the voice transmission of Elder Bai. Elder Bai's words caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to feel warm and he replied via voice transmission as well. Thank you for your concern, Elder Bai. I know what to do. Elder Bai nodded and only now did she relax. In her eyes, Duan Ling Tian was the man of the disciple she doted on the most, and could be considered to be half a disciple to her. Even if it's only for the sake of her disciple, she didn't want anything to happen to Duan Ling Tian either. When Duan Ling Tian and the 4 women arrived at the peak of Dubi Peak, although Duan Ling Tian had already been prepared, he was still shocked. Presently, at the peak of Dubi Peak, what entered his eyes was a dense crowd of people, and it was incomparably bustling with excitement. These people were mostly outer court disciples. Although there were quite a few inner court disciples, but they were completely drowned by outer court disciples. Duan Ling Tian's sharp gaze was able to see with a glance, that high above the sky in the distance, many tens of figures stood in the air. They were obviously void-prying stage experts. These people were led by a middle-aged man who wore an azure robe inlaid with gold. The middle-aged man stood there with closed eyes and remained unmoving like a mountain, and he indistinctively gave people an unfathomable feeling. He's the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian guessed the identity of the middle-aged man. The sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Lingu Jin Hong. Duan Ling Tian has come. Suddenly, a commotion arose within the surging crowd, as some people at the edges of the crowd did indeed notice Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, they looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes filled with fear. According to Wu Yongqian, the peak master of Megrez Peak, Wu Dao, had died because of Duan Ling Tian. A mere 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had caused the death of the Megrez Peak's master. The ability of this Duan Ling Tian caused them to feel terror and dread from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and continued walking forward swiftly with the 4 women. Everywhere they passed, the surging crowd would automatically open up a spacious path for them. Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that as the 7-star sword sect's disciples who he walked past stared at him now, their eyes revealed traces of a sheen of fear. As if he wasn't a human, but was instead a dreadful monster. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to this, and he directly arrived at the empty space at the center of the crowd. In the empty space, Wu Yongqian knelt there, and beside him, a corpse silently lay there. The corpse's face was black and fresh blood that hadn't completely dried up flowed from the 7 apertures of the corpse, seeming incomparably eye-piercing. Wu Dao, with a single gaze, Duan Ling Tian recognized the corpse on the ground, and it was precisely the peak master of Megre's peak, Wu Dao. Wu Dao, who was once overbearing before him and desired to seize his method of origin energy utilization, had now become a corpse. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian recognized the traces of the poison that Wu Dao had suffered from. It's the soul severe fruit's poison as expected. This Wu Dao's luck is really good. He actually really found a soul severe fruit in the primeval forest. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. This Wu Dao was really unfortunate to the limit. Such a rare spirit fruit like the soul severe fruit was actually found by him, it was like he was fated to die. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian, who knelt on the floor, abruptly raised his head, and his blood-red eyes flickered with a gaze of hatred as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. It's you that caused the death of my foster father, it's you who caused the death of my foster father. I want to avenge my foster father, I want to avenge my foster father. As he roared, Wu Yongqian's legs stomped the ground. He seemed as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast as he flashed out and pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. Accompanied by Wu Yongqian flashing out, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared above him. Instantly, the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, had appeared in Wu Yongqian's left hand, and origin energy raged atop it as it flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. In the air, at the side of the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 40-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared. The strength of 160-plus ancient mammoths completely exploded out. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold, but he didn't make a move. Because someone had already made a move before him. An ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air suddenly sounded out, and the sounds of air exploding sounded out continuously. Duan Ling Tian felt a gust of wind blow past him, then with a bang, Wu Yongqian was like an arrow that left the bow as he fiercely plunged to the ground in an extremely sorry state. How can you be presumptuous before the sect leader? Elder Bai stood there with folded arms, standing by Duan Ling Tian's side as she coldly swept Wu Yongqian with her gaze and spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. Subsequently, Elder Bai stepped up into the air to stop at the side of a dignified and graceful beautiful woman that was high up in the air. Duan Ling Tian. Wu Yongqian lay on the floor as he stared at Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes flickered with a sheen of hatred. Duan Ling Tian instead paid no attention to him. He looked at 7-star sword sect leader, Linggu Jinhong, who stood in the air with closed eyes. Linggu Jinhong seemed no different than a normal person, but Duan Ling Tian could feel his profundity and unfathomableness. Duan Ling Tian believed that Linggu Jinhong's strength was absolutely not inferior to Zheng Shouyang. Sect leader. Duan Ling Tian looked at Linggu Jinhong and greeted him. Even when he faced the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Ling Tian still stood ramrod straight, and didn't have the slightest intention of bowing. Presumptuous. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded out. It was a middle-aged man who stood behind Linggu Jinhong, who stepped out and coldly looked down at Duan Ling Tian as he said in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian, why don't you bow when you see the sect leader? It looks like you don't respect the sect leader. As he spoke, he gave Duan Ling Tian the accusation of not respecting the sect leader. I don't respect the sect leader. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man was an old acquaintance of his. Elder Zhao Lin, I wonder which eye of yours saw that I didn't respect the sect leader. The middle-aged man was precisely the outer court elder of Megre's Peak, Zhao Lin. HMPH. Zhao Lin snorted coldly. You saw the sect leader but actually dared not bow. Isn't this disrespecting the sect leader? The gaze Zhao Lin shot at Duan Ling Tian was like a sword. He wished for nothing more than to annihilate Duan Ling Tian on the spot and seize Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring in one go, to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Atop the peak of Dubi Peak, although there were many people, at this moment it was deathly silent. Zhao Lin's words had entered into the ears of everyone. Everyone was curious how would Duan Ling Tian deal with this. After all, within the 7-star sword sect, disrespecting the sect leader was no small charge. Of course, there were quite a few people who were worried about Duan Ling Tian. It's fine that this kid doesn't bow in front of me, but he actually persists in his old ways before the sect leader. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, had a helpless and bitter smile on the corners of his mouth. The dignified and graceful beautiful woman that stood beside Elder Bai sized up Duan Ling Tian with interest. The sexy corners of her mouth curled into an arc and mixed within was a slightly mischievous smile. He's the man that K.R. thinks of day and night. Even up till now, he seems to not be afraid in the slightest, and has a carefree expression, as if he has a plan to meet the situations. The beautiful woman's heart was filled with curiosity. As for the person concerned, the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Lingu Jinhong, still kept his eyes closed as he stood there in the air, as if he didn't know anything about what was happening in the surroundings. Ha ha! Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian burst into laughter, laughing arrogantly, and his laughter spread throughout every corner of the peak of Dubi Peak. This caused the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect disciples to feel their scalps go numb. What is this Duan Ling Tian doing? He dares be so presumptuous in front of the sect leader, Elder Zhao Lin. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's laughter stopped, then he looked at Zhao Lin. I indeed don't respect the sect leader. Chapter 369, Thoroughly Familiar. I really don't respect the sect leader. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a thunderclap that abruptly exploded atop the peak of Dubi Peak and entered into the ears of everyone present. As soon as these words echoed, it was as if the air in the scene was twitching. The scene was deathly silent. Although there were many people atop the peak of Dubi Peak, all of them held their breaths and it was terrifyingly silent, as if even the sounds of a needle dropping on the floor could be heard. High above in the air, besides the Seven-Star Sword sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, still kept his eyes closed as he stood there midair with a calm expression as if he would remain unfazed even if Mt. Tai were to collapse. The remaining higher-ups of the Seven-Star Sword sect all went grim. This kid is too impertinent. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, frowned, and the gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian contained slight worry mixed within. The dignified and graceful beautiful woman slightly frowned her willow-shaped brows, and her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, as if she wanted to perceive something from him. Elder Bai, who stood by the beautiful woman's side, had a worried expression. He never expected that Duan Ling Tian would be so bold as to dare say he didn't respect the sect leader before everyone. Waves of gasping sounded out, rising and falling as it spread throughout the entire peak of Dubi Peak. It was the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect disciples atop Dubi Peak that had recovered from their shock. Duan Ling Tian had gone mad. Madman. This Duan Ling Tian is simply a madman. Saying he doesn't respect the sect leader right in front of the sect leader. Isn't he courting death? HMPH. Does he really think the sect leader wouldn't punish him just because he had extraordinary natural talent in the martial Dao? Simply wishful thinking. This Duan Ling Tian is surely going to be struck with misfortune today. The crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. At this moment, those Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that stood nearby Duan Ling Tian and were able to see him looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes that was like they were looking at a dead man. In the presence of the Seven-Star Sword sect leader and all the higher-ups, he said he didn't respect the sect leader. In the entire Seven-Star Sword sect, it was probably only this Duan Ling Tian that would be able to say such words, and it would only be him who would dare say such words. Of course, speaking such words would also mean he had to pay an extremely great price. Young master, Li Fei and Kair who followed behind Duan Ling Tian exclaimed lightly, and a wisp of worry appeared on their exceedingly beautiful faces. At the same time that they were worried, they were also slightly bewildered. Logically speaking, they knew Duan Ling Tian, and they knew he wasn't such a rash person. Zuo Qing, who stood by Li Fei's side, now had a dumbstruck expression, and her eyes emitted slight worry as she gazed at Duan Ling Tian's back. Duan Ling Tian doesn't want to live. Yi Xiaobei, He Dong, and the other Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that had a pretty good relationship with Duan Ling Tian all broke into cold sweat for him. Of course, there were also people who were taking pleasure in Duan Ling Tian's misfortune, like Wu Yongqian and Hu Shuifeng. Duan Ling Tian, let's see how you wind up the matter today. Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up, then he wiped off the blood stains on the corners of his mouth as he stared at Duan Ling Tian with an icy gaze. This Duan Ling Tian actually dares to say he doesn't respect the sect leader in the presence of the sect leader. Hu Shuifeng revealed a smile of insanity. Audacious. High in the air, Zhao Lin, who looked down upon Duan Ling Tian, suddenly let out a cold shout. Duan Ling Tian, you actually dare say you didn't respect the sect leader? You're greatly disrespecting the sect leader, and according to the rules of the Seven-Star Sword sect, you ought to have your cultivation crippled. As Zhao Lin spoke, the origin energy on his body roiled. Above him, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and his imposing manner shot into the sky, ready to attack Duan Ling Tian at any moment. His pate of icy cold eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. To him, this was a good chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. Right when Zhao Lin intended to strike, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, "Elder Zhao Lin, you repeatedly said that I was disrespectful to the sect leader. I wonder when I was disrespectful to the sect leader. Elder Zhao Lin, please express it clearly." Duan Ling Tian was naturally able to feel the killing intent in Zhao Lin's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. This Zhao Lin really rattles on endlessly. Duan Ling Tian's words caused everyone present to be speechless. Earlier, this Duan Ling Tian obviously said he didn't respect the sect leader. It's only been a short amount of time and he's already starting to play the fool. Right when most of the people had stunned expression from Duan Ling Tian's words, high in the air, Lingu Jin Hong, who'd had his eyes closed all along, had finally opened them. At this moment, Lingu Jin Hong was looking at Duan Ling Tian with interest. Although he hadn't seen Duan Ling Tian before, he wasn't a stranger to him. This rare genius in the martial Tao of the Seven Stars Sword sect had reverberated like thunder in his ears since long ago, and he'd always wanted to meet Duan Ling Tian. What is this little fellow thinking? Lingu Jin Hong gazed at the scene before him as he thought in his heart, and he was filled with curiosity. HMPH. Zhao Lin stood on the air and the origin energy on his body were like flames, coiling around his body as they suffused up into the air, and he snorted coldly. Duan Ling Tian, as the saying goes, spilled water can't be gathered up. Everyone present heard what you said earlier, it's impossible for you to take it back now. Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Then I want to ask Elder Zhao Lin, what have I said that caused you to think I greatly disrespect the sect leader? Zhao Lin said in a low voice. Earlier, you said you didn't respect the sect leader. Could it be that this isn't a great disrespect to the sect leader? You still refuse to admit it. So it's these words. Duan Ling Tian nodded with an expression as if he'd come to a sudden understanding, then he looked at Zhao Lin and asked with a smile. Elder Zhao Lin, according to what you said, if I say I don't respect the sect leader, then it's a great disrespect. Of course. Zhao Lin's brows knit, and the origin energy in his hand condensed and skyrocketed. Duan Ling Tian, you've disrespected the sect leader and committed a great taboo of the sect. Today, I'll cripple you, this presumptuous fellow, on behalf of the sect. As Zhao Lin spoke, his figure trembled, desiring to envelope downwards towards Duan Ling Tian and attack Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, Zhao Lin's face went grim. He noticed that at this moment, two formidable auras had stretched out to tightly lock onto him, causing him to not dare make a rash move. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan. The Alcade Peak's master, Qin Shang. He knew clearly in his heart, with the two of them protecting Duan Ling Tian now, then unless the sect leader personally ordered it, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. He felt regret now. If he knew earlier, he would have directly attacked once Duan Ling Tian said those greatly disrespectful words earlier and killed Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Zheng Fan and Qin Shang hadn't set their gazes on him yet. He'd missed the best opportunity. She's K.'s master, the peak master of Alcade Peak. Duan Ling Tian gaze descended onto the beautiful woman that floated midair by Elder Bai's side, and he thought in his heart, the beautiful woman was graceful and dignified and possessed extraordinary bearing. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Shang, was stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission and she replied. Why are you thanking me? If it wasn't for you and Peak Master Zheng Fan, this mad dog, Zhao Lin, would have probably attacked me already. Duan Ling Tian replied. Mad dog. The corners of Qin Zhang's mouth twitched, then she glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. You must give the sect leader an explanation for the incident today. Although the sect leader highly values your natural talent, it doesn't mean it allows you to act willfully. Yes, Duan Ling Tian replied, then once again shot his gaze at Zhao Lin and said indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, you said that since I said I don't respect the sect leader, then it's a great disrespect to the sect leader. I wonder if Elder Zhao Lin respects the sect leader. Of course, Zhao Lin said positively without the slightest hesitation. So in this way, Elder Zhao Lin only respects the sect leader in words, but not in your heart. Duan Ling Tian started laughing. When he saw Zhao Lin's face go grim and want to refute his words, Duan Ling Tian had already looked at Lingu Jinhong. Sect leader, I think that if you want to see if a 7-star sword sect disciple respects you, it isn't by seeing if their etiquette is satisfactory. Take me for example, although I said I didn't respect you, I respect you in my heart. Unlike some people, they say something, but they're thinking something else in their hearts. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Lin, seeming to refer to something with his words. Duan Ling Tian, that's a fucking lie. Zhao Ling's face went gloomy and he was almost roaring. At this moment, if it wasn't for Zheng Fan and Qin Shang having their gazes on him, he would wish for nothing more than to directly tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces, then burn Duan Ling Tian's bones and scatter the ashes. Enough. A calm voice suddenly sounded out, suppressing Zhao Lin's hysterical voice. Lingu Jinhong glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, you should probably cultivate your character. This impetuousness of yours needs to be changed. Yes, sect leader. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and replied. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian, his eyes contained awe-inspiring coldness mixed within, as he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian and rejoice after the deed. Lingu Jinhong looked at Duan Ling Tian and his gaze was calm and still. The hearts of everyone present couldn't help but rise. All of them wanted to know, would the sect leader punish Duan Ling Tian? After all, what Duan Ling Tian said earlier was too far-fetched. Finally, Lingu Jinhong slowly spoke. Duan Ling Tian, you've been in the 7-star sword sect for less than 2 years. In the life and death arena, you killed 4 outer court disciples with a stronger strength than yourself. You left the sect for a year and when you returned, you used a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage to kill a 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Lingu Jinhong's tone was calm, and although his voice wasn't loud, it entered into the ears of everyone present. All these deeds of Duan Ling Tian were very familiar to the people present, but when it was said out loud, it caused some 7-star sword sect disciples to be extremely surprised. Looks like the sect leader has always been paying attention to Duan Ling Tian. This isn't surprising. Duan Ling Tian is the rare genius in the martial Dao of our 7-star sword sect after all. Once he matures, his accomplishments won't be inferior to those 5 great young master. Exactly, with Duan Ling Tian's natural talent, it's sufficient to be highly regarded by the sect leader. He never expected that this sect leader of the 7-star sword sect would be thoroughly familiar with everything he'd done in the 7-star sword sect. Chapter 370, The Reason for Everything. Duan Ling Tian, you're very good. The sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Lingu Jinhong, looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his face that was emotionless and still from the beginning until the end revealed a rare trace of a smile. I won't pursue the earlier matter and I'll drop it right now. Drop it right now. Lingu Jinhong said this because he obviously didn't intend to fuss about what happened earlier with Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold and he had an unwilling expression. This Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Lingu Jinhong. Zhao Lin, are you questioning my decision? Lingu Jinhong's voice was calm with coldness mixed within, causing Zhao Lin to shudder and shake his head in panic. Zhao Lin doesn't dare. Meanwhile, a wave of commotion arose on the peak of Dubi Peak again. The sect leader really does regard Duan Ling Tian highly, letting it go just like that. Looks like possessing a formidable natural talent in the martial Dao does indeed provide privilege. The words of some 7-star sword sect disciples were filled with extreme envy of Duan Ling Tian. Presently, the group of people that cared for Duan Ling Tian like Li Fei, Ke and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. As for the people who wished for nothing more than for Duan Ling Tian's death, like Wu Yongqian and Hu Shui Feng, their faces all went gloomy. I never expected that this little bastard was saved from destruction. Hu Shui Feng glanced at Li Fei and Ke who followed behind Duan Ling Tian and he gnashed his teeth. On what basis does this Duan Ling Tian get the favor of so many beauties? First it was Li Fei. Now, it's another young woman whose beauty is not inferior to Li Fei. Moreover, it's the personal disciple of the Alcade Peak's peak master. For a time, a bellyful of flames of envy and hate that seemed like they could burn through everything arose within Hu Shui Feng. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Ling Tian thanked Lingu Jinhong in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Lingu Jinhong looked at Duan Ling Tian and nodded in admiration, and he thought in his heart. This Duan Ling Tian is different from the other 7-star sword sect disciples. When the other disciples stand before me, they would be filled with respect and reverence, and wouldn't even dare breathe heavily. Duan Ling Tian however didn't know that because of his current casualness, he'd caused Lingu Jinhong to look even more highly of him. Sect leader, you have to give justice to my foster father. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian's voice sounded out, and it was like a wick that completely lit the atmosphere atop the peak of Dubi Peak ablaze. Meanwhile, everyone present recovered from their shock. The death of the Peak Master of Megrez Peak wouldn't have really been caused by Duan Ling Tian, right? It's very unlikely. The Peak Master of Megrez Peak possessed a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. How could Duan Ling Tian possibly have caused his death? This isn't necessarily so. Don't forget the various miracles that Duan Ling Tian has created. Yeah, no matter what miracle, I wouldn't be surprised so long as it happened on Duan Ling Tian. If the death of the Megrez Peak's Peak Master was really caused by Duan Ling Tian, then no matter how highly the sect leader regards Duan Ling Tian would probably be unable to escape death today. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples started whispering in discussion again. At this moment, the gaze Lingu Jinhong shot at Duan Ling Tian suddenly became fierce and he asked in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian, Wu Yongqian said that you caused the death of the Megrez Peak's master. Do you acknowledge your crime? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Ling Tian in a timely manner with his crimson-red eyes, and he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast that lay in ambush as it watched Duan Ling Tian, ready to pounce at any moment. Sect leader, the death of Peak Master Wu Dao has nothing to do with me. What crime have I committed? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and flatly denied it. Although Wu Dao had died because of consuming the soul severe fruit, as far as he was concerned, Wu Dao's death had nothing to do with him. If it wasn't for Wu Dao coveting his method of origin energy utilization, he wouldn't have casually described the characteristics of the soul severe fruit. Wu Dao finding the soul severe fruit and dying from consuming it was completely Wu Dao's own misfortune, and it was something Wu Dao brought onto himself. Duan Ling Tian, you're lying. Wu Yongqian's face went gloomy when he heard Duan Ling Tian denying it, and he was almost roaring as he said, if it wasn't for you misleading my foster father to look for that venomous fruit, he wouldn't have consumed it and died of poison. It's all because of you. You deceived my foster father, and caused him to mistake that fruit to be a spirit fruit that was able to allow his origin energy to undergo a change. What actually happened? Lingu Jinhong's sword-shaped brows trembled, and his fierce gaze seemed to transform into a sword that flashed straight at Wu Yongqian, causing Wu Yongqian's body to tremble unconsciously and cold sweat to drip out of his forehead. Wu Yongqian never mentioned all this earlier, he'd only said that it was Duan Ling Tian who'd caused the death of the Megrez Peak's Peak Master. Allow me. Duan Ling Tian seized the initiative to look at Lingu Jinhong and said, Sect leader, after Peak Master Wu Dao saw through my secrets that day, he wanted to obtain from me my method of origin energy utilization to defeat a stronger opponent. As he spoke up to here, Duan Ling Tian stopped briefly. Origin energy utilization method. Lingu Jinhong's brows raised and he was slightly surprised. Sect leader, the reason I'm able to defeat a stronger opponent is because my origin energy can execute an extremely profound ability. Peak Master Wu Dao had precisely seen through this, so he summoned me and wanted to obtain it from me and take it as his own. Duan Ling Tian said straightforwardly. HMPH. Wu Yongqian snorted coldly. Duan Ling Tian, my foster father wanted to obtain your origin energy utilization method that day for the sake of contributing it to the sect. Don't you make slanderous charges and defame my foster father. Defame. Duan Ling Tian started laughing and said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, I'm truly curious. Do you believe what you just said? If Peak Master Wu Dao wanted to contribute my origin energy utilization method to the sect, why didn't he first report it to the sect leader before making a decision? Thus it can be seen that he did it for the sake of his own selfish desire. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he spoke bluntly, without a shred of mercy. Wu Yongqian's expression was unsightly. At this moment, he could feel the gazes of doubt that shot towards him from the surroundings. Obviously, no one believed what he said. Duan Ling Tian continued. After that, I told Peak Master Wu Dao of the secret behind my origin energy utilization method. When Duan Ling Tian spoke up to this point, besides Wu Yongqian, the gazes of practically everyone present had descended onto him. No matter if it was all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, or the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples. At this moment, they were all filled with interest towards the secret behind Duan Ling Tian's origin energy utilization method, only because that was the method Duan Ling Tian used to defeat a stronger opponent. It was Duan Ling Tian's trump card. Duan Ling Tian relied on that type of origin energy utilization method to use a 9th level origin core stage cultivation to defeat an inner court disciple at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Probably, some of the 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion, and their gazes shone as they stared at Duan Ling Tian. They could imagine that if they were able to master this ability, their strengths would surely obtain an extremely great improvement. But they never thought for a moment, if there really was such a miraculous and profound method, would Duan Ling Tian share it? Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian spoke once again. I told Peak Master Wu Dao of the secret behind my origin energy utilization method. My origin energy had undergone an unusual change because of a spirit fruit I'd encountered while I was in the primeval forest. At that time, after I consumed the spirit fruit, my origin energy underwent an unusual change, and it's because of this that I possess the ability to defeat stronger opponent. Duan Ling Tian's words caused a wave of sighs to echo out. So it turns out that Duan Ling Tian consumed a spirit fruit to obtain his bizarre ability. A spirit fruit, especially such a miraculous spirit fruit, is a fortuitous encounter that's difficult to come by, and is difficult to be replicated by another. Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Duan Ling Tian continued. After that, I described the characteristics of that spirit fruit to Peak Master Wu Dao. Since I left the Megrez Hall after that, I never saw Peak Master Wu Dao again. As he spoke up to this point, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wu Yongqian and said indifferently, as for why he slandered me for causing the death of his foster father, I do not know. Perhaps it's because I crippled his right arm that day, so he wanted to use this slanderous methods to take revenge. Or perhaps, the death of Peak Master Wu Dao was caused by him. He's only doing this for the sake of slandering me and for the sake of obtaining Peak Master Wu Dao's grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You're talking nonsense. When he heard Duan Ling Tian, Wu Yongqian's face became gloomy and the origin energy on his body roiled as his body flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a ruthless fierce beast as he pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. In Wu Yongqian's hands, the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, appeared once again. The strength of 160+ ancient mammoths fully exploded out. When faced with Wu Yongqian, who approached menacingly, Duan Ling Tian's gaze was calm as he suddenly raised his hand and a narrow sword appeared out of thin air. It was a grade 6 spirit sword as well. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian attacked. The two grade 6 spirit swords collided with each other, and quake energy vibrated out from Duan Ling Tian's hand, forcing Wu Yongqian to abandon his sword. At the instant Wu Yongqian's sword dropped from his hand, Duan Ling Tian kicked out, kicking Wu Yongqian flying to fiercely plunge to the ground in an extremely sorry state. I'll kill you. Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up and once again pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. Idiot. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold and killing intent arose within him. HMPH. Right at this moment, a cold snort seemed as if it has sounded out from an icy pit, causing even the air to become slightly solid. Instantly, Wu Yongqian, who flashed swiftly towards Duan Ling Tian, seemed to strangely stop halfway. His body was frozen stiff and didn't make any movements after a very long time, cold sweat dripping off of his forehead. So strong. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted as his heart shook. The moment Lingu Jinhong's imposing manner condensed and flashed out to descend onto Wu Yongqian, Duan Ling Tian's acute spiritual force had clearly sensed that Lingu Jinhong had merely used his imposing manner to cause Wu Yongqian to find it difficult to move at all. As expected of the 7-star sword sect leader, a void initiation stage expert, Wu Yongqian was only able to move after Lingu Jinhong withdrew his imposing manner, and Wu Yongqian's face flushed red as he said agitatedly, "Sect leader, don't listen to Duan Ling Tian's deceitful statements. My foster father died because of poison from the exact spirit fruit that he described. He surely did it intentionally, As he finished speaking, Wu Yongqian was slightly hysterical. Meanwhile, the people present came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was the reason for everything. Chapter 371, Demon Beast Dark Rock. Intentionally, Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing when he heard Wu Yongqian's hysterical shout. You said I intentionally caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao. Exactly, it's you who caused the death of my foster father. Wu Yongqian's eyes were crimson red and suffused with bloodthirsty killing intent that was waiting for a chance to swallow Duan Lingtian up. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wu Yongqian as if he was glancing at an idiot, then looked at Lingu Jinhong and said, "Sect leader, the characteristics of the spirit fruit that I described before Peak Master Wu Dao is indeed exactly similar to the spirit fruit that I consumed. As for the spirit fruit that Peak Master Wu Dao found, based on my guess, it ought to be a spirit fruit with similar characteristics as the spirit fruit I consumed. But, I'm extremely curious, even I know how to use a silver needle to first inspect if the spirit fruit is venomous before daring to consume it. Could it be that Peak Master Wu Dao didn't inspect the spirit fruit he obtained and directly consumed it?" Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with bewilderment. Peak Master Wu Dao did indeed inspect that spirit fruit. Right at this moment, a gray-haired old man walked out from amongst the seven-star sword sect higher-ups. The old man had a kind countenance and he lightly smiled and nodded to Duan Lingtian before saying, "Peak Master Wu Dao used a silver needle to inspect the spirit fruit he obtained, but didn't find any toxicity in it. Later on, he still wasn't at ease, so he looked for me and a few other alchemist elders to assist him." When he spoke up to here, the old man stopped briefly before continuing. "But according to our inspection, that spirit fruit indeed contained no toxicity. Now it would seem that the toxicity of that spirit fruit is concealed extremely well, and it completely can't be discovered via inspection. In the entire lifetime of Guanzhong, it's still the first time that I knew that such a spirit fruit existed in the world." As he finished speaking, the old man sighed. Guanzhong. According to his knowledge, the only grade 6 alchemist in the 7-star sword sect was called Guanzhong. He was also the alchemist elder that controlled the 7-star sword sect's alchemy hall. Waves of sounds of exhaling cold air rose and fell in the surroundings, and it caused the atmosphere at the scene to become slightly oppressed. Even Elder Guanzhong was unable to discover the toxicity of that spirit fruit. That Megrez Peak's master's luck is really. Looks like even if we obtain some spirit fruit in the future, we can't consume it directly. It's best to first dig out a small piece and give it to a fierce beast to consume, and if the fierce beast doesn't die, then we can consume it. If that Peak Master Wu Dao knew to use this method to test for poison, then it wouldn't have come to the extent of him being poisoned to death. Perhaps, even Peak Master Wu Dao himself never imagined that spirit fruit would be toxic, and its toxicity was actually unable to be discovered by normal methods. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they all felt that Wu Dao had died unjustly and died in grievance. "Duan Lingtian, you surely recognize that type of spirit fruit, so you intentionally made my foster father look for it, right?" Wu Yongqian stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he questioned with a fierce voice. "Idiot." Duan Lingtian glanced coldly at Wu Yongqian and said with a calm tone. "Didn't you hear Elder Guanzhong? Even he has never seen or heard of such a spirit fruit in his life. Could it be that you think my knowledge even surpasses Elder Guanzhong? Moreover, according to my knowledge, many spirit fruits have similar characteristics, but their medicinal effects are completely different." Duan Lingtian looked at Guanzhong and slowly asked, "Elder Guanzhong, is this so?" Guanzhong nodded. "It is indeed so. There are countless types of spirit fruits in Cloud Continent, but their medicinal effect are all completely different. Just the ones I have knowledge of, there are quite a few types of spirit fruits that have similar characteristics with other spirit fruits, and the fake can practically pass off for the genuine." As soon as Guanzhong finished speaking, it caused a commotion as expected. Looks like that Peak Master Wu Dao ought to have found a spirit fruit with similar characteristics. But, although the spirit fruit he found has the same characteristics as the spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed, its medicinal effect was the polar opposite. Exactly, the spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed gave him an extremely great benefit that is admirable. But the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao consumed was instead a type of spirit fruit that contained a toxicity that even Elder Guanzhong was unable to detect. This type of spirit fruit is unheard of. The toxicity of this type of spirit fruit can probably only be detected by making a human or fierce beast test it for poison. But, when a person ordinarily obtains a spirit fruit, who would share it with another person or beast? Peak Master Wu Dao will become the Megrez Peak's master that had suffered the most aggrieved death in the history of our 7-star sword sect. The whispered discussion of these 7-star sword sect disciples entered Duan Lingtian's ears, and the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. That Wu Dao was indeed misfortunate and died an aggrieved death, as he was even able to encounter a soul-severe fruit. Even now, This fact was something that Duan Ling Tian still felt difficult to believe, and he felt as if he was dreaming. When he casually fabricated the soul severe fruit as the fruit that caused his origin energy to undergo an unusual change, it was only for the sake of brushing Wu Dao off. He never expected that Wu Dao would actually head to the primeval forest to look for the soul severe fruit. Most importantly, he never expected that Wu Dao would actually find the soul severe fruit. Perhaps, at the moment Wu Dao found the soul severe fruit, his destiny had been determined. Sect leader, you already know of the sequence of events. If Peak Master Wu Dao really died because of the venomous fruit, then it can only be said to be misfortune. Even I never expected that the primeval forest contained another venomous fruit that had similar characteristics to the spirit fruit that I consumed. Moreover, it was found by Peak Master Wu Dao. Duan Ling Tian looked at Linggu Jin Hong as he slowly said. Linggu Jin Hong raised his hand and his origin energy roiled, then it enveloped downwards to sweep away the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. After a short moment, this grade 6 spirit sword that was once Wu Dao's, had now entered into Linggu Jin Hong's hands. Megrez Peak's master, Wu Dao, mistakenly consumed a venomous fruit and died, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, will be temporarily under my custody, and will be kept for the next Peak Master of Megrez Peak. As Linggu Jin Hong spoke up to hear, his eyes squinted as he suddenly looked at Wu Yongqian who was just about to speak, and his fierce gaze caused Wu Yongqian to shudder, then tightly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Disperse. Linggu Jin Hong's voice spread out, announcing the end of today's farce. In the next moment, Linggu Jin Hong's figure gradually became transparent in the eyes of all the 7-star sword sect disciples, then it transformed into an image before vanishing without a trace. Duan Ling Tian, come to Dubi Peak in 3 days. At the same time, a gentle voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was precisely the voice of Linggu Jin Hong. I'm not resigned, I'm not resigned. After Linggu Jin Hong left, Wu Yongqian let out a wave of roars before carrying Wu Dao's corpse on his shoulder and dashing down Dubi Peak, and everywhere he passed, all the 7-star sword sect disciples moved away. I originally thought Wu Yongqian had some evidence that was hard as iron, and would be able to prove that Duan Ling Tian caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao. I never expected that in the end, all of this would be a farce. However, we finally know the secret behind Duan Ling Tian's ability to defeat stronger opponents. Not only is Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao formidable, his luck is extremely good as well, truly a cause for envy. Under the wave of bustling discussion, the 7-star sword sect disciples gradually dispersed. HMPH. Hu Shuifeng coldly glanced at Duan Ling Tian, then gritted his teeth as he left with an unwilling expression. High in the sky, the group of 7-star sword sect higher-ups gradually dispersed as well. Duan Ling Tian, I'll obtain the muscle meridian rebirth scroll sooner or later. Zhao Lin took a deep breath before controlling the air and flying off into the distance. The peak of Dubi Peak that was bustling just a moment ago had become silent, and only some scattered inner court disciples remained nearby the trade hall and Duan Ling Tian's group. 2 figures flashed down from the sky. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Shang. Right when they descended by the side of Duan Ling Tian's group, behind the clouds and mist far away from the peak of Dubi Peak, an ear-piercing sound of the howling of wind sounded out, and the howling sounds grew closer and closer. Qin Zhang's beautiful brows slightly frowned as she squinted to look at the source of the sound and muttered, "It's a demon beast." For a moment, Duan Ling Tian, Zheng Fan, and the others all glanced over. High in sky in the distance, the clouds and mist roiled as an incomparably fast black silhouettes flashed through the clouds and mist, and everywhere it passed, it pulled out a long stream of air and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. After a short moment, the black silhouette had come close to the peak of Dubi Peak. So long as it passed through a few layers of clouds and mist, it would appear before the eyes of everyone. First level void prying stage demon beast. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's acute spiritual force vaguely discerned the cultivation of the black silhouette. Not right. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force swayed, and his face went serious. The demon beast is carrying a person. It seems to be a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Finally, an enormous black silhouette passed through the clouds and mist before the eyes of everyone, and emerged to float high in the air. What's that? It seems to be a demon beast. What demon beast is so audacious to actually dare enter our 7-star sword sect? At the peak of Dubi Peak, the inner court disciples that were nearby the trade hall had clambered over, and they raised their heads to look at the enormous black silhouette in the sky. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's gaze had descended onto the black silhouette as well. This was a bird-type demon beast, seeming like an eagle but not an eagle. Its entire body was covered in shiny black feathers. When its wings unfolded, they were like clouds that hung in sky. The feathers at the apex of its wings were even sharp like knives, and under the scarce rays of sunlight, it flickered with a frightful sheen, causing chills to run down one's spine. Dark rock. In next to no time, some inner court disciples exclaimed in shock, "Dark rock." When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he started swiftly searching through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. After a short moment, he obtained the information he wanted. The dark rock was a void-prying stage demon beast, and when it matured to the limit, its strength would be comparable to a third-level void-prying stage martial artist. The dark rock was the result of the union between a rock-type demon beast and eagle-type demon beast. The dark rock possesses the speed of a rock-type demon beast and the offensive strength of an eagle-type demon beast. It's an extremely terrifying demon beast. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. At this moment, what he was most curious of was the identity of the person who sat atop the dark rock. Suddenly, the dark rock descended from the air, and the figure that sat cross-legged atop the dark rock and had a zither on his lap entered into Duan Ling Tian's vision as well. Suddenly, the person extending his hand to stroke the zither, and the sound of the zither vibrated out, spreading out in the surroundings. Chapter 372, Zither Young Master. A sound of a zither suddenly resounded out. It was like a scene of lofty mountains and flowing water, causing one to be refreshed in spirit. Duan Ling Tian glanced over. He saw the dark rock had its wings opened wide and its back was like flat ground. A young man in white robes inlaid with silver sat there cross-legged, and was plucking his zither in concentration. Every time his hand descended, a beautiful tone would arise. It was like a clear sound that rose up in empty gorge, and ceaselessly curled up to linger in the air. The young man was around the age of 26 or 27, with a graceful bearing and extraordinary disposition. 7th level nascent soul stage at the age of 26 or 27. When Duan Ling Tian saw the young man's appearance clearly, his heart shook. After all, even the most extraordinary that he knew of amongst the inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect's younger generation, Zheng Song, was already 28 this year and was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. This young man was younger than Zheng Song, but his strength far surpassed Zheng Song. Who the heck was he? Zither Young Master. Suddenly, an exclaim of surprise sounded out. It was Zheng Song who stood nearby Duan Ling Tian that spoke out when he saw the white-robed young man. Zither Young Master. One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian heard the wave of surprised exclamations coming from nearby. He's the Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and is ranked 3rd. Supposedly, this Zither Young Master already broke through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage a few months ago. He seems to be only 26. A 26 years old 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist. It's simply monstrous. In terms of natural talent in the martial Dao within our 7-star sword sect, I'm afraid only Duan Ling Tian is able to compare to him. Exactly, with Duan Ling Tian's natural talent, so long as he'd able to maintain his pace, the stepping into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 26 wouldn't be impossible. Right at this moment, the Zither Young Master that sat atop the back of the dark rock and plucked the zither had obviously heard the discussion of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. His eyes squinted and the movements of his hands slowed down. The sounds of the zither rotated and resounded throughout the peak of Dubi Peak before gradually coming to an end. Zither Young Master's figure moved out the float down, then his gaze descended onto Qin Shang and Zheng Fan. Zishang greets the 2 peak masters. Obviously, the Zither Young Master, Zishang, recognized the peak master of Mizar Peak and Alcade Peak. Zither Young Master. Zheng Fan lightly smiled. Even he didn't dare neglect this outstanding young master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. Whereas Qin Shang only nodded indifferently. A strand of cold light unnoticeably flashed within Zishang's eyes when faced with Qin Zhang's casual greeting. But even then, it was still caught by Duan Ling Tian. Vigilance arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. This Zither Young Master of the 5 great young masters was absolutely not a good person. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian frowned when he noticed the gaze of Zither Young Master. Presently, Zither Young Master's burning gaze had descended onto K'er. We meet again. Zither young master lightly smiled to K.Er in an extremely refined and courteous manner. At this moment, it seemed as if only K.Er remained in his world. K.Er obviously wasn't so interested with this Zither young master, and she replied indifferently. In next to no time, Zither young master's gaze left K.Er reluctantly and descended onto Li Fei, who stood by Duan Ling Tian's side, and his eyes revealed an expression of shock from beauty. In the end, his gaze finally descended onto Duan Ling Tian. So long as it was a normal man, then the man would surely be jealous towards this young man that stood by the side of two drop-dead gorgeous young women. Duan Ling Tian noticed that when this Zither young master looked at him, traces of warning were mixed deep within Zither young master's gaze, as if he was warning Duan Ling Tian of something. Peak Master Qin Shang. Suddenly, Zither young master looked at the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Shang, and slightly bowed. I came here this time mainly because of wanting to bring up a proposal for marriage. A proposal for marriage. As soon as Zither young master finished speaking, everyone present was astounded. Everyone still hadn't recovered from their shock when the Zither young master continued. The other time when Peak Master Qin Shang passed by the Imperial City, you once stayed in my Z clan. Since that time, I've fallen in love with your disciple. I lately heard that Peak Master Qin Shang has returned to the 7-star sword sect with your disciple, so Zishang rushed here impatiently, hoping that Peak Master Qin Shang can fulfill my desire and betroth your disciple to me. At the moment Zither young master's words were spoken out, Qin Xian's beautiful brows lifted. The faces of Duan Ling Tian and the people by his side who knew of his relationship with K.Er went grim, and Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold. Earlier, he noticed that the gaze Zither young master shot at K.Er was abnormal, but he never expected that the reason Zither young master had come to the 7-star sword sect this time was actually to look for Peak Master Qin Shang and bring up a proposal for marriage. He actually wanted to marry K.Er. I hope Peak Master can fulfill my wish. Zither young master looked at Qin Shang and said a step further, if Peak Master Qin Shang is willing to fulfill my wish, then Zishang is willing to request my master bestow a grade 5 spirit sword as the betrothal gift. What Zither young master said was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. It caused the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples to be dumbstruck. Grade 5 spirit sword, even our 7-star sword sect seems to only have one grade 5 spirit sword. This Zither young master proclaimed that he would ask his master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword. Which great figure is his master? I heard a long time ago that the Zither young master had taken an expert from outside the Imperial Kingdom as his master when he was younger. Now it would seem that all this was true. Grade 5 spirit sword, my god, what extravagance. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple went into an uproar as they were all shocked. To them, a grade 5 spirit sword was an existence that was difficult to reach in their entire lifetime. Zither young master. Right at this moment, a delicate shout echoed out. It was K.Er who stood by Duan Ling Tian's side. She stretched out her hand to take Duan Ling Tian's arm, then nestled up against Duan Ling Tian, and her beautiful eyes condensed into cold light as she looked at Zither young master and said indifferently. Zither young master, thank you for the great kindness. But unfortunately, K.Er's heart already belongs to someone. K.Er's heart already belongs to someone. Duan Ling Tian's stiff face bloomed into a brilliant smile, and he twisted his hand to take hold of K.Er's fine and slim hand. Instantly, Zither young master's face went grim, and the white robe on his body fluttered without wind. He looked at Qin Shang. Peak Master Qin Shang. Before Zither young master could even finish speaking, Qin Shang said indifferently. I respect K.Er's choice. What Qin Shang said had undoubtedly clearly stated her stand. Zither young master's expression instantly went gloomy, and his appearance of graceful bearing fell apart completely. His cold and indifferent eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke slowly. You, leave K.Er, and I'll satisfy any request of yours. The way Zither young master spoke contained a commanding tone, and it seemed more like a person of high position talking to a person of low position. Idiot. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he heard Zither young master, and he slowly spat out a word, idiot. Duan Ling Tian's words caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. Duan Ling Tian called. One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Zither young master, an idiot. At the same time that all the 7-star sword sect disciples were stunned, they looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes filled with adoration. Presently, besides K.Er and Li Fei, even the group of people by Duan Ling Tian's side, including Qin Shang and Zheng Fan, had expressions of astonishment. Duan Ling Tian was too bold. You're courting death. Right when most people were still dumbstruck, Zither young master had suddenly shouted out explosively. His finger trembled as origin energy condensed atop it, then it descended onto a string on the zither in his hand. An ear-piercing thrum pricked the eardrums of everyone present. The expression of some 7-star sword sect inner court disciples with comparatively weaker cultivations went pale, and they felt as if their eardrums were about to explode from the vibration. Where right at this instant, an ear-piercing sound of a piercing howl echoed out. One of the strings on the zither in the hands of Zither young master had shot out. It seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow as it howled out towards Duan Ling Tian, flying straight for Duan Ling Tian's chest as if wanting to pierce completely through Duan Ling Tian. Above Zither young master, 1,400 plus lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. The Zither young master, Xianxia, was already a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist, and when his strength exploded out completely, it was comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, the ancient zither in his hand was able to amplify his strength by the strength of 400 plus ancient mammoths. It was obviously a grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate as the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed and his entire strength exploded out completely, and at the same time, he utilized the quake energy and intended to dodge. But, at the instant he reacted to the attack, that zither string seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the god of death, and it was only a hair's breadth away from him. Duan Ling Tian's face went gloomy and he was entirely unable to dodge, right when Duan Ling Tian intended to use an inscription. HMPH. A cold snort sounded out. An even swifter sword light flashed past and stopped the zither string that Zither young master struck out. The sword light that was condensed from origin energy exploded and it destroyed the zither string that Zither young master struck out. Zither young master's face flushed red, then he tasted something sweet in his throat before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His gaze descended onto the person that launched the attack and said with a deep voice, "Peak Master Qin Shang, I was only testing the strength of the man that K'er has taken a fancy to. Could it be that you don't think it's beneath you to attack me?" Qin Xian said indifferently, "K'er is my personal disciple, and her man is someone I must protect." Her words were filled with an extremely protective intention. Zither young master's face went gloomy as he suddenly looked at Duan Ling Tian and shouted coldly, "Kid, if you think you're a man, then bring out your manly heroism and battle me, Xianxia. The winner will get K'er. The loser must forever disappear before K'er. Do you dare?" Zither young master's tone contained traces of coldness mixed within it. "Xianxia, you're shameless." K'er's beautiful face went grim. The instant that Zither young master attacked Duan Ling Tian, she'd already taken Zither young master to be an enemy. Now, when she heard Zither young master bringing up such a wages to Duan Ling Tian, she was instantly flustered and exasperated. "K'er, only a strong man is able to protect you. A pussy doesn't have the qualifications to possess you." Zither young master continued to mock Duan Ling Tian, and his cold and fierce gaze stared at Duan Ling Tian. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian instead started laughing out loudly, and he looked at Zither young master as if he was looked at a clown. "What are you laughing at?" Zither young master's face sank, and he shouted out in anger and annoyance. Chapter 373, Agreement of 2 years. "What am I laughing at?" The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face was gradually restrained, and he said indifferently, "I'm laughing because you're shameless." "Shameless?" Zither young master's face sank. "Who the fuck are you to make my fiancé into a wager? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head?" The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer, and he didn't spare Zither young master's face in the slightest. As soon as these words sounded out, the peak of Dubi Peak was in a commotion. Duan Ling Tian is too brave, he actually dared insult Zither young master. As expected of the number 1 genius in the history of our 7-star sword sect, he doesn't care in the slightest when faced with Zither young master, an outstanding martial artist within the younger generation of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If I had half the natural talent of Duan Ling Tian, it wouldn't come to the extent that I'm still unable to break through to the nascent soul stage until now. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples spoke with words that were filled with adoration towards Duan Ling Tian. "This kid," Zheng Fan shook his head and smiled. However, needless to say, in his opinion, Duan Ling Tian's current actions caused him to feel a burst of pleasure in his heart. This Zither young master was truly too arrogant. This wasn't the Z clan. No wonder Kair is unshakably determined to follow him. When she saw this scene, Qin Xian's face revealed a rare wisp of a gratified smile. She was extremely satisfied with this future son-in-law. Satisfying. Zheng Song was excited in his heart. Presently, the one who stood before Duan Lingtian was the zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Although he possessed an aloof status within the 7-star sword sect as he was an outstanding inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect and was even the son of the Mizar Peak's master, he only possessed such status within the 7-star sword sect. After he left the 7-star sword sect, he was nothing, and was completely unable to compare to Zither Young Master. Now, when he saw Zither Young Master being humiliated, just like his father, Zheng Fan, he was secretly pleased in his heart. Zuo Qing's eyes squinted as she jealously glanced at Kair. In the past, she was still slightly puzzled. Why would such outstanding young women like Kair and Li Fei be willing to follow the same man? Now, she seemed to slightly understand. This man had too much charisma. At least, as far as he was concerned, his woman was his reverse scale, and he wouldn't tolerate anyone disrespecting or humiliating them. Zither Young Master recovered from his shock. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in slightly disbelief. You asked me earlier, who the fuck I am? He thought he'd heard wrongly. HMPH. Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze swept Zither Young Master. Could it be that besides having something wrong with your brain, even your ears have something wrong with them? Waves of gasping suddenly sounded out. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian is without end. After all, the person standing before him was no small figure. Zither Young Master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, he was something that the current Duan Lingtian was far from able to compare to. Shriek. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound echoed out, and a figure that was like a cloud that covered the sky instantly flashed out to envelop Duan Lingtian's location. Animal. Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. The dark rock that Zither Young Master rode over seemed to have felt the rage of Zither Young Master, and it directly flashed towards the culprit, Duan Lingtian, desiring to pounce on Duan Lingtian and kill him. Right at this moment, accompanied by a sword light that flashed out, Zheng Fan's voice sounded out. Scram. The sword light followed like a shadow as it directly flashed towards the dark rock, terrifying the dark rock to the point it returned from where it came from, and its enormous body started to shiver. As a demon beast, it was naturally able to feel how formidable that sword light was. Along with the sword light dying out, the ancient horned dragon above Zheng Fan vanished after it. Animal, if you dare attack again, I'll kill you for sure. Zheng Fan's voice revealed traces of coldness, terrifying the dark rock to the point it lowered its head like a human and emitted sorrowful cry. Peak Master Zheng Fan. Zither Young Master's expression was incomparably unsightly when he saw Zheng Fan interfere. Zheng Fan glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. He was friendly to Zither Young Master earlier because he felt Zither Young Master had great potential, and would sooner or later obtain achievements similar to his. But now that Zither Young Master had come into conflict with Duan Lingtian, he naturally knew what was more important. Moreover, not to mention Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the 7-star sword sect, but just based on Duan Lingtian's unrivaled natural talent, it was already worth it for him to go all out and protect Duan Lingtian. Compared to Zither Young Master, he looked more favorably upon Duan Lingtian's future. Little bastard. Zither Young Master's gaze went slightly cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. If you have the balls, then don't rely on others and fight me above board. If you don't dare, then you're a pussy, trash. You don't have the qualifications to possess Kair, and don't have the qualifications to protect Kair. What number 1 genius of the 7-star sword sect? According to me, you're cowardly trash. Presently, Zither Young Master had already found out of Duan Lingtian's identity from the whispered discussions of the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. When he'd arrived earlier, this Duan Lingtian was the person in the discussion of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple who possessed a natural talent in the martial Dao that far surpassed him. At that time, he felt a wave of unwillingness to accept it in his heart. As far as he was concerned, within the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the people who were able to make him take them seriously were only the 2 people amongst the 5 great young masters that were ranked before him. He was even regarded the other 2 young masters that were ranked after him as beneath his notice. Right when Kair was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red and she intended to retort. Duan Ling Tian spoke before her, and he indifferently swept zither young master with his gaze. Zither young master, right. Whether I have the qualifications to possess Kaer isn't something you're able to decide, right? One must know one's limitations, and must know one's ability. As for asking me to fight you above board, don't you think it's laughable? How old are you, zither young master? And how old am I, Duan Ling Tian? You want to fight me above board? Don't you feel ashamed? As he finished speaking, a wisp of ridicule appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. To him, killing zither young master was extremely simple. A single bone corrosion inscription would be able to send him to hell. The only reason he didn't do that now was because he knew that even if he utilized the bone corrosion inscription, it would be stopped by Zheng Fan and Qin Shang. As the peak masters of the Seven-Star Sword sect, the two of them would absolutely not allow zither young master to die in the Seven-Star Sword sect. Perhaps, in their eyes, zither young master's crimes didn't warrant death. Duan Ling Tian's words caused zither young master's face to sink. A pussy is a pussy. According to what you said, I, zither young master, will be unable to fight you for my entire lifetime. So long as I want to fight you, I would be bullying the young. Zither young master continued to ridicule as he wanted to enrage Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he said indifferently. If you really want to fight me, it isn't impossible. 3 years, after 3 years, I'll fight you above board. 3 years. Duan Ling Tian's words were filled with strong confidence. Zither young master's eyes squinted as cold lightly flickered within. He gazed at Zheng Fan and Qin Shang who stood nearby and noticed both of them had calm expression, seeming to not be shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Meanwhile, 3 years, what a good plan. Duan Ling Tian's currently only at the age of 21 and he's already at the 9th level of the origin core stage. With his natural talent, it isn't difficult to surpass zither young master in another 3 years. After 3 years, Duan Ling Tian will surely be able to defeat zither young master, I'm confident. I'm confident as well. The crowd of 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciples were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. The whispered discussions of these inner court disciples entered into the ears of zither young master, and it caused his face to sink. This Duan Ling Tian is only 21. A 21-year-old 9th level origin core stage martial artist. Such natural talent does indeed surpass me. Even he hadn't stepped into the 9th level of the origin core stage at the age of 21. 2 years. I'll give you 2 years. Zither young master looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his words had no intention of bargaining as he said in a low voice, I hope that after 2 years, you, this number 1 genius of the 7-Star Sword sect won't be shrinking away and relying on the strength of others. At that time, I'll defeat you and even kill you. I want to let Kaer know that only I, zither young master, Zishang, is the man that's most suitable for her. After he finished, zither young master's figure flashed to return to the back of the dark rock. When he left, he had a flustered and exasperated expression. Compared to when he arrived, he was completely like a different person. 2 years. Duan Ling Tian gaze slightly moved to stare at the back of zither young master who rode the dark rock into the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he muttered, as you wish. That zither young master, Zishang, is too shameless. Zheng Song was slightly outraged for Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, if Duan Ling Tian had 3 years of time, then with Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao, surpassing zither young master wasn't a difficult task. But 2 years of time. Duan Ling Tian wanting to defeat zither young master in 2 years was extremely difficult. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said indifferently, actually, in my opinion, there isn't a big difference between 2 years or 3 years. Since he said 2 years, then it is 2 years. In this way, it might be able to give me some pressure and allow me to stimulate the potential within my body. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian was filled with strong confidence. This caused the 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciples that were present to be filled with admiration. Duan Ling Tian desired to defeat zither young master 2 years from now. If he's able to do it, the Duan Ling Tian might become the peerless prodigy in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that surpasses the 5 great young masters. When they thought of how the peerless prodigy would be from their 7-Star Sword sect, their hearts were filled with excitement. Kaer and Li Fei's gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian and were filled with extremely tender love. Young master, this is my master, the peak master of Alcade Peak. In next to no time, Kaer introduced Qin Shang to Duan Ling Tian, then she had a blushed face as she looked at Qin Shang. Master, This is my young master. Ke had an embarrassed expression when she looked at Qin Shang. Peak master. Duan Ling Tian slightly bowed to Qin Shang, as she was Ke's master and had the qualifications to make him bow. Qin Shang glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Looks like before you, my face is greater than the sect leader. Qin Shang remembered that even when he was facing the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Lingu Jinhong, the young man before her had never once bowed. Yet now, before her, he bowed. Chapter 374, The Changes in the Little Gold Mouse. You're Ke's master, so you're an elder to me, Duan Ling Tian said with a slight smile. Ke's taste is very good. Qin Shang nodded and smiled at Duan Ling Tian. The gaze she shot at him contained the flavor of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Ke is an orphan, so in the future, this master of hers, will be like her parent. You have to be good to her. If you let me find out that you betrayed her, I will absolutely not forgive you. As she finished speaking, Qin Zhang's eyes emitted a wisp of coldness. The imposing manner of a void initiation stage expert swept at Duan Ling Tian, causing him to instantly feel as if he was in the center of a storm. Don't worry, Peak Master, in my eyes, Ke is more important than my life, Duan Ling Tian said sincerely. Qin Shang nodded, then she left with Elder Bai who was by her side. Zuo Qing followed them and left. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and his eyes squinted as he asked curiously. Kid, 2 years of time. Are you really confident? Peak Master, if you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Let's bet 10 million gold. How about it? Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a smile that was like a fox. This caused Zheng Fan to be unable to refrain from becoming vigilant, then he rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian. Kid, you don't seem like a person who would suffer a loss. Only an idiot would bet with you. When they saw Duan Ling Tian and Zheng Fan had such a casual relationship, besides Zheng Fan, everyone present was completely stunned. Most people couldn't help but suspect in their heart. Was the middle-aged man that stood before their eyes and rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian really their 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak's master? After Zheng Fan and Zheng Song lefty, Duan Ling Tian brought Ke and Li Fei to leave Dubi Peak and arrived at Megrez Peak. Everywhere they passed, all the Megrez Peak disciples greeted them respectfully. Today, Duan Ling Tian's actions on the peak of Dubi Peak had once again filled them with admiration. In the presence of the sect leader, he said he didn't respect the sect leader. Since the establishment of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Ling Tian is probably the first person to be so brave. Scoundrel, you still cultivate at Megrez Peak now. Isn't the cultivation environment on Dubi Peak much better? Li Fei asked curiously. Little Fei, you'll know soon. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously, and he held Ke and Li Fei with one hand each, then braved the countless fiery and envious gazes to enter Megrez Peak. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian's luck in romance is truly enviable. Yeah, the 2 young women by his side are absolutely the most beautiful female disciples of seen in the 7-star sword sect. We're both humans, and are both men. Why is the difference between us so huge? The words of the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples was filled with extreme envy. After Duan Ling Tian confirmed that no one was following him, he brought Ke and Li Fei along the remote mountain path to ascend the peak of Megrez Peak. As she gazed at the spacious peak of Megrez Peak, Li Fei asked curiously. Scoundrel, why did you bring us here? The peak of Megrez Peak was covered in mist and clouds that were like a vast expanse of whiteness and nothing could be seen. Come. Duan Ling Tian brought Li Fei and Ke to the side of the precipice, then lightly smiled as he said, Ke, little Fei, you two stand here. When we go down in a moment, your movements must be slow, I'll be looking at the 2 of you from below. Below. Duan Ling Tian's words caused Ke and Li Fei to have perplexed expressions. In the next moment, their faces went pale. Because they saw Duan Ling Tian had actually leapt off the precipice. Their faces went ghastly pale and for a moment, their minds were in chaos, and they almost forgot what Duan Ling Tian had said to them earlier. Young master. Ke stuck her head out and looked down the precipice as she called out, and her voice contained slight trembling within it. All right, you two come down. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from below, causing the gazes of Ke and Li Fei to light up, and only now did they realize that Duan Ling Tian wasn't courting death when he did that earlier. Duan Ling Tian stood on the tilted tree, and his hand seemed to have transformed into a fan as it started flapping. For a moment, the clouds and mist above him gradually dispersed. This. Ke and Li Fei's beautiful eyes shone when they saw Duan Ling Tian who stood atop the tilted tree, as they never expected that there was actually such a tilted tree growing at the side of the peak of Megre's peak. Come. Under Duan Ling Tian's beckoning, Ke and Li Fei leapt down successively and descended onto the tilted tree. Meanwhile, the clouds and mist converged together once again, blocking out the tilted tree. Now, even if someone were to stick their heads out from the peak of Megre's peak, they would be unable to notice the tilted tree. Scoundrel, what place is this? As they walked within the cave passageway, Li Fei asked curiously. You two will know shortly. Duan Ling Tian beat around the bush, and followed closely behind the two young women to enter the stalactite cave. This is, as they gazed at the stalactites above the stalactite cave, the two girls were shocked. Young master, these wouldn't be 10,000-year stalactites, right? Ke took a deep breath and asked with slight disbelief. Exactly, these are 10,000-year stalactites, and it's here that I found the 10,000-year stalactite milk that both of you drink. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and when he recalled the scene of him discovering this place, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. This could be considered his fortuitous encounter as well. Ke and Li Fei came to a sudden understanding. Squeak squeak. Right at this moment, a clear cry sounded out, and a gold and fluffy little head stuck out from beneath Ke's sleeve. Little gold. When Duan Ling Tian saw the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse, he couldn't help but think about the two variant little pythons. He sighed in his heart. I wonder how little black and little white are after they left with Han Shui Nai. Han Shui Nai dotes on them so much, they're surely doing great. Now, Duan Ling Tian had let it go as well. As far as he was concerned, so long as the two little pythons were doing great and were able to acquire a better future, then even if he was unable to see them again in the future, he would still be happy for them. Squeak. Suddenly, the little gold mouse flashed out from beneath Ke's sleeve and directly pounced onto the wall at the side of the stalactite cave. Then it kicked off from the wall and leapt onto the 10,000-year stalactite. Subsequently, a scene that caused Duan Ling Tian's group of three to be astounded had appeared. They saw the little gold mouse lay on the 10,000-year stalactite, then actually start nibbling and eating it. It only left the 10,000-year stalactite in satisfaction when to the point its little stomach bulged, then lay motionless at the side of the stalactite cave. Its fluffy body and its currently bulging stomach made it seem chubby, and it was extremely cute. Another glutton. Duan Ling Tian was speechless. He glanced at the gap that was nibble out from the 10,000-year stalactite, and his heart was pained. This little gold really recklessly destroys natural treasures. Young master, where's little black and little white? Suddenly, Ke seemed to have thought of something and she looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of anticipation. Yeah, scoundrel, I haven't seen little black and little white for a very long time. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. Although he knew that he'd have to face this moment sooner or later, he never imagined it would be so quick. He didn't conceal anything when facing the two girls, and he slowly spoke of the entire sequence of events. Little black and little white have left. A wisp of mist appeared on Ke's beautiful eyes when she found out about everything, and her pretty face was covered in an expression of reluctance. She'd seen those two variant little pythons grow up with her own two eyes and she had extremely deep feelings towards them. Now, when she found out that they'd left, she felt a wave of sorrow in her heart. Little sister Ke, we'll still be able to see little black and little white in the future. Didn't you hear what scoundrel said? Little black and little white have only followed the demon beast by that mysterious young girl's side to cultivate, they're not gone forever. Li Fei consoled Ke in a gentle voice, although she was slightly sad as well, but as wasn't as much as Ke. Besides Duan Ling Tian, the two little pythons had always been closest with Ke. Perhaps, it was because when they'd just been born and emerged from their shells, the first thing that entered their eyes was Duan Ling Tian and Ke. They'd taken Duan Ling Tian and Ke to be their parents, and their love for them was extraordinary. Yeah, Ke, little Fei is right. Little black and little white will surely return. Their home is with us. Although Duan Ling Tian wasn't confident in his heart, he still persuaded Ke as he was able to understand Ke's current feelings. That day, when little black and little white had just left, he had this exact same feeling. It was as if a piece of his heart was sliced off. That sort of feeling was extremely painful. Squeak squeak. Seeming to have perceived Ke's sense of loss, the little gold mouse that was originally laying on the ground lazily cried out twice, then it leapt up once again to descend onto Ke's shoulder, and its little head rubbed Ke's face as it consoled Ke like a human. Little gold, I'm fine. Ke held the little gold mouse in her hand and lightly smiled. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse nodded, and its pair of jade eyes flickered with a joyous sheen. Little Gold's cultivation. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian didn't intentionally use his spiritual force to inspect the cultivation of the little gold mouse, but now when he slightly inspected it, he instead was clearly able to gain insight of the little gold mouse's strength. The little gold mouse had actually broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. He still remembered that the little gold mouse seemed to only be at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year ago. Looks like the 10,000-year stalactite milk allowed the little gold to achieve rebirth as well. Presently, the natural talent and potential of the little gold mouse as a jade-eyed heavenly mouse ought to have already been developed to the limit. Even if little gold didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, with the bloodline within its body, it would attain the cultivation of Demon Emperor sooner or later. Now, after it has consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, I wonder what sort of changes will occur. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he was filled with anticipation. Little Gold's current strength is obviously only a step away from the half-step void stage. It won't be long before it's able to break through once again. What would happen after a jade-eyed heavenly mouse consumed large quantities of 10,000-year stalactite milk was something that even the memories of the rebirth martial emperor contained no records of. According to the voice transmission the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, sent him that day, Duan Ling Tian left the stalactite cave of Megrez Peak and headed to Dubi Hall on Dubi Peak. Dubi Hall was precisely the cultivation location of the 7-star sword sect leader. I wonder why the sect leader would ask me to come see him today. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he was filled with bewilderment. He knew nothing of the purpose Lingu Jinhong called him here today. Chapter 375, Martial Competition. As the cultivation location of the 7-star sword sect leader, Dubi Hall was slightly larger when compared to Mizar Hall and Megrez Hall. When Duan Ling Tian had just arrived outside Dubi Hall, he saw a gray-clothed young man walking towards him. The young man was around the age of 25 or 26, he had an ordinary appearance and an emotionless expression, and he held a sheathed sword in his hand as he slowly walked over. Looking at the symbol on the young man's clothes, he was obviously an inner court disciple. "You're Duan Ling Tian." The young man stood before Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes emitted a bright light as he asked in a calm tone. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he was shocked in his heart. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime worth of experience of the rebirth martial emperor, he was able to discern that although the age of this young man was younger than the Mizar Peak's master's son, Zheng Song, his cultivation was much more advanced than Zheng Song. If his judgment wasn't wrong, then the cultivation of this person had already stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. His age feels to be even younger than Zither young master. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. "Master has been waiting for you." The young man called out to Duan Ling Tian before turning around and leading Duan Ling Tian to walk into Dubi Hall. "Master." After the young man brought Duan Ling Tian into the audience hall, he respectfully and reverently bowed to the middle-aged man within, then he turned around to leave and stand guard outside the audience hall like a door guardian deity. "Sect leader." Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and lightly smiled. The middle-aged man was precisely the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Lingu Jinhong. That person from before was actually the sect leader's disciple. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. Lingu Jinhong stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, towards this 7-star sword sect disciple that abruptly rose swiftly in the sect, and his heart was filled with extreme shock. Duan Ling Tian's rise was virtually a legend of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian. Lingu Jinhong's stiff face revealed a wisp of a light smile. "I heard that the Zither young master came to our 7-star sword sect 3 days ago. You fixed a 2-year agreement with him?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he wasn't surprised that Lingu Jinhong knew of this matter. Lingu Jinhong was the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, and his informants were everywhere throughout the entire 7-star sword sect. As expected of the number 1 genius since the establishment of my 7-star sword sect. "Duan Ling Tian, I'm truly awaiting the scene of you battling the Zither young master 2 years from now." Lingu Jinhong glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, then changed the topic. "Do you know why I asked you here this time?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head to show he didn't know. "Do you know that within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there are still another 4 top sects besides our 7-star sword sect?" Lingu Jinhong asked. "I've heard of it." Duan Ling Tian nodded as he'd heard Shang Quan mention it before. "Sect leader, could the reason you called me here be related to the other 4 sects?" Lingu Jinhong was slightly surprised by Duan Ling Tian's penetrating remark, and he nodded. 1 year from now, it's the day of the martial competition between the 5 great top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I asked you over here today mainly to talk to you about this. Martial competition? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and he was slightly curious. The martial competition is a tradition that the 5 great top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom have passed down for many years, and it is held every 3 years. On the day of the martial competition, the younger generation below the age of 30 of the 5 great top sects carry out a martial exchange. When Lingu Jinhong spoke up to this point, he sighed. In the recent years, there hasn't been any outstanding disciples within the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect. During the martial competition that was held 2 years ago and the other that was held 5 years ago, amongst the disciples of our 7-star sword sect that participated in the martial competition, there wasn't even a single person who entered the top 3. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Martial competition? Seems to be slightly interesting. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could feel Lingu Jinhong's helplessness. The 7-star sword sect was the publicly acknowledged #1 sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom after all, but no one 7-star sword sect disciple was actually able to enter the top 3 in the martial competition for 2 consecutive competitions, and this undoubtedly showed that the younger generation of the 7-star sword sect was of no use. Presently, the domineering status of the 7-star sword sect relied on the experts of the older generation. It could be imagined that in the 7-star sword sect of the future, when the older generation experts gradually retired, then if there were no promising people in the younger generation, the 7-star sword sect would surely walk towards decline. Are the young disciples of the other sects extremely strong? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Lingu Jinhong nodded. I presume you've heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 2 of them are from the other 2 sects. Besides that, within the other 4 sects, there are still a few figures that have natural talents only inferior to the 5 great young masters. What sect leader means is, you want me to participate in the martial competition amongst the younger generation of the 5 great sects next year? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Lingu Jinhong nodded, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Presently, amongst the young disciples under the age of 30 of our 7-star sword sect and possess a comparatively outstanding natural talent, then besides my disciple, Huangji, the Fective Peaks Master's disciple, Meng Chu, and the Mizar Peaks Master's son, Zheng Song, there is only you. Although the 3 of them possess strengths that are stronger than you, their ages are far older than you. You're different than them, you possess boundless potential. 1 year later, I don't have extravagant hopes that you'll be able to obtain the top 3 ranks within the martial competition. I mainly want you to go gain experience. Once another 4 years pass, I believe that it's undoubtedly an extremely easy thing for you to obtain the honor of #1 in the martial competition. Lingu Jinhong spoke of his plans. Gain experience. Looks like this sect leader of the 7-star sword sect really has no confidence in me. But with a quick thought, Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding. Even though the natural talent he revealed was formidable, he was only a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist right now after all. Not to mention the outstanding disciples of the other 4 great sects, even if it was the 3 comparatively outstanding disciples of the 7-star sword sect, he was still far inferior to them. The sect leader's plans were extremely obvious. 1 year later, he would bring Duan Ling Tian to go experience the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Then when the martial competition of 4 years later arrives, only then would the sect leader would be eager for Duan Ling Tian to able to bring honor to the 7-star sword sect and obtain the honor of being ranked #1 in the martial competition. Duan Ling Tian, in the following year, the sect will spare no cost to foster you. From today onwards, you can stay and cultivate in my Dubi Hall. This Dubi Hall of mine is the location of the main spirit point amongst the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect, and the cultivation environment here is the best within the entire 7-star sword sect. Lingu Jinhong looked at Duan Ling Tian and said slowly. He'd obviously completely entrusted the hope of the 7-star sword sect onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised by what Lingu Jinhong said. After all, Lingu Jinhong was currently determined to make him obtain the honor of #1 in the martial competition 4 years from now. This honor had an extraordinary significance to the 7-star sword sect, as it represented that the younger generation of the 7-star sword sect had risen up once again. The best cultivation environment. Although when Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at Dubi Peak, he'd noticed that the cultivation environment here surpassed Megrez Hall and Mizar Hall, but compared to his stalactite cave, it was instead an extremely great distance away. Sect leader, I'm already accustomed to my current cultivation location. Duan Ling Tian politely refused Lingu Jin Hong's good intentions. As far as he was concerned, the stalactite cave he'd discovered was the place that truly deserved the title of best cultivation location in the 7-star sword sect. Of course, he didn't say it out loud, as the stalactite cave was his secret. At least, before he left the 7-star sword sect, it was his secret. Duan Ling Tian, you. Lingu Jin Hong never expected that Duan Ling Tian would refuse his good intentions, and he was stunned for a moment before continuing to persuade. Duan Ling Tian, a good cultivation location is able to increase your speed of cultivation. The Dubi Peak is your best choice. You can be at ease, I'm only asking you to cultivate in Dubi Peak and have no intention of taking you as my disciple. With your natural talent, I don't feel I have the qualifications to be your master. As he finished speaking, Lingu Jing Hong laughed in self-ridicule. Sect leader, you've misunderstood. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I'm the type of person that would at least need a year or two to adapt to a new place after I've become accustomed to a place. Honestly speaking, I've only barely adapted to my cultivation location on Megrez Peak. If you ask me to suddenly cultivate at Dubi Hall, I'm worried the advancement of my cultivation would be even slower. Lingu Jin Hong's magnanimity caused Duan Ling Tian to feel heartfelt reverence. He was able to discern that Lingu Jin Hong was a true noble person, and was absolutely not someone the deceased peak master of the Megrez Peak, Wu Dao, could compare to. So that's how it is. Lingu Jin Hong came to a sudden understanding, and he didn't doubt the truth of what Duan Ling Tian said. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for this, it would be impossible that Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to cultivate in Dubi Hall. After all, the cultivation environment in Dubi Hall far surpassed any other place in the 7-star sword sect. Of course, the only reason Lingu Jin Hong would think like this was because he completely had no knowledge of the existence of the stalactite cave. Otherwise, he would think like this. Since it's like this, then I won't force you. During these 4 years, if you have any needs for cultivating, like medicinal pills, you can look for me and I'll try my best to help you. Lingu Jin Hong promised Duan Ling Tian. For the sake of Duan Ling Tian being able to bring honor to the 7-star sword sect in the martial competition 4 years from now, he decided to spare no cost in fostering Duan Ling Tian, all for the sake of allowing Duan Ling Tian to obtain the honor of number 1 in the martial competition. Then I won't be courteous. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile and didn't refuse, and his eyes emitted a bright light. Looks like I can save a great amount of money when I cultivate in the future. After bidding his farewell to Lingu Jin Hong and leaving, Duan Ling Tian once again saw the young man that stood guard outside the audience hall. This young man ought to be that personal disciple the sect leader, Lingu Jin Hong, had mentioned earlier, Huangji. Huangji was younger than Zheng Song, yet far stronger than Zheng Song. Presumable, during the martial competition 1 year from now, the sect leader, Lingu Jin Hong, would entrust most of his hope on Huangji. This Huangji is at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. In 1 year, if nothing unexpected happens, then he ought to be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a flowing light, and it was filled with an inexplicable feeling. I wonder, when that martial competition begins 1 year from now, until what extent would my cultivation be able to break through to? Chapter 376. The nascent soul emerges from the shattered core. Duan Ling Tian wasn't courteous in the slightest after obtaining Lingu Jin Hong's promise. So long as he needed any material, he would directly ask for it from Lingu Jin Hong. Every time, Lingu Jin Hong would be able to prepare all the material for him within a single day. The sect leader is really efficient. When Duan Ling Tian walked out of Dubi Hall once again, he had a brilliant smile on his face. But when he arrived at Megrez Peak, the smile on his face froze. HMPH. With a single glance, he'd noticed the middle-aged man that was walking towards him from the distance, and his face sank. It was precisely the Megrez Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin noticed Duan Ling Tian and cold lights flashed within his eyes. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin, then he circumnavigated Zhao Lin and directly headed into Megrez Peak. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's eardrums trembled as Zhao Lin sent a voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian, I won't let you off until you hand over the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Duan Ling Tian's figure slightly stopped as he turned around to look coldly at Zhao Lin in the eye, then replied via voice transmission. Then feel free to come at me, Elder Zhao Lin. I only hope that at that time, you won't regret it. Regret? Zhao Lin started laughing, and shrugged it off. Duan Ling Tian, I know your natural talent in the martial Dao is formidable, but if you want to surpass me, Zhao Lin, then without bitter cultivation of 10 years, it's simply fool's talk. I really don't believe that within this 10 years of time, I, Zhao Lin, won't be able to find an opportunity to kill you. Zhao Lin's voice transmission was filled with icy cold killing intent. Then I'll wait and see. Duan Ling Tian calmly glanced at Zhao Lin before entering Megre's Peak. After he confirmed that Zhao Lin wasn't following him, Duan Ling Tian directly returned to the stalactite cave. Then he withdrew a pile of materials and started refining a spirit weapon. He wanted to refine 2 grade 7 spirit swords. These 2 grade 7 spirit swords were refined for Li Fei and Ke. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Duan Ling Tian held back when refining the spirit weapons, but even then, the 2 grade 7 spirit swords were still bestowed with an amplification of 30% by him. Grade 7 spirit swords that provided an amplification of 30% strength. Throughout the entire 7-star sword sect, besides the sword in Hu Shui Feng's possession, there would probably only be these 2. After finishing the refinement of the 2 grade 7 spirit swords, Duan Ling Tian started refining medicinal pills. The medicinal pill he wanted to refine was a grade 7 medicinal pill that surpassed the origin strengthening pill. This grade 7 medicinal pill was able to assist a 9th level origin core stage martial artist to swiftly step into the nascent soul stage. After quite some effort, the pill was completed. With this nascent break pill, I can avoid a great deal of trouble when I intend to step into the nascent soul stage. As he gazed at the 3 medicinal pills in his hand that had flowing lights revolve around them, Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a satisfied smile. 3 nascent break pills with a purity of over 90%. If it was taken out into the open, it was sufficient to cause people to fight to the death for it. After he passed the 2 grade 7 spirit swords to Ke and Li Fei and had a romp with them for some time, Duan Ling Tian returned to the stalactite cave and sat on the stone platform before lightly pondering. Although the sect leader has entrusted all his hope on the martial competition 4 years from now, I might not be in the 7-star sword sect at that time. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. He was confident that with his natural talent and the resources he was able to utilize currently, he would surely be able to go further after 4 years. His target was to step into the void stage after 4 years. Once he stepped into the void stage, then continuing to stay in the 7-star sword sect was of no use at all. During the martial competition 1 year from now, I must give the sect leader some justification. Duan Ling Tian's gaze gradually became firm. Extremely strong confidence was emitted from his body and seemed to transform into a shapeless force that would even dare to pierce through the heavens. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes, and his mind completely immersed itself into cultivating. Within Duan Ling Tian's body, origin energy ceaselessly roiled, as if it would never be exhausted. The vast origin energy endlessly surged before finally gathering within Duan Ling Tian's dantian. The origin core within the dantian had already condensed and strengthened to the limit. The nascent soul stage is like its name. The nascent soul emerges from the shattered core, and that is the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian, who possessed the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, wasn't unfamiliar with the nascent soul stage. He knew that if he wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage now, then he must make the origin core within his dantian shatter from being too full, and allow the nascent soul to emerge from within. Only in this way would he be able to truly step into the nascent soul stage. The origin energy within Duan Ling Tian's body ceaselessly flowed and churned, as if it had transformed into a surging river that flowed continuously. His origin energy was endlessly strengthening and undergoing a qualitative change. All for the sake of the moment that the nascent soul emerged from the shattered core. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's entire heart and soul were immersed into his cultivating, and he was completely concentrated. He did his best to dissolve the medicinal strength of the origin strengthening pill. After the medicinal strength of one origin strengthening pill was dissolved, he didn't even open his eyes before directly swallowing another origin strengthening pill and continuing to cultivate. Repeating the process again and again. Time flashed by swiftly. Duan Ling Tian didn't know how much time had passed. All he knew was that he'd ceaselessly consumed origin strengthening pills, and ceaselessly condensed the origin energy within his body, all for the sake of charging into the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage was his target. When he was hungry, he opened his eyes and roasted some meat to eat. Accurately speaking, it was some meat to swallow. Wolfing down his food was a phrase that could perfectly describe the scenes of Duan Ling Tian violently eating and drinking these past few days. During this period, Ke and Li Fei had come look for him twice. But every time, when they saw Duan Ling Tian who was immersed in cultivation, they wouldn't disturb him and would only silently watch Duan Ling Tian for some time before leaving. No matter what their man did, they would support him without condition, because he was their life and everything to them. This day, I've arrived at the limit of the bottleneck. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, and he revealed a slightly excited expression. With a raise of his hand, 3 medicinal pills had appeared within his palm. It was precisely the nascent break pill. After swallowing down the 3 nascent break pills, Duan Ling Tian continued cultivating, and the origin energy within his body had become violent as it endlessly charged at the final bottleneck. The origin core within Duan Ling Tian's dantian expanded endlessly, and would shatter from being too full at any moment. One day, within the stalactite cave, a shapeless wave of air stretched out from the body of the young man that sat cross-legged on the stone platform. It caused the air to roil as it spread out, transforming into circle after circle of ripples. In the next moment, the young man opened his eyes, which were like a dazzling array of stars as bright lights flickered within. After a short moment, the bright light gradually dispersed, and the young man's eyes returned to calmness. Finally, nascent soul stage, Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a smile and he was extremely excited. He'd finally succeeded in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Under his excitement, Duan Ling Tian's origin energy skyrocketed. Instantly, ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form one by one above him, and their imposing manner were like rainbows that shot into the sky. A total of 211 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Similarly to when I was at the nascent soul stage, I still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, more than a martial artist with a similar cultivation. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. The strength of 11 ancient mammoths was the strength of the body that was bestowed to me by the spirit serpent form and raging python form. At that time, Duan Ling Tian cultivated the first form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form, and during the body tempering stage, his strength far surpassed the strength of a martial artist with a similar cultivation as him. When he was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, his strength even exceeded the strength of ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artists by the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. After he broke through to the core formation stage, the second form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the raging python form, bestowed the method of using origin energy to temper the body to Duan Ling Tian, and it even allowed Duan Ling Tian's body to become strong to a state that could be called abnormal. An ordinary 9th level core formation stage martial artist possessed a strength comparable to the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. But when Duan Ling Tian was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, his strength was comparable to the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. It was almost double the strength of an ordinary 9th level core formation stage martial artist. This extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths had always been with Duan Ling Tian until now. Coupled with the quake energy that was bestowed upon me by the third form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the worm python form. Relying on the grade 6 spirit sword that the withered old man left behind that day, so long as it isn't a second level nascent soul stage martial artist who possess a grade 6 spirit weapon or above, I can kill them. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he had an initial estimate of his current strength. Of course, if it was a second-level nascent soul stage martial artist that possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, then if Duan Ling Tian were to go against the martial artist, he would surely be in a dangerous situation. As my cultivation advances, the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and the quake energy will become of lesser and lesser help to me. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that in the future, he might be able to rule over martial artists with a similar cultivation as him by relying on the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy. But once he encountered a martial artist with a higher cultivation than him, it would become more and more strenuous for him. Just like now, so long as that second-level nascent soul stage martial artist also possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, then unless Duan Ling Tian can gain an advantage by making the first strike, otherwise, if he were to go head-on with the martial artist, Duan Ling Tian would die without a doubt. The nascent soul emerges from the shattered core. Unconsciously, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something and started to use his internal vision. Presently, the origin core within his dantian had completely vanished. At the location where the origin core used to be, a ball of milky white gas that was the shape of a baby seemed lifelike as it sat cross-legged there. This ball of baby-shaped gas is completely formed from origin energy. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew this like the back of his hand. The pressing matter at hand is to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Once my cultivation encounters a bottleneck, I'll stop cultivating right away, then rely on the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, to comprehend wind force. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, then withdrew a medicinal pill and swallowed it. This medicinal pill was a medicinal pill that Duan Ling Tian had refined before he started cultivating, and it was named Nascent Nurturing Pill. It was a medicinal pill that was consumed by nascent soul stage martial artists to cultivate. It was similar to the Origin Increasing Pill consumed by Core Formation stage martial artists and the Origin Strengthening Pill that was consumed by Origin Core stage martial artists. Presently, after his cultivation had broken through to the nascent soul stage, Duan Ling Tian was able to perceive that when he circulated the mental cultivation method of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Windworm form, it was much easier. The origin energy within his body flowed ceaselessly as it charged towards the next level, and it seemed as if it didn't know exhaustion. Chapter 377, Sudden Insight, Comprehension of Wind Force. Duan Ling Tian forgot the time as he cultivated. Spring had become winter, and in the blink of an eye, 11 months had passed just like this. Stalactite cave, atop the stone platform. Duan Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he let out a long sigh. This bottleneck is truly a headache. I wonder how long has it been. I should go out and have a look. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed to leave the stalactite cave and stand on the tilted tree. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was at the south of Cloud Continent, thus it was difficult to see snow during the winters here. Even then, Duan Ling Tian was still able to sense traces of coldness. Of course, this little bit of coldness was nothing to him. With his current strength, so long as his origin energy coiled around his body, he would be easily capable of withstanding severe cold. Unfortunately, although my cultivation has broken through to the nascent soul stage, my spiritual force doesn't have the slightest sign of wanting to break through. Duan Ling Tian let out a long breath of air and was slightly feeling a sense of loss. His spiritual force searched the peak of Megrez Peak for a while, then when he confirmed there were no people, Duan Ling Tian ascended the peak and headed down the mountain. After he arrived nearby the trade hall, he asked about a little bit and he found out that it had already been 11 months since he went into closed-door cultivation that day. 11 months. The sect leader said that we would leave half a month earlier for the martial competition this time. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian stepped on the chain bridge, he thought in his heart. In other words, there's still half a month of time before I have to leave. After he left Megrez Peak, Duan Ling Tian first went to Alcade Peak to see Li Fei, then he headed to Alcade Hall on Dubi Peak to see K'er. After not meeting each other for almost a year, his heart was filled with the feeling of missing the two little girls. Only after he met the two little girls did he find out that during the time he was in closed door cultivation, they'd come see him more than once. This caused his heart to feel warm. Needless to say, the feeling of being cared for was indeed nice. After having a romp with the two little girls, Duan Ling Tian returned to the peak of Megrez Peak once more, and he stood on the tilted tree, feeling the piercingly cold wind of winter. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciples' attire on Duan Ling Tian's body fluttered, and the origin energy that appeared automatically to withstand the severe cold was withdrawn by him. Instantly, the cold wind assaulted him, almost completely enveloping Duan Ling Tian within it. Icy coldness that pierced into the heart spread throughout Duan Ling Tian's body, causing Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from shivering. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth and endured it. He was comprehending the characteristics of wind under such a severe environment. According to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, if he wanted to comprehend wind force, then before he cultivated whirlwind, he must have a certain degree of understanding towards the wind. Wind was something that gathered gentleness, violence, coldness, and swiftness together. Boundlessly profound. Presently, the winter wind that Duan Ling Tian was facing contained 3 characteristics of wind: fierceness, coldness, and swiftness. As for gentleness, that was a characteristic of a breeze. Duan Ling Tian stood on the tilted tree for an entire day, only circulating his origin energy to completely remove that coldness that had invaded his body when he was freezing to the point his face went ghastly pale and he gritted his teeth tightly. His entire body returned to warmth. Wind. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and silently recalled the cold wind that had assaulted him for an entire day. The cold wind was violent and ruthless, cold and bone-piercing, swift and fierce. Duan Ling Tian stood on the tilted tree like this as he gradually entered a marvelous state, seeming to have transformed into a sculpture as he stood there unmoving. The cold wind was still piercingly cold, yet as was unable to assault and pierce through the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body that was suffused with origin energy. 1 day passed. 3 days passed. Duan Ling Tian finally made headway on the 10th day. Duan Ling Tian's figure lightly moved and a strange aura accompanied his origin energy to suffuse out. Wind. So that's how it is. Duan Ling Tian muttered, and the corners of his mouth bloomed into a brilliant smile. With a raise of his hand, a strand of an extremely swift and fierce aura suffused out. This is wind force, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. At practically the same moment, 100+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Duan Ling Tian. Currently, Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize the strength of his body or origin energy in the slightest, the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian was curious in his heart. According to his knowledge, even the lowest level of the wind force, elementary wind force, was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths when utilized. Right when Duan Ling Tian was feeling curious, the 100+ ancient mammoth silhouettes above him suddenly reduced to become 80+ ancient mammoths. Then it violently increased to 100+ again. What's going on? The scene before him caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly dumbstruck as he completely had no idea what was going on. I seem to have not comprehended wind force. But the wind force also seemed to already possess traces of being completely formed. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts revolved abruptly. Normally speaking, it's impossible for a nascent soul stage martial artist to comprehend force. Could it be that I'm being restrained by this? Before long, Duan Ling Tian was suddenly enlightened. However, according to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, the high-grade Earth rank martial skill, Whirlwind, is sufficient to assist me in comprehending wind force. Perhaps. As he thought up to this point, Duan Ling Tian pushed off the tilted tree and descended onto the peak of Megrez Peak with a leap. Presently, the peak of Megrez Peak was completely devoid of people. Whirlwind. Duan Ling Tian's figure moved, as if he'd transformed into wind, and he started to cultivate his new movement technique. Although it's said to be his new movement technique, but it actually still contains some traces of the spirit serpent movement technique. Whirlwind. Step into the initial stage and one may comprehend elementary wind force. Step into the mastery stage and one may comprehend half-step advanced wind force. Step into the perfection stage and one may comprehend advanced wind force. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had a certain level of comprehension towards this high-grade earth rank movement technique. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out, as if he'd transformed into a gale, sweeping through the mist and clouds that covered the sky and coiled around the peak of Megrez Peak. His speed grew swifter and swifter. Let me test if I can merge that incomplete wind force I comprehended into whirlwind. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, then the origin energy on his body fluctuated before it contained extra traces of a strange aura. This aura was precisely the incomplete wind force that Duan Ling Tian had obtained sudden insight of after 10 days. Compared to before, Duan Ling Tian's speed was nearly doubled. Not only that, along with Duan Ling Tian becoming skilled in the incomplete wind force he'd comprehended, he was also able to gradually merge it with his movement technique, whirlwind. For an entire day and night, Duan Ling Tian didn't stop in the slightest. If a void-prying stage martial artist was present, then they would surely be able to notice that the originally incomplete wind force on Duan Ling Tian's body was gradually becoming completely merged with whirlwind as Duan Ling Tian utilized them together. Until the second day when twilight appeared in the horizon, when Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed, the strange aura that was unstable and finally stabilized. At the same time, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Duan Ling Tian who didn't use any origin energy to move his body. This was precisely the strength of elementary wind force. Elementary wind force. I've succeeded. When he noticed this, Duan Ling Tian stopped, moved and had a jubilantly happy expression. Growl. Growl. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a wave of light noises, and he noticed that his stomach was growling. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have not eaten for a long time. How many days have passed? Duan Ling Tian, who had a dazed expression, started a fire on the peak of Megrez Peak before starting to roast meat and wolf it down. At the same time that he bit on the roasted meat, Duan Ling Tian didn't forget to recall his gains. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, there are some people within Cloud Continent with outstanding comprehension ability that are able to comprehend incomplete force when they were at the nascent soul stage. That time of people were practically able to instantly comprehend elementary force when they stepped into the void-prying stage. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. As for my circumstances, according to the knowledge of rebirth martial emperor, it ought to be a type of sudden insight. Sudden insight could be encountered by luck but not sought after. Amongst the countless martial artists in the world, they might not have even encountered sudden insight. Once in their entire lifetime, some people were able to cause everyone around them to ascend in life once they themselves obtained sudden insight. Although few, there were still people on Cloud Continent who directly comprehended force from a sudden insight like Duan Ling Tian. Even to the extent, there were still some people who'd just comprehended half-step advanced force, then because of sudden insight, they directly comprehended advanced force. Compared to the latter, Duan Ling Tian could be considered to be inferior. Sudden insight. I truly never imagined that I would have such luck. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and sighed. Through the memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian was able to perceive how difficult sudden insight was to come by. Even the rebirth martial emperor who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, hadn't encountered more than 10 people who'd experienced sudden insight. A person who'd experienced sudden insight twice was almost non-existent. Sudden insight is related to a person's great fortuitous encounter. Presently, I've comprehended elementary wind force through sudden insight. In the future, if I want to immerse myself in the state of sudden insight again, it would be practically impossible. Flowing lights flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he said to himself. Elementary wind force. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses. Origin energy skyrocketed on his legs, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Elementary wind force merged into his origin energy. Above Duan Ling Tian, hundreds of ancient mammoth silhouettes had imposing manners that shot into the sky like rainbows as they followed Duan Ling Tian to flash out. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale, sweeping away all the clouds and mist surrounding the peak of Megrez Peak. For a moment, all the clouds and mist atop the peak of Megrez Peak had dispersed, vanishing without a trace. Satisfying. At the same time that he dashed, Duan Ling Tian had the feeling as if he was racing with the wind, causing his mood to feel at ease. Presently, this high-grade Earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, can be considered to have officially stepped into the initial stage. As expected of a high-grade Earth rank movement technique, it's far from something those high-grade profound rank movement techniques can compare to. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Chapter 378. Jade Origin Fruit. Even Duan Ling Tian himself never imagined that standing on the tilted tree and sensing the piercingly cold winter wind that day would allow him to inexplicably enter the state of sudden insight. With a single sudden insight, he'd comprehended elementary wind force. Shit. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something, his pupils constricted and his face went grim. Duan Ling Tian's figure fluttered, seeming to transform into a gale as he directly flashed down Megrez Peak with burning anxiety. I wonder how long the sudden insight this time spent. If I've missed the day to head to the martial competition, then I would truly be unworthy of the care the sect leader has given me. After Duan Ling Tian left Megrez Peak, he directly stepped on the chain bridge and headed to Dubi Peak. He didn't dare stop for a single moment. That day before he went into closed-door cultivation, the materials Duan Ling Tian asked the sect leader, Lingu Jin Hong, to gather was practically all the materials he didn't possess. Those materials were all extremely difficult to come by, materials that had a price but lacked any stock on the market. This favor was something Duan Ling Tian remembered in his heart. If he was unable to be in time for the martial competition this time, then he would undoubtedly lose a chance to return this favor. He didn't want to lose this chance. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed, causing the wind and clouds to flutter all along the way, and he directly headed to Dubi Hall on Dubi Peak. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at Dubi Hall and saw the sect leader's personal disciple, Huangji, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, as it looked like he didn't miss it. Duan Ling Tian, Master has been looking for you for many days. There's actually no one on Megrez Peak that knows where your cultivation location is. Are you really cultivating on Megrez Peak? Huangji still had a calm expression when he saw Duan Ling Tian, but his brows lightly frowned. The sect leader is looking for me. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, then walked into Dubi Hall under the lead of Huangji. In next to no time, the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, appeared. Duan Ling Tian. The calm expression on Lingu Jinhong's face revealed a wisp of a smile when he saw Duan Ling Tian. This scene caused Huangji, who stood nearby, to have a slightly unnatural expression. He was the personal disciple of Lingu Jinhong, but normally, before this master of his, he'd never seen his master have such a smile towards him. Slight envy had arisen within his heart. Sect leader. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded to Lingu Jinhong. I've been cultivating during these past few days and didn't pay attention to the time. When are we leaving? In 3 days. As Lingu Jinhong spoke, he raised his hand. A spirit fruit that flickered with a jade green sheen appeared out of thin air on his hand. The spirit fruit was completely crimson red, yet its entire body flickered with a jade green sheen. With a single glance, one could discern that this spirit fruit was no ordinary thing. Huang Ji's gaze abruptly lit up. A spirit fruit was a treasure that could be encountered by luck but not sought after. When Duan Ling Tian saw the spirit fruit in Lingu Jinhong's hand, he'd recognized it in the first possible moment, and he couldn't refrain from exclaiming in surprise. Jade Origin Fruit. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, the Jade Origin Fruit was a type of spirit fruit that was of higher grade than the Profound Origin Fruit he'd consumed that day. When consumed by a martial artist below the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, it was sufficient to allow the martial artist to directly break through to the next level. When consumed by a 4th, 5th, or 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, it was only able to allow the cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. If one had fallen into a bottleneck, then it was even sufficient to directly break through the bottleneck and break through to the next level. If it was consumed by a martial artist at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, its effect would instead be reduced greatly. If he was able to obtain this Jade Origin Fruit, then once he consumed it, he was confident in making his cultivation break through to the next level. Jade Origin Fruit. At the beginning, although Huang Ji had realized that the spirit fruit in Lingu Jinhong's hands wasn't simple, but he was unable to recognize it. Now, when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, his gaze became burning with desire. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage 3 months ago. If he was able to obtain this Jade Origin Fruit, then even if he was unable to break through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, it would still be sufficient to allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and it would be of extremely great assistance to his cultivation in the future. For a time, the gaze Huang Ji shot at the Jade Origin Fruit was filled with desire. I never expected you would recognize the Jade Origin Fruit. Lingu Jinhong glanced at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. This young man is really more and more mysterious. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, his gaze never leaving the Jade Origin Fruit in Lingu Jinhong's hands. In the past, I'd once seen it in an ancient book, and there was a picture especially there to explain in detail. Lingu Jinhong came to a sudden understanding. If it was like this, then it wasn't strange. Duan Ling Tian. Lingu Jinhong glanced at Duan Ling Tian, and his gaze followed to descend onto the Jade Origin Fruit in his hand. This scene caused Huang Ji's face to go grim. Could it be that Master wants to bestow this Jade Origin Fruit to Duan Ling Tian? No, this absolutely will not do. Huang Ji's heart burned with anxiety, and his belly was filled with unwillingness. But before his master, Lingu Jinhong, he didn't dare be presumptuous in the slightest. Have you broken through to the nascent soul stage? Lingu Jinhong slowly asked Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded. Ha ha, good. Lingu Jinhong laughed heartily. You didn't let me down after all. If I'm not wrong, you're only 22 this year, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a carefree expression. He didn't think this achievement was great. That day, the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Shui Nai, was around the age of 15 or 16, but her cultivation was already at the void-prying stage. Compared to Han Shui Nai, he was nothing. Within the domain of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the appearance of a nascent soul stage martial artist that was at the age of 22 was indeed sufficient to cause people to be extremely shocked. He's broken through to the nascent soul stage. Huang Ji looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of disbelief and his eyes contained slight coldness. He knew clearly in his heart, now that Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the nascent soul stage at such an age, with the disposition of his master who'd always loved geniuses extremely, his master would surely bestow the Jade Origin Fruit to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be enveloped in a layer of ice. Duan Ling Tian. As expected, Lingu Jinhong passed the spirit fruit in his hands to Duan Ling Tian. Consume this Jade Origin Fruit and your cultivation ought to be sufficient to break through to the peak of the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. I'm confident that in another 3 years, when it's time for the next martial competition, you'll surely be able to win the highest honor for our 7-star sword sect. Sect leader. You want to gift the jade origin fruit to me? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Although he recognized that the spirit fruit in Lingu Jin Hong's hand was a jade origin fruit, he never thought that Lingu Jin Hong would gift it to him. After all, Lingu Jin Hong himself had a nascent soul stage personal disciple. For a moment, he couldn't refrain from glancing at Huang Ji, yet he noticed that Huang Ji, who'd always been incomparably cold and indifferent towards him, now looked at him with a gaze that contained a slight sheen of hatred out of jealousy. Duan Ling Tian was able to guess the reason. I'm naturally gifting it to you. Lingu Jin Hong nodded, and had an expression that said it was a matter of course. This jade origin fruit is something I obtained unexpectedly while going deep into the primeval forest half a month ago. I'd planned to find you and gift it to you a few days ago, but I was unable to find you. Huang Ji's face sank. He never expected that his master anxiously looking for Duan Ling Tian these past few days was actually for the sake of bestowing this jade origin fruit to Duan Ling Tian. After all, before today, even he didn't know of the existence of the jade origin fruit. For a moment, flames of jealousy blazed in Huang Ji's heart. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised when he heard Lingu Jin Hong. His place of cultivation, the stalactite cave, was a place that only he and the two little girls knew of. Without his permission, the two little girls would absolutely not reveal the secret of the stalactite cave to another person, including their masters. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse and extended his hand to receive the jade origin fruit. This jade origin fruit had extraordinary meaning to him currently, as it was sufficient to allow his cultivation to directly break through to the next level. At the same time that he received the jade origin fruit, Duan Ling Tian could feel traces of heaviness. He knew clearly in his heart that at the same time that he received this jade origin fruit, it would also mean that he shouldered a responsibility. I'll let the sect leader know during the martial competition this time. Gifting this jade origin fruit to me was absolutely not a wrong choice. Duan Ling Tian said in his heart. Lingu Jin Hong swept out his hand, causing his sleeve to give rise to wind, as he slowly said, Go. After you consume the jade origin fruit and break through to the second level of the nascent soul stage, don't continue cultivating so as to avoid you missing the time to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time. Second level nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian neither agreed nor disagreed when he heard Lingu Jin Hong. Does this sect leader really think that I'm only at the first level of the nascent soul stage? Yes. However, Duan Ling Tian didn't explain any further. He replied before turning around and leaving. When he left, Duan Ling Tian was able to sense the burning gaze of hate and jealousy that flashed at him from behind. He didn't have to turn around and he could already guess it. The owner of the gaze was precisely Huang Ji. After leaving Dubi Hall, Duan Ling Tian left Dubi Peak and returned to Megrez Peak. Jade origin fruit. With this jade origin fruit, my cultivation will step into a new horizon. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Sect leader, it won't be long before I let you know how correct your decision today to gift the jade origin fruit was. Duan Ling Tian silently said in his heart. The sect leader, Lingu Jin Hong, bestowed this jade origin fruit to him and not to his own personal disciple, Huang Ji. He'd obviously deliberated about it for a long time. Of course, Duan Ling Tian also knew that the reason Lingu Jin Hong didn't give the jade origin fruit to Huang Ji wasn't because he wasn't good to Huang Ji. On the contrary, Huang Ji was his personal disciple, and in terms of affection, no one could compare to the status Huang Ji had in his heart. Today, Lingu Jin Hong had made such a decision undoubtedly because he abandoned his own personal feelings and did it all for the sake of the 7-star sword sect. After all, besides being a master, he was also a leader of a sect. Every decision of his could affect the entire sect. After he returned to the stalactite cave, Duan Ling Tian sat on the stone platform before withdrawing the jade origin fruit and gobbling it up with a few bites. The jade origin fruit's juice was icy cold when it entered the mouth, then it fused into Duan Ling Tian's body and spread out. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes. He started cultivating and dissolving the medicinal strength of the jade origin fruit. Chapter 379, Elder Peng. Needless to say, the medicinal strength of the jade origin fruit was extremely domineering. Duan Ling Tian had only spent an entire day and night, and he'd already broken through. There were still another 2 days before they departed. Duan Ling Tian spent the remaining time to the 2 little girls. Just like this, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Dubi Peak, Dubi Hall. 7 figures were gathered together. 3 middle-aged men with extraordinary bearing and 4 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. You're Duan Ling Tian. A middle-aged man in sky-blue robes shot his gaze that was brimming with vigor at Duan Ling Tian, and at the same time, a terrifying imposing manner enveloped out to press itself onto Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian instead remained unmoved. He stood there, not moving like a mountain, as if he would remain unfazed even if Mt. Tai were to collapse. As expected of the number one genius in the history of our 7-star sword sect, you're worth of your reputation. In next to no time, the blue-robed middle-aged man withdrew his imposing manner and praised Duan Ling Tian. This is the peak master of Fecta Peak, K Gen. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, who stood nearby, lightly smiled as he introduced to Duan Ling Tian. Peak master K Gen. Duan Ling Tian greeted the blue-robed middle-aged man. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian could vaguely perceive that this peak master of Fecta Peak seemed to be an expert that had stepped into the second stage of the Void stage, the Void initiation stage. The Void stage was divided into 4 stages. The first Void stage, the Void prying stage. The second Void stage, the Void initiation stage. The third Void stage, the Void interpretation stage. The fourth Void stage, the Void transformation stage. Sect leader, you don't intend to take Duan Ling Tian as your personal disciple? K Gen nodded with a smile to Duan Ling Tian, then looked at the nearby Lingu Jinhong. If sect leader has no intention of taking Duan Ling Tian as a personal disciple, then I won't be courteous. K Gen's words displayed his thoughts of wanting to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. When did I become such a hot cake? Lingu Jinhong hadn't even spoken when Zheng Fan had already started laughing. K Gen, I and sect leader both think we have no qualification to be Duan Ling Tian's master. Could it be that you think you have sufficient qualification? If Duan Ling Tian takes you as his master, what do you have to teach him? K Gen's face froze when he heard this. Exactly, if Duan Ling Tian were to take me as a master, what do I have to teach Duan Ling Tian? Force and concept relied more on individual comprehension, and others weren't able to affect it. As for sword skills and other various combat methods, as an existence who could kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple while only at the 9th level of the origin core stage, would Duan Ling Tian need me to teach him? When he thought up to here, K Gen shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. I really forgot this. Indeed, not to mention our 7-star sword sect, even throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Darkstone Empire and the Darken Dynasty, there might not be a person who possessed the qualifications to be Duan Ling Tian's master. A master delivered teachings and cleared confusion. If he wasn't even able to do this, then how would he be a master? At this moment, K Gen could perceive that the reason the sect leader didn't take Duan Ling Tian as a personal disciple wasn't because he didn't intend to, but because he felt he didn't have the qualifications. HMPH. The nearby Huangji coldly swept Duan Ling Tian with his gaze and snorted secretly. K Gen saying this was undoubtedly indirectly saying that he, Huangji, the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect leader, was inferior to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was someone that even his master, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, didn't have the qualifications to take as a disciple. Get ready to depart. Suddenly, Lingu Jinhong spoke indifferently. Depart. It was at this moment that the sound of wind and a bird sounded out in the distant horizon. An enormous black shadow descended from behind the distant clouds and mist, and it passed through to appear before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others. This is. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as he gazed at the enormous flying demon beast before him. This flying demon beast was a grand roc. Its entire body was dark gray, and when it opened its wings, it was like clouds that covered the sky. It didn't possess the sharp feathers like the dark roc that Zither young master rode, and its feathers were no different from the feathers of an ordinary fierce beast, seeming to be extremely ordinary. However, its sharp claws that flickered with cold light were sufficient to cause one to be terrified. It was like a sharp weapon that could destroy anything. Most importantly, at the instant this grand roc appeared, Duan Ling Tian sensed that its aura was extraordinary, to the extent that it was not inferior to Zheng Fan and K Gen. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and couldn't help but extend his spiritual force out, desiring to inspect the strength of this grand roc. However, when Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force touched the grand roc, a strand of cold light suddenly flashed past the originally dim eyes of the grand roc, and the gaze covered in an icy cold sheen that shot at Duan Ling Tian caused him to shudder and hurriedly withdraw his spiritual force. Little fellow, you're not bad. You actually possess such a strong spiritual force at such an age. Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Who? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He was able to discern that this voice transmission wasn't sent by any of the people present, right when Duan Ling Tian was looking around. What a naive little fellow. The voice transmission sounded out once again. This time, Duan Ling Tian reacted, and he was completely dumbstruck as he gazed at the grand rock that was flying downward swiftly. It was this grand rock that was speaking to me. Demon beast condensing origin energy into sound. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew very well that condensing origin energy into sound was something a 7th level origin core stage human martial artist was able to utilize, but if it was a demon beast, it instead had to step into the void initiation stage to be able to condense origin energy into sound. This is a void initiation stage demon beast. After he recovered from his shock, Duan Ling Tian felt a chill run down his spine. The intuition of a demon beast was innately more acute than humans. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force was something even Lingu Jinhong was unable to notice, where this void initiation stage demon beast was able to notice it at the first possible moment. The Grand Rock's enormous figure descended swiftly outside Dubi Hall with a bang, giving rise to dust and dirt that covered the sky. Elder Peng. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw that everyone present including Lingu Jinhong respectfully bowed to the Grand Rock. Whereas the Grand Rock nodded like a human, then its eyes descended onto Duan Ling Tian before looked at Lingu Jinhong, seeming to be asking something. Elder Peng, he's Duan Ling Tian and is the disciple with the strongest natural talent in the history of our 7-star sword sect. Presently, he's only 22 years old, but his cultivation has already stepped into the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Lingu Jinhong respectfully introduced Duan Ling Tian to the Grand Rock. When the Grand Rock heard this, its sharp eyes contained a sense of surprise. Obviously, he was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao as well. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Not only did what Lingu Jinhong say shock the Grand Rock, even the Zheng Fan and Kei Zhen were moved now. Although they knew that Duan Ling Tian had already stepped into the 9th level of the origin core stage 1 year ago, if Duan Ling Tian was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage now, they wouldn't be surprised. After all, Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was there for all to see. However, Duan Ling Tian had actually broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, you've broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Zheng Song looked at Duan Ling Tian with a surprised expression. Amongst the young disciples of the 7-star sword sect, only he was acquainted with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian laughed lightly, but didn't affirm it nor deny it. However, Duan Ling Tian's current attitude instead caused Zheng Song to be deeply convinced. The other two people were respectively the personal disciple of sect leader Lingu Jinhong, Huang Ji, and the personal disciple of peak master Kei Zhen, Meng Chu. Meng Chu was a young man with an ordinary appearance, and his age was slightly younger than Zheng Song. Presently, the gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian was filled with shock. 22-year-old 2nd level nascent soul stage martial artist. HMPH. If it wasn't for the jade origin fruit that Master bestowed to him, would he be able to break through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage? Huang Ji's voice sounded out abruptly, and traces of jealousy was mixed within. For a time, everyone present came to a sudden understanding, so it turns out that Duan Ling Tian consumed a jade origin fruit. Sect leader, what extravagance! You actually bestowed a spirit fruit like the jade origin fruit to Duan Ling Tian. Kei Zhen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He could feel the great hopes that Lingu Jinhong had entrusted to Duan Ling Tian. Jade origin fruit. Zheng Fan and Zheng Song both revealed expressions of shock. Meng Chu looked at Duan Ling Tian and his eyes contained traces of envy. If he was able to obtain a jade origin fruit, he was confident of directly stepping into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage once he consumed it. Before Duan Ling Tian had appeared, Meng Chu's natural talent was able to be ranked at the 2nd amongst the younger generation 7-star sword sect disciples that were below 30. Only below Huang Ji and surpassing Zheng Song. But unfortunately, the appearance of Duan Ling Tian had completely thrown this ranking into disorder. The three of them were all smashed by Duan Ling Tian's outstanding natural talent, and could only place themselves behind Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was the presently publicly acknowledged number 1 in the 7-star sword sect, even to the extent that within the long flow of history in the 7-star sword sect since it was established, a monster like Duan Ling Tian had never appeared, and Duan Ling Tian's natural talent could be considered to be unprecedented. HMPH. Huangji's sudden interruption caused Lingu Jinhong to be slightly displeased, and he grunted coldly. Even if Duan Ling Tian didn't consume the Jade Origin fruit, even if Duan Ling Tian was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Do you think you can compare to him? What cultivation did you possess when you were at the same age as Duan Ling Tian? Lingu Jinhong's words contained a sense of disappointment that Huangji didn't live up to his expectations. Huangji lowered his head when taught a lesson by Lingu Jinhong, as he had no means to refute him. Second level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. The sect leader and everyone else all seemed to think that he only broke through to the second level of the nascent soul stage after consuming the Jade Origin fruit. Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Lingu Jinhong looked at Duan Ling Tian and introduced the Grand Rock who'd withdrawn his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky and stood there like a small hill. This is Elder Peng, he's also our 7-star sword sect guardian revered elder. Elder Peng is the senior with the highest seniority in our 7-star sword sect. Highest seniority, it undoubtedly displayed that the time this Grand Rock existed was even longer than the 2 great guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect. Chapter 380, Demonic Lotusblade Sect, Sect Guardian Revered Elder. Just these 4 words were enough to display how formidable the Grand Rock was. Elder Peng. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Grand Peng then greeted him. The Grand Rock nodded to Duan Ling Tian, then he unfolded his wings before lightly sweeping them. Swoosh. Instantly, the air outside Dubi Hall seemed as if it was completely drawn out, and dust and dirt suffused and flew into the sky. Depart. Lingu Jinhong called out to Duan Ling Tian and the others before being the first to leap up the spacious back of the Grand Rock that was like flat ground. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and the others ascended the back of the Grand Rock one by one. After he descended onto the back of the Grand Rock, Duan Ling Tian was able to guess what would happen next. This Grand Rock, who is also the sect guardian revered elder, Elder Peng, of the 7-star sword sect, would carry their group to head to the demonic Lotusblade sect. This martial competition of the 5 great sects this time would be carried out in the demonic Lotusblade sect. The demonic Lotusblade sect was similar to the 7-star sword sect as they were both one of the 5 great top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it was said that over 90% of the 7-star sword sect disciples used swords, then 90% of the disciples of the demonic Lotusblade sect instead used sabers. Right at this moment, the Grand Rock fully opened up his wings that were like clouds that could cover up the sky. The Grand Rock swung his wings, and his speed abruptly rose, as if he transformed into a bolt of lightning, and he flew through the clouds and mist as he flashed out. The sounds of piercingly cold strong winds entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears as swift and fierce violent winds assaulted his face, slapping his face. However, Duan Ling Tian remained unmoved. He stood there, not moving like a mountain. Along with the Grand Rock increasing his speed, Zheng Song was the first to be unable to endure the violent winds that assaulted him. His face went pale and his figure started to tremble slightly. Then it was Meng Chu. HMPH. Huangji, who was gritting his teeth and persevering, glanced at Duan Ling Tian who had a carefree expression, and he clenched his teeth. Now, he was almost at the verge of collapse. But when he saw Duan Ling Tian seemed as if nothing was happening when faced with the piercingly cold violent winds that assaulted him, he wasn't willing to admit defeat. Duan Ling Tian noticed Huangji's actions, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of disdain. If it was before, he might be afraid of this piercingly cold violent winds, but now, he who'd comprehended elementary wind force completely didn't take violent winds of such strength seriously. Lingu Jinhong noticed the unsightly expressions of Zheng Song, Meng Chu, and Huangji, but when he saw Duan Ling Tian's carefree expression, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch and he secretly exclaimed, "Freak." Before saying to the Grand Rock, "Elder Peng, please take care of the juniors." HMPH. 3 useless little things. Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into the ears of everyone present, and it caused Lingu Jinhong, Zheng Fan, and Kei Zhen to smile helplessly. They were naturally able to perceive that Elder Peng was testing the juniors earlier. Now, compared to Duan Ling Tian's performance, the performance of Huangji, Zheng Song, and Meng Chu were simply not worth mentioning. It was no wonder that Elder Peng would be so blunt. The Grand Rock gradually slowed down his speed, causing Huangji and the others to heave a sigh of relief. After they recovered, Zheng Song had a bitter smile as he muttered, "How can we compare to junior brother Duan Ling Tian? He's a freak." Unlike Zheng Song's open-mindedness, Huang Ji and Meng Chu had extremely unsightly expressions. The fact that they were trampled on by a kid that was 22 years old was difficult for them to accept. Duan Ling Tian was able to sense their fierce gazes, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, and he instead sized up the surroundings with interest. Unfortunately, only a boundless expanse entered his eyes, yet he could see nothing. Senior brother Zheng Song, we still need to spend half a month of time to arrive the demonic Lotus Blade sect even with Elder Peng taking us there. Duan Ling Tian walked up to Zheng Song's side and asked curiously. Yes, Zheng Song nodded. This is something we can't do anything about. If Elder Peng was heading towards the demonic Lotus Blade sect by himself, he would arrive there within half a day. But now, Elder Peng has to take care of us juniors, so he can only reduce his speed to a level that we can endure. Elder Peng's speed was extremely swift, but it was difficult for Zheng Song, Meng Chu, and Huang Ji to withstand the swift and fierce violent winds that assaulted their faces during extremely swift flight. Even if it was Duan Ling Tian, although it wasn't strenuous earlier, but once Elder Peng doubled his speed, he would surely find it difficult to endure. Half a month. Only when Duan Ling Tian found out of the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect did he realize that even with Elder Peng slowing down, their traveling speed could still be considered to be extremely swift. The distance between the 7-star sword sect and the demonic Lotus Blade sect was actually 3 times the distance from the 7-star sword sect to Solitary Summit. After all, when he departed from the 7-star sword sect that day, even when he used his Fergana horse to hurry on the journey at full speed all the way, he'd still used 4 to 5 months of time to arrive at the ancient city of Everlast that was near the Solitary Summit. However, the speed of a Fergana horse is completely unable to compare to the speed of Elder Peng. Duan Ling Tian was extremely clear of this. Even if Elder Peng was intentionally slowing down now, in terms of speed, he still far surpassed a Fergana horse by over 10 times or even 100 times. All along the way, Duan Ling Tian and Zheng Song chatted idly about anything and everything. Unknowingly, they'd chatted to the topic of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. In the current younger generation of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, an extremely outstanding inner court disciple has appeared, and he's ranked number 5 amongst the 5 great young masters. People call him Saber Young Master. As he finished speaking, Zheng Song was filled with respect. Saber Young Master. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. How is this Saber Young Master compared to Zither Young Master? In terms of strength, he's slightly inferior. In terms of natural talent, they're on par. Zheng Song continued. The Saber Young Master is the youngest amongst the 5 great young masters, and is only 26 this year. However, according to my father, the cultivation of that Saber Young Master has already stepped into the 6th level of the nascent soul stage last year. Presently, it's very likely that he has stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. 26-year-old 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Such natural talent was indeed not inferior to the Zither Young Master, Zishang. Half a month of time passed by quickly. Then one day, Duan Ling Tian, who stood atop the Grand Rock's back, felt his feet tremble, and the Grand Rock had suddenly slowed down and plunged downwards. The clouds and mist in Duan Ling Tian's field of vision dispersed completely, and a boundlessly vast gorge appeared before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others. Presently, Duan Ling Tian stood atop the back of the Grand Rock and looked down upon this gorge, and he could see that the shape of the gorge was like an incomparably demonic lotus. Within this lotus-shaped gorge, every petal was an independent gorge within the gorge. This is the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, the demonic Lotus Gorge. Lingu Jinhong looked down at the vast gorge and said slowly, this demonic Lotus Gorge looks like a 9-petal demonic lotus. The location of those 9 petals are where the outer court disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect cultivate and are similar to the 6 great outer court sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect. Under Lingu Jinhong's introduction, Duan Ling Tian and the others acquired a certain level of understanding of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Elder Peng, let's go down, Lingu Jinhong said to the Grand Rock. The Grand Rock nodded, then descended to the central area of the demonic Lotus Forge. His acute spiritual force vaguely determined that a person had suddenly appeared ahead of them, and it was in existence at the 6th level of the void-prying stage. Not long after, the Grand Rock's body jerked before descending near that person. Nearby, an azure-clothed old man stood in midair, and cupped his fist and bowed as he greeted Lingu Jinhong, who was atop the Grand Rock's back. Sect leader Lingu, HMPH. Lingu Jinhong hadn't even spoken when the face of K Zhen, who stood nearby, sank, the terrifying imposing manner on his body extended out to envelop the old man. Our 7-star sword sect leader has arrived personally, but not even a single one of your demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader or 9 gorge masters have come out to greet us. The old man's face went slightly pale when enveloped by K-Gen's aura, and he hurriedly explained. Peak Master K-Gen, amongst our sect leader and the 9 gorge masters, there are quite a few who are in closed-door cultivation. Besides the sect leader, only 3 gorge masters aren't in closed-door cultivation, and they're now entertaining the honored guests of the other 3 sects. 1 sect leader, 3 gorge masters. What a great demonic Lotus Blade sect. Zheng Fan took a step forward and a similarly terrifying aura enveloped the old man, causing the already pale face of the old man to go ghastly pale. Peak Master Zheng Fan, you've actually broken through. He knew the 7-star sword sect leader and the 6 peak masters. According to his knowledge, the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, ought to only be a martial artist at the 9th level of the void prying stage, but he never imagined that Zheng Fan would have actually broken through. Zheng Fan breaking through also meant that the 7-star sword sect had another void initiation stage expert. This wasn't good news to the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Zheng Fan, you've broken through. K-Gen was stunned. Zheng Fan lightly smiled, and his gaze unnoticeably flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. His breaking through was all thanks to Duan Ling Tian. Peak Master Zheng Fan really concealed himself well. Even the Peak Master of Fecta Peak didn't know he'd already broken through. Duan Ling Tian was similarly surprised when he saw this. After all, Zheng Fan had broken through to the void initiation stage 2 years ago. Lead the way. Lingu Jin Hong finally spoke, seeming to pay no attention to the demonic Lotus Blade sect's loss of respect, but Duan Ling Tian was still able to notice the terrifying rage contained deep within Lingu Jin Hong's eyes. The 7-star sword sect was the leader of the 5 great top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at any rate, but now the 7-star sword sect was actually looked down upon by the demonic Lotus Blade sect like this. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, how could Lingu Jin Hong not be enraged? Looks like the 7-star sword sect's younger generation's lack of strength has affected the prestige of the 7-star sword sect to a certain extent. Although Duan Ling Tian only watched on coldly from the sidelines, he was still able to notice a slight inkling. Just think about it. A sect presently relied on its experts of the senior generation. But in the future, when the senior generation experts retired or even died of old age, it would still need to rely on the gradually maturing younger generation. It could be imagined that if a sect's new blood didn't have good quality, then it would surely decline in the future. Chapter 381, The Weirdo, Sword Young Master. As the Grand Rock followed behind the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder, his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky flapped abruptly. Instantly, the Grand Rock passed the elder, whistling through the air as he plunged downwards, and everywhere he passed causing sounds of air exploding to continuously rise and fall. Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder was swept away by the strong winds caused by the Grand Rock's wings, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Elder Peng wouldn't have done it intentionally, right? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Grand Rock beneath him as he thought in his heart. The Grand Rock sent Duan Ling Tian's group to an empty piece of land before nodded to Lingu Jin Hong. Then he unfolded his wings and flew up into the sky, concealing himself within the sky and vanishing behind the clouds and mist. Meanwhile, the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder had finally descended nearby to Duan Ling Tian's group. Even though he was taught a lesson by the Grand Rock, the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder only dared be furious, but not voice it out, and he slightly respectfully lead their group that was led by Lingu Jin Hong into the gorge within the gorge. This is the inner gorge of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and is similar to the main peak, Dubi Peak, of our 7-star sword sect. It's the location of the spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the higher-ups and inner court disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect usually cultivate here. Zheng Fan introduced the place to Duan Ling Tian and the others of the younger generations. They walked all the way into the inner gorge. The scene before Duan Ling Tian abruptly became brighter. He could see some buildings standing at various locations, and even saw quite a few demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples continuously flowing within them. Some of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that noticed their group couldn't help but stop and look. It's members of the 7-star sword sect. It ought to be. Those 4 young men are wearing the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples' attire. That young man looks to only be 21 or 22, he wouldn't be participating in the martial competition this time as well, right? It's impossible. Being able to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such a young age, he can already be considered to be of outstanding natural talent. But if he wants to participate in the martial competition, then he's still too green. Indeed, so long as one is a disciple of the 5 great sects and is not above 30 years old, then one may participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. There's no lack of existences at the 4th or 5th level of the nascent soul stage amongst the participants. Just like our demonic Lotusblade sect senior brother Long Yun, who is ranked number 5 amongst the 5 great young masters. Now, his cultivation is only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. This 7-star sword sect inner court disciple probably came with his seniors to join to watch the battles. Under the lead of the demonic Lotusblade sect elder, Duan Ling Tian's group walked all the way towards the inner parts of the gorge. Everywhere they passed, they could clearly head the demonic Lotusblade sect disciples whispering in discussion. Saber young master, Long Yun. He hasn't broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. A bright light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The gaze of the demonic Lotusblade sect elder that led the way had descended onto Duan Ling Tian repeatedly, as he was rather surprised that Duan Ling Tian was able to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such an age. Sect leader Lingu, looks like a young genius has appeared in your sect again. The demonic Lotusblade sect elder said to Lingu Jinhong, yet his words were non-committal. As far as he was concerned, although being able to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such an age wasn't bad, but in terms of natural talent, it wasn't worth mentioning when compared with his demonic Lotusblade sect saber young master, Long Yun. After all, their demonic Lotusblade sect saber young master, Long Yun, had stepped into the 7th level of the origin core stage at the age of 20 and became an inner court disciple. As far as he was concerned, this young man would at most be in existence at the 7th or 8th level of the origin core stage. You have a good eye, Lingu Jinhong replied indifferently. Disdain arose in the heart of the elder when he heard Lingu Jinhong, but he didn't show it on the surface. Before long, the elder had brought Duan Ling Tian's group to arrive within the central building in the inner gorge, and the demonic Lotusblade sect disciples here had become scarce. You, come here, the demonic Lotusblade sect elder called out to one of the passing disciples, then instructed indifferently. You, take the 4 young geniuses of the 7-star sword sect to the martial competition courtyard. As he spoke, he looked at Duan Ling Tian, Zheng Song, Huang Ji, and Meng Chu. Yes, the demonic Lotusblade sect disciples hurriedly replied respectfully. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 didn't leave and they all looked at the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong. Presently, all the young geniuses of the 4 great sects, including our demonic Lotusblade sect, are already waiting in the martial competition courtyard. All of you can go over and rest first. A while later, the higher-ups of the 5 great sects will go over together and announce the beginning of the martial competition. The demonic Lotusblade sect elder lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian's group of 4, then looked at Lingu Jinhong as he made a gesture with his hand. Sect leader Lingu, Peak Masters, our sect leader has been awaiting your arrival for a long time, please. Go. Lingu Jinhong nodded to Duan Ling Tian's group of 4. Then he followed the demonic Lotusblade sect elder to leave with Zheng Fan and Kei Zhen. After they obtained the permission of Lingu Jinhong, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 followed behind the demonic Lotusblade sect disciples and headed towards another direction. On the way, Duan Ling Tian found out from Zheng Song. Not only was there a martial competition courtyard established within the inner gorge of the demonic Lotusblade sect, even their 7-star sword sect's Dubi Peak had one. The martial competition courtyard was a place especially prepared for the martial competition of the 5 great sects. The martial competition was held every 3 years and each of the 5 great sects took turns to host it, and every sect would have a turn after every 18 years. This time, it was the demonic Lotusblade sect's turn. Through the introduction from Zheng Song, Duan Ling Tian obtained a certain level of understanding of the other 3 sects within the 5 great sects. The other 3 great sects were respectively the Origin Convergence sect, Mountain Split sect, and Snow Moon sect. In next to no time, the demonic Lotusblade sect disciple brought Duan Ling Tian's group into a spacious courtyard. After they entered the courtyard, a spacious, even ground entered their eyes where numerous pergolas were established in the surroundings. Presently, there were people within 4 of the pergolas. The people that sat within were all young people, and the oldest wasn't above 30 years of age. These people are the disciples of the other 4 great sects that are participating in the martial competition. Duan Ling Tian casually swept these people with his gaze as he said to himself. Senior brothers, all of you can choose any pergola to have a short rest, and the martial competition will begin once the sect leader and the others arrive. The demonic Lotusblade sect disciple told Duan Ling Tian's group before directly leaving. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 walked over to a nearby pergola. The people of the 7-star sword sect have arrived. In next to no time, some people with sharp eyes had noticed Duan Ling Tian's group of 4. Looks like the 7-star sword sect has really declined. One of their 4 spots is actually occupied by a little kid that seems to be a little over 20. Someone couldn't refrain from sighing. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 sat down within the pergola, and there were already pre-prepared refreshments and tea within it. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed past the other 4 pergolas one by one. He noticed that within every pergola sat 4 young people who wore uniform attire. There was one pergola which actually had a young woman sitting within. Most shocking of all was the 3 young men by the young woman's side seemed to be slightly reverent towards the young woman, and this caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help from being stunned. That's the Snow Moon sect's genius disciple, Lu Yu, who's also one of the figures within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation that possesses a natural talent that is only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Even though she's a woman, if it came to a battle, she wasn't inferior to a man in the slightest, and she's an extremely dangerous figure. Zheng Song noticed the direction of Duan Ling Tian's gaze and he explained in a low voice. This Lu Yu was around 27 or 28 years old, and although her appearance was ordinary, her strength was shocking. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. She's a woman, but she's actually stronger than the 7-star sword sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was able to understand Lingu Jin Hong's feelings. If the 7-star sword sect continued on like this, then it would sooner or later be destroyed in the hands of the younger generation. That's the saber young master, Long Yun. Along with Zheng Song speaking, Duan Ling Tian's gaze shot into the distance. Within a pergola in the distance, a young man around the age of 26 who held a sheathed broad saber in his embrace silently sat there with his eyes closed, seeming to turn a deaf ear to everything in his surroundings. The 3 young men by his side didn't even dare take a heavy breath, as they were extremely afraid they would disturb the former. Saber young master, Long Yun. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime worth of experience from the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian was able to determine the exact cultivation of this saber young master. Only half a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This saber young master seems to have encountered a bottleneck that's difficult to charge through. With a single glance, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern the saber young master's level of cultivation. Within the martial competition this time, the saber young master, Long Yun, and Lu Yu are the strongest. Zheng Song continued. Strongest? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Isn't there another one of the 5 great young masters that is from one of the 5 great sects? Hasn't that person come? Zheng Song smiled as he said, Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, there's something you do not know. The person you spoke of is the person that's ranked 4th amongst the 5 great young masters, and people call him Sword Young Master. This Sword Young Master is a weirdo amongst weirdos. What do you mean? Duan Ling Tian became interested. The Sword Young Master is from the Origin Convergence sect, and he's fond of romance. Allegedly, since that Sword Young Master left the Origin Convergence sect 2 years ago, he's been unwilling to leave the largest cabaret in the Imperial City all day long. He was never able to recover after this and shut himself away from the world. Truly, as the saying goes, a hero cannot defeat his love for women. When Zheng Song introduced the Sword Young Master, he had a strange expression on his face. This Sword Young Master is truly a genuine person. Duan Ling Tian laughed, as he could perceive the Sword Young Master's unrestrained disposition. Right, since he's from the Origin Convergence sect, could it be that the people from the Origin Convergence sect didn't care about him? The people from the Origin Convergence sect were unable to care about him. Zheng Song shook his head and laughed. At the beginning, a few elders of the Origin Convergence sect wanted to capture him back to the sect, but as a result he directly said, if all of you dare to fucking touch this young master, then I'll fucking tell the whole world that I've separated myself from the Origin Convergence sect from today onwards. For a time, the Origin Convergence sect's elders were completely helpless. Chapter 382. Warm Up. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but smile when he heard Zheng Song. This Sword Young Master is really special. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that the reason the sword young master was able to frighten the Origin Convergence sect's elders was because of the status he possessed. If it was another ordinary Origin Convergence sect's disciple, the disciple would have probably been directly expelled from the sect, let alone making a few elders personally go over to invite the disciple back. HMPH. As one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, that sword young master is actually such a scoundrel, he's truly thrown all the face of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. Meng Chu, who sat nearby, heard what Zheng Song said as well, and he grunted coldly, seeming to detest sword young master's behavior. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Meng Chu indifferently, as he didn't agree with Meng Chu's views. As far as he was concerned, one lived in the world only hoping to have no regrets in one's heart. Although he didn't know the sword young master and had never met him, the sword young master's genuineness still caused him to feel heartfelt admiration. Meng Chu has caused trouble. When Meng Chu had just finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian noticed that within the nearby pergola, the 4 young men heard Meng Chu's voice that wasn't intentionally suppressed, and their faces all went grim. In next to no time, a thin young man amongst them took large strides to leave the pergola and stand on the spacious level ground. For a moment, besides the sword young master, Long Yun, who still held his saber in his arms and sat there with his eyes closed, the gazes of everyone in the martial competition courtyard descended onto the young man. What does this Origin Convergence sect disciple want to do? Many people wondered in their hearts. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that the gaze of the Origin Convergence sect disciple had swept towards the pergola he was in, then finally descended onto Meng Chu. Senior Brother Chen is the person I admire the most in my life. This person from the 7-star sword sect, you dare speak ill of Senior Brother Chen. I presume your strength ought to be not bad. Now, although the martial competition hasn't begun, we instead can have a warm-up battle. What do you think? The Origin Convergence sect disciple said indifferently to Meng Chu, and his words didn't lack the intention to provoke. HMPH. Did you think I would be afraid of you? When faced with the challenge from the Origin Convergence sect's disciple, Meng Chu wasn't afraid in the slightest, and his figure flashed out to stand in confrontation with the Origin Convergence sect disciple. The sword young master is surnamed Chen. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and he looked at the 2 people that were in confrontation with interest. Besides the saber young master, Long Yun, the other people were like Duan Ling Tian and were silently watching the scene before them. Suddenly, the Origin Convergence sect disciple moved. His entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning that flashed straight out. On his right hand, along with the surging and roaring of his origin energy, his spirit weapon gloves flickered with a dazzling luster. The Origin Convergence sect disciple's palm descended down, condensing 3 material palm prints in the air that whistled as they descended, enveloping towards Meng Chu. Above him, beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 170 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. This Origin Convergence sect disciple was obviously a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and as for the glove on his hand was a grade 7 spirit weapon. His palm strike contained a strength that was comparably to the strength of 770 ancient mammoths. Bring it on! Meng Chu shouted out explosively, then stomped his feet on the ground before transforming into a gust of wind as he moved to intercept the attack. Meng Chu's hand jerked and a grade 7 spirit sword appeared in his hand. The grade 7 spirit sword flashed out, transforming into sword images that covered the sky before moving over like flying flowers and falling leaves to intercept the palm print. Above him, 770 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared as well. Meng Chu was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist as well. Their strengths are evenly matched. Many people exclaimed in surprise. In the blink of an eye, the Origin Convergence sect disciple had met Meng Chu head-on. The 3 material palm prints whistled as they descended, smashing against the sword images in Meng Chu's hand. The collision of 2 terrifying energies caused a shapeless force to extend out, shocking the air to the point that a circle of ripples undulated. Then it transformed into a gust of wind that blew towards the people watching the battle in the surrounding pergolas. The Origin Convergence sect disciple's speed was on par with Meng Chu, and they passed by each other and smashed attacks against each other for multiple times. Tied. On the flat ground, dust and dirt that covered the sky suffused into the air, and practically fully covered the figures of the 2 people. Whoosh! 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 The sounds of palm winds whistling out rose and fell. The swift and sharp whistle of a sword followed the sound of the palm like a shadow. They're probably unable to decide on a victor. Duan Ling Tian's gaze never left the surroundings of the two people in battle since the beginning. Relying on his acute spiritual force, he was able to perceive that in terms of strength, they were both on par, and in terms of speed, they were similarly on par. Now, even the exhaustion of their origin energy was almost exactly similar. This battle went on for half an hour, but a victor was still unable to be decided. This caused the people watching the battle to lose their patience. Ended with a tie, there's no meaning in continuing. Exactly, the strength and speed of both of you are on par, and there isn't any disparity between the live combat experience and martial skill utilization of the two of you. Continuing will only expend your origin energy and affect the martial competition later on. Why don't the two of you stop? Many people persuaded with good intentions. Kid, I'll let you off this time. But, if you dare talk bad about senior brother Chen, then even if I have to take you down with me, I would still kill you. The Origin Convergence sect disciple's figure flashed to the side, then coldly glanced at Meng Chu. You can even throw away your life for the sake of Chen Xiaoshuai, who's infatuated with romance. Meng Chu's expression was extremely unsightly, as he didn't doubt what the Origin Convergence sect disciple said. If this Origin Convergence sect disciple really wanted to take him down with himself, then he would indeed be unable to escape death. No matter what senior brother Chen has changed into, I only know that he saved my life once. So long as he needs it, I can return my life to him at any time. Coldness appeared in the eyes of the Origin Convergence sect and his words were filled with killing intent. The people present were all able to feel the resoluteness of this Origin Convergence sect disciple. Madman, Meng Chu couldn't help but scold, yet he didn't dare say another bad thing about the sword young master, Chen Xiaoshuai. If he said another bad thing about the sword young master, Meng Chu didn't doubt it in the slightest that this Origin Convergence sect disciple would put his life on the line and once again charge at Meng Chu. The Origin Convergence sect was a total madman. Duan Ling Tian's eyes revealed a sense of admiration as he looked at the Origin Convergence sect disciple return to his pergola. This Origin Convergence sect knew how to be grateful and to return a kindness. He was a good man. Subsequently, many people left the pergolas and stepped onto the spacious even ground at the center of the martial competition courtyard, and sparred with each other. Duan Ling Tian lazily ate the refreshments, and after watching a few battles, he was slightly drowsy. This 7-star sword sect junior brother, how about you spar with me? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard a sharp voice sound out by his ear, and he just raised his head when he saw a young man with a wretched appearance and skinny figure standing nearby as he smiled at Duan Ling Tian. The young man's gaze contained a slight intent to mock mixed within. Duan Ling Tian, don't mind him. This mountain split sect disciple had already successively lost to me and the other two, now he intends to use you to get even. Meanwhile, Zheng Song's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears, get even using me. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, so it turned out that this person was bashed 3 times, then when he saw Duan Ling Tian's age, he thought Duan Ling Tian was easy to bully, so he wanted to get even using Duan Ling Tian and vent his resentment. Want to vent your resentment on me? Duan Ling Tian corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into an unnoticeable smile that was indifferent. What, this 7-star sword sect junior brother, you wouldn't be scared of sparring with me, right? The mountain split sect disciple with a wretched appearance stared at Duan Ling Tian, and his face revealed a wisp of ridicule. Looks like the disciples of the 7-star sword sect are nothing much. You actually don't dare to spar with me, truly disappointing. If it was up to me, your 7-star sword sect's disciples better go back from where you came, you'll only make a fool of yourself by staying here. The number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Bah, as he finished speaking, the mountain split sect disciple even insulted the 7-star sword sect. Right when Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold and he was intending to agree to the spar. Laughable. Zheng Song suddenly stood up, then looked at the mountain split sect disciple and ridiculed. Since you said our 7-star sword sect disciples are nothing much, then how about fighting me another time? Although they were both 4th level nascent soul stage martial artists, Zheng Song was already half a step into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. There were very few 4th level nascent soul stage martial artists that were a match for him. The mountain split sect disciple's face sank when he saw Zheng Song interfering. Zheng Song. Right at this moment, a sudden voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. I think what this mountain split sect junior brother said is reasonable. Since we've come here today, then we have to fight for the honor of our 7-star sword sect. You've defeated this mountain split sect junior brother earlier, and have obtained honor for our 7-star sword sect. It's respectable. Now, this mountain split sect junior brother challenged Duan Ling Tian, then we naturally should allow Duan Ling Tian to have a match with him, and uphold the dignity of our 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian, do you think what I said is correct? The person who spoke now was no one else, it was precisely the personal disciples of Lingu Jinhong, Huangji. It was Huangji who, since half a month ago, after Lingu Jinhong bestowed the jade origin fruit to Duan Ling Tian, had taken Duan Ling Tian to be an eyesore. Huangji, you. Zheng Song's face went grim, and under his extreme rage, he pointed at Huangji and said angrily, "Are you a disciple of our 7-star sword sect or not? Helping outsiders to bully the junior brother of your own sect. If people didn't know any better, they would think you're a disciple of the mountain split sect." Huangji said indifferently, "Zheng Song, what you said has gone too far. I'm only stating a fact. Meng Chu, what do you think?" "I agree with what Huangji said." Meng Chu nodded, and when his gaze swept past Duan Ling Tian, there was a cold light within it. Huangji and Meng Chu sung the same tune and pushed Duan Ling Tian onto the chopping block. When what they said entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, it caused his face so slightly sink and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He was completely clear of what these two people had in mind. It was none other than wanting him to make a fool of himself in public. Earlier, on the way while they still hadn't arrived at the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Duan Ling Tian had noticed the hostility they held towards him. This hostilities was mostly born from the combination of envy and hate. Chapter 383, Invincible Legend. In the past, although Duan Ling Tian had noticed the combination of hatred and jealousy that Huangji and Meng Chu had towards him, he didn't care much. As the common saying goes, one who doesn't encounter envy is a mediocre person. Possessing someone's envy undoubtedly showed that he had some merits. This was a good thing. But, now, Huangji and Meng Chu pushing him onto the chopping block while in the presence of outsiders had instead caused boundless rage to arise at the bottom of his heart. You too. Huangji and Meng Chu singing the same tune caused Zheng Song's expression to be extremely unsightly. Never had Zheng Song expected that Huangji and Meng Chu would actually make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian like this. "Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, you don't have to care about them." Zheng Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian and advised. Duan Ling Tian, when the mountain split sect disciple heard Huangji and Meng Chu, he was already beaming, and now when he heard what Zheng Song said to Duan Ling Tian, his gaze of ridicule descended onto Duan Ling Tian. This 7-star sword sect disciple's name is really not bad. Ling Tian, soaring above the heavens, domineering enough. But unfortunately, you don't deserve your name, and at most you're only a pussy. According to how I see it, you should just change your name. You can be called Kneeling Ling, one in the future, what do you think? The wretched face of the mountain split sect disciple revealed a ridiculing smile, and he looking at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking gaze since the beginning until now, as if he was mocking an ant. Kneeling Ling, this name isn't bad. In next to no time, someone seconded. Ha 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 ha. Many people roared in laughter, and the gazes they shot at Duan Ling Tian were filled with mocking and ridicule. Duan Ling Tian, you wouldn't really be willing to allow him to change your name, right? Huangji looked at Duan Ling Tian and ridiculed. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian likes this name. Meng Chu started laughing brilliantly. You two are the personal disciples of our 7-star sword sect's peak master and sect leader at any rate, but you actually help outsiders bully and humiliate the junior brother from our own sect. You two want to allow outsiders to see our 7-star sword sect make a fool of ourselves. Zheng Song looked at Huangji and Meng Chu and was angry to the point his figure lightly trembled. He was completely infuriated. Allow outsiders to see us make a fool of ourselves. Huangji glanced at Zheng Song indifferently. Zheng Song, open your eyes and look clearly, who is making a fool of our 7-star sword sect now? The junior brother of the mountain split sect sincerely invited Duan Ling Tian for a spar, but this Duan Ling Tian actually doesn't even have the courage to accept the battle. He's truly thrown the face of our 7-star sword sect. He has allowed outsiders to sneer at our 7-star sword sect. It's only a spar, not accepting the challenge is going a little too far. What, Duan Ling Tian, you still want to maintain your invincible legend in the 7-star sword sect? Meng Chu looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes contained traces of mocking. Invincible legend. When Duan Ling Tian was at the 7-star sword sect, he rarely suffered a loss before anyone. Especially the few times he ascended the life and death arena, he always killed his opponent as swiftly as a clap of thunder, and his imposing manner was like a rainbow, and his reputation spread throughout the 7-star sword sect. In the 7-star sword sect, many 7-star sword sect disciples that had nothing better to do gave Duan Ling Tian the nickname, Invincible Legend. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was an invincible legend. Invincible legend, him. Meng Chu's voice wasn't soft, allowing the Mountain Split sect's disciple to clearly hear it, and he couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, then finally held his stomach as he roared with laughter. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. It hurts so much. Invincible Legend. For a time, the nickname given to Duan Ling Tian by the 7-star sword sect disciples was well known by everyone in the martial competition courtyard. Looks like there really is no one left in the 7-star sword sect. A little kid like this was able to be publicly acknowledged as an invincible legend. 7-star sword sect has truly declined. In another few tens of years, the first sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be the 7-star sword sect anymore, and would instead be our Origin Convergence sect. Our Origin Convergence sect has a figure that's amongst the 5 great young masters, Sword Young Master. HMPH. Our Demonic Lotusblade sect's senior brother Long Yun is also one of the 5 great young masters, and he will surely lead our Demonic Lotusblade sect to replace the 7-star sword sect in the future and become the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In next to no time, the disciples from the Demonic Lotusblade sect and the Origin Convergence sect had started arguing. They only shut their mouths when they saw something flash before their eyes, noticing that there was another figure on the spacious even ground. Presently, near the Mountain Split sect disciple stood a young man. This young man was precisely the youngest person amongst everyone present here, the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, Duan Ling Tian. This 7-star sword sect disciple is going to accept the challenge. HMPH. He's simply courting a beating. Although the strength of this Mountain Split sect disciple is average, he's a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate. How could he be something a little kid could deal with? It's showtime. For a time, the gazes of some people from every pergola descended onto Duan Ling Tian. The gazes of these people mostly contained a mocking expression mixed within. He didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to be a match for this Mountain Split sect disciple. After all, Duan Ling Tian's age was truly too young, to the extent that it was shocking. Within the pergola, Huangji and Meng Chu glanced at each other, then beamed. They seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being defeated and humiliated. Only Zheng Song glared at Huangji and Meng Chu, then looked at Duan Ling Tian with a worried expression as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, if you're unable to carry on, then admit defeat. After you admit defeat, if he doesn't stop, then I'll make a move. Zheng Song's concern caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to feel warm, and he replied with a voice transmission. Don't worry, senior brother Zheng Song. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the Mountain Split sect disciple that stood in confrontation with him, and said with a terrifyingly calm voice, Mountain Split sect disciple, right? I, Duan Ling Tian, the inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, seem to have never refused your challenge from the beginning, right? All that crap you said earlier came out rather smoothly from your mouth. Were you expressing your lowly sense of existence? It was fine when Duan Ling Tian didn't speak, but the moment he did, every word struck the heart. It caused the Mountain Split sect disciple to be angered to the point his face flushed red and he almost howled. Kid, I'll kill you. Instantly, 600 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, and were accumulating force as they waited to be deployed. 4th-level nascent soul stage. Kill me. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and he had a carefree expression. If you want to kill me, then it would depend on if you have the ability. When the spectators saw Duan Ling Tian still daring to provoke the Mountain Split sect disciple like that while facing him, they felt their scalps go numb. This 7-star sword sect disciple is actually enraging the Mountain Split sect disciple. Is he courting death? It was impossible for him to be a match for the Mountain Split sect disciple in the first place. Enraging the Mountain Split sect disciple a step further now is truly not a wise move. Today, he's probably going to suffer. The spectating disciples of the various sects seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being completely devastated by the Mountain Split sect disciple. Right when the Mountain Split sect disciple howled, as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and he was about to attack. "Little fellows, all of you seem to be rather happily making noise." A dignified and gentle voice accompanied by a wave of footsteps sounded out from outside the martial competition courtyard. Sect leader. Instantly, within the pergola that was occupied by the demonic lotusblade sect, besides the saber young master, Long Yun, remaining unfazed, the gazes of the other 3 disciples lit up as they stood up and bowed. The demonic lotusblade sect's sect leader. Right at this moment, a robust figure walked into the martial competition courtyard with large strides. This was a man with a curly beard that wore a red robe. His tiger-like eyebrows emitted a dignified aura, and below his tiger-like brows, his eyes flickered within a sheen of wisdom that was completely different to his outwards appearance. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this demonic lotusblade sect's sect master wasn't simple. This was a scheming person, and was absolutely not someone an ordinary boorish fellow could compare to. When we participated in the martial competition that year, wasn't it the same? The seniors hadn't arrived when we'd already sparred with each other. Another middle-aged man walked in slowly. This middle-aged man was dressed like a scholar, and incomparably modesty and gentleness was contained between his brows. Sect leader. The 4 Snow Moon sect disciples respectfully bowed to the middle-aged scholar. The identity of the middle-aged scholar was extremely obvious, the sect leader of the Snow Moon sect. I remember that I participated in the martial competition together with sect leader Lingu that year. At that time, sect leader Lingu struck everyone with a single sword strike and was awe-inspiring, causing all the disciples of our 4 great sects to not be a match for him. Under Duan Ling Tian's gaze, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance to the point he couldn't be found once tossed in a crowd of people, walked in shoulder to shoulder with Lingu Jinhong. Sect leader. Including the Mountain Split sect disciple that was in confrontation with Duan Ling Tian, the other 3 Mountain Split sect disciples all respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was precisely the sect leader of the Mountain Split sect. "It's all matters of the past." Lingu Jinhong lightly smiled, then he parted ways with the sect leader of the Mountain Split sect and they each walked into an unused pergola. Sect leader. The 7-star sword sects Huangji, Meng Chu, and Zheng Song all respectfully bowed to Lingu Jinhong. Exactly, I was there that year as well, and the elegant demeanor of sect leader Lingu was indeed breathtaking. A dignified middle-aged man with a strong body followed to enter after Lingu Jinhong and the Mountain Split sect's sect leader. Sect leader. The 4 Origin Convergence sect disciples respectfully bowed. Subsequently, a thinly scattered group of 10 walked in with large strides. It was precisely the elders of the 5 great sects. 2 elders had come from every sect and they sat beside their respective sect leaders. Haha, I've heard of sect leaders' elegant demeanor from that year as well. But unfortunately, I'm a few years older than sect leader Lingu, and I had no luck in encountering sect leader Lingu in the martial competition. The demonic lotusblade sect's sect leader who sat within the pergola laughed heartily. Suddenly, the sect leader of Snow Moon sect's surprised gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Presently, Duan Ling Tian stood at the center of the martial competition courtyard, and his young appearance seemed to be especially dazzling. 1TL note. The name used here is Ling Guide, Ling Guidi, which is a variation of the end of Duan Ling Tian's name Ling Tian, Ling Tian. So instead of his original name which meant soaring the heavens, it would instead become kneeling on the ground. Thus, I named it Kneeling Ling. Chapter 384. Shocking the entire audience. Presently, it wasn't only the Snow Moon sect's sect leader, even the gazes of the sect leaders of the other 3 great sects were all drawn by Duan Ling Tian, only because Duan Ling Tian was truly too dazzling. Sect leader Lingu, this young man is also a disciple of your 7-star sword sect that's participating in the martial competition this time. The Origin Convergence sect's leader glanced at the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's attire on Duan Ling Tian and asked Lingu Jinhong with a surprised expression on his face. Sect leader Lingu, this disciple of your 7-star sword sect seems to only be 21 or 22 years old, right? The demonic lotusblade sects and Mountain Split sect leaders looked at Lingu Jinhong as well. He's 22 this year. Lingu Jinhong lightly smiled as he nodded, and seeing that Duan Ling Tian was in confrontation with this Mountain Split sect's disciple, he was slightly puzzled as he asked. Duan Ling Tian, you two are intending to spar? Yes, sect leader. Duan Ling Tian replied, then his gaze descended onto the Mountain Split sect disciple, and a faintly discernible smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. This Mountain Split sect senior brother said I'm not worthy of the name, Duan Ling Tian, and wants to give me a new name. What name? Lingu Jinhong was stunned, and he vaguely noticed that the atmosphere was slightly off. Let him explain himself. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the Mountain Split Sect disciple, and a cold light flashed deep within his gaze. The Mountain Split Sect disciple wasn't afraid in the slightest as he said coldly, "Exactly, I want to change the name of this kid that doesn't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. You're not worthy of possessing the name Duan Ling Tian. You will be called Kneeling Ling in the future." Kneeling Ling. The Mountain Split Sect disciple had only just finished speaking when Lingu Jin Hong's expression froze and he frowned. This Mountain Split Sect disciple had really gone too far. Even if it was he who was only an outsider to the matter, rage couldn't help but arise within his heart when he heard the humiliating words of this Mountain Split Sect disciples, let alone Duan Ling Tian who was the concerned party. At this moment, flames of rage would surely be violently rising within him. The expressions of Zheng Fan and Kei Zhen who sat by Lingu Jin Hong's side were unsightly as well. The Mountain Split sect leader frowned, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The current 7-star sword sect wasn't the past 7-star sword sect any longer. Without any outstanding new blood, the 7-star sword sect would sooner or later be surpassed and replaced by their 4 great sects. The trace of fear that had just arisen within his heart was all gone. The gazes of the sect leaders of the other 3 great sects descended onto Duan Ling Tian and were filled with interest. They were able to sense the heavy atmosphere in the current scene. "If you want to help change my name, then it will depend on if you have the qualifications." Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm as always, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes were practically at an extent they were difficult to restrain, and would surge out at any moment. "I'll let you know if I have the qualifications or not really soon." The Mountain Split Sect disciple grinned complacently, not taking what Duan Ling Tian said seriously in the slightest. As for the composure Duan Ling Tian displayed currently, he'd noticed it, yet only thought that Duan Ling Tian was intentionally trying to mislead him. "Then I'll wait and see." Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and he emitted battle intent that charged into the sky. Fight. Presently, the sect leaders of the 5 great sects had no intention of stopping the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and the Mountain Split Sect disciple. Today was the day of the martial competition at any rate. The content of the martial competition was mutual sparring between the disciples of the 5 great sects, a battle for supremacy. In the end, the strongest 3 would be decided, and they would obtain the prizes from the 5 great sects. "Ha, all right." The Mountain Split Sect disciple glanced at this sect leader, and when he noticed the latter nodded at him with encouragement, his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian once again. Then he laughed loudly as his eyes emitted a slightly vicious intention. Suddenly, a grade 7 spirit saber appeared out of thin air within the hands of the Mountain Split Sect disciple, and origin energy suffused and raged atop it. Instantly, 768 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above the Mountain Split Sect disciple. The Mountain Split Sect disciple's figure flashed out, as if he'd transformed into a cheetah that pounced towards Duan Ling Tian, and the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand seemed to have transformed into the bloody mouth of a cheetah that fiercely bit at Duan Ling Tian. The grade 7 spirit saber of the Mountain Split Sect disciple carried with it the force to split open a mountain, and wind was gradually born everywhere he passed, as if he wanted to directly split Duan Ling Tian into half. HMPH. When faced with the Mountain Split Sect disciple that was approaching menacingly, Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold and the corners of his mouth curled into an expression of ridicule. In an instant, Duan Ling Tian flashed out as well. In a flash, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gale that moved up to meet the Mountain Split Sect disciple in battle. Of course, he didn't utilize his wind force. This Mountain Split Sect disciple didn't possess the qualifications to make him utilize his biggest trump card. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian dashed out, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air, and they followed him to surge forward in the air. 4th level nascent soul stage. At almost the exact instant that Duan Ling Tian dashed out, numerous similar exclamations of surprise echoed within the martial competition courtyard. The sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Lingu Jin Hong's hand trembled and the teacup in his hand was smashed within his grasp, yet he seemed to have not noticed it in the slightest as he stared blankly at the scene before his eyes. Duan Ling Tian, 4th level nascent soul stage. How is this possible? If he didn't see it with his own 2 eyes, Lingu Jin Hong would find it difficult to believe that this was all true. When did Duan Ling Tian break through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage? Earlier, before Duan Ling Tian and the Mountain Split Sect's disciple started the battle, He'd already planned in his heart that if Duan Ling Tian wasn't a match for the mountain split sect disciple, then once Duan Ling Tian was in mortal danger, he would make a move and save Duan Ling Tian at the first possible moment. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was the future of the Seven-Star Sword sect, and the loss of Duan Ling Tian was not allowed. But the scene before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Duan Ling Tian was actually a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and it was difficult to believe. This little fellow really deeply concealed his cultivation. Zheng Fan, who sat beside Linggu Jinhong, shook his head as he smiled bitterly. Although he was slightly surprised, he wasn't so shocked. As far as he was concerned, no matter what miracle were to happen on Duan Ling Tian, it was nothing worthy of surprise. Duan Ling Tian had always been a miracle himself. Duan Ling Tian is only at the age of 22, but his cultivation is at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Such natural talent completely surpasses the most outstanding 5 great young masters of the current younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kei Zhen was shocked as well. He was the 7-Star Sword sect's Fecta Peak's master, and had heard of Duan Ling Tian since a long time ago. He'd known of Duan Ling Tian's existence since Duan Ling Tian killed the Fecta Peak disciple, Xiaoying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Later on, Duan Ling Tian's road to rising to fame had caused him to be inexplicably shocked. Duan Ling Tian's rise allowed him to see a light of hope for the 7-Star Sword sect's future. At that time, he'd firmly believed that so long as Duan Ling Tian was present, then the 7-Star Sword sect would surely be able to continue its brilliance in the future. Now, Duan Ling Tian had given him another pleasant surprise. I originally thought that this little fellow was only at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage now, but I never expected that he's instead at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Kei Zhen smiled bitterly, and at the same time, he was also delighted. No, impossible. At almost the exact same time, within the nearby pergola, the pupils of Huangji and Meng Chu constricted as their hearts surged with emotions, and they were unwilling to believe that everything before their eyes was true. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian. Zheng Song's pupils similarly constricted as well, but his heart was filled with the joy of excitement. His heart that was in his throat had finally come back down. He believed that with the ability Duan Ling Tian had displayed in the past, since Duan Ling Tian was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist now, defeating another 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist was no difficult matter. 4th-level nascent soul stage. The surprised people weren't only the group from the 7-Star Sword sect, the people from the other 4 great sects, from their sect leader and elders to the disciples, were all dumbstruck. His natural talent surpassed the 5 great young masters. The Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu, the only female disciple from the 5 great sects that was present here, shot her incomparably complicated gaze at Duan Ling Tian, a 22-year-old 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In terms of natural talent, it was sufficient to easily devastate all the 5 great young masters. At this moment, even the saber young master, Long Yun, who'd always had his eyes closed as he sat there without the slightest movement, had opened his eyes in a rare moment. There seemed to be a ball of flame jumping about within Long Yun's eyes. Presently, his gaze just happened to have descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Such a young 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Interesting. Long Yun's brows raised and the corners of his mouth curled into an indistinct arc, and it was difficult to perceive what his feelings were at this moment. The reactions of everyone present were practically stirred up the instant Duan Ling Tian made his move. Right when all the spectators were feeling incomparably shocked towards the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed, Duan Ling Tian's opponent, the Mountain Split Sect disciple, was dumbstruck as well. He's at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage as well. How could this be possible? Although he was unwilling to believe this, when he saw the speed Duan Ling Tian charged at him wasn't inferior to his own, he didn't dare dally in the slightest as the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand skyrocketed before it whistled out and descended. This saber strike carried the might to split a mountain, desiring to chop Duan Ling Tian into half. He didn't hold back in the slightest. At this moment, even if he wanted to hold back, he wouldn't be able to. Duan Ling Tian was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist just like him, and if he were to hold back, then the loser would surely be him. The might of your saber isn't bad. But unfortunately, your saber skill hasn't reached a high level. An indifferent voice sounded out from Duan Ling Tian's mouth, causing the expression of the Mountain Split Sect disciple to become gloomy, and he revealed an extremely fierce sheen in his eyes as the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand fiercely descended. Die, you're overestimating yourself. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer, and he even couldn't be bothered to utilize his grade 6 spirit sword and only casually withdrew a grade 7 spirit sword of low quality. The sword was like a bolt of lightning as it flashed out directly. In terms of speed, the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was much faster than the saber in the Mountain Split Sect disciple's hand. The sword-drawing art stressed upon extreme speeds. Amongst the martial skills under the heavens, only speed is undefeatable. Duan Ling Tian had always deeply believed this. The sword strike that was swift to the limit intercepted the saber in the hands of the Mountain Split Sect disciple. At this moment, another 168 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian. The strength of 768 ancient mammoths versus the strength of 768 ancient mammoths. Chapter 385. Crushed. No one knew that all this was done intentionally by Duan Ling Tian. He only used a grade 7 spirit sword of inferior quality that provided an amplification that was similar to the grade 7 spirit saber in the hands of the Mountain Split Sect disciple. As he didn't want to have an advantage in terms of spirit weapon, he wanted his opponent to accept the loss wholeheartedly and completely terrorize the Mountain Split Sect disciple with his might. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, Duan Ling Tian knew very well that killing a person was easy, but wanting someone to be completely afraid of you and not dare give rise to any thought of going against you was an extremely difficult task. Presently, what Duan Ling Tian wanted to do was the latter. Duan Ling Tian wanted to make the Mountain Split Sect disciple completely afraid of him and be terrified whenever they met. The saber strike that carried that force to split a mountain and the sword strike that was like a flashing bolt of lightning met with each other, head on. The ear-piercing sound of iron colliding echoed out, accompanying the collision of 2 vast origin energies. Instantly, the collision of origin energy affected the air, forming ring after ring of ripples that spread out. The dust and dirt all over the ground swept out and suffused into the air. At this moment, besides the few people from the 7-star sword sect, everyone from the other sects, including the sect leaders and elders, couldn't help but hold their breaths. They wanted to know who would be the final victor of this head-on collision. In their hearts, they were sighted towards that Mountain Split Sect disciple. After all, the martial skills cultivated by Mountain Split Sect disciples mostly leaned towards raw strength. Amongst the disciples of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects, disciples of the Mountain Split Sect were second to none in terms of brute force. Allegedly, 1,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Mountain Split Sect was in existence at the void interpretation stage that possessed freakish strength. Relying only on his extremely strong strength, he was able to slash a vast and continuous mountain range in half with a single slash, and that gorge that was split open with immense force was the current location of the Mountain Split Sect. That place was originally a spirit point that was buried under a vast mountain range that was noticed by the founding ancestor of the Mountain Split Sect, and was unearthed from then onwards. It was precisely because of this that the sect passed down by that void interpretation stage expert was named the Mountain Split Sect. Clang. The ear-piercing sound seemed as if it still resounded by the ears of everyone present in the martial competition courtyard. Kid, die. The Mountain Split Sect disciple let out an explosive shout abruptly, the veins on his forehead bulged, and the origin energy on the grade 7 Sprit Saber skyrocketed, wishing to dominate the grade 7 Spirit Sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Want to kill me? First ask yourself if you have the ability. Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression when faced with the Mountain Split Sect disciple that had gone berserk, and he seemed to not care in the slightest, staying incomparably composed. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Not good. The evil smile that appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth just happened to be noticed by the Mountain Split Sect disciple. Although he didn't know why Duan Ling Tian would reveal such a smile at this moment, he unconsciously perceived that he ought to take the initiative and retreat. But if he were to retreat just like this, then wouldn't he seem inferior to this 7-star sword sect disciple in the eyes of the others? Right when the Mountain Split Sect disciple didn't know what to choose in his heart, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand abruptly vibrated with a frequency that became higher and higher. The terrifying quake energy flowed out from the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand and poured into the Mountain Split Sect disciple's grade 7 spirit saber without reservation and in full fury. Instantly, the Mountain Split Sect disciple went pale. He could clearly feel the vibrating that came from the sword of this 7-star sword sect disciple before him, and as time passed, this vibration caused his palm to go numb, even his internal organs and entire body seemed to start vibrating with it. Let go. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian shouted out explosively. Right at this moment, the mountain split sect disciple whose palm had split open and was dripping blood let go of his spirit saber at the right moment. The instant he let go of the spirit saber, he could feel the vibrating of his body stop. At this moment, he had the pleasant sensation as if he'd put down the saber in his hand and achieved ascension. But he hadn't even carefully savored this pleasant sensation when he felt a strong wind assault his face, and the wind carried a shocking might of lightning. No, the mountain split sect disciple only had time to shout out explosively. Duan Ling Tian used his quake energy to dodge the spirit saber the mountain split sect disciple had tossed away, and the spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand abruptly shook before flashing directly towards the mountain split sect disciple. Spare his life. Right at this moment, the voice transmission of Lingu Jin Hong sounded out in Duan Ling Tian's ears. At this moment, besides the people from the Seven-Star Sword sect, there was probably no one that was clear-headed. The others were all dumbstruck by the words, "Let go," that Duan Ling Tian shouted out earlier. In the eyes of these people, along with the explosive shout of the Seven-Star Sword sect disciple, that mountain split sect disciple actually really let go and tossed away the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand. This scene was so strange and unbelievable to them. It was difficult for them to imagine what had happened earlier. Demon. This thought suddenly emerged within the hearts of many disciples of the 5 great sects, and the gazes they shot at Duan Ling Tian were filled with fear. Shouting out, "Let go," explosively, and he's able to make his opponent abandon their weapon. What ability is this? It's too strange. Of course, there were always many attentive people that noticed the palm of the mountain split sect disciple that had split open and was dripping with blood. An ear-piercing howl of the wind seemed to be exceptionally clear within the silent martial competition courtyard. At the critical juncture, the spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand twisted from sword edge to sword body and fiercely slapped onto the mountain split sect disciple's body. Under the blast of this enormous force, the internal organs of the latter shook, and at the same time that he flew out, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before finally fiercely plunging to the ground. Whereas at this exact instant, Duan Ling Tian flashed out, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale as he arrived at the place the mountain split sect disciple would land in advance. When he saw the mountain split sect disciple descended, Duan Ling Tian swept his leg out, precisely hitting the knee of the disciple. Ah! The clear sound of bones fracturing and his miserable shrill cry practically sounded out at the same time, and was incomparably ear-piercing, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Finally, the mountain split sect disciple emitted a shrill cry as he fell, and he just happened to kneel before Duan Ling Tian. His features were warped and hideous out of extreme pain. Presumptuous. The sect leader of mountain split sect had finally recovered from his shock, and his expression went grim as he stood up abruptly, desiring to flash towards Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader Tang. At practically the exact same instant, Lingu Jin Hong glanced indifferently at the sect leader of Mountain Peak sect. "I presume you heard clearly what your mountain split sect disciple said to Duan Ling Tian before the battle. Let the juniors deal with their own issues. How about it?" The mountain split sect leader was speechless. Only now did he recall that before his mountain split sect disciple battled this abnormal disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect, he seemed to have wantonly humiliated his opponent, and he even threatened to change his opponent's name to Kneeling Ling. He realized that he wasn't in the right, so he could only suppress the flames of rage within his heart and sit back down. But the gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian still contained traces of frightful cold lights mixed within. Such a monstrous genius disciple had actually appeared in the Seven-Star Sword sect, 4th level nascent soul stage at the age of only 22. Such natural talent was simply more monstrous than the most outstanding of the 5 great young masters in the current younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it was the leader of the 5 great young masters, the one called the person with the most monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao in the last 100 years of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was still far from being able to compare to this 7-star sword sect disciple. As he gazed at this 7-star sword sect disciple, he was envious and jealous in his heart. Why isn't my mountain split sect able to accept such a monstrous disciple? Now, what do you think? Duan Ling Tian looked down at the mountain split sect disciple that knelt before him, and his gaze was terrifyingly calm. You're kneeling on the floor, kneeling before me. Do you still think I'm not worthy of the name Duan Ling Tian? Do you still think you have the qualifications to change my name? Do you still think you have the qualifications to change my name? What Duan Ling Tian said entered into the ears of everyone present, and it caused them to sigh with emotion. Obviously, Duan Ling Tian's rage was precisely from the words the Mountain Split sect disciple spoke. The Mountain Split sect disciple was already trying his best to endure the pain of having his bones fractured, and he gritted his teeth tightly as his body trembled. Now, he recalled his previous actions when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and shame arose within his heart. For a time, he felt his vital qi and blood surge up to a point it was difficult to restrain. Pooh! In the end, the Mountain Split sect disciple's chest rose and fell for a while like a bellow, then his face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and it caused him to fall on the ground and pass out. Duan Ling Tian frowned, as he never expected the Mountain Split sect disciple to be so useless. Then he returned to the pergola. Although returning to the pergola was only a few steps away, Duan Ling Tian was able to feel numerous gazes that were like rain as they all descended onto him during this short few steps. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, I really never imagined that you've already broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. You've already caught up to me. Zheng Song led Duan Ling Tian to sit by his side and laughed in excitement. But deep within his eyes, a slight dimness was mixed within. He was 7 years older than Duan Ling Tian, yet his cultivation was only on par with Duan Ling Tian, and this caused him to feel embarrassment that came from the heart. However, in next to no time, he came to an understanding. This junior brother Duan Ling Tian of his was an utterly abnormal person. If anyone were to compare themselves to him, it would simply be looking for trouble. Huang Ji's expression was as unsightly could be. Earlier, he'd insistently pushed and mocked Duan Ling Tian to make Duan Ling Tian battle the Mountain Split sect disciple, precisely for the sake of allowing that Mountain Split sect disciple to teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson. Duan Ling Tian has actually broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. However, never had Huang Ji imagined that Duan Ling Tian, who was only at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage in his opinion, would actually have concealed his cultivation so deeply, and Duan Ling Tian's cultivation had already stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Meng Chu, who sat by Huang Ji's side, had an expression that flickered between one that was livid and ashen. He knew that from today onwards, he could be considered to have completely joined the side of Duan Ling Tian's opposition. Huang Ji mocking Duan Ling Tian was Huang Ji's own problem. Why did he have to join in? If it wasn't for this, it wouldn't have come to the extent that he became the opposition of Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 386, Profound Nascent Pill. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who'd returned into the pergola, had become the center of attention as expected. 22-year-old 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Besides the 3 higher up from the 7-star sword sect, the higher-ups from the other 4 great sects looked at Duan Ling Tian with extremely complicated gazes. In the past, the lack of strength of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation was something they'd noticed, and they originally thought the 7-star sword sect would sink into decline like this, but who knew that such a monster had actually appeared in the 7-star sword sect? This 7-star sword sect disciple is only 22 years old and has already stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. He's simply abnormal. Such natural talent surpasses every one of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Exactly, even that person who's the leader of the 5 great young masters was still far inferior to the 7-star sword sect disciple in terms of natural talent. Duan Ling Tian, he is like his name, possessing the potential to soar above the heavens. That Mountain Split sect disciple wasn't able to notice this and provoked him. Not only were both his legs fractured, he was even angered to the point of fainting. The disciples of the various sects recovered from their shock and were all astounded. The scene before their eyes had completely exceeded their expectations. If they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes, they wouldn't dare believe that a martial artist with such monstrous natural talent had appeared. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seems to have never been an existence who had stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage at the mere age of 22. The Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu sighed. She felt her own natural talent was extremely high and was only inferior to the 5 great young masters in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the past, she was only wholeheartedly convinced of the 5 great young masters. But today, when she saw the strength this 7-star sword sect disciple displayed with her own 2 eyes, only now did she realize that it turned out that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom still contained an existence that possessed a natural talent that surpassed the 5 great young masters hidden within. Such a monstrous disciple has actually appeared in the 7-star sword sect. Burning flames jumped about in the eyes of Saber young master, Long Yun, as he sized up Duan Ling Tian with interest, and he wished for nothing more than to charge over and spar with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, right, I, Long Yun, have committed you to memory. Presently, it wasn't just Long Yun who'd remembered the name Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps everyone present wouldn't be able to forget this name in their entire lifetime. Fourth level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 22, such accomplishments determined this person was extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian remained unmoved as he sat in the pergola and faced the numerous gazes that swept over, and he had a carefree expression. Such composure caused many people present to praise secretly. Not only is the natural talent of this Duan Ling Tian high, his disposition is extremely firm as well. Neither humble nor arrogant, truly difficult to come by. Sect leader Lingu, such a monstrous disciple appearing in your sect is truly a cause for congratulations. As the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was the first to recover from his shock, and he congratulated Lingu Jinhong. The words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was like a wick that lit a fire, lighting ablaze the atmosphere at the scene. The sect leaders of the other three great sects all congratulated Lingu Jinhong as well. Congratulations sect leader Lingu, the 7-star sword sect has a qualified successor. Everyone is too kind. Lingu Jinhong lightly smiled as he nodded in an extremely well-mannered and appropriate fashion. The two peak masters Zheng Fan and Kei Zhen felt extremely honored as they stood by Lingu Jinhong's side. It wasn't the first time they'd followed the sect leader to watch the martial competition, but it was still the first time they were able to hold their heads up high. For a time, their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian in unison as if they'd pre-discussed it earlier, and brilliant smiles hung on both their faces. They knew clearly in their hearts that everything they were able to enjoy now was all thanks to Duan Ling Tian. Of course, the expressions of some people were unsightly. Huangji, who sat in the same pergola as Duan Ling Tian, clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes revealed boundless resentment. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian seized away what should have been his. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was even likely to become the future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. He was unwilling to accept this. He was the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, the existence that would become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. No one can take away my place as sect leader. Duan Ling Tian, you're no exception. Huang Ji's gloomy gaze shot at Duan Ling Tian, and it seemed waiting to swallow Duan Ling Tian at any moment. The martial competition of the 5 great sects will continue. When he saw the fainted mountain split sect disciple being carried away by his companions to the pergola, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader and the host of the competition abruptly spoke. Although his voice wasn't loud, it entered into the ears of everyone present. Besides the usual prizes for the first 3 in the martial competition as always, I will personally give out a profound nascent pill as the prize for the first in the martial competition. Profound nascent pill. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader had only just finished speaking, when waves of gasping sounded out within the martial competition courtyard. As expected, a profound nascent pill was a grade 6 medicinal pill. Although the profound nascent pill was only a grade 6 medicinal pill, practically no grade 6 alchemist was able to refine it. At least, in the history of Cloud Continent, a grade 6 alchemist refining a profound nascent pill was unheard of. Even if a grade 5 alchemist were to refine it, the percentage of successfully refining this profound nascent pill was pitifully low, not even 1%. Thus, the value of the profound nascent pill could be easily imagined. Of course, the reason the profound nascent pill was valuable wasn't only because of this. The most valuable aspect of the profound nascent pill was its medicinal strength. Supposedly, in the next half a year after consumption, the person who consumed it would experience an extremely great increase in their natural talent. During the period the medicinal strength remained, the person's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Cultivating half a year could compare to cultivating for a year at ordinary times. Profound nascent pill. At this moment, besides Duan Ling Tian still possessing a calm expression as if he completely didn't hear the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, all the disciples of the 5 great sects including the Saber Young Master, Long Yu, had eyes that lit up. A single profound nascent pill was sufficient to allow his cultivation to yield twice the result half the effort. After consuming the profound nascent pill, cultivating for a half a year would be like cultivating for a year in the past. The profound nascent pill was an extremely great temptation to him. Profound nascent pill. Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression and flowing lights revolved in his eyes. If I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, this profound nascent pill would perhaps be of use to me. Now, even if you give me 100 profound nascent pills, it would be of no use in the slightest. Only because my current natural talent is already at the extreme of the martial artists in the Cloud Continent. As a person who'd fused with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian naturally knew what the profound nascent pill was. The profound nascent pill was a type of grade 6 medicinal pill that was extremely far apart in terms of expense and return. It was impossible for a grade 6 alchemist to successfully refine it. Even if a grade 5 alchemist were to refine it, the percentage of success wouldn't exceed 1%. Even if it was the rebirth martial emperor after he'd become a royal grade alchemist, he was only barely able to refine the profound nascent pill with a 100% success rate. The refinement of a profound nascent pill was related to the level of pill fire. The higher level the pill fire, the higher the rate to successfully refine a profound nascent pill. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian found out that those high-grade alchemists wouldn't waste huge amounts of time, energy, and materials to refine this medicinal pill that was known as the medicinal pill with the lowest success rate in Cloud Continent, only because refining a profound nascent pill was absolutely arduous, but fruitless. The materials to refine a profound nascent pill required 100,000 gold. 100 times would be 10 million gold. Even if a grade 5 alchemist were to refine it and used up the materials worth 10 million gold, the alchemist still might not be able to refine a profound nascent pill successfully. Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that the success rate of the profound nascent pill was low to the point as had reached an astounding level. During the second lifetime of the rebirth martial emperor, he'd once seen an obstinate grade 5 alchemist that went mad for the sake of refining a profound nascent pill. Not because of anything else, but only because that grade 5 alchemist had spent 100 million gold worth of materials and was still unable to refine even one profound nascent pill. In terms of cost, the profound nascent pill was a medicinal pill that had a difference between cost and return like the difference between the heaven and the earth. At least, Duan Ling Tian wasn't interested in the slightest towards refining a profound nascent pill. Perhaps, only those alchemists who really don't lack money and possess sufficient patience would refine the profound nascent pill. The medicinal strength of the profound nascent pill is indeed shocking, but the person that consumes it wouldn't think anything of it, but refining it was a type of torture and torment to an alchemist. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. Of course, there's also an exception. There are perhaps an extremely few grade 5 alchemists that struck great luck, and were able to refine it the first time. Right at the moment this thought arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. The profound nascent pill in my hand was accidentally refined by a grade 5 alchemist that's a good friend of mine, and he only spent a single portion of materials. The words of the demonic lotusblade sect's leader entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. There really is an alchemist who struck great luck. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. After all, although the success rate of a grade 5 alchemist was fixed at 1%, if the alchemist struck great luck, then a grade 5 alchemist still have the chance to refine a profound nascent pill successfully in one try. In the case that the alchemist was unfortunate, then even if the alchemist refined it 1,000 times, he might not be able to refine a single profound nascent pill. The friend of the demonic lotusblade sect's leader undoubtedly belonged to the former category. Struck great luck. I was wondering why someone would refine a profound nascent pill. Sect leader Long, the luck of that friend of yours is really heaven-defying. Sect leader Long, you took out this profound nascent pill and made it the prize of the first in the martial competition because you're probably intending to bestow it to the demonic lotusblade sect's saber young master, your foster son, Long Yun, right? Besides Lingu Jin Hong, the sect leaders of the other sects looked at the demonic lotusblade sect's leader and spoke out successively. The demonic lotusblade sect's leader lightly smiled, then looked at the sect leader of the Snow Moon sect that spoke the last. Sect leader Shui, why do you boost the morale of my foster son and belittle your own personal disciple, Lu Yu? Lu Yu and my foster son are both 6th level nascent soul stage martial artists, and Lu Yu similarly has the opportunity to obtain the first in the martial competition as well. Chapter 387, Poaching. When the Snow Moon sect leader heard the sect leader of the demonic lotusblade sect, he only smiled lightly but didn't say anything. Although the strength of his personal disciple, Lu Yu, wasn't bad, she was still quite a distance away when compared with demonic lotusblade sect's master's foster son, Long Yun. I was wondering why the sect leader of the demonic lotusblade sect was so kind, actually willing to take out a profound nascent pill to be the prize for the first in the martial competition. So it turned out that he'd only bestowing it to his foster son, the saber young master Long Yun, in a disguised form. Zheng Song, who sat by Duan Ling Tian's side, frowned and snorted in a low voice. Presently, it wasn't only Zheng Song who thought in this way. Most people possessed similar thoughts. How valuable was the profound nascent pill? Duan Ling Tian didn't care about it, but it didn't mean that the others didn't as well. Duan Ling Tian possessed a natural talent in the martial Dao that could be said to be at the extreme of a martial artist in Cloud Continent, yet others didn't possess this. To them, if they were able to acquire the profound nascent pill, then they could save half a year of time in their cultivation in the future. Even though it was only half a year, that was sufficient to close the gap between a great deal of people of the same generation and become distinguished amongst their peers. What, senior brother Zheng Song, you're interested in that profound nascent pill? Duan Ling Tian smiled as he asked. Of course I'm interested. Zheng Song hurriedly nodded, and his eyes revealed a burning sheen. That profound nascent pill is able to help a martial artist advance their cultivation swiftly. If I consumed that profound nascent pill, I might only need half a year to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage successfully. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and a bright light that was indistinct appeared in his eyes. This was something that Zheng Song didn't notice. However, even if he noticed it, he wouldn't be able to perceive Duan Ling Tian's thoughts and intentions. In next to no time, the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, announced the continuation of the martial competition. Instantly, the disciples of the various sects entered the even ground and challenged the disciples of the other sects by name. The spars were held, one by one, and were like a raging fire. Within the pergola that Duan Ling Tian was in, Huangji's figure flashed out to battle a 5th-level nascent soul stage disciple of the Origin Convergence sect. The battle between the two was extremely intense. In terms of speed, both of them were on par. In terms of strength, there was hardly any difference between the two. In the end, it was still Huangji who relied on another superb sword skill that condensed 7 sword lights that seemed to have transformed into 7 meteors, and they whistled as they descended with a speed like bolts of lightning, defeating his opponent in one go, extremely efficiently. This Huangji has cultivated 2 sword skills. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised, as the 2 sword skills of Huangji were obviously already cultivated to the perfection stage. Especially the sword skill he utilized in the end to defeat his opponent, it was even capable of being called superb. Based on Duan Ling Tian's evaluation, if his sword drawing arts were to encounter this sword skill, it might not be able to gain the advantage in terms of speed. This sword skill completely crushes more than 90% of high-grade profound rank sword skills. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Huangji. This Huangji had an extremely petty character, but needless to say, he still had some ability. At least, he hadn't seen anyone that had battled until now that was stronger than Huangji. 7-star sword technique. Right at this moment, waves of surprised exclaims entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. 7-star sword technique. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted when he heard these exclamations of surprise. He's heard of this sword skill before. It was the sect guarding sword skill. Of course, it was impossible that the 7-star sword sect only possessed one high-grade profound rank sword skill as its sect guarding sword skill. The 7-star sword sect's guarding sword skill was a high-grade earth rank sword skill. I heard a long time ago that the 7-star sword sect's guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, is the one and only high-grade earth rank sword skill in the 7-star sword sect. Moreover, this 7-star sword technique has a basic section that's called the minor 7-star sword technique. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. The sword skill this Huangji cultivated ought to be the minor 7-star sword technique. The minor 7-star sword technique was from the 7-star sword sect's sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, and it was naturally extraordinary. Supposedly, once a person who cultivated the minor 7-star sword technique to the perfection stage broke through to the void prying stage, the person would be able to comprehend elementary sword force in an extremely short amount of time. At that time, the high-grade earth rank sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, would step into the initial stage as well. Sect leader Lingu, this minor 7-star sword technique is the basic section of your 7-star sword sect's guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique. According to my knowledge, the 7-star sword sect has a rule that the 7-star sword technique can only be passed down to the person that inherits the place of sect leader. Isn't this so? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at Lingu Jinhong and lightly smiled as he asked. Exactly. Lingu Jinhong nodded. He felt rather happy in his heart when he saw his personal disciple bringing honor to the 7-star sword sect. In this way, sect leader Lingu intends to let your disciple inherit your position and become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. The Origin Convergence sect's leader looked at Lingu Jinhong as he smiled spuriously. Meanwhile, Huangji revealed a slightly complacent expression when he heard the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Right, Master passed down the minor 7-star sword technique to me. It's undoubtedly because he wants to pass down the sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, to me. After all, the minor 7-star sword technique he cultivated was the basic section of the 7-star sword technique. For a time, Huangji looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complacent expression, as if he was saying to Duan Ling Tian, "Kid, look clearly, I'm the future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect." But he quickly noticed that from the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian only glanced indifferently at him and didn't have the interest to glance at him again. This caused Huangji's expression to become even gloomier. This Duan Ling Tian, damn it. Right at this moment, the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect laughed heartily, then said, "Sect leader Lingu, looks like you don't plan to pass the place of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect to Duan Ling Tian. With Duan Ling Tian's natural talent, could it be that he still doesn't have the qualifications to become the next sect leader of your 7-star sword sect? Sect leader Lingu, originally as an outsider, it isn't right for me to interfere in the matters of your 7-star sword sect. But now, you're really too unfair. As far as I'm concerned, with Duan Ling Tian's natural talent, it wouldn't even take a year for him to surpass your personal disciple." When the Snow Moon sect leader spoke up to hear, he withdrew his gaze from Lingu Jinhong and shot it at Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian was a disciple of my Snow Moon sect, then I'd be willing to immediately set him as the next inheritor of the position as the sect leader of Snow Moon sect, teach him the Snow Moon sect's guarding sword skill, Snow Moon sword technique, and spare no efforts in fostering him. The words of the Snow Moon sect leader were like a wick that lit a flame, lighting the scene's atmosphere ablaze. Duan Ling Tian, in the future, if you feel it's not worth staying in the 7-star sword sect, my Origin Convergence sect would welcome you as well. I'm similarly willing to set you as the next inheritor of the position of sect leader. Moreover, I'll teach you my Origin Convergence sect's guarding martial skill, Origin Convergence Palm. The Origin Convergence sect's leader was unwilling to be left behind, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian as he tossed out an olive branch. Duan Ling Tian, our Mountain Split sect is the same as well, we'll absolutely not allow you to suffer a loss. The Mountain Split sect's leader made a promise as well. The promise of the Mountain Split sect's leader just happened to be heard by the Mountain Split sect disciple that has just awoken after being angered by Duan Ling Tian to the point he fainted. Instantly, the Mountain Split sect disciple's face went ghastly pale, then he spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted once again, causing the other 3 Mountain Split sect disciples to be speechless. Ha ha! The sect leader of the demonic Lotusblade sect laughed heartily. Since the 3 sect leaders have stated their stance, then I as the host must state my stance as well. As he spoke, the demonic Lotusblade sect master looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, if you're willing to join my demonic Lotusblade sect, I can provide you the best cultivation environment. Not only that, you can regularly spar with my foster son, Long Yun, and increase your strength. I can promise you that so long as you can surpass my foster son, Long Yun, then I'll let you become the next sect leader of the demonic Lotusblade sect. The 4 great sects tried to poach Duan Ling Tian in unison, desiring to lure the peerless genius, Duan Ling Tian, into their own sects. This scene caused the disciples of the various great sects to be astounded, at the 7-star sword sect's pergola. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian. Zheng Song looked at Duan Ling Tian with a perturbed expression. He was really worried that Duan Ling Tian would be unable to resist the temptation of the 4 great sects and turn to one of the 4 great sects. Huangji's expression was extremely unsightly. He suddenly felt that he was like a clown before Duan Ling Tian now. Especially that Snow Moon sect leader who trampled on his dignity and flattered Duan Ling Tian, it angered him to the point his chest seemed like it would explode. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Huangji's hate was practically at a point it was difficult to restrain. Meng Chu had a bitter smile on his face. He'd realized that the biggest mistaken decision he's done in this lifetime was to become enemies with Duan Ling Tian, and move to be the opposition of Duan Ling Tian. He took a deep breath, and he'd already come to a decision in his heart. If Duan Ling Tian didn't turn to the other 4 great sects, then after the martial competition this time, he would surely look for Duan Ling Tian and offer a humble apology, and make Duan Ling Tian forgive his past actions. The 2 peak masters of the 7-star sword sect that were present, Zheng Fan and Kei Zhen, both had unsightly expressions. these four great sects are really shameless. They actually tried to poach our 7-star sword sect's disciple in front of us and the sect leader. Did they really think that we're non-existent? Finally, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Lingu Jinhong, stated his stance. For sect leaders, since all of you know that the 7-star sword technique is the sect guarding sword skill of my 7-star sword sect, and is only passed on to the next sect leader, then all of you ought to know that the minor 7-star sword technique doesn't represent the 7-star sword technique. As for the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I already have a plan in my heart. So long as Duan Ling Tian is willing, I can relinquish my position to him right now, and allow him to become the new sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. I'm willing to stand behind him and support him, Lingu Jinhong said slowly. His words were spoken with incomparable sincerity, and without the slightest falsehood. As for the 7-star sword technique, after this martial competition ends and we return to the 7-star sword sect, I will naturally pass it down to him. Lingu Jinhong looked at Duan Ling Tian as he continued. Lingu Jinhong's stand caused the sect leaders of the other four great sects to be stunned. They never expected that Lingu Jinhong would actually possess such great resolution. He was actually willing to directly relinquish his position to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 388, Swinging a Sword Like a Rod. Sect leader Lingu, in the past, even though my strength has always been inferior to yours, I never admired you. But today, your ability to make such a decision has caused me to admire you. The Mountain Split sect's leader had a solemn expression as he cupped his hands to Lingu Jinhong. Now, I finally understood why the 7-star sword sect stably suppresses our four great sects in the end. It's the 7-star sword sect's resolution. At least, we four are far from possessing such resolution as sect leader Lingu. The demonic Lotusblade sect's leader shook his head and lightly sighed. The sect leaders of the Snow Moon sect and Origin Convergence sect nodded in deep agreement. They were convinced from the heart by Lingu Jinhong's resolution. They'd asked themselves, even if Duan Ling Tian was really willing to turn to their sects, they still wouldn't possess the resolution to directly relinquish their position to Duan Ling Tian like Lingu Jinhong. Within the martial competition courtyard, the disciples of the other four great sects recovered from their shock and they were all astounded. They were shocked by Lingu Jinhong's resolution. As expected of the 7-star sword sect's sect leader, for the sake of the 7-star sword sect's future, he didn't fuss about his own personal gains or losses in the slightest. Yeah, with such a sect leader, why should the 7-star sword sect be worried about being unable to stay brilliant in the future? The words of the disciples of the other four great sects were filled with admiration towards Lingu Jinhong. Meng Chu recovered from his shock and couldn't help but shudder. Sect leaders actually willing to relinquish his position and pass the position of the 7-star sword sect's leader to Duan Ling Tian. Meng Chu took a deep breath, and he didn't hesitate any longer as he directly sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you can forgive me for my actions towards you earlier. In the future, I absolutely won't go against you anymore. If you become the 7-star sword sect's leader, I'll surely support you with all my heart and soul. Meng Chu, the Fecta Peak Master's personal disciple. With the natural talent Meng Chu possessed, he would surely become the next Fecta Peak Master if nothing unexpected happened. The voice transmission of Meng Chu was slightly unexpected to Duan Ling Tian. When he thought of how they didn't have a deep grudge between them and Meng Chu was only adding fuel to the flame earlier, he nodded to Meng Chu with a calm expression. Meng Chu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He knew that he'd escaped calamity. The body of Huangji who'd just returned to the pergola was slightly stiff. The words of his master, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Lingu Jinhong, still reverberated inside his mind. Four sect leaders, since all of you know that the 7-star sword technique is the sect guarding sword skill of my 7-star sword sect, and is only passed on to the next sect leader, then all of you ought to know that the minor 7-star sword technique doesn't represent the 7-star sword technique. As for the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I already have a plan in my heart. So long as Duan Ling Tian is willing, I can relinquish my position to him right now, and allow him to become the new sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. I'm willing to stand behind him and support him. Huangji's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. I'm not resigned to this fate. Huangji sat at the side of the pergola with his head lowered, and his face became faintly vicious, while his eyes flickered with a sheen of ruthlessness and hatred out of envy. Want me to respect Duan Ling Tian as the sect leader? I rather die than be beneath him, Huangji endlessly roared in his heart. As for the person concerned, Duan Ling Tian, his mood was slightly surging from the words Lingu Jin Hong spoke. Although he had no intention of becoming the seven-star sword sect's leader, the stance that Lingu Jin Hong took still caused traces of warmth to arise from the depths of his heart. This was a type of belief, a belief that he could entrust everything to Duan Ling Tian. After this disturbance, the martial competition continued. The disciples of the various sects sparred with each other, one by one. Along with the sky turning a rosy color and night gradually arriving, the martial competition was slowly drawing to an end. Presently, amongst the disciples of the various sects present here, besides the Snow Moon sect's Lin Yu and the demonic Lotus Blade sect's Saber Young Master, Long Yun, without exception, almost everyone had sparred with someone. Only Lu Yu and Long Yun had not stepped into the even ground at the center of the martial competition courtyard, and no one challenged them. These two people were the two with the highest cultivation in the martial competition this time. They were both existences at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Amongst the other people, the strongest cultivation was only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, and it was far from being a match for them. Duan Ling Tian, a 5th level origin core stage disciple from the mountain split sect named Duan Ling Tian, and issued a challenge. For a time, sounds of booing continuously rose and fell, causing the mountain split sect disciple to blush slightly, but he had no choice but to brace himself and do it. Only because, this was the order his master, the sect leader of the mountain split sect, sent him via voice transmission. Challenging a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist with a cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage was indeed slightly bullying his opponent. Presently, amongst the people present, only the people from the 7-star sword sect emitted slight shines of hope from their eyes. When he was in the 7-star sword sect, Duan Ling Tian had repeatedly displayed his ability to defeat a stronger opponent, and he'd even used a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage to kill a 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple 1. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian might be able to defeat this mountain split sect disciple. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse when challenged by the mountain split sect disciple, and his feet stomped on the ground before flashing onto the even ground. Then he stood confrontation with the mountain split sect disciple. Duan Ling Tian, watch out! The mountain split sect disciple didn't delay, he raised his hand and a rod appeared within it. The rod was made from materials of unknown quality, and flowing lights revolved around the body of the rod. A while ago, Duan Ling Tian had seen this mountain split sect disciple fight, so he knew the rod in his opponent's hand was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Relying on this grade 7 spirit weapon rod, he'd successively defeated many 5th level nascent soul stage martial artists, and had only lost at the hands of a 5th level nascent soul stage demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple in their 7-star sword sect's Huangji. The strength of this mountain split sect disciple could be considered as the strongest amongst the 4 mountain split sect disciples that participated in the 5 great sects martial competition this time. Every time the grade 7 spirit rod in his hand swung out, it would seem as if it could anticipate the movements of the enemy, causing others to be unable to defend against it. Suddenly, the mountain split sect disciple moved. He stepped on the flowing light brought about by his origin energy as he flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. In the air, 700 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form before dashing out in tow with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Origin energy skyrocketed on the grade 7 spirit rod in his hand, and he smashed it down at Duan Ling Tian with grand movements, and it seemed as if it brought along an enormous might that was sufficient to smash everything. In the sky, another 198 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the original 700 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This rod strike that smashed down contained a strength that was comparably to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. Instantly, even the airflow in the sky was affected, and it emitted buzzing sounds. The sound of air exploding rose and fell rhythmically, and continued without end. Bring it on! When he saw the mountain split sect disciple was so fierce to the point he directly went berserk at the moment he attacked, and smashed down his rod with a solid swing, Duan Ling Tian felt the hot blood in his body boil. With a raise of his hand, a narrow sword had appeared within his hand. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare be inattentive when facing an opponent at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. He directly withdrew the best spirit sword in his possession. In the next moment Duan Ling Tian made his move. Instantly, his entire body seemed to transform into a gale as he fearlessly moved to greet the rod strike. In the eyes of the spectators, it was like Duan Ling Tian was moving to go give away his life. While Duan Ling Tian dashed out, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, 4th level of the nascent soul stage, which was also Duan Ling Tian's current strength. That day, under the assistance of the 3 void break pills, he'd only spend 2 months of time to break through to the first level of the nascent soul stage. After that, relying on his natural talent that had reached the limit, and the nascent nurturing pills with a purity of over 90%, he'd spend another 3 months to successfully step into the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Subsequently, he spent 4 months to successfully step into the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. It was precisely at this time that he fell into a cultivation bottleneck and he started moving his attention to the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, that was attached to the 4th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the windworm form. Following that, he'd acquired the jade origin fruit that the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, bestowed. Under the assistance of the jade origin fruit, he'd finally broken through the bottleneck at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage and broke through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage in one go. Currently, when his strength completely exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. In other words, he was still holding back when he fought now. He'd held back the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. It wasn't because he looked down on the mountain split sect disciple that he did this, but was instead because he felt there was entirely no need. Along with origin energy flashing out into the narrow sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, immediately, another 228 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the existing 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes. In other words, currently, the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed while relying on the narrow sword was comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. At almost the exact instant that Duan Ling Tian utilized the narrow sword, all pupils of all the people present couldn't help but constrict. They never imagined that Duan Ling Tian, a mere 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist, would actually possess a grade 6 spirit sword. With a quick thought, they came to an understanding. With Duan Ling Tian's natural talent, it was sufficient for the 7-star sword sect to bestow a grade 6 spirit sword upon him. Now, only Lingu Jinhong and the 2 peak masters beside him knew that the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand wasn't bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize his sword drawing arts. Instead he gripped the spirit sword tightly in his hand, seeming more like he was swinging up a rod, and he fiercely smashed his sword towards the mountain split sect disciple's grade 7 spirit rod. This scene caused everyone present to be stupefied. Duan Ling Tian is actually not using a sword skill. Is he using grade 6 spirit sword in his hand as a rod and smashing it at his opponent? Instantly, only similar thoughts like this remained in the hearts of most people. They felt their scalps go numb as they gazed at the scene before them. Has Duan Ling Tian gone mad? Even if the narrow sword in his hand was a grade 6 spirit sword, his own cultivation was far inferior to the mountain split sect disciple. The strongest strength he was able to exert when relying on a grade 6 spirit sword was only comparably to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths. Whereas the strength that the grade 7 spirit rod in that mountain split sect disciple's hand smashed down with was comparably to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. The difference was the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Chapter 389. Defeating a stronger opponent. At this moment, besides the members of the 7-star sword sect, the members of the other 4 great sects, including their sect leaders and elders, all felt that this battle was without a shred of suspense. The difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths were sufficient to make Duan Ling Tian suffer a crushing defeat. A difference of 70 ancient mammoths worth of strength. On the other hand, brilliant smiles bloomed on the faces of the members of the 7-star sword sect instead. According to their knowledge, 1 year ago, when Duan Ling Tian killed the 1st-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shizhe, on the Dubi Peak's life and death arena, the full strength Lu Shiji's exerted was even stronger than Duan Ling Tian by over 90 ancient mammoths. But even then, Lu Shizhe was still killed by Duan Ling Tian. There's no suspense at all. Zheng Song's heart that was in his throat has eased up and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. That day, he was spectating from the side when Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Shizhe, and amongst the 7-star sword sect members present now, no one was clearer of the conditions on that day. Duan Ling Tian's ability to defeat a stronger opponent was even capable of surpassing a gap of over 90 ancient mammoths in strength. Could it be that he would be afraid of a mere difference of 70 ancient mammoths worth of strength? When he swung up the grade 6 spirit sword and fiercely smashed it down, Duan Ling Tian felt that there was a place to vent the roiling hot blood and battle intent in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of foul air as he abruptly shouted out explosively. Satisfying. The grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand directly used the body of the sword to fiercely smash towards the mountain split sect disciple's rod that was swung downwards. the grade 7 spirit rod of the mountain split sect disciple smashed down as if it carried a might of a 15,000 kilogram, but when he who was originally filled with confidence saw Duan Ling Tian shout out explosively and moved to intercept him as if in a frenzy, he didn't know why, but a trace of coldness had actually arisen within his heart for no reason. Yet, he already had no choice now and could only face Duan Ling Tian's attack head-on. No problem, it's surely not a problem. My strength is 70 ancient mammoths stronger than him, and it's sufficient to easily crush him. The mountain split sect disciple ceaselessly consoled himself. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian's gaze that was filled with confidence, his mind couldn't help but sway. Why does Duan Ling Tian possess such strong confidence? Could it be that he HSD confidence on defeating me in a head-on attack? The mountain split sect disciple was truly unwilling to believe this. No, impossible, it's impossible, he's surely bluffing, surely. At the critical moment, the thoughts of the mountain split sect disciple turned and he continued to console himself. As he gazed at the grade 7 spirit rod in his hand fiercely smashing down, about to collide with the grade 6 spirit sword which Duan Ling Tian swung and smashed down at him. Ah! The mountain split sect disciple shouted explosively, wanting to use this to overcome the fear and uneasiness in his heart. At the same time, the strength of the mountain split sect disciple completely poured into the grade 7 spirit rod in his hand without reservation. The rod strike that seemed as if it had received help from God crashed downwards. Satisfying. Duan Ling Tian swung out his grade 6 spirit sword, his arm flashed and was like a raging python swinging its tail as he smashed the spirit sword towards the descending rod. At the same time, instantly, the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's spirit sword started to vibrate violently with a frequency that went higher and higher. Right before the spirit sword collided with the rod that the mountain split sect disciple fiercely smashed down, his quake energy had risen to the maximum limit. Maximum quake energy. Its scope of effect was the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. In other words, in a head-on battle, so long as the strength of the opponent Duan Ling Tian faced didn't exceed his own by the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, then quake energy would be able to bring about an effect that was like help from the gods. Furthermore, now, although the rod strike that the mountain split sect disciple smashed downwards was approaching menacingly, it was only the strength of 70 ancient mammoths stronger than Duan Ling Tian. It just happened to be within the quake energy's scope of effect. The rod strike smashed down by the mountain split sect disciple carried along the might to tear through the sky as it fiercely smashed down. Duan Ling Tian swung out the grade 6 spirit sword with grand movements, abandoning the edge of the sword as he smashed out with the sword's body to intercept the rod that was smashing down. The strength on the rod was comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. The strength on the sword was comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths. The difference between the two was the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Right at the instant when the sword and rod flashed out and were about to collide, time seemed as if it had stopped. Duan Ling Tian is about to lose. There's a difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths between them, the outcome is without suspense. Although Duan Ling Tian will suffer defeat, but it's still a glorious defeat. It's difficult to imagine that he's only a 22-year-old 7-star sword sect disciple. The crowd of members from the 4 great sects stared fixedly at the scene before them, and their thoughts spun. He's won. Lingu Jin Hong and the 2 peak masters beside him revealed gratified. Smiled on their faces. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, nice work. Zheng Song had an incomparably brilliant smile on his face. Meng Chu's face revealed a smile as well. Duan Ling Tian, nice. Only Huang Ji looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze filled with viciousness and malevolence, and his face carried an unwilling expression. Duan Ling Tian, why is the limelight always yours? Why? An ear-piercing sound of rod and sword collided resounded out within the entire martial competition courtyard. Although everyone present was mentally prepared, some disciples of the various sects that possessed comparatively lower cultivations couldn't help but go pale, and they felt their eardrums almost splitting apart from the ear-piercing sound. The instant the sword and rod collided, 2 strands of origin energy crashed in collision, causing sounds of air exploding to continuously rise and fall, and the roiling airflow in the sky formed circle after circle of ripples that spread out. Instantly, a gust of strong wind spread out from Duan Ling Tian and the mountain split sect disciple, sweeping out to the surroundings, blowing on the clothes of the spectators, causing them to flutter as well. But no one amongst the spectators cared about this, only because their gazes were all fixed on the 2 people who had just collided with each other. They wanted to know what the final outcome was. Let go. Suddenly, a stern and explosive shout entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, most people noticed to their astonishment that along with the explosive shout of the seven-star sword sect's Duan Ling Tian, that mountain split sect disciple followed in the footsteps of the previous mountain split sect disciple that was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. His palm split open and fresh blood dripped down, and he directly tossed away the weapon in his hand. The grade 7 spirit rod crashed onto the ground and emitted an ear-piercing sound, shocking most people to the point their hearts palpitated in fear. They didn't know what had happened. Presently, it was probably the person concerned, the mountain split sect disciple, that knew exactly what happened. He originally thought his own strength was stronger than Duan Ling Tian by 70 ancient mammoths, so he would be able to easily dominate Duan Ling Tian and defeat Duan Ling Tian. But unexpectedly, right at the instant the spirit rod in his hand collided with Duan Ling Tian's spirit sword, he felt the origin energy on his spirit rod be shaken to dispersion by a type of vibrating energy that extended out from the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It didn't end at that. The terrifying vibrating energy subsequently spread to his hand from the spirit rod, then spread to his entire body, including the bones and internal organs within him. When his origin energy was shaken to dispersion and the palm that held the rod split open, he'd realized that if he didn't let go, then it was extremely likely that he would be shaken to death. Furthermore, it was right at this moment that Duan Ling Tian let out an explosive shout, and it caused him to not dare hesitate and hurriedly toss away the grade 7 spirit rod. Now, he could understand the feelings of the other mountain split sect disciple that was defeated by Duan Ling Tian earlier. The vibrating energy that this Duan Ling Tian displayed was too bizarre, and it was impossible to guard against. The grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand trembled as he withdrew the quake energy, then he slapped out with the body of the sword, descending onto the mountain split sect disciple that was just right before him. The mountain split sect disciple even didn't have the chance to circulate his origin energy that had been shaken to dispersion when he was slapped flying by Duan Ling Tian's sword strike, flying like an arrow leaving the bow, and he fiercely plunged to the ground with a bang. It was a good fight. The mountain split sect disciple didn't utter any rude remarks to Duan Ling Tian, so Duan Ling Tian didn't continue attacking and stopped suitably. "You're extremely strong, I'm utterly convinced of your strength." The mountain split sect disciple stood up with difficulty, then nodded to Duan Ling Tian with a smile before picking up his spirit rod and returning to the pergola. Meanwhile, everyone present had recovered from their shock, their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian once again. It was as if they'd seen a ghost. Duan Ling Tian actually won with a difference of 70 ancient mammoths worth of strength. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? The side with the weaker strength was actually able to win in a head-on confrontation. It's simply like they were putting on a show. Regardless of how the people present thought or how they doubted it, Duan Ling Tian had won. And in the end, he'd won in an open and above-board manner. Presently, only the members of the 7-star sword sect seemed to not feel surprised in the slightest. What is actually going on? The mountain split sect leader sent a voice transmission to ask the mountain split sect disciple that was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, or in other words, his personal disciple. Your strength was obviously stronger than Duan Ling Tian. In the end, why did you still lose? Why did your palm split open? Why did you toss away the spirit weapon in your hand? There were too many questions in the heart of the mountain split sect leader. The process of Duan Ling Tian defeating this personal disciple of his was no different from the process of Duan Ling Tian defeating the other mountain split sect disciple from before. If there really was a difference, then the strength of the first mountain split sect disciple had a strength that was similar to Duan Ling Tian. Whereas his personal disciple instead was defeated by Duan Ling Tian under the circumstances that he possessed a strength that was sufficient to dominate Duan Ling Tian. He lost without any sign nor prerequisite. Everything was just so sudden. At this moment, the mountain split sect leader's mood was gloomy. He'd asked his personal disciple to challenge Duan Ling Tian as his original intention was to teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson. After all, Duan Ling Tian had fractured the legs of his mountain split sect's disciple. Although that little injury was able to be healed by a grade 7 gold injury pill, it still had caused the mountain split sect to lose face greatly. But who knew, now, they hadn't regained the face that they'd lost, but they'd lost face once again. This caused him to be on the verge of exploding from rage. Chapter 390, Duan Ling Tian's Arrogance. Master, Duan Ling Tian is too bizarre. When the mountain split sect disciple heard the voice transmission from his master, he had a bitter smile on his face. The instant that I collided with him head-on, an extremely strange energy abruptly surged out from his sword and shook my origin energy to dispersion. It didn't end there. That energy was even able to pull my body along to vibrate with it. At that time, I had a feeling that if I didn't let go in time, then the bones in my entire body might be shaken to dispersion. As he finished speaking, the mountain split sect disciple's tone contained slight fear. What? The expression of the sect leader of the mountain split sect went grim and he had an expression of disbelief. Could it be that he used an inscription? It wasn't an inscription. The mountain split sect disciple shook his head. If it was an inscription, not to mention I would be able to discern it, even master in. The other sect leaders or elders would have surely discerned it at the first possible moment. That strange energy of his isn't the power of an inscription, it seems to have surged out from his origin energy, and it's more like a type of origin energy utilization method. I truly never imagined that not only did this 7-star sword sect disciple possess monstrous talent, but he actually possessed such a terrifying origin energy utilization method. The mountain split sect leader's eyes flickered with a bright light as he said in a low voice. He's a person that can be a friend, but not an enemy. The mountain split sect disciple had an expression of fear. Presently, it wasn't only the mountain split sect pair of master and disciple that were inexplicably shocked, even the members of the other 3 great sects were completely shocked, and they only recovered from their shock after a long time. Sect leader Lingu, a monster has really emerged from your 7-star sword sect. The host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at Lingu Jinhong, and sighed. I can understand now why you're willing to relinquish your position to him. Such a monstrous genius has never appeared throughout the entire history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Exactly, sect leader Lingu, your 7-star sword sect has really hit the jackpot. The Snow Moon sect leader nodded in deep agreement. Sect leader Lingu, we've still underestimated your 7-star sword sect in the past. Now that I think about it, how could the circumstances of a shortage of new blood appear with the resources available to the 7-star sword sect? The Origin Convergence sect leader let out a long sigh. Lingu Jinhong lightly smiled as he said modestly, sect leaders, all of you are too kind. However, deep within the eyes of Lingu Jinhong was a faint sense of complacence mixed within. He's even able to defeat a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of disbelief. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian and the mountain split sect disciple collided with each other, similar to most people, she thought Duan Ling Tian would undoubtedly lose as well. However, the outcome had exceeded her expectations. Duan Ling Tian used a strength weaker than the mountain split sect disciple to counterattack and defeated the mountain split sect disciple who possessed a stronger strength than him. What method did he actually use? The calm expression on the face of the demonic Lotus Blade sect saber young master, Long Yun, had vanished completely, and replacing it was traces of fear. Before today, it was difficult for him to imagine that a 22-year-old young man was actually able to cause fear to arise in his heart. Of course, the fear that arose in his heart didn't represent that he was afraid of Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, although this Duan Ling Tian's abilities were bizarre, it ought to not be sufficient to threaten him. Moreover, he possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon as well. The rod strike the mountain split sect disciple smashed down contained a strength comparably to 898 ancient mammoths, whereas when fully exerted, my strength is comparable to the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. Unless he's able to cross a gap of almost 300 ancient mammoths, otherwise, it's impossible for him to be a match for me. The saber young master, Long Yun, thought in his heart. Within the pergola where the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were seated, a figure flashed out and stood on the even ground. Huang Ji, it's our turn. As soon as this demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple appeared, he'd looked towards Huang Ji within the pergola that the 7-star sword sect disciples were seated in. With a serious gaze, as if he was looking at his lifelong foe, Huang Ji's figure flashed out of the pergola and stood in confrontation opposite the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple. Duan Ling Tian gazed at the scene before him with a calm gaze. From the sparring battles from before, besides the saber young master, Long Yun, and Lu Yu, Huang Ji and this demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple ought to be the stronger two amongst all the disciples of the various sects present. Of course, that didn't include him. Suddenly, Huang Ji and the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple attacked at the exact same moment. Huang Ji attacked. Sword images that swept through the entire sky carried along traces of a terrifying killing intent as it enveloped the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple wasn't afraid in the slightest. The spirit saber in his hand flashed, and was able to just perfectly stop the sword in Huang Ji's hand every single time. The figures of the two endlessly crossed each other. Saber lights and sword images covered and swept through the sky, causing the others to be dazed from watching them. Unlike the two times Duan Ling Tian fought head-on and determined the victor with a single move, Huangji and the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples' battle was a close battle. For a time, they were roughly on par with each other and in a deadlock. Minor 7-star sword technique. In the end, Huangji eventually utilized his biggest trump card, which was precisely the 7-star sword sect's guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique's basic section, the minor 7-star sword technique. 7 sword lights that were like meteors flashed out. That demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple was directly defeated by Huangji. The 7-star sword sect, 7-star sword technique, really does deserve its reputation. The minor 7-star sword technique is only the basic section of the 7-star sword technique, yet its might is already so terrifying. It's difficult to imagine if the true 7-star sword technique were to be utilized, how terrifying its might would be. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple had a lingering fear in his heart, and as he finished speaking, he heaved a sigh of relief and deeply glanced at Huangji as he laughed. Huangji, it's truly shame, you'll probably have no destiny with the true 7-star sword technique. Ha 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 ha. As he approached the end of what he wanted to say, he couldn't refrain from bursting into laughter. His gaze unnoticeably descended onto Duan Ling Tian, then deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian before returning to the pergola that the other demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were sitting in. Huangji's figure suddenly shook. The words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple was like salt on his wounds, causing the hatred in his heart to rise to the limit. Duan Ling Tian. Huangji returned to the pergola, and a gloominess appeared in his eyes as he swept his gaze past Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian returned a cold and indifferent glance to Huangji, he didn't bother to pay any more attention to Huangji. The conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Huangji was noticed by the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and he laughed loudly. Martial nephew Huangji's strength is great indeed. If Duan Ling Tian wasn't here today, then martial nephew Huangji would surely be the third in the martial competition this time. Exactly. With the ability Duan Ling Tian displayed when defeating sect leader Teng's personal disciple earlier, there's probably no 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist present that is a match for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian obtaining the third in the martial competition this time is in favor with the public's opinion. The Origin Convergence sect leader nodded in agreement, desiring to stir up trouble. Of course, if martial nephew Huangji is unconvinced of Duan Ling Tian's strength, then you can issue a challenge to Duan Ling Tian and compete for the third rank. The Mountain Split sect leader joined in as well. There's no need, I'm inferior to him. Huangji's low and deep voice revealed traces of chilliness. When he saw Huangji state his stance, the frowned brows of Lingu Jin Hong slightly eased up. He was really worried that Huangji would go challenge Duan Ling Tian. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, this personal disciple of this would absolutely not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Even if Huangji went and challenged Duan Ling Tian, he would only be bringing disgrace to himself, and would also become the laughing stock of the other sects. The 7-star sword sect couldn't afford to suffer this humiliation. The stand Huangji took at the critical moment made him feel extremely satisfied. As far as he was concerned, regardless of if it was Huangji or Duan Ling Tian who took the third in the martial competition, it would make no difference. After all, they were both 7-star sword sect disciples. No matter who seized the third place, they would be bringing honor to the 7-star sword sect. Since martial nephew Huangji acknowledged that he's inferior to Duan Ling Tian, then the third place of the martial competition this time is Duan Ling Tian. The demonic Lotus Blade sect leader spoke out in a timely manner. Huangji's figure lightly trembled and his expression was extremely gloomy. In his heart, he hated Duan Ling Tian to the extreme. Suddenly, Huangji heard a voice transmission and he shuddered before raising his head to look into the distance. That place was the location of the Origin Convergence sect's leader. Huangji frowned and his expression was sinister. He struggled for a while before nodding to the Origin Convergence sect's leader in the end, and the gloominess on his face dispersed quite a bit. Duan Ling Tian, one day, I'll trample on you beneath my feet. Huangji looked at Duan Ling Tian and his eyes revealed traces of a ruthless shine. Third, when he heard the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and he said indifferently. Sect leader Long, isn't it slightly hasty that you fixed me as the third of the martial competition this time? Duan Ling Tian's voice wasn't loud, yet it still clearly entered into the ears of everyone present, like a thunderclap piercing their ears. What does Duan Ling Tian mean by this? Could it be that he still wants to challenge the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu and the demonic Lotus Blade sect's Saber Young Master, Long Yun? Does Duan Ling Tian really think just because he defeated a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist by relying on a grade 6 spirit sword, he's able to challenge a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist? If it's really like this, then he's really too arrogant. Young and arrogant, the disciples of the various sects discussed animatedly. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader's tiger-shaped brows raised when he heard what he said being questioned by Duan Ling Tian, and glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently. What? Could it be that you still want to battle the personal disciple of sect leader Shui, Lu Yu, and compete for the second in the martial competition? Sect leader Shui was precisely the sect leader of the Snow Moon sect. Presently, the words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader had obviously taken his foster son, the Saber Young Master Long Yun, to be the first in the martial competition. Perhaps, in his heart, he didn't think that Duan Ling Tian had the courage to challenge Long Yun, second place in the martial competition. He wasn't interested. In his opinion, there was no difference between second and third. Chapter 391, Saber Young Master making a move. No. Duan Ling Tian's reply caused the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader to be unable to help himself from being stunned, and he frowned. What do you mean? My target is first place in the martial competition. Duan Ling Tian slowly spoke, with a manner as if he wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone. Duan Ling Tian had only just finished speaking when the entire scene went deathly silent. In the next moment, like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Duan Ling Tian is mad, he's truly mad. A person like him wants to compete for the first. Does he really take the Saber Young Master to be a dead man? He's too arrogant. In my entire lifetime, it's still the first time that I've seen such an arrogant person. Moreover, it isn't just an ordinary level of arrogance, he's simply boundlessly arrogant. For a time, the entire martial competition courtyard was in a complete uproar because of Duan Ling Tian's words. Presently, it wasn't just the disciples of the 4 sects, even the elders couldn't help but shake their heads as they felt that Duan Ling Tian was too young and easily arrogant, and that he didn't know his own limitations. Although in their opinion, Duan Ling Tian's ability to defeat a stronger opponent could be considered bizarre. But Duan Ling Tian being able to defeat a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist had already caused them to be incomparably shocked. Now, Duan Ling Tian actually still wanted to challenge a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Duan Ling Tian was too arrogant. Duan Ling Tian, don't act rashly. Duan Ling Tian, 3rd place in the martial competition is already not bad. 3 years later, in the next martial competition, you'll surely be able to obtain the glory of being the first. Duan Ling Tian, wait another 3 years and obtaining the first in the martial competition would be extremely easy for you, without a shred of suspense. 3 voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears at almost the exact same instant. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that these 3 voice transmission were precisely sent into his ears by Lingu Jin Hong and the other 2 peak masters. Obviously, Lingu Jin Hong's group of 3 didn't think that he was able to obtain first place in the martial competition today. Sect Leader, Peak Master Zheng Fan, and Peak Master K Zhen. Don't worry, I'm confident. Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission entered into the ears of Lingu Jin Hong's group of 3, causing them to be stunned on the spot. At this moment, they could clearly feel the strong confidence contained within Duan Ling Tian's words, but where did Duan Ling Tian get that confidence from? The 3 of them glanced at each other. In the end, they came to a common agreement. They would choose to believe Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's abrupt rise in the 7-star sword sect was a legend, a miracle. They subconsciously hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be able to create another miracle this time. The person with similar thoughts as them was Zheng Song. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian isn't the type of person who boasts. Since he said he wants to compete for first place, then I presume he's confident. Zheng Song said to himself. The extra prize for the first in the martial competition is the profound nascent pill. If it's really obtained by junior brother Duan Ling Tian, then the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader would probably be angered to the point he spits blood right. When he thought up to here, Zheng Song couldn't refrain from snickering. Duan Ling Tian wants to compete for the first in the martial competition. Huang Ji coldly glanced at Duan Ling Tian and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Let me see you lose face. Ha ha. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words in the beginning, and now that he recovered from his shock, he couldn't refrain from bursting into laughter. Duan Ling Tian, looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. However, confidence is a good thing, but if you're overconfident, then it's conceit. Don't worry, sect leader Long, although I, Duan Ling Tian, am a nobody, I'm still able to differentiate between confidence and conceit. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled with a carefree expression. He didn't pay attention to the questioning of the members of the various sects at all. He knew that even if he were to talk his head off now, it would be of no use. Only facts would be able to make these people shut up and make them stop questioning him. I'm just afraid that those involved are unable to see as clearly as an outsider. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, then asked, "Who do you intend to challenge?" Duan Ling Tian's gaze first descended onto the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu, then looked at the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, and he said indifferently, "I'll challenge whoever amongst them is strongest. I have no interest in challenging the other person." After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and rested his mind. His intention was extremely clear. Ask Lu Yu and Long Yun to battle first, and whoever wins is who he would challenge. The person that lost didn't have the qualifications for him to issue a challenge to. Arrogant. Duan Ling Tian had only just finished speaking when someone couldn't refrain from scolding. Sect leader Lingu, looks like this disciple of your 7-star sword sect is extremely confident of his strength. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at Lingu Jin Hong and spoke with a tone that contained slight ridicule mixed within. I wonder, sect leader Lingu, what do you think of the actions of this disciple of your 7-star sword sect? Do you think he really has the strength, or is he intentionally misleading everyone? Lingu Jin Hong said indifferently, I believe him. I believe him. A short sentence that was sufficient to display the unconditional trust Lingu Jin Hong had towards Duan Ling Tian. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader's face froze when he heard this. He's never expected that Lingu Jin Hong would actually be so trusting of a little kid. Duan Ling Tian, I admit your natural talent is extremely strong. But don't even think about defeating me with a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. The Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu said indifferently, and at the same time, she moved as if transforming into a gust of wind and flashed out of the pergola to stand on the vast even ground. Saber young master. Lu Yu's gaze descended onto Long Yun. The two of us will fight first, and the person who wins can properly teach a lesson to Duan Ling Tian, who has an exaggerated opinion of his ability. How about it? At this moment, Lu Yu's expression had become serious. She could look down on Duan Ling Tian, as although Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was strong, he still hadn't fully matured after all, so she wasn't afraid. However, the saber young master, Long Yun, was a formidable enemy of hers. No one has the right to tell me what to do. The saber young master spoke indifferently and was incomparably overbearing. When Lu Yu's expression went grim, saber young master's figure had flashed out to stand in confrontation with Lu Yu. Saber young master's hands were crossed before him all the time as he embraced the sheathed spirit saber. Saber young master glanced at Lu Yu with a calm expression, then said indifferently, You're not a match for me. I'll surely defeat you within 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, I'll admit defeat. 3 breaths of time. As soon as Saber young master finished speaking, it was like a stone that had caused 1,000 ripples. It had successfully attracted the gazes of everyone but Duan Ling Tian. Only Duan Ling Tian still sat within the pergola with his eyes closed as he rested his mind, as if he didn't have the slightest interest towards the battle that was about to begin. Lu Yu's face went grim when she heard Saber young master, then she shouted lightly. Saber young master, the both of us are at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, could it be that you aren't afraid such arrogant words will come back to bite you? At that time, if you're unable to do it, then you'll really become a laughing stock. This is something you don't have to worry about. Since I dared say this, then I naturally have the confidence. Saber young master's tone was flat, and from the beginning until the end, he never took Lu Yu seriously. Needless to say, the current Saber young master was extremely arrogant. However, in the eyes of the crowd of people in the martial competition courtyard, the arrogance of Saber young master was different from Duan Ling Tian's arrogance. The arrogance of Saber young master was an arrogance of confidence, and it caused others to be completely convinced. The arrogance of Duan Ling Tian was arrogance from a young age, and was not worthy of mentioning. You and Duan Ling Tian are similarly arrogant. Lu Yu emitted a tender shout, and she flew out as if transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards Saber young master. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled and condensed into 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out in tow. At the same time that she dashed out, a crescent-shaped narrow saber appeared out of thin air in Lu Yu's hand, and origin energy suffused and jumped about on it. Instantly, another 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the previous 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. Grade 6 Spirit Saber. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yu, the #1 disciple in the Snow Moon sect's younger generation, possessed an offense comparable to the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths when relying on a Grade 6 Spirit Saber. As she dashed out, the crescent-shaped narrow saber in Lu Yu's hands flashed out, transforming into saber images that covered the sky as it formed a saber net that flickered with frightful cold lights and narrowed down towards Saber Young Master, following him like a shadow. At this moment, this saber net seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that wanted to trap the Saber Young Master within it. Thousand-image saber technique. Many people recognized the martial skill Lu Yu executed and they exclaimed in surprise. The thousand-image saber technique was a high-grade profound rank martial skill of great reputation in the Snow Moon sect. It stressed upon combining the origin energy with the spirit saber to transform into saber images that covered the sky and formed a saber net that was like a heaven-encompassing net, causing the opponent to have nowhere to flee and be directly annihilated. You only have this little ability. Right at the instant when Lu Yu was dashing out and executed the thousand-image saber technique, Long Yun's voice sounded out, and within the calmness of his voice was slight disdain. As if he didn't take the skill Lu Yu executed seriously at all. You only have this little ability. This little ability is sufficient to kill you. Lu Yu was furious out of embarrassment and she shouted explosively. She attacked with her rage, sending the heaven-encompassing net that the saber images had transformed into to sweep towards Saber Young Master. Is that so? Saber Young Master's calm voice appeared again, and at the same time, he stood on the spot, not moving like a mountain. The sheathed saber that Saber Young Master embraced before him had instantly unsheathed, and origin energy rages and skyrocketed atop it. A saber light flashed out, pulling out a string of long and narrow afterimages as it moved to intercept Lu Yu's saber net that was approaching menacingly. Instantly, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Saber Young Master. The spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hands is a grade 6 spirit saber as well. Many spectators couldn't refrain from exclaiming in surprise. Subsequently, everyone present noticed that when the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hands went to intercept the saber net that Lu Yu executed, a slightly strange aura had suddenly appeared on the saber. Right at this instant, the energy of heaven and earth roiled once again, and at the side of the 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Saber Young Master. Chapter 392, Saber Force Seed. Subsequently, at the side of the 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Saber Young Master, another 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes actually appeared. These 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes were sometimes around 50, sometimes around 60, and sometimes over 70 plus. It seemed to be extremely unstable. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and the tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes that were condensed kept fluctuating in numbers and were extremely unstable. Saber Force Seed. Instantly, some of the elders of the various sects couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Right when most people in the martial competition courtyard were astonished. Saber Force Seed. Duan Ling Tian, who'd always had his eyes closed and was resting his mind, suddenly opened his eyes. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian noticed that when the grade 6 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand flashed out, a strand of strange aura was suffused on it, and swept out toward the saber net that Lu Yu executed. The grade 6 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand seemed as if it had eyes as it directly flashed towards the side of the saber net. As if it was able to discern the location of Lu Yu's true saber strike. In the next moment, the sound of iron weapons colliding was incomparably ear-piercing as it sounded out. Two vast origin energies collided with each other, causing the airflow to revolve and shapeless ripples to spread out, as if giving rise to a gale that swept towards the surroundings within the martial competition courtyard. The strength contained within the saber in Saber Young Master's hand completely crushed the strength contained on Lu Yu's spirit saber, devastating Lu Yu, and the spirit saber in her hand was directly swept flying. The sound of a grade 6 spirit sword falling onto the ground was clearly heard. It's really a Saber Force Seed. Duan Ling Tian had a surprised expression as he gazed at the extremely unstable tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength that Saber Young Master's Saber Force Seed gifted him was constantly fluctuating between the strength of 50 to 80 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was indeed a seed of force. If he didn't have the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, that was attached to fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the windworm form, it would be impossible for the wind force seed Duan Ling Tian had comprehended to become true wind force. According to the Iron Law on Cloud Continent, normally speaking, only a void-prying stage martial artist that had overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation was able to comprehend force. The Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique was created by the rebirth martial emperor after experiencing 2 lifetimes, and it had broken this iron law. It allowed Duan Ling Tian to rely on whirlwind to comprehend wind force at the nascent soul stage. Of course, only Duan Ling Tian who cultivated the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique would be able to do this. If he only gave the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, to other nascent soul stage martial artists to cultivation, it would be impossible for them to comprehend wind force. Only because the other nascent soul stage martial artists didn't cultivate the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, so they weren't able to utilize the true profundity of whirlwind. To other nascent soul stage martial artists, whirlwind was no different to any other earth rank martial skill. They could only wait until they stepped into the void prying stage before being able to cultivate whirlwind, and use it to comprehend force. Just like this saber young master, although his saber force C can still grow, its limit is to be comparable to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. At that time, it would be unable to increase any longer, and only when he truly breaks through to the void prying stage would he be able to transform the saber force seed into true saber force. Duan Ling Tian understood this. Other martial artists were different from him. After all, he cultivated the supreme cultivation technique, the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, that could be called heaven defying, whereas other martial artists didn't have such resources as him. So it was impossible for other martial artists to comprehend true force at the nascent soul stage. However, this saber young master was able to comprehend and form a saber force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and his comprehension ability is indeed shocking. When he thought about this, Duan Ling Tian was secretly shocked. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, saber young master had already swiftly and unhesitatingly swept out his leg, kicking Lu Yu, who'd lost her spirit saber, flying, and he was without a shred of intention to be tendered to a woman. Perhaps, in his eyes of he who was infatuated with the martial Tao, there wasn't a great difference between men and women. Lu Yu fiercely collided into the pillar of a pergola, then her body shook as she successively spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her face was ghastly pale as she looked at saber young master with eyes that emitted shock. Saber force seed. This saber young master has actually comprehended a saber force seed. A person that was able to comprehend a seed of force at the nascent soul stage was undoubtedly someone with outstanding comprehension ability in the martial Tao. Once such an existence stepped into the void prying stage, the person would even be capable of comprehending true force in a short amount of time. Lost. I've lost. Lu Yu felt a sense of loss. Sect leader Long, your foster son is really outstanding. He was actually able to comprehend and form a saber force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. His accomplishments in the future are limitless. The Origin Convergence sect's leader was moved, and he looked at the demonic Lotusblade sect's leader with an expression of envy. Saber young master's comprehension ability is shocking. He was able to comprehend and form a saber force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, so he'll surely be able to grow the saber force seed to the limit before he steps into the void prying stage. In the future, once saber young master steps into the void prying stage, he'll surely be able to comprehend elementary sword force within a short amount of time. The Mountain Split sect's leader had a gaze that contained envy mixed within as he sighed with emotion about the demonic Lotusblade sect's leader's luck. Why wasn't he able to take such a foster son in? This saber young master has actually comprehended a saber force seed. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Lingu Jinhong, originally was still rather confident of Duan Ling Tian, but now when he'd witnessed the ability of saber young master, his heart involuntarily rose to his throat. Lu Yu, saber young master has already comprehended a saber force seed. It isn't a loss of face for losing at his hands. The Snow Moon sect's leader gazed at Lu Yu who was feeling a sense of loss, and she spoke with a chilly voice as she guided. Yes, master. Lu Yu took a deep breath and nodded, the sense of loss on her face gradually dispersing. HMPH. Right at this moment, the saber young master, Long Yun, coldly glanced at Lu Yu, then said indifferently, Lu Yu, in my eyes, your threat to me is far inferior to the threat that Duan Ling Tian poses to me. What I want to tell you is, don't underestimate anyone. No one had expected that saber young master would suddenly say this. He spoke in a manner of praising Duan Ling Tian and belittling Lu Yu. Lu Yu's face sank. Saber young master, I'm sincerely convinced of my loss by your hands. But you're now saying that a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist is stronger than me. I won't believe this no matter what. Lu Yu's words obtained the acknowledgement of most people. Although Duan Ling Tian's ability was bizarre, and he was even able to defeat an opponent with a strong cultivation using a weaker cultivation. However, Duan Ling Tian was only a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist after all, and being able to defeat a 5th level nascent soul stage martial artist was already shocking. If someone said that Duan Ling Tian was able to cross 2 levels and defeat a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, they wouldn't believe it no matter what. Yun actually looks so highly upon Duan Ling Tian. The demonic lotusblade sect's leader's tiger-shaped brows raised and he was slightly surprised. According to the understanding he had of his foster son, if it wasn't someone that his foster son took seriously, the person would absolutely not be looked highly upon by his foster son. Duan Ling Tian. The demonic lotusblade sect's leader's gaze unnoticeably descended onto Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, he'd noticed that from the beginning until the end, this Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression, as if he would remain unfazed even if Mt. Tai collapsed before him. Even when his foster son, Long Yun, one of the 5 great young masters that were the most outstanding amongst the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had praised Duan Ling Tian, this Duan Ling Tian seemed to be indifferent to it. Could it be that I've misjudged him? The demonic lotusblade sect's leader thought in his heart. He was able to obtain a conclusion from Duan Ling Tian's current expression. 1. Duan Ling Tian was bluffing. 2. Duan Ling Tian was really disdainful of his foster son's compliment. He hoped that it was the former. Otherwise, this Duan Ling Tian would really be too terrifying, to the point it struck terror in his heart. You don't believe it, Saber young master grunted coldly, then swept Lu Yu with an indifferent gaze. Then wipe your eyes clean and look clearly. In next to no time, Saber young master's gaze left Lu Yu and lightly swept out to descend onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the victor between me and Lu Yu has been decided. Now, do I, Long Yun, have the qualifications for you to challenge me? Duan Ling Tian didn't reply, instead his figure flashed out onto the even ground at the center of the martial competition courtyard to stand in confrontation with Saber young master. He used actions to reply to Saber young master. Instantly, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Ling Tian in unison. Saber young master seems to look extremely highly upon Duan Ling Tian. Could it be that Saber young master has perceived something? HMPH. Saber young master is surely looking so highly of Duan Ling Tian because of Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao. I think so too. Saber young master's natural talent is indeed inferior to Duan Ling Tian. In another few years, Saber young master might really not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. As for now, Duan Ling Tian is far inferior to Saber young master. Exactly. Saber young master is a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist that has comprehended a Saber Force seed. Saber young master's Saber Force seed contained the strength of over 50 ancient mammoths. Saber young master's strength could be said to be invincible under the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The disciples of the various sects didn't look favorably upon Duan Ling Tian. When they spoke of Saber young master, they all had expressions of reverence on their faces. The Saber young master was the idol and model for their generation, an existence that was too far for them to reach. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian. Zheng Song clenched his fists tightly and was slightly worried. Since Saber young master utilized his Saber Force seed, Zheng Song's confidence towards Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but waver slightly. Force was something that was too far away for him. Ordinarily speaking, it was an existence that only a void stage expert could come into contact with. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian, let me see. How a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist like you is able to go against Saber young master who has comprehended a Saber Force seed. Huang Jis took pleasure in the calamity Duan Ling Tian was about to face, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being defeated by Saber young master. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you can create a miracle again. Flowing lights flickered within Meng Chu's eyes as he said silently to himself. Chapter 393. Genuine Force. Presently, Meng Chu had abandoned any prejudice he had towards Duan Ling Tian, so he naturally hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Saber young master and bring glory to the 7-star sword sect. He could imagine that if Duan Ling Tian were to obtain victory in the battle with Saber young master today, then Duan Ling Tian would surely become a legend of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a mere 22-year-old 7-star sword sect disciple had defeated Saber Young Master, one of the 5 great young masters that were most outstanding within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. This would be such an unbelievable and shocking thing. When he thought up to this point, Meng Chu had an expression of anticipation, as he anticipated Duan Lingtian being able to create a miracle again. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was already bound together with the 7-star sword sect now, and they shared their glory together. If Duan Lingtian were to win, then as a disciple of the 7-star sword sect, he would be able to benefit from it as well. Duan Lingtian, when Saber Young Master, Long Yun, confronted Duan Lingtian, he had a serious expression, as if he took Duan Lingtian to be a formidable enemy in his life. After all, even when Long Yun was facing Lu Yu earlier, he'd never been so serious. During the match between him and Lu Yu, from the beginning until the end, he'd never taken Lu Yu seriously. He said he wouldn't take more than 3 breaths of time to defeat Lu Yu, and he didn't exceed the time. Extremely efficient. Saber Young Master, I've heard much about you. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to Long Yun with a carefree expression. Even though the Saber Young Master was far famed, he didn't cause Duan Lingtian to feel any pressure. Within the martial competition courtyard was a wave of deathly silence. The gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Lingtian and Saber Young Master, and they stared fixedly at them, deeply afraid they would miss even the slightest detail. Duan Lingtian, let me see what ability you have exactly that you're actually able to make the Saber Young Master look so highly upon you, and he actually said you're stronger than me. Lu Yu returned to the pergola, and she who had consumed a medicinal pill had recovered her injuries by a great deal, then her eyes squinted as she stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I hope you use your full strength when fighting me. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity. Saber Young Master reminded with good intentions. Don't worry, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This Saber Young Master was interesting. Although arrogant, he seemed not to be one of those brainless people. Saber Young Master nodded, and he who had a serious expression chose to make the first move to gain the advantage. Saber Young Master's figure moved out, his entire body seeming to have transformed into an incomparably swift bolt of lightning that flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to suppress Duan Lingtian before he could even react. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled before developing into 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out behind him in full fury. Sounds of air exploding continuously rose and fell everywhere Saber Young Master passed, and it was incomparably ear-piercing. When Saber Young Master flashed straight at him, Duan Lingtian felt as if a gust of piercingly cold strong winds had swept towards him. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. Instantly, origin energy rose explosively on Duan Lingtian's legs, and 611 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. The strength of 611 ancient mammoths. Obviously, now, Duan Lingtian had exploded out with all the strength within his entire body. But this little strength was far inferior to Saber Young Master. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. In the next moment, strands of a strange aura suddenly jumped about within the origin energy on his legs. In the sky, another 200 ancient mammoths appeared beside the existing 611 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian flashed out, his entire body seeming to have transformed into a gale. The instant the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand unsheathed, he dodged away from Saber Young Master. In terms of speed, he was even above Saber Young Master. The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand had just been unsheathed. He wasn't even in time to attack when he noticed Duan Lingtian vanish before his eyes, and his face instantly went grim. He and Duan Lingtian brushed past each other and exchanged positions. Then he turned around to continue facing Duan Lingtian, who'd flashed behind him. Duan Lingtian, that is. Saber Young Master gazed at the raging origin energy on Duan Lingtian's legs, and he was able to perceive that it contained strands of strange aura. This aura was extremely familiar to him. Force. Not only that, he was able to perceive that Duan Lingtian's force was far stronger than his saber force seed. When Duan Lingtian dodged Saber Young Master's attack earlier, he seemed to have utilized the strength of over 800 ancient mammoths. Could it be that he's a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist? That's impossible. He's only 22 years old. A 22-year-old 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. How could that be possible? The disciples of the various great sects were dumbstruck as they gazed at Duan Lingtian. The terrifying speed Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier was actually even swifter than Saber Young Master, and it caused their scalps to go numb. Exactly what sort of freak is this Duan Ling Tian? Right at this moment, a wave of sounds of teacups being crushed sounded out abruptly. The sect leaders of the 5 great sects and their elders had astounded expressions as they looked at Duan Ling Tian, and their hands that held the teacups subconsciously used force and directly crushed the cups. Wind force seed. No, that isn't a wind force seed. That's wind force, genuine force. Drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes is elementary wind force. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending elementary wind force. Is that possible? No matter if it's possible or not. What Duan Ling Tian utilized is indeed elementary wind force. Although I'm unwilling to believe it, he's broken convention. The sect leaders and elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Snow Moon sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Mountain Split sect all had astounded expressions as they discussed animatedly. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending genuine force had completely exceeded their imaginations. Elementary wind force. Duan Ling Tian has actually comprehended elementary wind force. He seems to only be a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Within the pergola that the 7-star sword sect's leader and the 2-peak master sat, Fekta Peak's master, K. Zhen, had an astonished expression. He was stunned as he felt the strange aura contained within the raging origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's legs. That was wind force, genuine force. It wasn't a force seed. This little fellow really shocks people to death. The Mizar Peak's master Zheng Fan was dazed for a moment before coming back to his senses, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian and shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Although he'd realized Duan Ling Tian was extraordinary since long ago, he'd never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be able to comprehend elementary wind force at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. It had completely broken convention. According to convention, only a martial artist at the void-prying stage or above was able to comprehend genuine force. If a nascent soul stage martial artist's comprehension ability was good, although they were able to come into contact with force, that was only a seed of force, and not genuine force. Earlier, when Saber Young Master and Lu Yu had battled, it had already caused them to be shocked when Saber Young Master utilized a Saber Force seed. Comprehending a Saber Force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage martial showed that he possessed boundless prospects. Now, Duan Ling Tian instead had directly utilized genuine force. Most importantly, he was only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Comprehending genuine force at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Lingu Jin Hong, was usually steady, but at this moment his body unnoticeably started trembling and his eyes contained bits of excitement. Duan Ling Tian had truly given him a pleasant surprise. This pleasant surprise was too huge. Huge to the point he felt as if he was dreaming, but everything before his eyes instead told him that he wasn't dreaming, and everything was real. The heavens have blessed my 7-star sword sect, the heavens have blessed my 7-star sword sect. Lingu Jin Hong's mood was completely agitated, and it was difficult to calm down even after a long time. Genuine force. The sounds of the 5 great sects higher-ups entered into the ears of the disciples from the various sects as expected. For a time, swoosh, 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 the gazes of the disciples of the various sects shot at Duan Ling Tian in unison. Duan Ling Tian has comprehended genuine force. Moreover, it's wind force. Wind force is a force of nature and is unlike sword force, saber force, rod force, and similar weapon force. The latter can only be used on offense, whereas the forces of nature are able to be used for offense and used to increase speed, and it can be said to possess both offense and speed. Forces of nature are even more difficult to comprehend than weapon force. Even if Duan Ling Tian only comprehended a wind force seed, it would be more than enough to be shocking. But he directly comprehended genuine force. Although it's only elementary wind force, yet it's comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Isn't genuine force something only a void-prying stage martial artist and above are able to comprehend? Duan Ling Tian is only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. How could he possibly comprehend genuine force? Duan Ling Tian can't be judged by logic. According to me, he's a freak, a super freak. The saying that Duan Ling Tian was a super freak had obtained the acknowledgement of most people. Duan Ling Tian naturally heard all of these discussions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a bitter smile. No matter where he went, he was unable to run away from being called a freak. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian. I knew it, you surely won't lose. A brilliant smile hung on Zheng Song's face. He knew clearly in his heart what it meant when Duan Ling Tian utilized elementary wind force. What it meant was that Duan Ling Tian's speed was already on par with Long Yun. Although Saber Young Master had comprehended a Saber Force seed, Saber Force was unable to assist in speed. Now, when Duan Ling Tian utilized his movement technique while relying on his elementary wind force, his speed would firmly surpass Long Yun by a level, and could be said to be in an invincible position. Unbelievable. Duan Ling Tian is only at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage and he's already comprehended wind force. Meng Chu's eyes shone and he had a pleasantly surprised expression. Damn it. Unlike Meng Chu and Zheng Song's thoughts, Huang Ji's expression was as unsightly could be. Duan Ling Tian has actually comprehended genuine force, moreover, it's the wind force that possess both offense and speed. How can this be possible? How can this be possible? This utterly does not conform to logic. I'm dreaming, I'm surely dreaming. Huang Ji shook his head and he stretched his hand out to pinch his thigh. The pain that came from his thigh caused him to be as if struck by lightning. Only now did he realize that he wasn't dreaming and that everything before him was real. Chapter 394, Duan Ling Tian's Speed. Wind Force. The Snow Moon Sect's Lu Yu stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian and was slightly out of her wits. Earlier, when Long Yun said she was inferior to Duan Ling Tian, she was still unconvinced and felt that it was impossible for a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist to compare to her. But now, the wind force that Duan Ling Tian utilized was like a fierce slap on her face. How could it be possible for a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist to comprehend genuine force? Lu Yu felt her mind was slightly befuddled and she ceaselessly shook her head as she was unwilling to believe that all this was true. HMPH. So what if he's comprehended wind force? He's only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and his speed isn't much swifter than a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Moreover, the strength of this wind force can't be amplified by spirit weapons. In next to no time, Lu Yu, who'd realized this point, shuddered and returned to her senses, and the gaze she shot at Duan Ling Tian contained slight unwillingness, on the even ground at the center of the martial competition courtyard. Elementary wind force, interesting. A wisp of a smile appeared on Long Yun's face, and origin energy flickered and raged on the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand. In the sky, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and were accumulating strength while waiting to be deployed. The eyes of Saber Young Master closely fixed themselves upon Duan Ling Tian, as if he'd targeted his prey, ready to make a move at any moment. Duan Ling Tian still had a carefree expression, then his hand trembled and a narrow sword appeared within his hand, and it was precisely the grade 6 spirit sword Zhang Shouyang have given him. Along with the origin energy skyrocketing atop the grade 6 spirit sword, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Ling Tian. This was Duan Ling Tian's strongest strength he was able to display after the strength in his entire body was amplified by the grade 6 spirit sword. When Duan Ling Tian saw Saber Young Master move as if he'd transformed into a gust of wind that blew over, and the grade 6 spirit saber that was enveloped in origin energy had transformed into a saber light that whistled over with a speed that was swift to the limit, Duan Ling Tian moved as well. Like they were reflections of each other, moving at the same time. Origin energy rose explosively on Duan Ling Tian's legs, and the strange aura suffused out once again. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian dangerously dodged Saber Young Master's saber strike that assaulted right at him. The sword in Saber Young Master's hand flashed over like a falling meteor, and a dazzling saber light condensed from origin energy whistled out. After Duan Ling Tian had dodged, its momentum didn't reduce and continued to flash towards an enormous rock that was at a side of the martial competition courtyard. The sword light flashed into the enormous rock as if it was cutting through tofu. In the next moment, the enormous rock shook, then broke into two with a bang and rolled off. After Duan Ling Tian dodged the saber strike of Long Yun that contained the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths, he abruptly turned around, then shot straight towards Long Yun. Traces of a strange aura jumped about within the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's spirit sword. Wind force. Instantly, another 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 800+ ancient mammoth silhouettes. His sword slashed out like a bolt of lightning, and it went straight towards Saber Young Master like a shadow. This slash contained the strength of over 1,000 ancient mammoths. Less than 1,100. After all, Duan Ling Tian's wind force wasn't capable of being amplified by spirit weapons. The grade 6 spirit sword was only able to amplify Duan Ling Tian's basic strength, or in other words that strength of 611 ancient mammoths. However, Duan Ling Tian's slash was much swifter than the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand. This was a slash that contained elementary wind force after all. Wind had always been indicative of speed. Coupled with the speed of the sword-drawing arts, there was probably no one under the 7th level of the nascent soul stage that could attack faster than Duan Ling Tian. Swift movement technique and swift attacking was Duan Ling Tian's current advantage. Saber Young Master's saber strike hit nothing and his face sank. Then he stepped using a profound movement technique to directly flash towards the distance, not daring to stay a moment. The instant that he moved, Duan Ling Tian hadn't swung out his sword. The sword strike that was quick to the limit in Duan Ling Tian's hand carried along a swift wind force as it flashed out, and the airflow within the sky trembled and emitted light sword howls as the sword stabbed straight towards Saber Young Master. Amongst the people present, only the higher-ups of the 5 great sects were able to see through Duan Ling Tian's sword strike. Not one of the disciples of the 5 great sects were able to clearly see the trajectory of Duan Ling Tian's sword strike. It was too swift. Although they stared in concentration to look at the scene before them, the spectating disciples from the 5 great sects were utterly unable to catch sight of the grade 6 spirit sword that flashed out in Duan Ling Tian's hand. A clear sound suddenly sounded out. Although Saber Young Master had dodged Duan Ling Tian's extremely swift sword strike in the nick of time, his long tuft of hair was still cut off by Duan Ling Tian's sword, and they fluttered in the air before drifting to the ground. What a swift sword strike! The Mountain Split sect's leader's eyes lit up and he said with extreme surprise, "Duan Ling Tian, take this." In the scene, after Saber Young Master dodged past Duan Ling Tian's swift sword strike as if he had foresight, his legs shook before stomping on the ground to turn around. Like a fierce tiger dashing down a mountain, he pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. A strange aura had appeared within the raging origin energy atop the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand. At the same time, another 70+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand was swift to the limit. Numerous sword lights condensed into form from the raging origin energy atop it, and in the end, they converged together to form a demonic lotus. This demonic lotus was condensed from 99 saber lights. He hadn't even come close to Duan Ling Tian when the demonic lotus had already whistled out, enveloping Duan Ling Tian within it. Minor demonic lotus saber technique. The demonic lotus blade sect's guarding saber technique. Demonic lotus saber technique's basic section. It was a saber martial skill at the same level as the minor 7-star sword technique. When faced with the saber martial skill that Saber Young Master executed now, Duan Ling Tian's expression became serious. He could clearly feel that the speed of the grade 6 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand was even swifter, and wasn't the slightest bit inferior to his speed when he utilized the sword-drawing arts. Not only that, Duan Ling Tian's acute spiritual force had noticed danger at the first possible moment. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate and exploded out with the full strength in his entire body. His legs stomped on the ground as wind force suffused out, and he flashed towards the distance. He wished to dodge past the demonic lotus that was formed from the saber lights that Saber Young Master executed. This demonic lotus was extremely dangerous, but although Duan Ling Tian had temporarily dodged the demonic lotus, it seemed as if it had grown eyes as it tirelessly followed close behind him like a shadow. Now only that, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that the speed of this demonic lotus grew faster by the moment. This can't go on. It wouldn't be long before it would be able to chase up to me with its gradually increasing speed. Duan Ling Tian never expected that Saber Young Master still had such a formidable trump card. This saber martial skill was truly strange and was actually like cancer as it followed him. The demonic lotus saber technique isn't so easy to avoid. In the distant pergola, the demonic lotus blade sect's leader saw this scene and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. At the same time, he looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Lingu Jinhong. Sect leader Lingu, your 7-star sword sect's Duan Ling Tian being able to comprehend wind force with a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage is shocking. But he's only a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist after all. I'm afraid he's going to lose at the hands of my foster son today. Sect leader Long, the match isn't over yet. Lingu Jinhong has a calm expression without any fluctuation in mood as he said indifferently. What, sect leader Lingu, you wouldn't be thinking that Duan Ling Tian has the ability to defeat my demonic lotus blade sect's minor demonic lotus saber technique, right? The demonic lotus blade sect's leader snorted without agreeing nor disagreeing, then his gaze once again descended onto the battle. With just a glance, the complacent smile that had just appeared on his face completely froze. He saw the speed that Duan Ling Tian dashed with now had increased slightly, and created a fair distance between himself and that demonic lotus. How could this be possible? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader noticed that when Duan Ling Tian suddenly increased his speed, the 811 ancient mammoth silhouettes actually didn't change in the slightest. Instantly, he had an expression of disbelief. How could it be possible that the strength of Duan Ling Tian didn't change? His speed has obviously increased an entire level within a short amount of time. How could the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader know that besides his strength and wind force, Duan Ling Tian was still able to utilize the mysterious quake energy? Presently, Duan Ling Tian utilized the quake energy at its limits on his legs, and it was comparable to another strength of 100 ancient mammoths powering the movement technique he'd utilized. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian didn't hold back any longer and used all his abilities, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he left the area the demonic lotus enveloped. Looks like I still have to utilize quake energy if I want to defeat Saber Young Master. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian increased the distance between him and the demonic lotus, he thought in his heart, and his gaze shot at Saber Young Master. Instantly, origin energy raged on his legs as streams of air shot out, then wind force and quake energy utilized right after, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot straight towards Saber Young Master. Saber Young Master's face went grim when he saw this scene. He didn't dare dally and hurriedly withdrew the grade 6 spirit saber that was fused within the demonic lotus. At the same time that the grade 6 spirit saber was removed, the demonic lotus dissipated. Duan Ling Tian arrived nearby Saber Young Master in the blink of an eye, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand followed right beside him, seeming to have transformed into a venomous serpent that fiercely bit towards Saber Young Master. This time, Saber Young Master once again dodged as if he had foresight, repeating what he'd done earlier. How could this Duan Ling Tian's speed possibly be so swift? At the same time that he dodged, Saber Young Master's expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Ling Tian's speed seemed to have instantly increased a level. The strangest of it all was the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian actually didn't change in the slightest. In other words, Duan Ling Tian didn't increase his strength. But since he didn't increase his strength, then why was his speed able to suddenly increase so much? Saber Young Master naturally wouldn't know the profundity of Duan Ling Tian's quake energy. Duan Ling Tian's quake energy at its limit had a scope of effect of the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. If he were to use quake energy on his legs and utilize a movement technique, it was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths powering the movement technique. Moreover, it wouldn't draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop ancient mammoth silhouettes. Chapter 395, Determining the Victor with a Single Move. Still want to dodge a second time? When Duan Ling Tian saw the Saber Young Master once again dodging as if possessing foresight, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a faintly evil smile, and the grade 6 spirit sword that flashed out in his hand twisted and adjusted the direction. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed while using all his abilities. The strength of his body, origin energy, wind force, quake energy. Duan Ling Tian's figure was swift like the wind and lightning, and he disappeared in the eyes of the disciples present in practically an instant. So swift, Lu Yu stared blankly at the scene before her. Presently, her cultivation was the strongest amongst the spectating disciples. Amongst the disciples of the various sects that were present here, only she was able to vaguely capture a trace of Duan Ling Tian's figure's trajectory, only a trace. This Duan Ling Tian's speed is absolutely not only powered by the strength of 800 plus ancient mammoths. Only by using the strength of more than 1,000 ancient mammoths would an ordinary martial artist be able to be so swift. The Snow Moon sect's leader went pale from shock, and looked at the scene before her with an expression of disbelief. From where exactly did this freak called Duan Ling Tian came from? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader's expression was extremely unsightly, as traces of a bad premonition had arisen within his heart. In terms of speed, his foster son Long Yun was far inferior to Duan Ling Tian. In terms of strength, although his foster son was slightly in the lead, the speed that Duan Ling Tian attacked instead firmly suppressed his foster son. Most importantly, he'd recalled something that was extremely terrifying. When this Duan Ling Tian fought the personal disciple of the Mountain Split sect's leader earlier, Duan Ling Tian once used a strength that was weaker than the Mountain Split sect disciple by the strength of 77 ancient mammoths to defeat the Mountain Split sect disciple opponent. He remembered it clearly that Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize wind force at that time. Otherwise, that personal disciple of the Mountain Split sect's leader would have no ability to fight back, no matter was it in strength or speed, as he would be completely suppressed by Duan Ling Tian in all aspects. But even if Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize wind force, that personal disciple of the Mountain Split sect's leader was still defeated by him. Without a shred of suspense. Duan Ling Tian, unlike the shock of the higher-ups of the other 4 great sects, the faces of the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect bloomed with brilliant smiles. Duan Ling Tian gave them too big of a pleasant surprise. They'd originally intended for Duan Ling Tian to seize first place in the martial competition 3 years from now and bring honor to the 7-star sword sect. But they'd still underestimated Duan Ling Tian. With the current abilities that Duan Ling Tian had displayed now, they didn't have to wait for 3 years, he might even be able to obtain the first today. In the scene of the battle, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gale as he followed Long Yun like a shadow. In terms of speed, Saber Young Master was completely unable to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. Saber Young Master, let's determine the victor with a single move. As Duan Ling Tian chased Long Yun, he spoke indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, yet it spread throughout every corner in the martial competition courtyard. Saber Young Master dashed in the front, and Duan Ling Tian's speed caused him to feel coldness that came from the bottom of his heart. He knew clearly in his heart that Duan Ling Tian's strength completely dominated his, and Duan Ling Tian's speed was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Looks like my intuition wasn't wrong, Duan Ling Tian is extremely strong indeed. Long Yun thought in his heart. Early on, when Duan Ling Tian defeated the personal disciple of the Mountain Split sect's leader with a weaker strength than his opponent, Long Yun suddenly had a hint of intuition. Duan Ling Tian was not simple. It was precisely because of this that he would place Duan Ling Tian at a similar height as himself, and even said that the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu, who was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like him, was inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Now it would seem that his intuition wasn't wrong in the slightest. Alright, Saber Young Master, who was dashing and dodging, heart Duan Ling Tian, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew clearly in his heart that if Duan Ling Tian didn't give him the chance, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain a chance to utilize the minor demonic lotus saber technique again. Duan Ling Tian was chasing too closely. He didn't doubt it in the slightest that if he were to turn around, the minor demonic lotus saber technique probably wouldn't even have been exerted completely when the sword in Duan Ling Tian's sword would have already arrived before him. After the 2 people that seemed to have transformed into bolts of lightning came to an agreement, they firmly stood on the even ground as they stood in confrontation, and the dust and dirt that had suffused into the air due to their extremely swift speed had gradually dropped down and returned to the ground. The flowers and grass that were fluttering within the martial competition courtyard had stopped swaying as well. Determine the victor with a single move. Within the martial competition courtyard, the gazes of everyone descended onto the 2 figures in confrontation. The outcome of the battle was about to come to light. Duan Ling Tian, watch out. When Saber Young Master made his move with the spirit saber in his hand, he didn't forget to warn Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, a total of 99 piercingly cold saber lights covered the sky, then combined to form an incomparably demonic lotus that carried along killing intent and an evil aura as it whistled out, enveloping Duan Ling Tian within it. As if it wanted to directly mince Duan Ling Tian to death, Saber Young Master had once again utilized his strongest saber skill. This saber strike contained a myriad of changes and was impossible to guard against. Saber Young Master being able to warn Duan Ling Tian when he made his move was sufficient to show that Saber Young Master was a nice person, and this caused Duan Ling Tian to have a good impression of him. However, now that he was facing the saber skill that Saber Young Master executed, Duan Ling Tian's expression still went serious as the minor demonic lotus saber technique that Long Yun executed gave him too much pressure. Although, if he used all his ability, he would be able to dodge it with whirlwind. But he didn't plan to do that. Since he said to determine the victor with a single move, he wouldn't go back on his word. If he went back on his word, then he wasn't Duan Ling Tian. Origin energy revolved around the spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand and wind force suffused within the origin energy. Suddenly, the origin energy that contained wind force on the spirit sword started to slightly vibrate with a frequency that grew higher and quickly arrived at the limit. Quake energy at the limit. Saber Young Master was the first person today that could make Duan Ling Tian use his full strength. Instantly, 1043 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Ling Tian. Amongst them, Duan Ling Tian's basic strength was comparable to the strength of 611 ancient mammoths, and through the amplification of the spirit sword in his hand, it received an additional strength of 232 ancient mammoths. Elementary wind force was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian didn't hold back in the slightest with this sword strike, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to feel the blood in his entire body boil. This feeling seemed to allow him to return to those extraordinarily bloody scenes of his previous life, how surging with emotions his life was. It's been a long time. Duan Ling Tian silently said in his heart. The spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand flashed and the demonic lotus formed from it brought along the might of annihilating everything as it swept towards Duan Ling Tian with a speed that increased by the moment. The energy of heaven and earth roiled above Long Yun, and the amount of ancient mammoth silhouettes that were condensed was extremely unstable and fluctuated between 1,150 to 1,180. It was to the extent there was an occasional moment that the saber force seed of Long Yun would temporarily be extinguished and wouldn't provide any strength to Saber Young Master. At that moment, Saber Young Master's strength would be fixed at the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. I only have confidence in defeat Saber Young Master in one go at the instant the saber force seed of his temporarily extinguishes. Otherwise, even if I use quake energy at the limit, it would be of no use. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts spun when Duan Ling Tian saw the demonic lotus combined from 99 saber lights that Saber Young Master launched with the spirit saber in his hand had come within reach. Presently, even if he used all his ability, the strength contained in his sword would only be comparable to the strength of 1,043 ancient mammoths. Whereas so long as the saber force seed floated above Long Yun's spirit saber, then even if it fluctuated to an even lower number, it would still at least be comparable to the strength of 50+ ancient mammoths. When combined with the other strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths that Long Yun possessed, Long Yun's strength would exceed the strength of 1,150 ancient mammoths. In this way, it would have broken away from the highest scope of effect of Duan Ling Tian's quake energy. After all, even if it's exerted to the limit, Duan Ling Tian's quake energy only had a scope of effect within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. So, if Duan Ling Tian wanted to suppress Saber Young Master by force, then he could only grasp the instant the saber force seed on Saber Young Master's spirit saber extinguished temporarily. A force seed wasn't genuine force. Even the owner of the saber force seed, Saber Young Master, was unable to control the fluctuation of the saber force seed. When he thought up to this point, Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and his acute spiritual force extended out to fuse into the demonic lotus that came straight at him, and observed the changes of the saber force seed on the demonic lotus. The demonic lotus descended from the sky, and sounds of air exploding continuous rose and fell as it pressured down on Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian saw the demonic lotus within his reach yet the saber force seed had no intention of temporarily extinguishing, Duan Ling Tian abruptly flashed backwards. Duan Ling Tian's movement brought about a wave of booing within the martial competition. Courtyard as expected, this Duan Ling Tian proposed to determine the victor with a single move himself, yet he retreated at the critical moment. Truly slapping his own face. The disciples of the various sects couldn't refrain from ridiculing. But in the next moment, the ridiculing smiles on their faces froze. The opportunity has come. At the same time that he flashed backwards, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force was still observing the changes of the saber force seed on the demonic lotus. The instant that he retreated, Duan Ling Tian noticed the saber force seed instantly extinguish. It was right at this moment that he made his move. Under the gazes of every present, Duan Ling Tian had only just retreated when he suddenly launched an attack, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he moved to intercept the demonic lotus that enveloped towards him. His sword was like a bolt of lightning that flashed, and it seemed to have transformed into a fierce beast that brandished its claws and bared its fangs before fiercely biting towards the demonic lotus. When the extinguished saber force seed on the demonic lotus didn't have enough time to rise once again, the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand had already been sent into the demonic lotus and it shook abruptly. Instantly, the quake energy at the limit poured out. 0.98 saber lights amongst the 99 saber lights on the demonic lotus were instantly shocked to dispersion, and the only remaining saber light was Saber Young Master's spirit saber. Along with the spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand sweeping out, Saber Young Master's spirit saber fell onto the ground with a clang. Obtaining success with his attack, Duan Ling Tian seized the opportunity to follow up with another attack, and his body transformed into a gale that flashed directly towards Saber Young Master, who had an expression of disbelief and astonishment. He swung up his grade 6 spirit sword and slapped the body of the sword on Saber Young Master's chest. Saber Young Master was directly slapped flying. Chapter 396, Martial Competition Number 1. Saber young master flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. He repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before landing on the ground with a stagger, and he nearly fell down. Although he didn't fall, Saber young master's face was still ghastly pale. "I've lost." Long Yun took a deep breath, then withdrew a medicinal pill. His origin energy wound within his body as it dissolved the medicinal strength of the pill. After he recovered his injuries slightly, Saber young master looked at Duan Ling Tian with a fiery gaze. "I'll come look for you again. I'll personally come to the 7-star sword sect once I step into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage and defeat you to wash away the humiliation of today." As soon as he finished speaking, Saber young master flew out to pick up his grade 6 spirit saber, then seemed to have transformed into wind as he vanished within the martial competition courtyard. Although Saber young master had lost, he wasn't dejected. He spread the word that he would defeat Duan Ling Tian one day and wash away this humiliation. This Saber young master is much more agreeable than that zither young master. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Saber young master had obtained his respect. When he recalled the scene from before, Duan Ling Tian sighed slightly. If it wasn't for the assistance of his acute spiritual force, it would be difficult for him to grasp the momentary opportunity when the saber force seed extinguished temporarily. If it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for him to defeat Saber young master in a head-on battle. Along with the departure of Saber young master, the crowd of people in the martial competition courtyard finally recovered from their shock. The first to recover from their shock was the sect leaders and elders of the various sects. The sect leaders and elders of the Snow Moon sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Mountain Split sect had all chosen to keep silent. But their gazes all descended onto Duan Ling Tian in unison, as if they'd discussed it in advance. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly jerked. At the same time, his eardrums shook and he received 3 voice transmissions. "Duan Ling Tian, if you're willing to turn to my Snow Moon sect, I similarly can relinquish my position to you and assist you to become the new sect leader of my Snow Moon sect." Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was the voice of the Snow Moon sect's leader. "Duan Ling Tian, so long as you turn to our Origin Convergence sect, I'm willing to relinquish my position to you and allow you to become the new sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Moreover, I'm willing to make the strongest guardian elder of my sect take you as his personal disciple, allowing you to obtain much better growth." This was the voice transmission of the Origin Convergence sect's leader. "Duan Ling Tian, turn to my Mountain Split sect. So long it's something that you want, then as long as it's within the ability of my Mountain Split sect, my Mountain Split sect will surely give it to you. Including the position of sect leader, including cultivation locations, including." This was the voice of the Mountain Split sect's leader. At the same time, the 3 great sects leaders had thrown an olive branch at Duan Ling Tian, and this caused Duan Ling Tian to be astounded. Needless to say, the conditions spoken of by the 3 sect leaders were extremely tempting. Especially what the Mountain Split sect's leader said, satisfying all conditions of his that were within the ability of the Mountain Split sect. This also meant that once he turned to the Mountain Split sect, he would be able to obtain benefits that were difficult to imagine. "I'm sorry, sect leaders." Duan Ling Tian sent the same voice transmission into the ears of the 3 sect leaders, causing them to be stunned and glance at each other, as they never imagined that the others would have the same thoughts as them. Duan Ling Tian, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, recovered from his shock and looked at Duan Ling Tian with an extremely complicated gaze. Duan Ling Tian had actually defeated his foster son Long Yun, the Saber young master of the 5 great young masters that were the most outstanding within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generations. It was fine if Duan Ling Tian was a 7-star sword sect disciple that was older than Long Yun, but Duan Ling Tian was only 22 years old. Defeating the 26-year-old Saber young master, Long Yun, at the age of 22. He didn't doubt it in the slightest that once this news were to spread out, it would surely cause an extremely great stir in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. "My target is the first." The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader couldn't help but recall what Duan Ling Tian said earlier. At that time, he didn't take what Duan Ling Tian said seriously and only thought Duan Ling Tian was young and arrogant. But now, Duan Ling Tian used facts to prove that he had the strength to seize first place, and he'd really seized first in the martial competition. Duan Ling Tian seized the first in the martial competition. The elders of the 4 great sects were dumbstruck. Duan Ling Tian defeated the 26-year-old Saber young master at an age of 22. The battle today is sufficient to make his name to be known far and wide. At the age of only 22, he defeated one of the figures amongst the 5 great young masters that were the most outstanding in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian will surely transcend the 5 great young masters in the future. With his natural talent and ability, another 2 years would be sufficient for him to sweep through all the 5 great young masters. In another few years, he'll only be 25 or 26. Freak. Abnormal. The disciples of the various sects discussed animatedly as soon as they recovered from their shock. They looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes filled with reverence, and they no longer dared look down on Duan Ling Tian when they spoke. At this moment, they seemed to have already seen the scenes of Duan Ling Tian sweeping through all the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in a few years from now. This young man that was filled with miracles caused them to be sincerely convinced of his ability. He actually defeated Saber Young Master head-on. The Snow Moon Sect's Lu Yu had a dumbstruck expression as she stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian. Now, in her eyes, this young man that she completely looked down on before seemed to have transformed into a towering mountain that was difficult to cross, and it caused a wave of powerlessness to arise from the bottom of her heart. In terms of strength, I'm inferior to Saber Young Master. In terms of judgment, I'm far inferior to him. When she recalled what Saber Young Master had said previously and recalled the disdain and unwillingness she had towards Duan Ling Tian earlier, Lu Yu felt too ashamed to show her face, and she wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide within it. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, nice work. Zheng Song laughed loudly and had an excited expression. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian had succeeded. He'd defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, and seized first place in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. This junior brother that had repeatedly created miracles all along, had once again created a miracle. Duan Ling Tian. Meng Chu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that contained slight rejoicing. He suddenly realized that removing the grudge with Duan Ling Tian in a timely manner was such a correct decision. A monster like Duan Ling Tian could only be a friend, and not an enemy. No, impossible. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Huang Ji's face was deathly pale and his figure lightly trembled, his eyes filled with a sheen of disbelief. How could Duan Ling Tian possibly defeat Saber Young Master? He's only 22. He's only 22. When he recalled how he only had a cultivation at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage when he was 22, Huang Ji's heart instantly seemed to have fallen into a bottomless chasm. Even if he was any more unwilling to admit it, compared to Duan Ling Tian, he was indeed only dirt. Every day that Duan Ling Tian's within the 7-star sword sect, then it would be another day that I, Huang Ji, am unable to lift my head. No, I'm unwilling to accept this. I'm unwilling. I'm the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader. I'm the future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Huang Ji's heart was ceaselessly warping to the limit. Since the heavens have given birth to me, then why give life to him? This was what was portrayed within Huang Ji's heart at this moment. Ha 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 ha. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Lingu Jinhong, lost his composure and laughed loudly. His sincere laughter came from the bottom of his heart, and he felt exalted upon fulfillment. It was still the first time in these past few years that he was so happy. Kei Zhen and Zheng Fan started laughing as well. Their gazes converged onto the young figure that stood in the distance, unmoving like a mountain. It was precisely this young man that obtained the glory of number 1 in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. As they gazed at the young man before them, they seemed to be able to see that boundlessly bright future of the 7-star sword sect. With Duan Ling Tian in the 7-star sword sect, why would the 7-star sword sect worry about being unable to be glorious all the way into the future? Moreover, Duan Ling Tian, who had become the center of attention, looked at Lingu Jinhong and lightly smiled as he nodded, then sent a voice transmission. Sect leader, the jade origin fruit you gave me wasn't wasted. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. Lingu Jinhong's voice transmission was filled with sincerity. He was sincerely grateful to Duan Ling Tian. Today, Duan Ling Tian had obtained the first in the martial competition, and at the same time that he'd seized the glory for the 7-star sword sect, he'd also declared to the other great sects the unparalleled status of the 7-star sword sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The 7-star sword sect will always be the number 1 sect. Subsequently, it was time for the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, to distribute the prizes for the top 3. The prizes for the top 3 in the martial competition were none other than the nascent nurturing pill and a small amount of grade 6 grade recovery pills. Although the nascent nurturing pills had an extraordinary value, they were useless for Duan Ling Tian now. the purity of these nascent nurturing pills were too low, and were far inferior from the 90% and above purity nascent nurturing pills that he'd refined. The grade 6 grade recovery pills aren't bad. Duan Ling Tian checked the 10 grade 6 grade recovery pills that were the part of the prize of the first in the martial competition, and he nodded in satisfaction. In the end, he withdrew a medicinal pill that flickered with an azure-colored chi barrier and emitted a strand of profound aura from the spatial ring the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader passed to him. Profound nascent pill. The disciples of the various sects in the martial competition courtyard stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian's hand, and their expressions burnt with desire. This is the legendary profound nascent pill. It ought to be. As expected of the medicinal pill of legend, it looks entirely not like an ordinary grade 6 medicinal pill. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader is really unable to complain after he suffered this loss. This profound nascent pill was something he'd originally prepared for his foster son, Saber Young Master, but who knew that Duan Ling Tian would come out of nowhere and seize it. The discussions of the disciples of the various sects entered into the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader's ears, and it caused his body to unnoticeably tremble, but his face still maintained a composed smile. As the host, he couldn't lose his bearing. Even if his heart was bleeding, if he knew earlier that this would be the outcome, he would absolutely not put on airs and make the profound nascent pill as the prize for the first in the martial competition. This profound nascent pill was a medicinal pill he'd requested for his foster son. If this Duan Ling Tian were to consume the profound nascent pill, then perhaps he'll directly break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage after half a year. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader suddenly had a feeling as if he'd done everything for the sake of allowing Duan Ling Tian to reap the benefits. Chapter 397, Gifting the Pill. Right when the attention of everyone had descended on the profound nascent pill in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Senior brother Zheng Song. Duan Ling Tian suddenly turned to look at the nearby Zheng Song. His action startled Zheng Song. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, what is it? Senior brother Zheng Song, didn't you say you want this profound nascent pill? Now, I've got it, and I'll gift it to you. Duan Ling Tian passed the profound nascent pill in his hand to Zheng Song with a light smile. As if what he was gifting wasn't the legendary profound nascent pill but was instead a medicinal pill that was beyond ordinary. Ah! Zheng Song was startled by this and couldn't react for a time. Duan Ling Tian wants to gift away the profound nascent pill. Has he gone mad? This profound nascent pill is able to increase a martial artist's natural talent for half a year, a marvelous medicinal pill capable of allowing the martial artist's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and is something that can be encountered by luck but not sought after. He actually wants to gift it away. Madman. This Duan Ling Tian is really a madman. With his natural talent, if he were to consume the profound nascent pill, then he'd surely be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. The world of a madman isn't something we can understand. For a time, the disciples of the various sects shook their heads as they sighed with emotion. Duan Ling Tian's current actions were truly inconceivable. The profound nascent pill was a medicinal pill of legend, a pill that had a price but no market, a pill that could be encountered by luck but not sought after. Now, Duan Ling Tian actually wanted to gift it away. Presently, even the higher-ups of the 5 great sects all had dumbstruck expressions. Especially the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, the corners of his mouth twitched. This Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be intentionally provoking him, right? Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, this profound nascent pill is too valuable and I can't take it. Although the gaze Zheng Song shot at the profound nascent pill was filled with burning desire, he still shook his head and refused Duan Ling Tian's kindness. As far as he was concerned, the effect this profound nascent pill could display in the hands of Duan Ling Tian was far stronger from the effect it could display in his. If Duan Ling Tian were to consume this profound nascent pill, then he would surely be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage within half a year. At that time, Duan Ling Tian's strength would be even stronger. Senior brother Zheng Song, if you don't take it, then I'll toss it away. Duan Ling Tian frowned. To an ordinary martial artist, this profound nascent pill couldn't be considered a treasure, but to him it was no different than lowly grass. When he consumed sufficient 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, his natural talent had already reached the limit. If it's someone with natural talent that had reached the limit, then even if they consumed the profound nascent pill, it would be of no help at all. The profound nascent pill was only of use to a martial artist whose natural talent hadn't reached the limit. Duan Ling Tian, don't be rash. The 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect were anxious, as they felt Duan Ling Tian was recklessly misusing great things. If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian being a person who'd rendered meritorious service to the 7-star sword sect now and was the future of the 7-star sword sect, they would even have the heart to strangle him to death. That was a profound nascent pill. A medicinal pill that could be called a treasure to a nascent soul stage martial artist. The level of its preciousness wasn't any inferior to a spirit fruit. Duan Ling Tian actually wanted to toss it away. Besides the 7-star sword sect's 3 higher-ups, everyone else wished for nothing more than to strangle Duan Ling Tian to death. Duan Ling Tian is intentionally vexing everyone. He actually said he would toss away the profound nascent pill. That's too vexatious. The disciples of the various sects gnashed their teeth. Meng Chu within the pergola looked at Zheng Song with an expression of envy. If Zheng Song were to consume the profound nascent pill, then after half a year, Zheng Song's cultivation would be sufficient to surpass him. Right when the attention of everyone had descended on the profound nascent pill in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Senior brother Zheng Song, Duan Ling Tian abruptly shouted out explosively, and it was incomparably sudden. Ah! Zheng Song shuddered when he heard Duan Ling Tian's explosive shout, and he unconsciously opened his mouth in reply. It was right at this instant. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and the profound nascent pill transformed into a flowing light that directly shot into Zheng Song's mouth, and the moment Zheng Song closed his mouth, the profound nascent pill's medicinal strength instantly dissolved within his mouth, fusing into his body. Zheng Song was stupefied. He'd eaten the profound nascent pill. All of this was too sudden, and it was slightly unexpected to him. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, you. Zheng Song had a bitter smile on his face. He'd never expected that Duan Ling Tian would take action so suddenly and forcefully shoot the profound nascent pill into his mouth. Within the martial competition courtyard, it was completely deathly silent. Duan Ling Tian's actions had startled everyone present. Duan Ling Tian really gifted away the profound nascent pill. This 7-star sword sect disciple's luck is too good, right? How nice would it be if Duan Ling Tian tossed that profound nascent pill into my mouth? Stop dreaming. This 7-star sword sect disciple surely has a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian, otherwise, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't gift the profound nascent pill to him. Numerous gazes of envy and jealousy descended onto Zheng Song in unison, causing Zheng Song to have a bitter smile on his face and feel slightly uneasy. The 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect frowned, and at practically the exact same instant, their voice transmissions entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, you're too rash. That profound nascent pill was sufficient to allow you to step into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage in a short amount of time. How could you gift it away? Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was the voice of Lingu Jinhong. Duan Ling Tian, what should I say about you? That kid's natural talent is limited. Even if he consumed the profound nascent pill, his improvement wouldn't be as great as you. It's such a waste. This was the voice of the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, who was also the father of Zheng Song. Duan Ling Tian, you. That was foolish of you. If you consumed that profound nascent pill, it wouldn't be long before you broke through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. The 2-year agreement between you and Zither Young Master will arrive in another year. How could you not think for yourself? This was the Fecta Peak's master, K. Zhen, and his tone contained a mix of a sigh and helplessness. The 3 voice transmissions caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to feel warm. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the 3 of them were concerned about him, so he hurriedly sent a voice transmission in reply. Sect leader, Peak Masters. All of you only saw the use of the profound nascent pill. But do all of you know that the higher the natural talent of the martial artist, the less the effect of the profound nascent pill? My natural talent if something all of you have seen, and this profound nascent pill is useless to me. Since it's like this, why shouldn't I help senior brother Zheng Song? Duan Ling Tian's words caused the 3 7-star sword sect higher up to come to a sudden understanding. This was something they'd never thought of earlier. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still a piece of meat. Giving the profound nascent pill to that kid is too wasteful, Zheng Fan said via voice transmission with a bitter smile. Peak Master Zheng Fan, is senior brother Zheng Song really your son? Duan Ling Tian was stunned and couldn't refrain from asking. Zheng Fan never expected Duan Ling Tian would suddenly ask such a question, and he was instantly depressed. Right at this moment, Zheng Song, who stood by Duan Ling Tian's side, said with a bitter smile, "Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, giving the profound nascent pill to me is too wasteful." Senior brother Zheng Song, Duan Ling Tian's expression became serious as he said in a clear voice. Do you know why I seized first place in the martial competition today? Wasn't it for the sect? Zheng Song asked. This is only one of the reasons. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zheng Song and smiled lightly. Earlier, when the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader took out the profound nascent pill and proclaimed that it would be the prize for the first in the martial competition, didn't I ask you if you were interested in the profound nascent pill? Zheng Song nodded as he remembered, of course. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, he was far more than just being interested in the profound nascent pill. Besides Duan Ling Tian, who was like a different species, there was probably no one amongst the disciples of the various sects present here that wouldn't be interested towards the profound nascent pill. Since that moment, I'd already decided that I would surely seize first in the martial competition. Besides competing for the glory for the 7-star sword sect to repay the sect leader for all his help, at the same time, I wanted to obtain the profound nascent pill to gift you, to repay the many times you and Peak Master Zheng Fan have assisted me in the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian finished speaking in one go. At this moment, when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, everyone present came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that everything Duan Ling Tian did was to repay debts of gratitude. For a time, many people has a good impression of Duan Ling Tian, as this was a person that knew how to owe a debt of gratitude and try to repay it. Respectable. Gifting away a profound nascent pill that's of extraordinary value for the sake of repaying a debt of gratitude. Duan Ling Tian's resolution is shocking. A Snow Moon sect disciple couldn't refrain from sighing. His words caused everyone to nod in deep agreement. Presently, Duan Ling Tian had obtained the acknowledgement of most of the people that were present. Zheng Song's figure lightly trembled when he heard this, then he sighed with a bitter smile on his face. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, there was no need for you to do this. What I and my father owe you is much more than what you owe us. Today, you giving the profound nascent pill to me has instead caused me to owe you even more. In the distance, Zheng Fan sighed as well. It was exactly as Zheng Song had said. What the two of them owed Duan Ling Tian was really too much, and they were unable to repay it. The martial competition of the 5 great sects came to an end. The 7-star sword sect disciple, Duan Ling Tian, seized the glory of first place in the martial competition. Seizing the glory of first place in the martial competition at the age of 22. Duan Ling Tian has created an unprecedented record. This record is something I'm afraid even the people of the future generations will be unable to break. The Snow Moon sect's leader sighed. His gaze had a sheen of envy and jealousy mixed within as it descended onto Lingu Jinhong. Now, he'd realized that wanting to poach Duan Ling Tian from the 7-star sword sect to the Snow Moon sect was almost impossible. Earlier, what Duan Ling Tian said to Zheng Song has undoubtedly displayed that Duan Ling Tian was a person that knew how to owe a debt of gratitude and tried to repay it. A person like this would absolutely not be ungrateful and betray the sect. This was something that the Snow Moon sect's leader firmly believed. Through the reminder to the Snow Moon sect's leader, and the people present reacted. Right, Duan Ling Tian has created a shocking record. Participating in the martial competition of the 5 great sects at the age of 22 and seizing the glory of first. It could be said to be unprecedented and will never be broken. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that numerous gazes filled with reverence gathered onto him from all around. He'd become the center of attention. Chapter 398, Betrayal. The martial competition of the 5 great sects that was held every 3 years came to an end. Sect leader Long, farewell. Including the 7-star sword sect, all the higher-ups of the other 4 great sects bid their farewells to the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. Subsequently, the higher-ups and the disciples of the 4 great sects left the martial competition courtyard and left the inner gorge of the demonic Lotus Gorge. After a short moment, an enormous flying beast descended from the air. At the beginning, when Duan Ling Tian heard the ear-piercing howl of the wind in his ears, he thought it was Elder Peng who had arrived. But when he raised his head up, he noticed that the flying beast that descended from the sky now was only a white crane the size of a small hill. The crane was completely snow-white, with a pair of eyes that revolved with a bright light. It was obviously a formidable demon beast. Although the speed of the white crane was inferior to the 7-star sword sect's Grand Rock, Elder Peng, it wasn't much slower, and in the blink of an eye it has descended onto the group before the group of Snow Moon sect members. Sect leaders, farewell. The Snow Moon sect's leader led the sect elders and disciples to ascend the back of the white crane, then cupped his hand to bid farewell to Lingu Jinhong and the other sect leaders. Sect leader Shui, take care. Lingu Jinhong lightly nodded as he smiled slightly. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu, who was atop the white crane, had a gaze that never left him all along, and this caused him to feel a wave of coldness in his heart as he thought smugly. This woman wouldn't have taken a fancy for me, right? I'm not interested in her. Duan Ling Tian, I'll come look for you to battle once I break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was Lu Yu's voice. Be my guest. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently, and he didn't take what Lu Yu said seriously. Wait for Lu Yu to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. At that time, he'd probably already have broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Ling Tian would able to sense clearly that Lu Yu had only just recently broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. With Lu Yu's natural talent, it would at least require spending another year or two to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. At that time, the distance between him and Lu Yu would only become further and further. It was impossible for Lu Yu to catch up to him. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes blurred as he saw a white light flash, and the demon beast White Crane had already carried the group of Snow Moon sect members to soar into the sky and conceal itself within the mist and clouds, vanishing before his eyes. Sect leader, could it be that the White Crane from before is similar to Elder Peng and is the Snow Moon sect's guardian revered elder? Duan Ling Tian asked Lingu Jinhong curiously. Lingu Jinhong nodded. More or less. However, that isn't an ordinary white crane but a demon beast, Cloudsoar Crane. It's the sect-guarding demon beast of the Snow Moon sect. In terms of strength, it's not inferior to Elder Peng. At this moment, an enormous sound echoed out in the horizon and a black-colored flowing light flashed through the sky, shooting straight towards the ground. The figure of an enormous black-colored eagle appeared. This enormous eagle was completely pitch black, with feathers that flickered with an inky black sheen. Its sharp claws scored the ground, allowing it to be stable like a mountain, and its pair of incomparably keen eyes flickered with a fierce light. When Duan Ling Tian had just looked at the enormous eagle, he noticed the enormous eagle had noticed his gaze at the first possible moment, and cold lights appeared within its keen eyes as it looked back at him. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt a chill run down his spine, and he hurriedly withdrew his gaze, not daring to continue looking the enormous eagle in the eye. After a short moment, the crowd of Mountain Split sect members ascended the back of the enormous eagle under the lead of the Mountain Split sect's leader. Duan Ling Tian, you can come be a guest in my Mountain Split sect if you're free in the future. My Mountain Split sect will surely regard you as an honored guest. The Mountain Split sect's leader looked at Duan Ling Tian and a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. Of course, Duan Ling Tian could sense that the Mountain Split sect's sect leader's words were from the heart and without the slightest falsehood. Duan Ling Tian had heartfelt admiration towards the Mountain Split sect's leader's bearing. After all, during the martial competition today, Duan Ling Tian had successively defeated 2 Mountain Split sect disciples, and one of them even had his legs fractured by Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader Lingu, sect leader Lu, farewell. The Mountain Split sect's leader looked at Lingu Jinhong and the Origin Convergence sect's leader. Take care, sect leader Tang. Lingu Jinhong and the Origin Convergence sect's leader replied. The black-colored enormous eagle charged into the sky while carrying the group of Mountain Split sect members, transforming into a black-colored bolt of lightning that merged into the horizon and disappeared. So swift, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. He noticed that the speed of this enormous eagle was even slightly swifter than the Snow Moon sect's Cloudsoar Crane. That's the Mountain Split sect's sect-guarding demon beast, Lightning Eagle, and its strength isn't inferior to Elder Peng. Lingu Jinhong's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it contained slight seriousness mixed within. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts spun and flashed through the memories of the rebirthed martial emperor, and he was able to find some records about the Lightning Eagle. The Lightning Eagle was an extremely terrifying demon beast that possessed both offense and speed. Allegedly, some lightning eagles with extraordinary talent even had the chance to break through to the void interpretation stage when grown to the limit. Of course, lightning eagles like these were extremely rare. Right at this moment, 2 ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out as they whistled down from the horizon, with a speed that was so swift that Duan Ling Tian was unable to catch a glimpse of them. When he raised his head, he hadn't even seen anything when he felt 2 strong gusts of wind sweeping over, enveloping all the 7-star sword sect and Origin Convergence sect members present, causing the clothes on their body to flutter in the wind. Meanwhile, 2 enormous figures descended onto the ground successively. the enormous figure that descended the first had descended nearby Duan Ling Tian's group. Elder Peng. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up. The enormous figure that appeared before him now was the Seven-Star Sword sect guardian revered elder, the Grand Rock. Whereas on the side of the Origin Convergence sect, another enormous figure had descended as well, with a speed that was only slightly slower than Elder Peng. This was an entirely jade-green vulture with a hideous and vicious appearance. Now, he was glaring fixedly at Elder Peng with a gaze that said it refused to concede defeat, and it ceaselessly waved about its vicious and terrifying head, as if it was conveying something. When faced with the vulture's provocation, Elder Peng only glanced at it indifferently, then didn't pay any attention to it, showing a bearing of a great figure. This caused the vulture to be slightly angry from embarrassment, but it seemed to be afraid of Elder Peng and didn't dare flare up. That's the Origin Convergence sect guarding demon beast, Jadefeather Vulture. Many years ago, it had once been taught a lesson by Elder Peng, so it's always held a grudge. However, so many years have passed and its strength is still firmly surpassed by Elder Peng. Linggu Jin Hong's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears and allowed him to understand. So that's how it is. No wonder the vulture seemed as if it had seen its lifelong enemy when it saw Elder Peng, so there's such a past between them. Let's go. Under the lead of Linggu Jin Hong, Duan Ling Tian and the others ascended onto the back of the Grand Rock. Duan Ling Tian followed right at the back, and when he ascended the Grand Rock, he noticed that Linggu Jin Hong's personal disciple Huangji still stood on the spot without a movement at all. Not only that, Duan Ling Tian also quickly noticed that under the lead of the Origin Convergence sect's leader, the group of Origin Convergence sect members had walked over. What's going on? When Duan Ling Tian was still bewildered, the group of Origin Convergence sect members had gathered with Huangji. Sect leader Lu, this is. Meanwhile, Linggu Jin Hong and the others had noticed something was off, and Linggu Jin Hong frowned as he looked at the Origin Convergence sect's leader. Go on. The Origin Convergence sect's leader didn't reply to Linggu Jin Hong, and instead spoke indifferently to the nearby Huangji. Linggu Jin Hong's frown grew even deeper when he saw this scene. In the next moment, a scene that exceeded Duan Ling Tian's expectations appeared. Huang Li knelt on the floor towards Linggu Jin Hong, then lowered his head and took a deep breath before saying in a low voice, "Master, forgive disciple for being unable to follow by your side in the future. I hope Master can forgive me." Huangji's words contained incomparably firm resolution. This Huangji wants to break off the relationship of the master and disciple with the sect leader and betray the sect. The expressions of Linggu Jin Hong and the others from the Seven-Star Sword sect all went grim. Cold lights even appeared within the sharp eyes of the Grand Rock beneath their feet, and a terrifying imposing manner swept out to envelop Huangji as the Grand Rock stared at Huangji, suppressing Huangji to the point his face flushed red and his body started shivering. Right at this moment, a formidable imposing manner extended out from the Origin Convergence sect's leader, standing up to the Grand Rock's imposing manner. This allowed Huangji's countenance to recover slightly. Huangji, K. Zhen who stood by Linggu Jin Hong's side had an incomparably gloomy expression and he stared at Huangji with a gaze filled with coldness. Did you forget who gave you everything these past few years? Where did your cultivation come from? Now, you actually want to betray the sect leader? Don't you have a conscience? As he finished speaking, K. Zhen's tone contained dense killing intent that was waiting for an opportunity to swallow Huangji. Huangji's figure trembled but didn't say anything. Peak Master K. Zhen, what you said is wrong. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nestle in. Since Huangji doesn't want to continue being by sect leader Linghu's side and doesn't wish to continue staying in the Seven-Star Sword sect, then he naturally has his own thoughts. An Origin Convergence sect elder looked at K. Zhen and shook his head. HMPH. K. Zhen snorted coldly, and said with a voice that contained dense coldness. It's easy for you to say. Let me ask you, if the personal disciple you fostered yourself wanted to turn to my Seven-Star Sword sect now, what would you do? Could it be that you would be willing to send him to me Seven-Star Sword sect? The Origin Convergence sect elder was unwilling to admit his argument was inferior and said frankly, so long as he can have a better future in the Seven-Star Sword sect, then I wouldn't stop him. What a good future it is. Finally, Linggu Jin Hong spoke, his voice was clear and contained frightful rage mixed within. Huangji, have you thought it through? Linggu Jin Hong's gaze descended onto Huangji who knelt on the ground, and his calm gaze contained coldness and indifference as he said in a low voice. I'll give you a chance, if you really decide to betray me, your master, and betray the Seven-Star Sword sect. Then from today onwards, take it as I've never taken you as my personal disciple. All ties between us will be broken off from today onwards. Chapter 399. Arriving at the stables. The atmosphere outside the demonic Lotus Gorge's inner gorge had completely frozen. Suddenly, Huangji bent his waist and kowtowed on the ground 3 times. After he kowtowed 3 times, Huangji looked at Lingu Jinhong and said in a low voice, "Sect leader Lingu, take these 3 kowtows as me repaying my debt to you for fostering me for all these years. From today onwards, I, Huangji, will have no ties any longer with you and the 7-star sword sect." No ties any longer. Huangji's voice caused the atmosphere in the scene to become weird. Duan Ling Tian's looked calmly at Huangji with an incomparably icy cold gaze. Huangji's betrayal had exceeded his expectations. Although whether Huangji betrayed the sect or not didn't have much relationship to him, he still extremely despised Huangji's actions. As far as he was concerned, a favor of a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of water. The favor the 7-star sword sect's leader had given to Huangji was higher than the sky and deeper than the seas, yet it was abandoned by Huangji with a few words. This Huangji was simply an ungrateful bastard. As soon as Huangji finished speaking, besides Lingu Jinhong, who temporarily didn't make clear his attitude towards it, the others from the 7-star sword sect all wore grim expressions. Meng Chu and Zheng Song looked at Huangji with gazes filled with disgust. They were at the 7-star sword sect for much longer than Duan Ling Tian, and they naturally knew how caring the sect leader usually was towards this personal disciple of his. Now, Huangji instead wanted to betray the sect leader and betray the 7-star sword sect. The sect leader fostered you to obtain your current accomplishments, the 7-star sword sect fostered you to obtain your current accomplishments. This is how you repay the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect. Zheng Fan's face was extremely gloomy as he looked at Huangji with eyes that flickered with frightful rage. Within his rage, a trace of killing intent was suffused within. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. It wasn't the first day that he'd known the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, but it was still the first time he'd seen Zheng Fan enraged. Rage that could set a prairie ablaze. All you have was given to you by the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect. You can betray the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect. But the origin energy on K Gen's body raged and roared, and his clothes fluttered. In the sky, 2 enormous silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and accumulated strength while waiting to be deployed. 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The symbol of a first-level void initiation stage cultivation. But don't even think of taking away this cultivation of yours that is from the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect. K Gen shouted explosively. Instantly, the aura of a void initiation stage expert raged in the sky, causing others to feel a chill run down their spine. Suddenly, K Gen took a step forward and his terrifying imposing manner swept out, coupled with the imposing manner of Elder Peng. It shattered the Origin Convergence sect leader's imposing manner in one go, then enveloped onto Huangji, causing Huangji's face to instantly become ghastly pale, and forcefully causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Master, save me." Duan Ling Tian noticed that when Huangji looked at the Origin Convergence sect's leader to a cry for help, he actually addressed the Origin Convergence sect's leader as master. Obviously, he'd come to an agreement with the Origin Convergence sect's leader long ago, and had the intention to turn to the Origin Convergence sect. HMPH. An Origin Convergence elder snorted coldly, then took a step forward and combined his imposing manner with the Origin Convergence sect's leader to block out Elder Peng and K Gen's imposing manner. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Elder." Huangji hurriedly thanked the two, and at the same time, he went to stand behind the Origin Convergence sect's leader to seek protection, as he was extremely afraid that the 7-star sword sect higher-ups would make a move against him. Very good, very good. Finally, Lingu Jinhong made a reaction. He glanced indifferently at Huangji, as he spoke with an unfeeling tone. Then, he looked at the Grand Rock beneath him. "Elder Peng, let's go." The Grand Rock was stunned. He was obviously puzzled towards Lingu Jinhong's reaction. Sect leader. Zheng Fan and K Gen looked at Lingu Jinhong with a puzzled expression as well. "Sect leader, if it wasn't for your vigorous fostering, how could Huangji possess such a cultivation? According to me, he can turn to the Origin Convergence sect and betray you and the sect, but his cultivation must be left behind." K Gen gnashed his teeth. That year, when Lingu Jinhong wasn't the sect leader yet, and he wasn't the Fecta Peak's master. At that time, he'd formed a deep friendship with Lingu Jinhong. Today, when he saw Lingu Jinhong's personal disciple doing such a treacherous and outrageous thing, he felt it as if it was his own disciple and was enraged to the limit. Forget it, just take it as I was blind. Lingu Jinhong shook his head, seeming to be not willing to mention this matter anymore, then he looked at the Grand Rock. Elder Peng, let's go. From today onwards, I, Lingu Jinhong, will take it as if I've never taken this disciple. The Grand Rock nodded, and he opened his wings in preparation to soar up into the sky, although Lingu Jin Hong's voice was calm, Duan Ling Tian was still able to notice traces of misery and rage within this calmness. Just think about it, the personal disciple he'd fostered with his own 2 hands, his only personal disciple had betrayed him just like this. Such a blow was something that no one was able to accept. The sect leader's ability to maintain his composure is admirable. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. He asked himself, if it was him who was standing in the place of Lingu Jinhong today, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest and kill Huangji. An ungrateful bastard deserves death. The Grand Rock's wings that were like clouds that covered the sky opened up and the dust and dirt on the ground suffused into the air. Right at the instant the Grand Rock soared into the sky, Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Huangji, and then his gaze descended onto the Origin Convergence sect's leader and said with a clear voice, Sect Leader Lu, I feel there's a need for me to remind you. When someone can betray once, they can betray again. Duan Ling Tian's word had just finished entering the ears of everyone present when the Grand Rock had transformed into a flowing light that soared into the sky, then flew into the clouds and mist, disappearing before the sight of everyone. Duan Ling Tian, damn it. Huangji's face was livid, as he never expected that Duan Ling Tian would strike him with such a blow before leaving. At this moment, he couldn't help but notice that the Origin Convergence sect's elders and disciples all looked at him with strange gazes. Huangji was in panic, and he looked at the Origin Convergence sect's leader as he said in remedy, Master, I swear, I won't betray the Origin Convergence sect for my entire life. The Origin Convergence sect's leader glanced indifferently at Huangji. Huangji, not to mention I don't believe these empty words, even you yourself probably wouldn't believe it. Today, if it wasn't for me saying I would take you as my personal disciple and make you the next sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect, would you betray Lingu Jinhong and the 7-star sword sect and turn to my Origin Convergence sect? Huangji laughed embarrassedly. Exactly, the reason he'd chosen to betray the sect was precisely because the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect had made these promises at the martial competition courtyard earlier. At that time, when he saw Duan Ling Tian abruptly rising mightily and his master even stating that he would make Duan Ling Tian the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, he was not resigned to that fate in his heart, and the promises of the Origin Convergence sect's leader allowed him to see the bright light of the future. Lingu Jinhong, it's you who forced me. One day, I'll let you know that I'm not inferior to that Duan Ling Tian. Huangji's eyes emitted traces of viciousness as he gazed in the direction where the Grand Rock had disappeared. Duan Ling Tian stood atop the Grand Rock's back and was able to see the outline of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect from far away. We're back. Zheng Song stood by Duan Ling Tian's side, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the direction of the 7 great sword peaks. To Zheng Song, the 7-star sword sect was his home, a home that was difficult to part with. Right, we're back. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. All along the way here, the atmosphere was slightly heavy and it caused Duan Ling Tian to have an extremely oppressive feeling, and all this was because of Huangji's betrayal. When he saw they were about to enter the territory of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Ling Tian suddenly lowered his head to look at the Grand Rock beneath him, then said something via voice transmission. The Grand Rock nodded. Of course, besides Duan Ling Tian, no one else noticed this scene. Suddenly, the Grand Rock that carried Duan Ling Tian's group abruptly changed course, and didn't head up Dubi Peak but instead plunged downwards, flashing towards the foot of Dubi Peak. Elder Peng, the Grand Rock's actions caused Lingu Jinhong, who hadn't spoke all along, to be shocked. Zheng Fan and K Zhen acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and thought that the Grand Rock had noticed something. Meng Chu and Zheng Song's expression had become serious as well. What are all of you doing? I just asked Elder Peng to take me to see a friend. Duan Ling Tian was completely speechless when he saw this. Aren't their reactions a bit too big? Duan Ling Tian's words caused them to heave a sigh of relief, and K Zhen said with a bitter smile, Duan Ling Tian, who is so prestigious to make you come see him as soon as you returned? Lingu Jinhong and the others looked curiously at Duan Ling Tian. All of you will know soon. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile and kept them guessing. It was at this moment that the grand rock that was plunging downward startled the few disciples standing on guard at the gate to the seven-star sword sect. What fierce beast is that? It doesn't seem like a fierce beast. It's like a demon beast. Look, there are people standing atop it. Isn't that the sect leader? There's also Peak Master Zheng Fan, Peak Master K Zhen, and Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian. Under the reverent gazes of the seven-star sword sect disciples, the grand rock descended down within the stables at the side of the entrance to the sect. The empty space within the stables wasn't spacious in the first place. Now when the grand rock descended, it caused the stable to be even more cramped. The arrival of the grand rock startled the few seven-star sword sect disciples within the stables that were acting as horse keepers. What's that? The few seven-star sword sect disciples walked over with curious expressions. Sect leader. A sharp-eyed seven-star sword sect disciples recognized Lingu Jin Hong and exclaimed in surprise, his expression filled with respect. The remaining few people reacted to this and bowed with respect. Lingu Jin Hong, the sect leader of the seven-star sword sect, usually didn't appear in public often. However, 1 year ago, because of the incident of the death of Peak Master Wu Dao, Lingu Jin Hong had appeared at the peak of Dubi Peak and thus had also appeared before the eyes of the numerous disciples of the seven-star sword sect. The seven-star sword sect disciple that recognized Lingu Jin Hong was at the scene that day. Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, he also recognized Duan Ling Tian and bowed respectfully. Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded out from within the stables. Duan Ling Tian was able to notice a familiar figure walked out from within, and when the figure noticed him, the figure's face was filled with joy. Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian, it's really you. Chapter 400. Mo Yu's natural talent. Mo Yu, long time no see. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile to the person that had arrived before him. The seven-star sword sect disciples before him who was of similar age was precisely the Mo Yu that helped him take care of his Fergana horses. After Mo Yu greeted Duan Ling Tian, he looked at the grand rock and for a time and he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. When had he seen such an enormous flying beast? He could imagine that once this flying beast were to spread its wings, it would simply be comparable to those clouds that covered the sky. It was extremely shocking. Meanwhile, Lingu Jin Hong, who stood atop the Grand Peng's back, sized up Mo Yu with interest as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, he's the friend you wanted to see. You are. Mo Yu looked at Lingu Jin Hong with a face full of wonder, as he obviously didn't recognize Lingu Jin Hong. Duan Ling Tian was just about to introduce him. Senior Brother Mo Yu, this is the sect leader. A seven-star sword sect disciple couldn't refrain from telling Mo Yu in a low voice. Sect leader. Mo Yu was stunned, then he recovered from his short and said respectfully with a fearful expression, Mo Yu greets the sect leader. Lingu Jin Hong shook his head and smiled when he saw Mo Yu's fearful appearance, and the gloominess on his face dispersed quite a bit. Duan Ling Tian's gaze had never left Mo Yu. When his acute spiritual force extended out and combined with the lifetime worth of experience of the rebirth martial emperor, he'd clearly sensed at the first possible moment that Mo Yu's current cultivation was at the 6th level of the origin soul stage. Mo Yu, you've broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't Mo Yu's advancement too great? He remembered that when he left the seven-star sword sect 2 years ago to head to the solitary summit, Mo Yu was only at the 1st level of the origin core stage at that time. 1 year ago, when he returned from the solitary summit, Mo Yu had broken through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage, shocking him. Now, another year had passed, and Mo Yu had actually directly broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. Hee. Mo Yu rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment when he noticed Duan Ling Tian had discerned his cultivation. 6th level of the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian's words attracted the attention of Lingu Jin Hong, and for a time, he seriously sized Mo Yu up. This 7-star sword sect disciple that looks to be of same age as Duan Ling Tian is a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. He remembered that Huang Ji, who'd betrayed him in the 7-star sword sect, was only at the 4th level of the origin core stage at the age of 22. In other words, this 7-star sword sect disciple's natural talent far surpassed Huang Ji. Another freak. Meng Chu and Zheng Song glanced at each other and both saw similar meaning within each other's eyes. You're really at the 6th level of the origin core stage? Zheng Fan couldn't refrain from looking at Mo Yu and asking. A 22-year-old 6th level origin core stage martial artist was something that even shocked him. Duan Ling Tian's level of abnormality that couldn't be looked upon with logic was only a minority after all. 6th level of the origin core stage at the age of 22. In terms of natural talent, it's able to be compared with one or two of the people in the 5 great young masters. Kei Zhen stared at Mo Yu with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see through him. Mo Yu, display your strength for the sect leader and peak masters to see. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern the doubt in Zheng Fan and Kei Zhen's words, and he looked at Mo Yu as he smiled encouragingly. Mo Yu nodded. He'd always listened to anything Duan Ling Tian said. The energy of heaven and earth roiled above Mo Yu, and 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, displaying Mo Yu's cultivation. It really is the 6th level of the origin core stage. Zheng Fan was shocked. Such natural talent. Throughout the younger generation of the 7-star sword sect, I'm afraid it's only below Duan Ling Tian. Zheng Fan, you're wrong. Lingu Jin Hong shook his head and said slowly, the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Zhang's personal disciple, Kei Er, and the Alcade Peak's elder Bai's personal disciple, Li Fei. The former's age is similar to Duan Ling Tian and the latter's is elder to Duan Ling Tian by 2 years, and they're both already nascent soul stage martial artists. Lingu Jin Hong's words caused Zheng Fan to be completely stunned. Kei Zhen's pupils constricted and said in astonishment, I heard a long time ago that Peak Master Qin Shang had taken a disciple with outstanding natural talent, but I never expected that her disciple would only be at the age of 22 and have already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Throughout the 7-star sword sect. No, even if it's throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, such natural talent is only inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Meng Chu and Zheng Song were slightly moved as well. They weren't unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian, but they weren't familiar of those 2 female disciples. I never expected that the 2 of us would lose to 2 female disciples. Meng Chu laughed bitterly. Zheng Fan nodded in deep agreement. Duan Ling Tian knew that Kei Er and Li Fei had broken through to the nascent soul stage before they departed to the demonic Lotus Blade sect 1 month ago. The natural talent of the 2 girls weren't inferior to him, and they even cultivated top cultivation methods that could be ranked in the top within Cloud Continent. So their cultivation advancing swiftly was nothing to be surprised about. What caused Duan Ling Tian to be surprised was Mo Yu's cultivation. Mo Yu, why has your cultivation advanced so swiftly? Mo Yu rubbed the back of his head embarrassedly, as he said in embarrassment. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, didn't you give me 1 million silver before? I bought some origin strengthening pills and after consuming them, my cultivating became even faster. Duan Ling Tian was instantly stunned when he heard Mo Yu. Could it be that you didn't use origin strengthening pills to cultivate in the past? Mo Yu's face dimmed. I was born from a lowly background. To me, medicinal pills and other items that assist in cultivating were extremely far away. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, it's perhaps difficult for you to imagine, but when I was at the core formation stage, I had only consumed no more than 30 origin increasing pills. Later on when I arrived at the 7-star sword sect, I found this work of taking care of horses and became a horse keeper. Although I had an extra salary, I was barely able to buy some origin strengthening pills. 1 year ago, the reason why I was able to break through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage was precisely because I consumed an origin strengthening pill. When he spoke up to here, Mo Yu grinned. Now, my cultivation has broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage and I'm already able to go slightly deeper into the primeval forest to hunt some formidable fierce beasts. The beast cores, skin, fur, and scattered parts of those fierce beasts are sufficient to support the origin strengthening pills I need for cultivation now. An origin strengthening pill was a medicinal pill used by origin core stage martial artist when cultivation, and it was able to increase the speed of cultivating to a certain extent. An origin strengthening pill was only a basic medicinal pill to Duan Ling Tian, Lingu Jin Hong, and the others, and it was nothing worth mentioning. In their eyes, this type of medicinal pill was nothing. But, in the eyes of Mo Yu, or perhaps in the eyes of Mo Yu in the past, it was instead extremely valuable. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, if it wasn't for the 1 million silver you gave me a year ago, it would have been impossible for me to break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, and it would be impossible for me to provide for myself. Mo Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of gratitude. Meanwhile, a nearby 7-star sword sect disciple couldn't refrain from saying to Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, originally, senior brother Mo Yu was already at the 6th level of the origin core stage now and entirely doesn't have to do this work of taking care of horses. But he still comes here every few days just for the sake of taking care of your and senior sister Li Fei's forgone horse. He never expected that the 1 million silver he casually gave Mo Yu would actually help Mo Yu so much, and he never expected even more than just because of this little favor. Although Mo Yu had already become a little well-off now, would still not forget to help him take care of his forgone horse. Mo Yu's character could be discerned from this. Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and placed it onto Mo Yu's shoulder before lightly patting Mo Yu, then sighed. I never imagined that you had such a past. In this way, it would seem that your cultivation ought to have been encumbered and buried quite a bit. Otherwise, with your natural talent, your accomplishments would be even higher. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, you're too kind. Mo Yu rubbed his nose in embarrassment and had a modest expression. At this moment, everyone including Lingu Jin Hong were petrified. According to what this Mo Yu said, he practically didn't consume any medicinal pills while cultivating to his current cultivation. If what he said is true, then once he's given similar terms as me, wouldn't he be able to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage now, or even higher? Zheng Song recovered from his shock and had an astonished expression. As for Lingu Jin Hong, the other two higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, and Meng Chu, they all had similar thoughts. They never imagined that such a shiny piece of gold was actually buried within the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian, you asked Elder Peng to descend here precisely because you wanted me to see him, right? Lingu Jin Hong's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian with interest, and within this gaze was a trace of unnoticeable gratitude. Exactly. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Sect leader, what do you think? The scene before him caused Mo Yu to be dumbstruck. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian made the sect leader come see me. See me for what? He was puzzled in his heart. Lingu Jin Hong took a slow breath, then looked at Duan Ling Tian and said sincerely, thank you. Even if it was a month before when Duan Ling Tian obtained the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Lingu Jin Hong has only said thank you via voice transmission. Presently, he'd said thank you in front of so many people. A word of thanks coming straight from the mouth of the 7-star sword sect's leader could be considered to be as heavy as Mt. Tai. At this moment, Zheng Fan and Kei Zhen glanced at each other and they couldn't help but be moved. Of course, they were able to feel the happiness contained in the sect leader's tone. It was sincere gratitude that came from the heart. Duan Ling Tian, what are you and the sect leader talking about? Meng Chu had a dazed expression. Zheng Song had a curious expression as well, as he hadn't wrapped his head around what was happening. Kei Zhen raised his head and slapped Meng Chu on the back of the head, then derided. Kid, you can't even make this out. Duan Ling Tian is choosing a personal disciple for the sect leader. This little fellow is really not bad. If everything he said before is true, then his natural talent is absolutely not inferior to any one of the 5 great young masters. Even if all that isn't true, his natural talent and character still far surpasses that Huang Ji. Zheng Fan nodded in deep agreement. Now, Meng Chu and Zheng Song had finally completely understood. As for Mo Yu, he'd been dumbstruck since a long time ago. Duan Ling Tian is choosing a personal disciple for the sect leader. Duan Ling Tian is choosing a personal disciple for the sect leader. Kei Zheng's words endlessly reverberated within his mind. Choosing a personal disciple for the sect leader. Could they be talking about me? Chapter 401. Soar into the sky. I originally thought that your natural talent ought to be not inferior to Huang Ji, so I had a thought like this. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Mo Yu as he spoke. But I never imagined that you had a past like that. In this way, not only is your natural talent not inferior to Huang Ji, it simply completely surpasses Huang Ji and throws him far into the distance. Today, after Duan Ling Tian had found out about Mo Yu's past, he sighed with emotion and couldn't help but be shocked. Mo Yu, who was actually under such arduous circumstances, was actually able to pass the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple test and become a 7-star sword sect disciple. The height of Mo Yu's natural talent in the martial Tao could be seen from this. If I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then my natural talent would probably be inferior to Mo Yu. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. All along the way here, he'd relied mainly on the memories and abilities of the rebirth martial emperor. Although his natural talent wasn't bad, if it wasn't for everything that the rebirth martial emperor left him, then it would be impossible for him to grow so quickly. Mo Yu's natural talent was instead actual natural talent. A person who had no medicinal pills to assist in cultivation had entered the 7-star sword sect and became a member of it. In terms of natural talent, although it couldn't compare to his current natural talent, it was still considered to be extremely high. Perhaps, it was just like the Fecta Peak's master, K. Gen, had said. Mo Yu's natural talent wasn't inferior to any one of those 5 great young masters. Suddenly, Lingu Jin Hong's burning gaze shot at Mo Yu as he said slowly, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" A wisp of a smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he saw this scene. Although Lingu Jin Hong had intentionally suppressed his mood when he spoke calmly, Duan Ling Tian was still able to sense the excitement in Lingu Jin Hong's heart by relying on his acute spiritual force. Obviously, Lingu Jin Hong was extremely satisfied of Mo Yu. As soon as Lingu Jin Hong finished speaking, the few 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were in charge of taking care of the stable looked at Mo Yu with envious expressions. They knew clearly in their heart that after today, the senior brother Mo Yu who was younger than them would soar into the sky. But the person concerned was instead completely dumbstruck, as if he completely didn't believe all this was true. Mo Yu. Duan Ling Tian kicked Mo Yu before he finally recovered from his shock, then looked at Lingu Jin Hong with an excited expression as he replied. "Willing, I'm willing." To Mo Yu, all of this was too sudden and it gave him a feeling as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Good, good, I never expected that I, Lingu Jin Hong, had only just lost a personal disciple, but the heavens gave me another. From today onwards, you, Mo Yu, will be my personal disciple, and my closed-door disciple. I will foster you to the best of my ability. Lingu Jin Hong laughed heartily and the gloominess on his face from Huang Ji's betrayal had completely vanished. Congratulations, sect leader. Duan Ling Tian was the first to congratulate Lingu Jin Hong. Congratulations, sect leader. Zheng Fan, Zheng Song, K. Gen, and Meng Chu congratulated Lingu Jin Hong as well. The few 7-star sword sect disciples that were in charge of taking care of the stables hurriedly congratulated Mo Yu and Lingu Jin Hong as well. Now, their faces were filled with a humble expression when they looked at Mo Yu. They knew clearly in their heart that from today onwards, this senior brother had transformed from a wild chicken into a phoenix and had soared into the sky. Presently, even the Grand Rock nodded to Lingu Jin Hong. "Thank you, Elder Peng." Lingu Jin Hong nodded with a smile to the Grand Rock, and his words contained respect. Obviously, the Grand Rock was congratulating Lingu Jin Hong earlier as well. "Mo Yu, this is Elder Peng. He's our 7-star sword sect's guarding revered elder." When he saw Mo Yu look at the Grand Rock and seemed to be slightly afraid, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, greet Elder Peng." "Elder Peng." Mo Yu hurriedly bowed respectfully to the Grand Rock. The Grand Rock nodded and a sheen of satisfaction appeared in his sharp eyes, then he glanced at Lingu Jin Hong, seeming to be saying to Lingu Jin Hong, "The personal disciple you've taken now is much better than that ungrateful bastard from before." Along with the tremble of the Grand Rock's wings that were like clouds that covered the sky, Duan Ling Tian's group flew up into the sky. Presently, there was an extra person in Duan Ling Tian's group, Mo Yu. "Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, thank you." That day, when Duan Ling Tian gave Mo Yu the 1 million silver, he'd already been extremely grateful to Duan Ling Tian. Now, under Duan Ling Tian's help, he was able to take the 7-star sword sect's leader, Lingu Jin Hong, as his master. To him, this was undoubtedly an extremely great fortune. The gratitude he had towards Duan Ling Tian in his heart was at its height. This great favor was something he was unable to repay. Work hard and cultivate properly so that you can take over from the sect leader and become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect in the future. Duan Ling Tian looked at Mo Yu and smiled lightly. He looked extremely favorably upon Mo Yu. Duan Ling Tian's words caused Mo Yu to be startled and caused him to be unable to refrain from shaking his head. "Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, even if someone has to take over from the sect leader in the future, it's still you who should do it. In my eyes, no one within the 7-star sword sect is more qualified than senior brother to take over from master and become the next 7-star sword sect's leader." Lingu Jin Hong and the others looked at Duan Ling Tian, as their thoughts were similar to Mo Yu. They all felt that Duan Ling Tian was the best choice to be the next 7-star sword sect's leader. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw he'd become the center of attention in an instant, then he shrugged as his gaze shot into the distance. After a long time, he said slowly, "The position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect is not suitable to me. My aspirations are not within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. My aspirations are not within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." What Duan Ling Tian said in the end had undoubtedly made his stance known clearly. He would sooner or later leave the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for an even vaster world. Lingu Jin Hong and the others fell silent when they heard Duan Ling Tian. Only now did they realize that with Duan Ling Tian's cultivation, if he were to continue staying in the Seven-Star Sword sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it would indeed be burying his future. HMPH. The reason that Huangji betrayed the sect leader in our Seven-Star Sword sect is most likely because of what sect leader said during the martial competition of the 5 great sects, when the sect leader revealed that he wanted to make junior brother Duan Ling Tian as the next Seven-Star Sword sect's leader. Zheng Song snorted coldly, and when he mentioned the traitor Huangji, a strand of cold light flashed past his eyes and he said in a low voice, if he knew that junior brother Duan Ling Tian had completely no intention of taking the position of sect leader, I wonder what expression he would have. If he knew, he would probably be angered to the point he spat blood. Meng Chu couldn't refrain from laughing. It's just a traitor, there's nothing to discuss about it. Zheng Fan and K Zhen glared at Zheng Song and Meng Chu, glancing at Lingu Jin Hong with hinting looks. Obviously, the 2 peak masters were warning them not to tear off the sect leader's scabs. The 2 of them smiled embarrassedly and didn't dare say anything more. There's no harm done, I've seen past it. Lingu Jin Hong noticed the actions of Zheng Fan and K Zhen, then shook his head and smiled. I feel fortunate right now. It's fortunate that Huangji left the Seven-Star Sword sect. Otherwise, it's difficult for me to imagine what would have happened to the Seven-Star Sword sect while in his hands. This time, I can be considered to have profited from a misfortune and taken you as my personal disciple. As he finished speaking, Lingu Jin Hong looked at Mo Yu, and Mo Yu was pleasing to his eyes no matter how he looked at Mo Yu. In terms of character and natural talent, Mo Yu far surpassed Huangji. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern what others could not. Otherwise, this disciple of sect leader might have been covered in dust for God knows how long. Zheng Fan lightly smiled. Indeed. K Zhen expressed his deep approval. Yes, it's all thanks to Duan Ling Tian this time. Duan Ling Tian, Lingu Jin Hong, will remember this favor. Lingu Jin Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian and said sincerely. Sect leader, you jest. This is only a small matter to me, I only said a few words. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, without a shred of intention to claim credit for himself. It's a small matter to you, yet it's a huge matter to me. Taking you as my personal disciple has allowed me to see through a lot of things. Perhaps, I was wrong at the beginning and should not have wasted my time and energy to foster a person like Huangji. Lingu Jin Hong sighed, and as he finished speaking, he was slightly unable to not care about it. The personal disciple he'd put his whole heart into fostering had become an ungrateful bastard in the end and turned to another sect. Although he'd seen past it, there were still thorns in his heart after all. Just like the saying, we may know a man's face but not his heart, sect leader, you don't have to blame yourself. Duan Ling Tian consoled. Lingu Jin Hong nodded and didn't say anything. Cold lights appeared in his eyes as he gazed towards the east. The Origin Convergence sect was precisely in that direction. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed Mo Yu had looked over with eyes that contained traces of wonder mixed within, as if he wanted to ask Duan Ling Tian something but didn't speak for so long because he seemed to be extremely afraid of violating a taboo. Mo Yu was only at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage now and was unable to condense his Origin energy into sound. Duan Ling Tian slowly informed Mo Yu of the sequence of events via voice transmission. When Mo Yu found out everything about Huangji, he had an enraged expression and his eyes emitted killing intent. Then he looked at Lingu Jin Hong and said solemnly, Master, there'll be a day that I'll kill that Huangji with my own 2 hands and clean the trash from our sect. Lingu Jin Hong nodded and his face revealed a heartfelt smile. Master believes you'll be able to do it. After a short while, the Grand Rock descended onto the empty space outside Dubi Hall. Duan Ling Tian's group left the back of the Grand Rock that was spacious like even ground. Elder Peng, sorry for troubling you. Lingu Jin Hong slightly bowed to the Grand Rock. The Grand Rock's time in the Seven-Star Sword sect was even longer than the 2 Guardian Elders, and although it was a demon beast, he'd taken the Grand Rock to be like a senior. The Grand Rock nodded then flapped his wings as he soared into the sky. Before he left, his pair of fierce and profound eyes glanced at Duan Ling Tian, then he flew into the clouds and mist to disappear in the sky. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to the sect leader and the others, then directly left. He went to Alcade Hall. Duan Ling Tian. Within Alcade Hall, the eyes of the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Shang, lit up when she saw Duan Ling Tian, then asked slightly curiously. How was the outcome for the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time? Did the sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji, seize a place in the top 3 in the martial competition? As the peak master of Alcade Peak, Qin Shang was rather attentive of the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Chapter 402, Little Gold Mouse Overcoming Her Heavenly Tribulation. Huang Ji. Duan Ling Tian's brows couldn't help but frown when he heard Qin Shang mention Huang Ji, and his expression was slightly unsightly. What? Qin Shang asked in bewilderment. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and slowly retold the sequence of events of the matter. Duan Ling Tian had only just finished speaking when Qin Zhang's expression completely became gloomy. A formidable imposing manner leapt up from Qin Zhang's body, and seemed to transform into a dreadful monster that swept towards the surroundings. Although it didn't cause any pressure to Duan Ling Tian, it still caused him to be slightly moved. He could clearly feel that at this moment, the imposing manner that leapt up from Qin Shang was actually even much stronger than the imposing manner of Kei Zhen, and was not inferior to Elder Peng. Huang Ji. Qin Shang slowly spoke with a voice that contained frightful coldness mixed within. Kei ought to be cultivating in her room, go in and wait for her to awaken. After she told this to Duan Ling Tian, Qin Zhang's figure flashed, transforming in a flowing light to disappear from the Alcade Hall and disappear before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian understood that Qin Shang had surely gone to look for the sect leader. Alcade Hall. It wasn't the first time that Duan Ling Tian had come here, and he quickly found Kei's room and walked in. After he entered, he could see Kei was sitting cross-legged on the bed and cultivating. This little girl is really hard-working. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Kei, who was completely immersed in cultivating. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a whistle sound out by his ear, and in the next moment his shoulder sunk slightly. Squeak squeak. Subsequently, a wave of anxious cries sounded out by his ear. The cries were slightly soft as it was obviously being intentionally suppressed, as if the sound was extremely afraid of disturbing Kei, who was immersed in cultivating. Little Gold, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian noticed something was off, so he turned around and left the room, then put the little gold mouse on his shoulder into his hand and asked curiously. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's jade eyes flickered as it looked at Duan Ling Tian, and it ceaselessly nodded its head, seeming to be expressing something. In the end, he couldn't help but extend his spiritual force out onto the little gold mouse. When Duan Ling Tian sensed the changes of origin energy within the little gold mouse's body, his face couldn't help but change to an expression of shock. You've broken through to the void prying stage. The little gold mouse nodded and its jade eyes contained a slightly anxious expression mixed within. You've sensed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have perceived something, and his eyes squinted as he asked in astonishment. The little gold mouse nodded again. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare dally. He grabbed the little gold mouse tightly, then directly flashed out of Alcade Hall to descend onto the even ground outside Alcade Hall. This won't do. You can't overcome your 6-9 heavenly tribulation here. Once the 6-9 heavenly tribulation descends here, then not only would Alcade Hall be destroyed, even the spirit point would be destroyed. We'll go to the primeval forest. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse in his hand and asked. Can you fly now? The little gold mouse nodded and left Duan Ling Tian's hand to float in the air, then waved its limbs like a human, pointing east then pointing west, as if it was a little directionally challenged mouse. No wonder. I was wondering why you didn't directly leave to overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, so it turned out that you entirely don't know your way. Duan Ling Tian saw this scene and came to a sudden understanding. This is something you're unable to compare to with Little Black and Little White. Duan Ling Tian continued. Squeak squeak. Duan Ling Tian had only just finished speaking when the little gold mouse became restless. Obviously, it was extremely displeased towards what Duan Ling Tian said, then shook its small head as it vented the displeasure in its heart. Little fellow, you're not resigned. Duan Ling Tian laughed. Squeak squeak. When he saw the little gold mouse crying out in panic again, Duan Ling Tian didn't continue teasing it. How about this, you take me flying with you and I'll lead the way. As he spoke up to this point, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the body of the little gold mouse that was the size of an infant's fist and had an expression of aversion on his face. But, can your little body take me flying? Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded. Under Duan Ling Tian's astonished gaze, the little gold mouse's body trembled that actually started expanding. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a 3-meter-tall hill, a fluffy hill. Duan Ling Tian was surprised for a while, then didn't hesitate to flash onto the little gold mouse's back, and he felt the place he landed was completely soft. Duan Ling Tian simply sat down directly. Comfortable, much better than the sofas from my previous life. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's voice became even more anxious. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand to point towards the direction of the primeval forest as he said, "All right, let's go." That way. Instantly, the little gold mouse moved. A gold light flashed by and vanished outside Alcade Hall. As he sat on the little gold mouse's back and was brought flying off by it, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but shake his head. As the saying goes, as timid as a mouse, it was truly not false in the slightest. Even the little gold mouse, which was the descendant of a Jade Eyes heavenly mouse, wasn't able to escape from this. If it was any other void-prying stage demon beast, then it would have probably searched for a place to overcome the heavenly tribulation at the first possible moment when it sensed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. This little gold mouse instead didn't dare roam about by itself, as if it was afraid it would get lost or perhaps encounter some sort of danger. That forest over there. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze pierced through the cloud and mist to see the boundlessly vast forest in the distance, and it was precisely the primeval forest, although he knew since long ago that the primeval forest was boundlessly vast. When Duan Ling Tian actually looked down at it from the sky, he still couldn't help from being slightly shocked. It was too big. No wonder he'd taken so much of time just to move about near the inner area. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eardrums shook, and he heard a thunderclap sound out by his ears, and his instantly went pale as he shouted out in a low voice. "Little gold, go down. Quickly go down." Right when the little gold mouse plunged downwards, Duan Ling Tian raised his head and he could clearly see the mist and clouds in the horizon were roiling, instantly forming ripples that twisted into a vortex. Subsequently, all the clouds and mist were densely gathered together by the vortex, transforming into a ball of dark clouds that ceaselessly roiled. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were sharp and was able to clearly see that at the center of the vortex, within the dark clouds, a strand of violet lightning was jumping about, and as the violet lightning appeared, it started jumping about at a higher and higher frequency and was extremely terrifying. Quickly, quickly, Duan Ling Tian urged on the little gold mouse. As a person that had merged with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian naturally knew what would happen next. 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Within the cloud continent, regardless of if it was a human or demon beast, once they broke through to the void-prying stage, then they would draw the 6-9 heavenly tribulation within a short amount of time. Normally, there wouldn't be any danger. Of course, this lack of danger only applied to the first-level void-prying stage martial artist or demon beast. When one was overcoming the heavenly tribulation, no outside could be present within an area of 100 meters. Otherwise, 2 heavenly tribulations would descend at the same time. One would be aimed towards the person who had to overcome the heavenly tribulation, whereas the other would be aimed towards the outsider. The outsides in question would be just like the current Duan Ling Tian. The 6-9 heavenly tribulation would take him as someone wanted to assist the little gold mouse to overcome the tribulation and desired to challenge the might of the heavens. The speed the little gold mouse plunged down with was incomparably swift, and Duan Ling Tian could see that the ground was ceaselessly approaching. A little bit more, just a little bit more. Duan Ling Tian gazed at the ground. So long as the height was suitable, he would leap down at the first possible moment. To him, the little gold mouse was currently no different from a god of plagues, and if he were to continue staying within an area of 100 meters of the little gold mouse, then he would absolutely be courting death. The little gold mouse was unafraid of that 6-9 heavenly tribulation, but it was an existence that was difficult to withstand to him. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, even the first bolt of lightning in the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, the weakest bolt of lightning during the tribulation, was sufficient to be compared to a full-forced strike from a half-step void stage martial artist. A half-step void stage martial artist was an existence that surpassed the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, and possessed a strength comparable to 1,500 ancient mammoths. It was far from something Duan Ling Tian was able to go against. Waves of oppressive thunderclaps sounded out from the horizon. Every time it entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it would cause his face to go pale, and he would ceaselessly urge the little gold mouse. Little gold, faster, faster. Once the 6-9 heavenly tribulation descended and he was still within an area of 100 meters from the little gold mouse, then the 6-9 heavenly tribulation would descend with 2 tribulations. One for the little gold mouse, and the other for him. Even if the little gold mouse helped him defend against the first bolt of lightning, he would surely be unable to get 100 meters away from the little gold mouse in time before the second bolt of lightning descended. Even if it was the little gold mouse, it still had to take the second bolt of lightning seriously, and it couldn't divert its attention to care for him. So, he needed to quickly leave the god of plagues, little gold, before the first bolt of lightning descended. Quickly, quickly. Duan Ling Tian's heart burned with anxiety as he heard the thunderclaps that occurred at a higher and higher frequency. Although the ground beneath his feet was ceaselessly approaching, his heart was still completely in his throat. He knew clearly in his heart that the first bolt of lightning from the 6-9 heavenly tribulation was about to descend. The vortex in the horizon ceaselessly revolved and warped. Within the ball of dark clouds, the violet-colored lightning forked and flickered as they emitted terrifying auras, and carried along an energy that seemed as if it could annihilate everything. This was the might of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, the force of nature. The force of heaven. The little gold mouse plunged downwards at full speed, with a speed so swift that it seemed to have transformed into a gold bolt of lightning. Little gold, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation is only a formality to you. I'll watch you from a distance, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said to the little gold mouse when he saw the ground gradually approaching. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse replied with a voice that contained a trace of excitement mixed within. Obviously, it wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. As expected of the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. At the same time, his gaze fixed onto the ground that wasn't far from him. When he saw the ground was right before his eyes, Duan Ling Tian exerted force in his legs, his origin energy skyrocketed and his wind force swept out, and he left the back of the little gold mouse. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate in the slightest and exploded out with the strength of his entire body to flash straight to the ground. When he was approaching the ground, the quake energy that vibrated to the limit appeared and raged beneath his legs. Chapter 403, You're a baddie. Duan Ling Tian finally descended onto the ground and he used his origin energy, wind force, and quake energy to neutralize most of the force from his landing. Even then, he still felt intense pain assault him, and the bones of his legs had traces of fracturing. So painful, Duan Ling Tian's face went pale, and he didn't hesitate to withdraw and swallow a grade 6 grade recovery pill, then circulate his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength of the pill and recover his injuries. At the same time, he once again used force in his legs, and his origin energy skyrocketed as he flashed out. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed towards the distance, and tried to the best of his ability to flee from the god of plagues, little gold. The thunderclaps sounding out in the horizon were incomparably ear-piercing, and caused Duan Ling Tian to be as if he was confronted with a formidable enemy. If it was at an ordinary time, the distance of 100 meters would only require a short moment for Duan Ling Tian to flash out from it. Almost. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's heart burned with anxiety, because he knew that he was competing with time right now, competing for every second. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling bright light enveloped the ground, causing Duan Ling Tian to stop dead in his tracks, as if he was struck by lightning. I was still too late. A bitter smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face, and he sighed as he looked at the heavenly tribulation that divided into two. The so-called heavenly tribulation was actually a bolt of lightning. But, this bolt of lightning couldn't be compared with ordinary lightning. Just like the first heavenly tribulation of this 6-9 heavenly tribulation was a bolt of lightning that was as thick as an infant's arm, and it carried along the terrifying might of nature and was extremely shocking. One bolt of lightning flashed towards the little gold mouse, and the other flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's anxious cry entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed the little gold mouse look at him, seeming to be prepared to come assist him. Duan Ling Tian's face went pale and said in panic, "Little gold, don't come over, I can deal with it." If the little gold mouse came over, although it would be able to withstand both bolts of lightning by itself, it was only the first bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, and it was also the bolt of lightning with the weakest might and slowest speed. The first bolt of lightning was more like probing. To an existence above the void-prying stage, it was no different than scratching an itch. The true trouble started from the second bolt of lightning. That was the truly terrifying heavenly tribulation. If the little gold mouse were to come over now, it would be able to help Duan Ling Tian withstand the first bolt of lightning, but it would undoubtedly draw close the distance between it and Duan Ling Tian. At that time, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to get 100 meters away from the little gold mouse before the second bolt of lightning appeared. Once the second bolt of lightning descended, Duan Tian would die for sure. As for now, when he saw the little gold mouse not taking any action, Duan Tian heaved a sigh of relief. As he gazed at the first bolt of lightning that was nearby, Duan Tian's body flashed out as if he'd transformed into a gale and flashed towards the distance. He'd finally gotten more than 100 meters away from the little gold mouse. Duan Tian didn't even have the time to heave a sigh of relief when the descending bolt of lightning that was as thick as an infant's arm had already blasted towards him. It lit up half the sky and the earth, causing Duan Tian to be dazzled. This feeling was as if he was directly flashed by a flashlight from his previous life. The bolt of lightning that was as thick as an infant's arm whistled as it descended, seeming to have transformed into a terrifying demon beast that had opened its blood mouth, wanting to swallow Duan Tian into its belly. Duan Tian made his move, his origin energy flashed to fuse into the spatial ring in his hand, and lightly trembled. Blaze inscription. In almost an instant, a strand of crimson-red flowing light surged out from the spatial ring in Duan Tian's hand, and it emitted an extreme blazing aura. The crimson-red flowing light tore through the sky, seeming to have transformed into a crimson-red bolt of lightning, and after it flashed out, it started to expand. Instantly, it had already transformed into a condensed flame the size of an infant's arm, and it moved to intercept that bolt of lightning. The flame and lightning collided together with a bang, the sky shook and the airflow pulsed, transforming into circle after circle of ripples that swept out. The strong wind that was born from the terrifying airflow being compressed directly pushed Duan Tian flying far away. The ground where Duan Tian stood earlier was completely desolate and in ruins. Although Duan Tian was in a slightly sorry state, his face revealed an expression of joy from survival. I succeeded. When he saw the flame and lightning vanish at the same time after colliding in the sky, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Earlier on, before he descended onto the ground, he'd already made plans for the worst-case scenario, to receive the first heavenly tribulation of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Of course, he didn't receive it with his own strength, but instead used the strength of an inscription. Whereas the inscription that received the bolt of lightning was precisely the one and only strongest inscription in Duan Tian's possession, the Blaze inscription, the inscription that was said to be able to annihilate half-step void stage powerhouses. I never imagined that the Blaze inscription would be used here. At the same time that he heaved a sigh of relief, Duan Tian felt slight regret. After all, the Blaze inscription was a trump card in his possession, a trump card that could annihilate a half-step void stage powerhouse. Never mind. I can be considered to have escaped death today, and I would have died for sure if I didn't have the Blaze inscription. In next to no time, Duan Tian had seen past time. Little gold. His gaze then descended onto the faraway little gold mouse. Presently, the first bolt of lightning from the 6-9 heavenly tribulation had descended onto the little gold mouse. To the little gold mouse, this first bolt of lightning was no different than scratching an itch, and it was easily received by the little gold mouse. Right at the instant this bolt of lightning was blocked off by the little gold mouse, within the ball of dark clouds in the vortex at the horizon, another bolt of lightning was condensed once again, and it was the size of an adult's arm, the second heavenly tribulation. This bolt of lightning swiftly tore through the sky like an enormous meteor as it charged downwards towards the little gold mouse. Its speed and strength absolutely couldn't be compared to by the first bolt of lightning. Squeak. When faced with this bolt of lightning, the little gold mouse emitted a sharp cry, and the origin energy on its body roiled and raged. Atop the sky, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Suddenly, the little gold mouse moved. Duan Tian only saw a gold light that was coiled in origin energy flash by. It directly flashed towards the second bolt of lightning in full fury. In the next instant, the bolt of lightning was crushed, and only a gold figure remained floating in the air. The little gold mouse was completely unharmed. Subsequently, it was the third bolt of lightning. The little gold mouse was still without any pressure. The fourth bolt of lightning, still without any pressure. The fifth bolt of lightning descended, smashing the little gold mouse into the ground. When the little gold mouse crawled out of the ground, it was dusty and dirty in appearance, and was in an extremely sorry state. Squeak squeak. However, the little gold mouse wasn't injured in the end, and it raised its head to gaze at the battle of violet-colored lightning that forked and flickered within the dark cloud that was at the center of the vortex. Its intelligent eyes flickered with a provocative sheen. Duan Tian saw the little gold mouse had turned its body around now. Its butt was facing towards the heaven as it shook its butt at the sixth bolt of lightning, which was also that last bolt of lightning that was still brewing. This scene caused Duan Tian to burst out laughing. This little gold is really a clown. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Finally, the last bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation transformed into a bolt of lightning that was as thick as the arm of a grown man before smashing downwards. The speed of the lightning was so fast that it was difficult for Duan Ling Tian to catch it. He only that at the instant the bolt of lightning descended, the little gold mouse rose into the air to meet it head-on. Subsequently, the scene that unfolded before his eyes caused Duan Ling Tian to be dumbstruck. He saw the little gold mouse stand on the air and open its mouth. The current little gold mouse was like a 3-meter tall hill, and when it opened its mouth, although it couldn't be considered to be a huge bloody mouth, it was not small. Little Gold wouldn't be thinking of swallowing the last bolt of lightning, right? An insane thought arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. The facts proved that Duan Ling Tian was correct. The last bolt of lightning from the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, the bolt of lightning that was as thick as a grown man's arm, has fiercely smashed into Little Gold's open mouth. Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian's heart rose to his throat. Only when he saw that bolt of lightning disappear within Little Gold's mouth and Little Gold standing in the air while burping, did Duan Ling Tian heave a sigh of relief. Everyone says I'm a freak and abnormal. But compared to this little fellow, I'm completely nothing, Duan Ling Tian said in his heart. Squeak squeak. Right at this moment, Little Gold's body gradually shrunk, then it transformed into a gold light that descended onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. Duan Ling Tian grabbed Little Gold and sized her up. He was able to see that there wasn't any obvious changes on the body of this infant Jade Eye's heavenly mouse as of now, yet its pairs of Jade Eyes had a trace of change. If he didn't carefully size her up, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be able to have noticed. Deep within the Jade Eyes of Little Gold, there seemed to be a trace of violet lightning that was difficult to notice mixed within. Duan Ling Tian was able to confirm that Little Gold was absolutely not like this in the past. Could it be because of that bolt of heavenly tribulation that Little Gold swallowed? Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from recalling the scene from before, and he was deeply afraid. Opening the mouth and swallowing the strongest bolt of lightning within the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Such a thing would probably only be done by this little fellow. Little Gold, why did you swallow the last bolt of lightning? Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and asked curiously. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse only cared about crying out and ceaselessly shaking its little head. Duan Ling Tian was completely unable to perceive what meaning it wanted to express, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Unfortunately, there isn't much understanding of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse within the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. I only know that the jade-eyed heavenly mouse is an existence that can become a demon emperor. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's smile froze, only because a light voice transmission sounded out in his ears. Bad, baddie, bad, bad. The voice belonged to a female and seemed immature, as if it was a little girl that was learning to speak. Who? Duan Ling Tian looked around and swept out his spiritual force, but he didn't notice anyone nearby. Bad, baddie, you're a baddie. The voice sounded out once again. Finally, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse in his hand, and he seemed like he'd seen a ghost. It's you that's talking to me. Chapter 404. Grade 6 Weapons Craftsman. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, amongst demon beasts, existences at the void prying stage possessed intelligence that was no inferior to humans. Existences at the void initiation stage were able to condense origin energy into sound and communicate with humans. Existences at the void interpretation stage were able to speak and directly communicate with humans. Existences at the void transformation stage were able to take human form. Demon beasts that had cultivated to this level had already broken away from the scope of beasts and were called demons. Besides their essence, demons were no different to humans in any other aspects. If one really wanted to point out a difference, then demons were stronger than most humans. After all, existences that could be called as demons were all existences at the void transformation stage or above. The void transformation stage, what notion was that? There was no existence at the void transformation stage even throughout the entire Darken dynasty, after all. Little Gold, aren't you a void prying stage demon beast? How can you? Duan Ling Tian quickly confirmed that it was indeed the little gold mouse that was talking to him via voice transmission, and it caused him to be astounded. Logically speaking, only a demon beast at the void initiation stage or above was able to condense origin energy into sound and communicate with humans. Just like Elder Peng, the little gold mouse was a demon beast that had only just stepped into the void prying stage. It's me, baddie, baddie. The voice that was pleasing to the ear entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears once again, and it sounded immature like a little girl. Baddie. Duan Ling Tian had heard it clearly this time, and he was completely speechless. When did I become a bad person? Could it be that in the eyes of the little gold mouse, I'm a bad person? Little gold, I'm not a bad person. Duan Ling Tian tapped the small head of the little gold mouse and said in all seriousness. However, the little gold mouse paid no attention to him and continued sending voice transmissions by itself. Baddie, you're a bad person. Can she not communicate properly? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended into the distance as he held the little gold mouse. The place the little gold mouse overcame the tribulation was covered in destruction and not a single complete patch of ground could be found. This place was the outer area of the primeval forest. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian frowned as he vaguely sensed that there were a few people approaching here, as they ought to have noticed the events that occurred here. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed deep into the primeval forest and avoided all those people. He wasn't afraid of them as they were only origin core stage martial artists and were probably 7-star sword sect disciples. He didn't want to bring up unnecessary problems. Baddie, baddie. The little gold mouse's voice transmission continued to enter Duan Ling Tian's ears, becoming more and more proficient. Little gold, how many times have I said it, I'm not a bad person. Duan Ling Tian glared as he said, if you continue to call me, baddie, then I'll throw you here and abandon you. Hee hee. The little gold mouse's pleasing voice of a young girl sounded out. Baddie, if you dare throw me here, big sister Kaer will be unhappy. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. Up to you, call me whatever you want. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's tone contained slight helplessness within. Let's go in and have a look. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the inner area of the primeval forest, and under the urging of his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian brought along the little gold mouse and slowly made his way there. They'd encountered many demon beasts on the way, but they were all killed off by the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was a first-level void-prying stage demon beast now, so those fierce beasts below the void-prying stage were completely helpless against the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak. Accompanying the little gold mouse's complacent cry was her voice transmission that entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Baddie, I'm formidable, right? Not bad. However, you ought to not be as formidable as Little Black and Little White. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said slowly. Unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian's words caused the little gold mouse to completely become enraged. Who said so? Those two aren't as formidable as me. HMPH. That time, the two of them together weren't a match for me, and now that I've already evolved into a demon beast, they would be even less of a match for me. Duan Ling Tian thought otherwise when he heard the little gold mouse. Little Black and Little White both had good fortune that belonged to them. This was something that was different from Little Gold. Moreover, the mysterious young girl, Han Shui Nai, that Little Black and Little White followed was obviously not an ordinary person, and they presumably would be able to obtain a great deal of benefits from following her. Now, they'd probably already evolved into demon beasts. HMPH. HMPH. I'll surely beat them down once they return. I'm surely stronger than them, I'm their big boss sister. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was filled with confidence. Big boss sister. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched, then he stretched his hand out to tap the little gold mouse on the head. Who taught you that? I heard someone say it when I and big sister Kaer went to Alcade Peak. The little gold mouse said. Looks like the little gold mouse was led astray by those female ruffians of Alcade Peak. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, those Alcade Peak female disciples that pounced at him like fierce tigers and wolves were no different to female ruffians. He was unable to have any peace every time he went to Alcade Peak. Fortunately, he'd become smart now, and when he went to look for Li Fei he would execute his movement technique and travel at full speed so the crowd of Alcade Peak female disciples were utterly incapable of noticing him. Even if they noticed him, they would be unable to recognize him. Duan Ling Tian brought the little gold mouse to continue traveling deep into the primeval forest. The fierce beasts they encountered grew stronger and stronger, and there was no lack of half-step void stage fierce beasts amongst them. However, even if they were half-step void stage fierce beasts, they were still nothing in front of the little gold mouse. Baddie, refine a spirit weapon for me. Duan Ling Tian's eardrums slightly trembled and he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian had a strange expression. You want a spirit weapon? What spirit weapon do you want? Let me think. The little gold mouse swayed its cute little head as it pondered, and after a short moment, it said jubilantly, "Refine a spirit sword for me. I always see big sister K'er cultivating the sword and it's rather nice to see." Spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and an unusual scene couldn't help but appear in his mind. Within the scene, the little gold mouse's limbs held onto the spirit sword and dragged it along before swinging it out, directly killing a fierce beast. Duan Ling Tian shuddered when he came back to his senses. If he gave this mischievous little fellow a spirit sword, then wouldn't the little fellow become even more rampant? However, Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse the little gold mouse's request. "What type of spirit sword do you want? Do you want one similar to mine or do you want me to refine a small spirit sword that suits you?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and asked. "The smaller the better." The little gold mouse's eyes lit up and sent a voice transmission into Duan Ling Tian's ears, then muttered. "I don't like becoming big. It's too fat, and so ugly. I look nice now, slim, beautiful, and cute. Those big sisters on Alcade Peak all praise me when they see me. If I were to become big, it would surely scare them." Duan Ling Tian was rather baffled by what the little gold mouse said, but he paid no attention to it. After all, the little gold mouse had only just learned how to condense her origin energy into sound, and her being able to communicate normally with him could already be considered to be not bad. But he'd roughly understood what the little gold mouse was muttering about. It was none other than the little gold mouse feeling that if it was too big a spirit sword, she would need to enlarge her physique before she could use it, whereas she didn't like enlarging her physique. "This little fellow is so smug." Duan Ling Tian shook his head, then looked at the fluffy and chubby little gold mouse, then said to himself, "I really can't perceive which part of her is slim." Of course, Duan Ling Tian didn't dare say this out loud. This little fellow was a void-prying stage demon beast right now. If the little fellow were to really get angry from embarrassment and directly become large, then wouldn't he directly become a pile of mush if the little fellow swung a slap at him? "Alright, then I'll refine a spirit sword especially for you." Duan Ling Tian nodded and promised. The little gold mouse's gaze lit up, and her front limbs ceaselessly clapped together as she said excitedly via voice transmission, "Okay, okay. Baddie, you're so good. I'll start refining now, help me stand on guard. If there's a fierce beast that approaches within an area of 100 meters from me, directly kill it," Duan Ling Tian said to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse nodded her head like a chick pecking grain when she heard this. The little gold mouse's figure flashed onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder, then her jade eyes flickered with a fierce light as she sized up the surroundings. "If anyone dares disturb Baddie while he's refining a spirit sword for me, I'll surely smash them into mush." The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out in Duan Ling Tian's ears, and the immature voice of a young girl contained traces of valor mixed within. "Is this really a little female mouse?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head and abandoned all distracting thoughts before withdrawing a pile of material and starting to refine the spirit sword. A strand of green flames lit ablaze in Duan Ling Tian's palm, grade 6 weapon flame. After Duan Ling Tian broke through to the nascent soul stage, he was directly capable of condensing a grade 6 weapon flame by relying on the lifetime worth of experience and skills in weapons refinement of the rebirth martial emperor. It could be said that he was currently an extremely experienced grade 6 weapons craftsman. A grade 6 spirit weapon was something he could refine freely. "After I broke through to the nascent soul stage, I've been busy advancing my cultivation and comprehending wind force. I haven't even had the time to refine a grade 6 spirit sword for myself, K'er, and Li Fei. I'll first refine a grade 6 spirit sword for this little fellow. After I return to the sect, I'll refine another 3 more grade 6 spirit swords." Duan Ling Tian decided in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian calmed down and officially started refining the spirit sword. Profound refining techniques came freely in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and he combined them with the various materials, melting them into the grade 6 spirit flame to transform into pools of liquid. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was incomparably concentrated, and he completely turned a deaf ears towards the things in the outside world. At this moment, only the pile of weapons crafting materials and the weapon flame in his hand remained in his world. Although the materials couldn't be considered to be a large amount, Duan Ling Tian instead needed to refine them over and over again. The grade 6 spirit sword he was refining for the little gold mouse was many times more difficult than refining an ordinary grade 6 spirit sword. The smaller the spirit sword, the more energy would be spent. While Duan Ling Tian was concentrated on refining the grade 6 spirit sword, the little gold mouse had left Duan Ling Tian's shoulder many times and flashed out, and before long, Many fierce beasts' corpses lay on the ground 100 meters away from Duan Ling Tian. Practically all these fierce beasts were killed by the little gold mouse with a single strike. Chapter 405, The Ferocious Little Gold Mouse. The little gold mouse was a descendant of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse and possessed a pure bloodline. Now that she had advanced into a demon beast, she seemed to have the bearing of suppressing all ordinary first-level void-prying stage demon beasts. 2 hours quickly passed by. When Duan Ling Tian withdrew his mind that was immersed in weapons refinement, he couldn't help but be startled when he saw the scene 100 meters away from him. Blood flowed into rivers in 100 meters away and the corpses of fierce beasts piled into a mountain. "Baddie, have you finished refining my spirit sword?" The little gold mouse lay lazily on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder and sent a voice transmission, muttering. "So boring. No fierce beast has come over for half an hour, but I can't leave you and go look for them." The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard the little gold mouse. Even if there were fierce beasts that approached, so long as it wasn't a stupid fierce beast, then when it saw so many corpses of its own kind, it would probably be terrified to the point it turned and ran. Would they send themselves over for you to kill? This little gold mouse is simply a brute. Take it. Duan Ling Tian passed the grade 6 spirit sword that was as long as a pinky finger to the little gold mouse. This grade 6 spirit sword's appearance was no different to an ordinary spirit sword, and the biggest distinguishing feature was its small size. Using the words from his previous life, that was a pocket-sized spirit sword. A bright light appeared in the little gold mouse's jade eyes as it pounced over. Then its chubby little claws held onto the grade 6 spirit sword, and she was extremely excited. In the blink of an eye, the little gold mouse dashed out, heading into the depths of the primeval forest. "Baddie, hurry up." The little gold mouse's excited voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears, and he knew that the little gold mouse had surely gone to look for a fierce beast or demon beast to test the sword. The fierce beasts and demon beasts targeted by her are going to have bad luck. Duan Ling Tian's executed whirlwind and his figure flashed out to follow the little gold mouse, silently mourning the fierce beasts and demon beasts that were about to die at the hands of the little gold mouse. It was also because the little gold mouse intentionally slowed down that he was able to follow the little gold mouse. Otherwise, with Duan Ling Tian's speed, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be able to follow no matter what. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded out ahead. The little gold mouse stopped her flying figure and stood in the air. Her claws held the grade 6 spirit sword and her pair of jade eyes flickered with a sheen of excitement as she looked ahead. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had caught up. Duan Ling Tian looked ahead, and there just happened to be a tiger fierce beast staring fiercely at the little gold mouse, and it opened its bloody mouth that emitted a horrible stench. Half-step void stage. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out and senses the fierce beast's strength at the first possible moment. Half-step void stage. Not to mention the little gold mouse that possessed a grade 6 spirit sword now, even if it was the little gold mouse before she possessed a grade 6 spirit sword, her strength was still sufficient to annihilate this fierce beast. Roar. The half-step void stage fierce beast roared a few more times, seeming to have perceived that the little gold mouse wasn't simple and its pair of sharp eyes revealed a trace of a sheen of terror. Duan Ling Tian saw that this half-step void stage fierce beast actually turned and ran, as if it was a mouse that had encountered a cat. But, how could it possibly flee before the ferocious little gold mouse? The little gold mouse transformed into a gold light that flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, she was already before the half-step void stage fierce beast. Roar. Right when the half-step void stage fierce beast roared loudly. Squeak. The little gold mouse was unwilling to lag behind, and her sharp voice suppressed the fierce beast's roar. At the same time, origin energy raged and flickered with a frightful sheen atop the pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse cried out excitedly, then the grade 6 spirit sword in her hand swung out, seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly for the half-step void stage fierce beast. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky, and 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above the little gold mouse, then dashed out in tow. The little gold mouse's figure flashed and the sound of the howls of wind and the sword sounded out at the same time. Duan Ling Tian saw something flash before his eyes and the half-step void stage fierce beast was killed by the little gold mouse with a single sword strike. It crashed onto the ground, tainting the ground with dazzling and eye-piercing blood. The grade 6 spirit sword Duan Ling Tian refined for little gold was able to provide an amplification of 40%. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse returned to Duan Ling Tian's side and its jade eyes contained excitement mixed within. Formidable, formidable. The little gold mouse's excited voice, young female voice, entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Now, when Duan Ling Tian heard this slightly immature voice, traces of coldness arose in his heart instead. This little gold mouse was a complete brute. Continue. Duan Ling Tian had only just gathered up the beast core and remains of the half-step void stage fierce beast when he heard the little gold mouse's voice again. The little gold mouse led the way at the front, and continued to enter deep into the primeval forest. This little fellow has really gotten addicted to this. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly as he followed, his expression becoming slightly serious, because he knew that they might encounter a demon beast if they continued to walk towards the depths of the primeval forest. The weakest demon beast was at the first level of the void prying stage, and its strength would be on par with the little gold mouse. However, the little gold mouse had a grade 6 spirit sword to rely on. So long as she didn't encounter a demon beast at the second level of the void prying stage or above, then she ought to not have too much pressure. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse encountered a first level void prying stage fierce beast. It was just as Duan Ling Tian had thought. The first level void prying stage fierce beast was completely incapable of withstanding a single sword strike from the little gold mouse. Alright, little gold, don't go any further. Duan Ling Tian secretly broke out in cold sweat when he saw the little gold mouse still wanting to go deeper into the primeval forest after killing the first level void prying stage fierce beast. This little fellow was truly like a newborn calf that didn't know the terrors of a tiger. Perhaps it was because she perceived the seriousness in Duan Ling Tian's words. Although the little gold mouse was unwilling, she still obediently stopped moving, then flashed back to descend onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. Baddie, this spirit sword is really nice. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Can you not call me Baddie? Duan Ling Tian was slightly helpless. No matter how he heard it, the little gold mouse's way of addressing him was uncomfortable to him. No, the little gold mouse's voice was resolute and decisive, without any room for discussion. If you still call me Baddie, then I won't help you advance the grade of your spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at the little gold mouse, his eyes flickering with a glow of cunning, and had an expression that said, I got you. What's the benefit of increasing the grade? The little gold mouse's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be speechless for a while. It seemed like this little fellow didn't know entirely about the difference between spirit weapons of various grades. Along with Duan Ling Tian's patient explanation, the little gold mouse came to a sudden understanding, and a pitiable luster appeared in her jade eyes. But, you're undoubtedly a bad person. Why can't I call you that? When have I been bad? Duan Ling Tian was speechless. HMPH. The little gold mouse stared at Duan Ling Tian and said slowly via voice transmission. You helped those two little serpents bully me in the past. You still dare say you aren't a bad person? Only now did he recall that this did indeed happen. At that time, he'd just bought the little gold mouse from the auction in Black Wind City. He'd seen people who held a grudge, but he'd really never seen one that held a grudge to this extent. Duan Ling Tian had never imagined that the small matter from that day would be remembered by the little gold mouse for so long. Then I won't help them bully you in the future, alright? Duan Ling Tian glared at the little gold mouse, and silently said in his heart, perhaps, once little black and little white return, they won't need my help to beat little gold down. Then what should I call you? Duan Ling Tian knew that the little gold mouse had made a compromise when he heard her voice. Since you call K'er as big sister K'er, then call me big brother Ling Tian. How about it, big brother Ling Tian? Although the little gold mouse was disobedient, she had the disposition of a child after all. After she experienced the might of the spirit sword, she was filled with dependence on it. Under the temptation of the high-grade spirit sword that Duan Ling Tian promised, she was completely without resistance and chose to compromise. Alright, we should go back now. Your big sister K'er ought to be. Duan Ling Tian hadn't finished speaking when his face went grim. His acute spiritual force that he'd extended out had vaguely sensed a terrifying aura. That was the aura of a second-level void-prying stage demon beast. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate, using all his ability and whirlwind, seeming to transform into a gale as he directly flashed out. His destination went straight towards the outer area of the primeval forest. Right when Duan Ling Tian dashed out, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out and an enormous figure forcefully obstructed Duan Ling Tian's path. Big brother Ling Tian, it's here. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but lower his head and roll his eyes. I saw Presently, it was an enormous wolf that stood before Duan Ling Tian. This enormous wolf was an entire 3 meters tall and its bloody mouth could stuff in many Duan Ling Tians. Most importantly, this was a second-level void-prying stage demon beast. Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart, and angrily glared at the little gold mouse. Little gold, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you wanting to go deep into the primeval forest, we wouldn't have encountered this fellow. Now we both are probably going to die here. Although the little gold mouse was able to exert a strength of 2,800 ancient mammoths when utilizing the grade 6 spirit sword, a second-level void-prying stage demon beast had a strength comparably to 3,000 ancient mammoths when exploding forth with its full strength. Even when the little gold mouse possessed the grade 6 spirit sword, she wasn't a match for it. Kill it, kill it. Duan Ling Tian's eardrums shook, and the little gold mouse's excited voice transmission entered his ears. Kill it, are you going to do it? Duan Ling Tian glared at the little gold mouse and said angrily. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his shoulder become light, and he could hear a wave of wind howls flashing out, sweeping towards the enormous wolf demon beast that possessed a cultivation at the second level of the void-prying stage. Little gold. Duan Ling Tian's face went pale. He never imagined that the little gold mouse would be so bold and directly charge over. Right when Duan Ling Tian had an expression of worry and his heart burned with anxiety, the scene before his eyes caused Duan Ling Tian to be completely dumbstruck. While the little gold mouse dashed out in a flash, a sword howl resounded out, and 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. Subsequently, there was actually another 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form. Chapter 406. Half-step advanced lightning force. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse provoked enormous wolf demon beast as she raised up the grade 6 spirit sword. At this moment, origin energy suffused and raged atop the spirit sword. If one were to look carefully, then it could be noticed that there seemed to be numerous violet lightning that were difficult to notice mixed within the raging origin energy. The violet lightning coiled around the origin energy and emitted traces of a strange aura. Squeak. Suddenly, the little gold mouse let out a screech, then her body flashed out, transforming into an arrow that left a heavy bow, flashing towards the enormous wolf demon beast. Ow! The enormous wolf was instantly enraged from being provoked by a tiny little thing, and origin energy skyrocketed atop its sharp claws and they flickered with a frightful cold light as it pounced towards the little gold mouse, and its claws enveloped towards the little gold mouse. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above the enormous wolf, then they dashed out in tow with great force. Watch out! Duan Ling Tian's face went grim when he saw this scene, and he couldn't help but warn the little gold mouse. Right at this moment, an oppressive thunderclap abruptly exploded out. In the next moment, the airflow in the sky flashed and it was the little gold mouse that had dangerously avoided the enormous wolf's attack, dodging to the side. There seemed to be numerous violet lightning that were difficult to notice within the origin energy suffused on the little gold mouse's body, and they emitted strands of strange aura. Lightning force. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Earlier, when he saw the little gold mouse exert strength and the extra 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared in the sky, Duan Ling Tian had guessed that it might be the strength of force. Now, he was practically able to confirm it. The little gold mouse had indeed comprehended force. Moreover, it wasn't elementary force but instead was half-step advanced force. Precisely speaking, it was half-step advanced lightning force. Lightning force was similar to Duan Ling Tian's wind force and Zhang Shou Yong's earth force. They all belonged to the forces of nature and were able to supplement both offense and speed. They possessed both offense and speed. Just like when the little gold mouse avoided the enormous wolf's attack earlier, she'd used the half-step advanced lightning force on her feet and relied on the recoil from the explosions of lightning combined with her own strength to dodge to the side in time. Something flashed before Duan Ling Tian's eyes and he only saw a wild light flash by and an ear-piercing sword howl enter his ears. The airflow in the sky split apart. Ow! At practically the exact same moment, a miserable howl sounded out. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that at the instant she dodged the enormous wolf's attack, the little gold mouse had targeted the enormous wolf's throat and pierced throughout with a single stab. The strength of the little gold mouse's sword strike was comparable to the strength of 3,300 ancient mammoths. The speed of the sword was something that was difficult to reach for the enormous wolf demon beast that only possessed a strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. Of course, it was most importantly because the enormous wolf hadn't had the chance to react yet. Otherwise, even if it was unable to dodge this sword strike, it would still be able to move its neck away, and it wouldn't come to the extent of suffering the little gold mouse's deadly strike and being killed directly. The enormous figure of the enormous wolf that had flashed into midair crashed onto the ground while accompanied with a pillar of blood that gushed out, and it was completely without a trace of life. The second-level void-prying stage demon beast was dead. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse was extremely excited when it saw the enormous wolf was killed. Then it arrived before Duan Ling Tian and twisted up its chubby little butt. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm formidable, right? The little gold mouse's voice transmission had no lack of an intention to seek credit. 4. Formidable. Duan Ling Tian's gaze still stared blankly at the enormous wolf that dropped on the ground, and he felt as if he was dreaming. The second-level void-prying stage demon beast was killed by little gold just like that. Hee hee. This dog is extremely stupid. The little gold mouse's voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears in good time, causing the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. Dog. This little gold actually said a second-level void-prying stage enormous wolf fierce beast was a dog. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, then gathered up the enormous wolf's beast core, then brought along little gold to walk all the way out of the primeval forest. Big brother Ling Tian, refine a spatial ring for me. The little gold mouse's eyes flickered with a sheen of pity, and looked at Duan Ling Tian in anticipation. Okay, I'll refine one for you when we return. Duan Ling Tian nodded in a slightly stiff manner. Then the little gold mouse became big and carried him flying towards the location of Megre's Peak, as he intended to directly return to the stalactite cave. Little gold, when did you comprehend half-step advanced lightning force? Duan Ling Tian sat on the little gold mouse's fluffy back and asked in wonder. His heart couldn't help but surge when he recalled the scene from before. The little gold mouse had actually comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Hee hee. The little gold mouse's voice transmission contained slight complacency mixed within. This is the natural talent of our jade-eyed heavenly mouse. After we advance into a demon beast, we're able to use the last bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend elementary lightning force. However, my circumstances seem to be slightly different, and I was actually able to directly comprehend half-step advanced lightning force. Duan Ling Tian had a bitter smile on his face when he heard the little gold mouse. The jade-eyed heavenly mice were worth of being called supreme demon beasts in the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. They were actually able to use the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend force. However, Duan Ling Tian's attention quickly moved to the second half of what the little gold mouse said. Ordinary jade-eyed heavenly mice use the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend elementary lightning force, whereas the little gold mouse instead comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Is this related to the 10,000-year stalactite milk that the little gold mouse consumed? Duan Ling Tian thought secretly in his heart. In next to no time, the little gold mouse brought Duan Ling Tian to the side of Megre's Peak, to stand on the air beside the tilted tree. Duan Ling Tian leapt onto the tilted tree and walked into the stalactite cave. The little gold mouse became small and followed him. If I'll refine a spatial ring for you, you'll probably be unable to wear it. How about this? I'll refine a collar for you, Duan Ling Tian said to the little gold mouse before starting to get busy. A grade 7 weapons craftsman was able to refine a spatial ring. As a grade 6 weapons craftsman, coupled with having inherited the lifetime worth of weapons refinement experience of the rebirth martial emperor, refining a spatial ring was a piece of cake to Duan Ling Tian. Not only that, Duan Ling Tian was able to infer things from what he already knew, so he was able to perfectly duplicate the functions of a spatial ring onto any accessory. After bustling about for a while, a collar appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. I used special materials that possessed great elasticity on this collar. Wearing it won't affect your ability to become big or shrink. After he made the little gold mouse drip blood and establish ownership on the collar, he placed the collar on the little gold mouse's neck. In next to no time, the little gold mouse had learned how to use the collar, and she kept the grade 6 spirit sword in her hand. So you wanted this thing to place your grade 6 spirit sword in it? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Big brother Ling Tian, this can't be called a spatial ring, right? The little gold mouse excitedly shook the collar on her neck and asked via voice transmission. Yes, this can be considered to be a spatial collar. Duan Ling Tian nodded. No matter was it a spatial ring or a spatial collar, they only had one function, and that was to store things without life. Alright, your big sister K'er ought to have already woke up from her cultivation, let's go see her. Duan Ling Tian brought the little gold mouse along to leave the stalactite cave. and only now did he notice that the sky was gradually going dim and it was already dusk. Duan Ling Tian had just left the peak of Megrez Peak and had just arrived nearby the Megrez Peak trade hall when he frowned. Nearby, a figure stopped dead in his tracks and looked at him. The Megrez Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Ling. Duan Ling Tian, I heard that you seized first place in the 5 great sects. Martial competition this time. Zhao Lin looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze as if he was looking at an unparalleled treasure. The flames of greed and burning desire that jumped about in his eyes seemed as if they could burn everything into ash. A 22-year-old 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist had comprehended elementary wind force, and defeated the Saber Young Master of the 5 great young masters to seize the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. As far as he was concerned, all the glory of Duan Ling Tian was surely sourced from that muscle meridian rebirth scroll. So what? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin, then circumnavigated past Zhao Lin. For a time, the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples surrounded over and had jubilant expressions. Congratulations, senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Congratulations, senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Obviously, all these Megrez Peak disciples had heard the news of him seizing first place in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Zhao Ling's had a gloomy expression as he gazed at Duan Ling Tian's back, and his eyes revealed traces of viciousness. Duan Ling Tian, I'll find a chance. I'll surely kill you and seize the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. The greed in Zhao Ling's heart was almost to the point of madness. Big brother Ling Tian, that person earlier seems to have killing intent towards you. Want me to help you kill him? The little gold mouse's immature voice that was like a young girl sounded out in Duan Ling Tian's ears, and traces of excitement was mixed within. As if killing someone was an extremely enticing matter to her. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. This little gold was really a little demon. I want to kill him as well. But this place isn't suitable. Duan Ling Tian restrained the little gold mouse. If the little gold mouse were to make a move here, it would truly be too noticeable. It was fine if Zhao Lin didn't have any background, as with his current status in the eyes of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Lingu Jinhong, killing Zhao Lin was nothing. But the problem was that there was a guardian elder behind this Zhao Ling, and the status of a guardian elder in the 7-star sword sect was similar to the sect leader. It was to the extent that because of the high seniority of the guardian elder, even the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, had to address them respectfully as martial uncle. Duan Ling Tian could imagine that once the little gold mouse killed Zhao Lin today, then he would surely draw extremely great troubles to himself. At that time, even if the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, wanted to protect him, the sect leader would probably be powerless. Okay, then we'll wait for a suitable time to kill him. Little Gold's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears again. The seemingly immature voice of a young girl seemed innocent and pure when heard, but the content of the voice instead caused Duan Ling Tian to shudder. Fortunately, this little fellow is a friend and not an enemy. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and he slightly rejoiced in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had slowly stepped onto the chain bridge that headed to the main peak, Dubi Peak to go see K'er. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.